In the fourth round of the strongest king realm, there are still 35,000 people left. At this time, the strength of everyone around Long Yu is probably reflected. Except for some people who have just stepped into the late stage of King Realm, most of them have advanced to the fourth round, especially the Sunset Dance, Guixian, Mo Zhaitian, Xu Chan, Man Xian, and Qi Hua, who performed very well. The strength has far surpassed the ordinary martial arts in the late king stage. Long Yu was naturally very happy about this, although he regarded everyone as his friends. If the others were unable to rise up, then the gap between the two sides would become wider and wider, and they might become strangers in the end. Now, although everyone can't catch up with Long Yu's footsteps, at least they can still watch Long Yu from a distance. Everyone knows very well that although Long Yu is only at the late stage of King Realm now, they will definitely not be Long Yu's opponent. In these few rounds, it was still difficult for Long Yu to find an opponent, because most of the opponents would give up fighting him directly, and his remark status as the disciple of the Red Emperor was too scary. However, after all, someone has to fight Long Yu. After all, everyone has only one chance to forfeit in each round. Long Yu was defeated and couldn't even take a move. Fighting all the way, Long Yu Sua was invincible, never made a second move against the same person. At the beginning of the fourth round, Xu Chan's eyes suddenly lit up beside Long Yu. Look who I got in line with. It turned out to be the second princess of the Tianqing dynasty. The second princess of the Tianqing dynasty. Hearing this, Long Yu was overjoyed. As for the Tianqing dynasty, Long Yu had long wanted to take revenge on the Shadow King, Shura King, and others, but this plan had not yet been implemented. Now, Xu Chan was assigned to fight against the second princess of the Tianqing dynasty. Of course she was happy. Before destroying the Tianqing dynasty, she could torture the people of the Tianqing dynasty first. The second princess of the Tianqing dynasty has a pretty good talent in martial arts. Now that her cultivation is in the late stage of the king realm, she is only a little bit short of stepping into the emperor realm. She suppresses her cultivation and prepares to participate in the competition for the strongest king realm. When she was arranged to be Xu Chan's opponent, she was overjoyed. Xu Chan, like Long Yu, is definitely one of the enemies of the Tianqing dynasty, and in the eyes of the second emperor of the Tianqing dynasty, Xu Chan's strength has not been very good, even if compared with ordinary martial arts, but compared with her, certainly cannot be compared. You know, the second princess, the third prince, and the first prince of the Tianqing dynasty have explored an ancient relic in the territory of the Tianqing dynasty together. The ancient relic has not been explored yet, and the entrance has been controlled by the Tianqing emperor. From the ancient ruins, Emperor Tianqing passed down a lot of ancient martial arts. Ancient martial arts. The second princess of the Tianqing dynasty only thought that Xu Chan was a slightly stronger opponent, so she didn't take it seriously, and went directly to the battle, which naturally attracted the attention of the Tianqing emperor and others. Among the Tianqing dynasty's participants in the competition for the strongest king, the second princess is the strongest, followed by the third prince. Both of them have entered the fourth round, and their strength is quite good. When the second princess met Xu Chan, Emperor Tianqing and the others didn't worry much, they believed in the second prince's strength. But soon they were dumbfounded. In the face of Xu Chan's various supernatural powers, the second princess was powerless to parry, and was directly defeated by Xu Chan within 5 moves. Emperor Tianqing, the first prince, and the third prince immediately went up to meet them and hurriedly asked about the situation. That Xu Chan, she has comprehended the divine power of the original level, and the 7 and 8 supernatural powers are all high-level supernatural powers. I am not her opponent. The second princess said with a sullen face. Original level. 7 high-level supernatural powers. Everyone in the field was speechless. The sum of the two is indeed much stronger than the second emperor's daughter, and the original level of divine power can never be comprehended through hard work or talent. It is definitely because of some adventures. Where did she get the origin level Azure divine script? After you go back, search the entire Shura County carefully, and you may find some good things. The eldest prince Tianqin said in a deep voice, and this suggestion was also agreed by others. Although the second princess lost to Xuanhuan, she will not be eliminated. She still has 2 more rounds to go. If she wins all of them, she will still be able to enter the 5th round of the competition for the strongest king. Soon the second emperor's second opponent will be revealed. It's from Shura County again, Ma's Haitian. The second princess' face changed slightly. She had heard about Mo Zhaitian when Shura County was still there. Mo Zhaitian was the first in the younger generation of Shura County, even more powerful than Xuanhuan. I just don't know. How strong is Mo Zhaitian now? The second princess came out again to fight against Ma's Haitian. She still had some confidence in herself. However, she had only entered the battlefield to fight Mo Zhaitian for 3 breaths, and she was beaten and escaped directly. Her face became even more gloomy. That Mo Zhaitian actually comprehended the source-level divinity. And he has ancient-level martial skills. Ancient-level warriors. The second prince's face turned pale. She never thought that she would be eliminated in the 4th round, and she was defeated one after another by her enemies before being eliminated. If she had known earlier, she would have forfeited the game and changed to another opponent. In that case, there might be a chance. But now, the second queen lost 2 games in a row and was eliminated directly. She has no way to participate in the next Strongest King Realm competition. Of course, being eliminated is better than dying, so compared to Wei Ming, the second queen's, the end is much better. The second princess was defeated again, making the faces of the rest of the Tianqin dynasty very gloomy. How so? The second princess is already the strongest among the younger generation of the Tianqin dynasty, at the king stage, but now, when fighting against the younger generation from Azure County, she has lost 2 battles in a row. Origin-level divinity? Ancient martial arts? Ancient warriors? How could it be so easy to get these? How could it be possible for those people from the original Shura County to have them all? Yu Hanqin of the Beishua dynasty and that Long Yu are now the direct disciples of the Red Emperor. It must not be difficult to obtain these. It seems that it is too difficult for us to avenge the 3rd brother. The eldest prince Tianqin said with a gloomy face. When everyone heard the words, they took it for granted. However, people in the Tianqin dynasty did not know that no matter whether it was Xuanhuan or Mo Zhaitian, they had such strength and had nothing to do with Chidi. During this year, Xuanhuan obtained the origin stone of Shura's divine scriptures given by Long Yu, from which she comprehended the original level of Shura's divine scriptures, which made her 7 innate supernatural powers improve rapidly, and her overall strength even improved to a level beyond that of ordinary people. The point. Ma's Haitian, on the other hand, broke into an ancient ruin. He was looking for clues to that ancient ruin a long time ago. In the past year, he finally found it, and broke into it alone, and got the inheritance of it. The inheritance of Mo Zhaitian is quite powerful, stronger than the inheritance of the storm demon knife obtained by Man Xian, so Mo Zhaitian deliberately lost the clue of the ancient ruins of the storm demon knife to Long Yu at that time, which is considered to be a debt to Long Yu a favor. In the battle between Emperor Tianqin and Shura County, even without Long Yu, Tianqin Emperor might not be able to win, and Long Yu just made the time for the people of Shura County to surpass the people of Tianqin Emperor earlier. Emperor Tianqin's unlucky second princess was directly eliminated in the 4th round. She was considered one of the most unlucky powerhouses. Other martial arts, with the strength of the second princess, can at least break into the top 1,000 in the Strongest King Realm competition. Can be eliminated in the 4th round. For the second princess of the Tianqin dynasty, this was a nightmare. But for Xuanhuan and Mo Zhaitian, this was just a small episode, not even worth mentioning, because among the opponents they met, some were stronger than the second princess, but they were all defeated in the end. By the fifth round, there were still 16,000 people left, and most of the people around Long Yu easily advanced. Those forces that have enemies with Long Yu, such as Tianqing Dynasty, Shenluo Empire, Taiwu Empire, Yun Empire, etc., have been observing the battle situation of everyone on Long Yu's side. Soon they discovered that this so-called competition for the strongest king was as easy as eating for Long Yu and his group, and more than 20 people entered the fifth round. This number is no less than the strength of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms such as the Taiwu Empire, Shuiyue Sword Sect, and Jiuyang Sect, but this is only from a small Beishua dynasty. And this is just the beginning. For Long Yu, the competition of the strongest king realm was not challenging at all. He participated in the competition of the strongest king realm, and he went for the first place. His strength was so strong for other king realm powerhouses. People are desperate, and they will not make second moves against anyone. Even Tian Xinghe, who had been paying attention and wanted to avenge Long Yu, looked a little wrong at this moment. He made it all the way to the fifth round, but he couldn't beat his opponent with one move every time like Long Yu. You must know that in the fifth round, many people's strengths were already quite good, but even so, they were still defeated by Long Yu. One move to defeat. The nightmare of those who want to seek revenge from Long Yu has just begun. The fifth round, the sixth round, and the seventh round, after these 3 rounds, Long Yu has gone through 6 battles, and each of them still defeated the opponent with one move. Most of the other people around Long Yu also advanced smoothly and stepped into the 8th round. At this moment, more than half a month has passed, and there are only 1,000 King Realm martial artists who can continue to fight. Less than a little. After 7 rounds of the strongest King Realm competition, most of the people have been eliminated, and the remaining 1,000 people can be said to be the elite of the elite. At this time, all the practitioners who have maintained a complete victory record have been counted and appeared in front of every spectator. Long Yu. Sunset Dance. Gui Xian. Mazhaitian. Xuanhuan. Along the way, these people turned out to be all victorious. One can imagine how powerful they are, but in this list, Long Yu and Xuanhuan also saw a familiar name. Star River. This guy is here too? And he seems to be very good, and he has maintained a complete victory just like us. Long Yu and Xuanhuan looked at each other, and they both saw a look of surprise in each other's eyes. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan snorted coldly, "It's best not to let me meet him. This son betrayed my father. If I meet him, I will definitely kill him." At the beginning of the 8th round, the names of all the martial artists who had won consecutive victories so far appeared in everyone's eyes, which made everyone amazed. Including Long Yu and others, there are a total of 45 people who have maintained a complete victory record until now. There is no doubt that these 45 people will be contenders for the final championship. That Long Yu, the one who became the direct disciple of the Red Emperor a year ago, is still only at the late stage of the King Realm, but this time the number 1 in the strongest King Realm should be him without a doubt. That's right. It is said that this person defeats his opponent with one move in every battle. He is very powerful. His real strength has definitely reached the middle stage of the Imperial Realm, or even higher. It's just that he was lucky and didn't meet any strong people? Now a total of 45 people have maintained a record of unbeaten victories. He is not the only one who is strong. Who might be the number 1 this time? Well, Gu Feichen, the genius of Long Huazong of our Taiwu Empire, also has a record of all victories. If we really want to meet this Long Yu, it is very likely that we will defeat him. The millions of King Realm powerhouses watching the battle began to discuss one after another, all paying attention to the 45 powerhouses who maintained a complete victory record, and not all of them were optimistic about Long Yu. Among the 45 people, There are quite a few geniuses from the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, as well as many strong men from the sects of other countries. By chance, they obtained the inheritance of some ancient relics, which made their strength leap forward. 8th round. The rules remained the same, but to everyone's surprise, 2 unbeatable people were arranged together very quickly. They were Long Yu, who was most popular for winning the championship, and Gu Feichen, the genius of the Long Huazong of the Taiwu Empire. The battle started. At this moment, almost all the strong people in the Qing realm are watching the battle between the two. Long Yu was teleported to the battle space, and found that it was a void with a radius of 100 miles, surrounded by pitch black, without any light. Similarly, it was natural that he could not directly see the existence of other people through the naked eye. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. In such an environment, he simply had a natural advantage. Gu Feichen from the Taiwu Empire might not even be able to find him. Balanced control, the 5th level. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, all kinds of energy fluctuations in his body were completely hidden. At the same time, he cast his eyes of shadows to detect his surroundings. Just as he was doing this, in the void 20 miles away from him, a piece of primitive light suddenly burst out. It turned out to be Gu Feichen from the Taiwu Empire, who directly used the method of light divine script to illuminate most of the void. Bright. In such a dark place, it may be inconvenient for the people watching the battle, but it is much better now. Gu Feichen appeared in that ray of light wearing a simple gray robe, and said lightly, "Long Yu, everyone will witness that you are defeated by me. Remember my name, Taiwu Empire, Gu Fei Dust." He said such a sentence, and the millions of people who watched the battle were all excited. This Gu Feichen is really arrogant. He is worthy of being a genius from the Taiwu Empire. Among other things, he was able to step into the 8th round all the way without losing. This person's strength is beyond doubt. However, after he said these words, Long Yu didn't make any movement, nor did he appear in the light in the center of the void, making Gu Feichen slightly frowned. He felt a little bad, mainly because he couldn't feel any aura of Long Yu, as if he was the only one in the entire void. Didn't Long Yu come in? Impossible. Gu Feichen is very confident in his detection ability, but now, he is a little uneasy. Don't look at his arrogant appearance on the surface, but in fact he is extremely vigilant in his heart. Long Yu, you don't talk or show up. Are you afraid of me, Gu Feichen? If you are afraid, just admit defeat, don't be like a shrinking turtle. Gu Feichen's voice continued to spread, and there was still no movement from Long Yu after a while, which disappointed many people watching the battle. Could it be that Long Yu is really a coward, and dare not show up in front of Long Yu? It's fine if you don't show up, but now you don't even answer a word. However, when more and more viewers became impatient, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Gu Feichen. The void was originally illuminated by Gu Feichen's light divine script, but now, a shadow suddenly appeared. The thick black fog enveloped Gu Feichen. Almost in an instant, a burst of protective light of the King's Fate card burst out from the shadow of the black mist, and then everyone saw the result of the battle. Long Yu, win. The simple 3 words appeared on the screen, leaving all the audience dumbfounded. One move, one move. Even in the face of the extremely arrogant Taiwu Empire genius Gu Feichen, Long Yu still only used one move to directly defeat him, and the most important thing is that no one has yet seen that Long Yu has used it. What means? Only now will everyone know that Long Yu is not cowardly, but facing such an opponent, he doesn't even have the intention to speak, he directly strikes and solves it with one move. No matter how much you talk, the only one who will lose face is you. Many people have seen Gu Feichen's fighting power before. When dealing with some powerful late Qing realm powerhouses, Gu Feichen's aura is extremely majestic, able to completely suppress the opponent, and then divide it within 3 moves. Win or lose. Originally, everyone thought that with Gu Feichen's combat power, he could still fight Long Yu, but now it seems that they are still far behind. As expected of being the direct disciple of the Red Emperor. In fact, even the other direct disciples of the Red Emperor, such as Xing Xing, Dao Jingtian, etc., are all staring at Long Yu's battle now, feeling incredible. That Gufeichen is a genius of the Taiwu Empire. Seventh junior brother is too good. Fatty Yu Linfeng smiled, with a wretched look in his eyes. 7 years ago, when I was in the late stage of the King Realm, I also participated in the Strongest King Realm competition, but it was a pity that I only got 11th place that time, and finally lost to the 6th genius boy from one of the 10 kingdoms. Now, he is also facing a genius from one of the 10 kingdoms of the 6 sects, and the 7th junior brother can defeat him with one move. It is really terrifying. I've heard of that Gufeichen before. His strength is indeed good. It is said that he is also expected to step onto the 20th floor of the Five Emperors illusion world and become the existence of the Five Emperors' direct disciple. Unfortunately, compared with the 7th junior brother, there is still a big difference. Far. Xing Xing nodded, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Long Yu's fighting power was extremely terrifying, and it was not in vain that he collected so many first-class divine language crystals for Long Yu. In this way, the 7th junior brother's goal is definitely not only the number 1 in the Strongest King Realm, but the Strongest King Realm. The 4th direct disciple of the Red Emperor, Nailan Jun, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. 7th junior brother is now in the late stage of the King Realm. As long as you go one step further and reach the King Realm, you are eligible to participate in the competition of the Strongest King Realm. Plus last year, he had a life-and-death battle with the patriarch of the Qin family, the patriarch of the Gongsun family, and Ji Haokong of the Shueiyue sword sect, and I'm sure that this kid definitely wants to win the first place in the Strongest Imperial Realm. Ambition is not small. Chidi's second direct disciple, Dao Jingtian smiled, but the competition for the Strongest King Realm is much more intense than the Strongest King Realm. Even if he can easily win the first place in the Strongest King Realm, stepping into the Emperor's realm in a hurry, it is impossible to win the first place in the Strongest Emperor's realm. Let's keep watching. If the 7th junior brother really wants to participate in the Strongest Imperial Realm, there is a good show to watch. In order to compete for the Strongest Imperial Realm, our 6th junior sister is still suppressing our cultivation and has not broken through to the Imperial Realm. Beside Yu Linfeng, a graceful woman narrowed her eyes and smiled. This woman is Yu Xiaoyin, Yu Linfeng's older sister, and the 3rd direct disciple of the Red Emperor. Yu Xiaoyin was wearing a long purple dress, which was extremely eye-catching, with a handsome figure and exquisite posture. If she went out, she would definitely become the focus of most people's attention. The 6th junior sister she mentioned, of course, refers to Yu Hanqin. In order to participate in the competition for the Strongest Imperial Realm, Yu Hanqin chose to suppress the martial arts realm, which is still only in the late stage of the Imperial Realm. If Long Yuzhen intends to participate in the Strongest Imperial Realm competition, he will definitely run into Yu Hanqin. It has to be said that the guesses of these direct disciples of the Red Emperor are quite accurate. After all, everyone is a genius. Even if they guessed that Long Yu wanted to participate in the competition between the Strongest King and the Emperor, they were not too surprised. But if these news are conveyed, I am afraid that it will directly shock people. I have never participated in the competition between the Strongest King Realm and the Emperor Realm one after another. Even if I have, it is just a joke. No one has ever won the competition of the Strongest Emperor Realm when they just entered the Emperor Realm. Those with good rankings were mostly eliminated in the first 2 rounds. If Long Yu really did this, how many places could he reach in the Strongest Emperor Realm competition? If Long Yu said that he wanted to be number 1 in the Strongest Emperor Realm, then everyone would probably think that he was crazy and that he was too overconfident. But in fact, he really thought so. After defeating Gufeichen and returning, everyone in the courtyard looked at Long Yu completely differently. If it is understandable that Long Yu used to defeat the enemy with one move, now it is still one move against Gu Feichen. Unbelievable. The move Long Yu used was Joyo Skylight. After condensing the Joyo Skylight, he directly activated the Joyo Blade to assassinate Gu Feichen from all directions. Gu Feichen found that the Space Divine script was shielded, and he couldn't avoid these blades. If he wanted to try to resist, he found that his defense methods had no power to resist these blades, so he hurriedly activated the King's Life card to save his life, admit defeat at the same time. If it was one more late step, Gu Feichen would definitely die. After Gu Feichen went out, his whole body was covered in cold sweat, and he almost had a psychological shadow on Long Yu. As the competition for the strongest king continued to move forward, more and more people knew about Long Yu and became very curious about his strength. This person can deal with everyone with one move. Will he be the number one in the strongest king realm in the end? There has never been such a situation in the competition for the strongest king. There are those who have won consecutively to the end, but they have always solved their opponents with one move, never. Even the 5 emperors of the past have never done it. Therefore, at this moment, millions of King Realm powerhouses are all paying attention to Long Yu. If this person grows up, he will definitely be able to change the entire situation of the Shenwu world. At the beginning of the 9th round, there were only 500 people left to participate in the battle. At the beginning of the 10th round, there are still 254 wuxiu who are still competing for the strongest king realm. At the beginning of the 11th round, there were 125 people. At the beginning of the 12th round, there were only 64 people left, and almost half of the contestants were eliminated in each round. Long Yu made great strides all the way, until the 12th round. He still solved his opponent with one move. What's more coincidental is that until now, Long Yu has not met any friends around him, so his luck is not bad. Not necessarily others. Sunset Dance met Feng Xiaofei, and defeated Feng Xiaofei directly, and then Feng Xiaofei also lost to other strong players in the next game, and was eliminated in the 11th round. Man Xian and Qi Hua, although both of them have good strengths, one has the inheritance of the Storm Demon Saber, and the other comprehends the original Tianhua Divine Mantra, but their overall strength is still not enough, and they were eliminated in the 10th round. Now that they have stepped into the 12th round like Long Yu, there are only a few people left around Long Yu. Sunset Dance, Mo Zhaitian, Xu Chan, and Yu Yusin, who was beyond Long Yu's expectations. Yu Yusin got the Suffering Person's Flute Warrior gifted by Long Yu, and her own talent is very good, so she broke through all the way. Now, it is broken into the top 64. Except for these people, the other friends around Long Yu have already been eliminated. After all, they are still lacking in strength and need more experience. Disuse. One of them who defeated Gu Yixian was Tian Xinghe. This person was an old acquaintance of Long Yu and Xu Chan. After the top 64, the rules remain the same, and the probability of encountering one's own people will be much higher. At the same time, the probability of encountering Tianxing will also become very high. Up to now, those forces that still want to retaliate against Long Yu have all died down, because it is impossible to rely on King Realm martial arts to deal with Long Yu, and even Long Yu can defeat any King Realm powerhouse with a single move. How does this allow those forces to take revenge? There is no possibility at all. Long Yu used his absolute strength to crush those forces that wanted revenge on him, almost making everyone despair. I'm against Ma's Haitian. At the beginning of the top 64, Xu Chan frowned directly, unexpectedly meeting her own people. However, since everyone has a chance to abstain once in each round, Xu Chan directly chose to abstain and reselect her opponent. She still has 3 chances, but if she meets her own again next time, the opponent will have to abstain. Because each person has only 1 chance to abstain in each round, and if you abstain again, it is equivalent to admitting defeat, and it will be counted as a loss. I am against Tian Xinghe. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and showed his opponent, which attracted the attention of many people in the field. Good. Xuanhuan and Mo Zhaitian's eyes suddenly brightened. For them, Tian Xinghe betrayed Shurik County at the beginning, but they were their enemies. Now they finally have a chance to fight against Tian Xinghe, and they directly confronted Long Yu. Finally, there is a good show to watch. I don't know if Tianxing will accept the battle? Sunset Dance said curiously. It should be. He has been on a winning streak until now, so he should have confidence in his own strength. Long Yu said. But as soon as he finished speaking, he discovered that Tian Xinghe had chosen to abstain. Abstained. Tian Xinghe actually chose to abstain from the contest against Shen Long Yu. It can be seen that Tian Xinghe is absolutely incomparably afraid of Long Yu's strength. He dare not face Shen Long Yu. After all, the risk to Shang Long Yu is too great. Once it fails, it will very likely stop at the top 64, which is not worth it for Tianxing. Tian Xinghe's abstention surprised many people. You must know that Tian Xinghe has always been on a winning streak. Until now, there are less than 10 people in total, and Tian Xinghe is one of them. Such a strong person actually chose to abstain from facing Long Yu? It can be seen from this, how far Long Yu's power has risen. Immediately afterwards, 10,000 layers of space continued to arrange opponents for Long Yu, but abstained. Abstain. Abstain. People were constantly arranged to fight Long Yu, but the result Long Yu got was continuous abstentions, and no one was willing to fight Long Yu. In such a situation, not only Long Yu himself was dumbfounded, but even hundreds of other people watching the battle. Everyone was dumbfounded. Soon, it was the turn of Long Yu and Xuanhuan to fight. Xuanhuan had already abstained once in this round, and Long Yu offered to abstain. He didn't want to run into his own people so early. At least he had to let his own people reach a higher level in the strongest king realm. Then, Sunset Dance versus Long Yu. Sunset Dance abstains from. Maz Haitian abstained. Feng Yin Zi Chen abstained. Not long after, the 64 strongmen who had entered the 12th round all had their rounds, and no one dared to fight Long Yu, not a single one. The other 63 people, except for Xuanhuan, actually gave Long Yu a chance to abstain from voting. It was really dumbfounding. In this way, 10,000 layers of space will not arrange an opponent for Long Yu, and will directly let him advance to the next round. And this round is like this, the next round, and the next 2 rounds, I am afraid it will be like this. In this way, Long Yu is equivalent to a bi-state, and the impact of this is that everyone else will abstain. All opportunities must be left to Long Yu. Except for Long Yu, the others are assigned to fight whoever they are. Such a situation was unprecedented in the competition of the strongest king realm in the past. Even the 5 emperors who came to watch the battle occasionally were shocked by it. This son of Long Yu is actually so heaven-defying? The strong man of the Taiwu Empire, Cultivation, is still among the top 64. He lost to Long Yu once before, but his own strength is not weak, and he still won 2 games in a row and successfully advanced. In the top 64 battle, Cultivation was first arranged to face Long Yu, and he refused without thinking, and then he was arranged to face the Sunset Dance. Cultivation didn't know much about Sunset Dance, but other people in the Taiwu Empire reminded, this girl's strength is not bad. Although she is not as good as Long Yu, she is still quite powerful. Be careful after the war. It's just a girl in the district, but it's just the people around Long Yu. It's fine that I, Cultivation, can't beat Long Yu. If I can't even beat the Sunset Dance, what kind of genius is I in the Taiwu Empire? Cultivation snorted coldly, the resentment of being defeated by Long Yu's single move, plus everything Long Yu had done to the Taiwu Empire before, made him extremely hate Long Yu. Now encountering the Sunset Dance, Cultivation immediately prepared to go all out and defeat the Sunset Dance as quickly as possible. He wanted Long Yu to experience the feeling of being defeated by his own people. It's a pity that Gu Feichen thought too beautifully. He was defeated by Long Yu's move. Even if he faced the Death Envoy's direct disciple Xiang Wu, what benefits could he gain? The battle only lasted 10 short breaths. Sunset Dance's death dance and death assertion directly made Gu Feichen feel the endless threat of death, and his timid and cautious character directly urged him to use the King's Life card to save his life. However, Xiang Wu's death assertion has already been cast. Even if he leaves the battle space, Gu Feichen's dantian and meridians have been eroded by the power of the death script, and they are all stained with a trace of death, weakening him beyond the battle space. Half power. And what's even more frightening is that no one in the entire Taiwu Empire knows how to get rid of this dead energy. It is conceivable that Gu Feichen's strength will drop greatly from now on. In the top 64, if he wants to win in the next 2 games, it became extremely difficult. As expected, Gu Feichen played against Feng Yin Zi Chen immediately after. Gu Feichen was full of resentment and wanted to kill Feng Yin Zi Chen, but his body was eroded by the divine script of death, and his strength dropped by at least half. Even in the face of Feng Yin Zi Chen, he had no threat ability. Feng Yin Zi Chen danced the suffering person's flute and blew the melody of death. The terrifying innate supernatural power once again awakened the power of the death god in Gu Feichen's body. Using the King's Life card, he finally suppressed the dead energy in his body again. However, being urged by Feng Yin Zi Chen, his overall strength was slashed again, leaving only less than 20% of his strength in his heyday, and he couldn't even beat an ordinary late King realm martial artist. Such an end was naturally extremely painful for Gu Feichen, but neither Sunset Dance nor Fen Jiaxin showed any mercy to him. Because both women knew that the Taiwu Empire had dispatched more than 50 emperor-level powerhouses to capture Long Yu. If Long Yu was not formidable, he would have been caught by the Taiwu Empire long ago, and life would be worse than death. Therefore, the 2 women showed no mercy towards the genius Gu Feichen from the Taiwu Empire. With the means of the Taiwu Empire, it is impossible to save Gu Feichen now, and even the King's Life card can only suppress the dead energy in his body for a short time. Once the King's Life card is gone, Gu Feichen will die immediately and completely. Unless Xiang Wu personally took action to clear the dead energy in his body, but how is this possible? After the battle of the top 64, there are only the top 32 left. Among them, the people around Long Yu occupied 5 positions, including Long Yu, Xiang Wu, Mo Zhaitian, Xu Chan, and the last Yu Yusin. The competition for the strongest king realm is still going on, and now there are only 32 people left on the field. At this time, every battle will be watched by millions of people at the same time. Many people have already made guesses. Undoubtedly, the most people felt that Long Yu could win the first place, because no matter who he faced, Long Yu would defeat his opponent with one move. Even in the last round, no one dared to fight Long Yu, and everyone else choosing to abstain. This is indeed a situation that has never occurred in the previous Strongest King Realm competition. There is no doubt that Long Yu will qualify. However, what Long Yu is more concerned about now is how far the others can go. He is more looking forward to Sunset Dance reaching the finals and meeting him. In that case, he will give her the position of number 1 in the Strongest King Realm. The Strongest King ranks first, and the biggest reward is being able to practice with the geniuses from beyond the sky. For this, Long Yu needs it very much, but this is not the only way for him to get this opportunity. In the Strongest Imperial Realm competition, the top 10 will all have this opportunity. Therefore, Long Yu will definitely participate in the competition of the Strongest King Realm next time, so it's no big deal if the number 1 in the Strongest King Realm is given up to his own people. I'm afraid no one would have imagined it now, but Long Yu actually had such an idea in his heart. After giving up the number 1 spot in the Strongest King Realm, he chose to immediately participate in the competition of the Strongest King Realm and win the top 10. This is a bit whimsical, you know, among the top 10 existences in the Strongest Emperor Realm, Which one is not the real powerhouse in the world of Xuanhuan? Even if Long Yu is number 1 in the strongest king realm, after a temporary breakthrough, it is extremely difficult to break into the top 10 in the strongest emperor realm, let alone the top 10, even the top 1000 is not that easy. Long Yu was not disappointed. Sunset Dance quickly won 2 games and advanced to the next round. But it's a pity that Feng Yin Zi Chen has reached her limit here. She was unlucky, and she was directly drawn to the match against Mo Zhaitian, and the chances of both parties to forfeit were given to Long Yu, so now neither side can abstain. The war can only continue. Under such circumstances, of course neither side will hold back. Feng Yin Zi Chen has the ancient high-grade soldier and the flute of the suffering man, but Mo Zhaitian also has it, and in other respects, Mo Zhaitian is better than Feng Yin Zi Chen after all. He stepped into the king realm much earlier than Feng Yin Zi Chen, so his grasp of power and observation of the details of the battle are better than Feng Yin Zi Chen's. In the end, Feng Yin Zi Chen was defeated and Mo Zhaitian won, and then Feng Yin Zi Chen was arranged to fight another genius from the empire. Lan Xuyan of time. Such a strong person can easily face opponents in the middle stage of the upper emperor realm, and even have a chance to defeat opponents in the middle stage of the emperor realm. This is the level of the top 10 strongest king realm. Except for Xiang Wu, there was no one around Long Yu who dared to say that he was sure to win against this person, which showed his strength. It's not a loss for Feng Yin Zi Chen to lose in this person's hands, but after losing 2 consecutive matches, Feng Yin Zi Chen finally stopped in the top 32 and was eliminated in this round. During this period, Long Yu paid attention to the Battle of Tianxing, and found that this person's strength was no less than that of the genius of the Mad Immortal Empire, and he was even slightly better, which was a bit surprised. I'm afraid that Xinghe has had many adventures over the years, but unfortunately, his remarks did not indicate where he came from, and there is still too little understanding of him now. Long Yu frowned slightly. He wasn't afraid of meeting Tian Xinghe. In fact, the battle of the strongest king realm was outdated for him. He defeated the opponent in the late king realm 2 years ago. What worries him is that if other people around him meet Tian Xinghe, apart from Sunset Dance, the odds of winning may not be high. At the end of this round, only 16 top geniuses remained in the arena to continue fighting, and everyone else was eliminated. Even Feng Yin Zi Chen was eliminated. Apart from Xiang Wu, only Mo Xiao was left beside Long Yu. Zhai Tian and Xu Chan are gone. When the last 16 players were left, the rules of the game changed. It was no longer a 3-match 2-win system for each player, but an individual battle. The winner was determined by 1 game, and the loser was eliminated. And when you get here, everyone will have no chance to abstain. Whoever the 10,000 layer space arranges for you as an opponent, you can only fight against this opponent. By this time, the battle of the strongest king realm was coming to an end, and it took a total of 1 month. Long Yu glanced at the news in his King's Fate card, and found that he was facing a genius disciple of a major sect in the 6 schools and 10 kingdoms, and his strength could definitely enter the top 10, but Long Yu didn't care at all. Instead, he paid attention to other people's arrangements. Xiao Wu, who did you meet? Sunset Dance took a look. It's that genius from the Mad Immortal Empire, there should be no problem. Mo Zhaitian and Xu Chan on the side were also assigned as opponents, and their opponents were also talented disciples from the major sects of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. For the 2 of them, this battle is already the key, and there is no room for loss. At this moment, almost all of the 16 people have a strong ability to leapfrog challenges. At least they can defeat the level of the early stage of the Imperial Realm. These 16 people are the 16 strongest King Realm experts in the entire Xuanhuan world. Among them, 4 people belong to the faction that Long Yu belongs to, which shocked many people. If these 4 people can continue to develop, they will eventually replace the status of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms in the world of Xuanhuan. There has never been a competition for the strongest king in that session. In the end, 4 people from the top 16 were from the same faction. The battle begins. First Long Yu enters the field. Everyone was looking forward to it at this time. They were looking forward to seeing Long Yu's true strength. You must know that Long Yu had always dealt with opponents with one move before, but that was also because his opponent was too weak. Now, what he is facing is a young genius among the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. This person has the power to fight against even the strongest in the middle stage of the Emperor realm. So, can Long Yu defeat him with one move? The vast majority of people felt that it was impossible. Although Long Yu could defeat this person, he still couldn't do it with just one move. Long Yu was teleported by the divine script of space and appeared in a forest. In this forest, there is actually an air-forbidden magic circle, that is to say, whoever is in this place cannot fly, and can only fly in the forest. Fighting. Space penetration. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the void dragon blade flew out directly, and shot the trunk of a big tree in the forest, but found that even space penetration could not penetrate this big tree. It is almost indestructible for King Realm Wuxiu. To knock down these big trees, at least the destructive power in the late stage of the Emperor realm is needed. Long Yu can do it now, but he doesn't need to do it, because he only needs to defeat the opponent. He cast the Eye of Shadow, and immediately discovered the opponent's location. This time, he didn't hide his figure, and the opponent also directly spotted him, and ran over directly. Obviously this person didn't want to admit defeat directly, but wanted to see how strong Long Yu was. Anyway, with the king's card in his hand, no matter what he did, his life would not be in danger. The two met soon, without any words. The meeting was a battle. As soon as the man raised his hand, a sword aura mixed with ice and flames directly slashed towards Long Yu. The power was astonishing. The sword aura mixed with ice and fire was extremely terrifying. Dodge? Or defense? The millions of people who were watching the battle were all in high spirits, wanting to see how Long Yu would deal with such a tyrannical move. Faced with this sword energy, the corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly. For him, such an attack could not pose a threat at all. In the past year, his death-level body training had directly raised the triple level, and stepped into the perfect level. His physical strength is far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist in the Imperial realm. Even if he doesn't dodge, this sword energy blasting on him won't have any effect on him. However, Long Yu certainly wouldn't expose his tyrannical physical strength so early on. This is the trump card he needs to use when he participates in the strongest Emperor realm. With a flash of his figure, Long Yu directly used the path of the 9 nethers, breaking through the space blockade to avoid this move, and then another burst of 9 nether sky light emerged in the field, enveloping his opponent. The next moment, the guardian light of the king's life card emerged, and the disciples of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms once again directly surrendered. Still a move. All the people who watched the battle were instantly stunned. How strong is Long Yu? Facing such a powerful opponent, he still only needs one move to deal with it. Even an ordinary late-stage emperor would not be able to defeat this person with one move, right? However, for Long Yu, this couldn't be more normal. Although his comprehension of Jiuyou Tianguang has not been enhanced much, his compatibility with the shadow attribute divine script is far more than a year ago. Now, his compatibility with the shadow attribute divine script has reached the 10th level. It is not only the 9th level that fits with the attributes of divinity. After the 9th level, there is a higher level of 10th level. The Death Envoy said that the 10th level is called Tianhe by the practitioners outside the sky, and they have reached this level, not only can perfectly use the divine power, but also greatly increase the strength of the divine power. To put it simply, after reaching the 10th level of compatibility with the divine character attribute, using the divine character power of this attribute will be 2 or 3 times more powerful than when it is compatible with the 9th level. The 10th level of fit, even in the outer world, very few people can achieve it. Long Yu had taken those godly fit elixir, but failed to reach the 10th level of fit, but by chance, he entered a state of epiphany during his cultivation, so that the shadow attribute divinity fits to the 10th level. Moreover, in addition, Long Yu's inner world has already sealed tens of thousands of Ice God clan alien beasts in it, relying on the method taught by the Death Envoy. At this moment, Long Yu's inner world is stronger than ordinary King Realm martial arts 1 or 2 times. The combination of various factors has already given Long Yu the super strength that can be crushed at the king level. In this way, his strength will be greatly improved, and it is enough to deal with opponents of the same level. Just Jiuyou Tianguang's Jiuyou blade attack, it is impossible for a martial artist who is still in the king state to resist. Facing Long Yu's offensive, he can't dodge or block it, he can only lose or admit defeat all the way. With the victory in this battle, Long Yu went straight to the quarterfinals. However, he was not happy about this, and instead focused on the next 3 battles. Mo Zhaitian, Xu Chan and Xiang Wu are all very strong opponents. Can they enter the quarterfinals together with Long Yu? Xu Chan's opponent is a genius from the crazy immortal empire, and the combat power of the 2 sides is about the same. If there is a comparison, Xu Chan is slightly weaker. After all, the crazy immortal empire has a lot of cultivation resources, plus this person is a genius of the crazy immortal empire, and his master is also the peak powerhouse of the crazy immortal empire. It is not difficult for him to surpass Xu Chan in cultivation. Understand? However, in the real battle, Xu Chan gained the advantage from the very beginning. There is only one reason, that is, Xu Chan has extremely rich combat experience, and even has countless experience in leapfrog battles. Among them, the one that helped Xu Chan the most was the sparring with Long Yu. Every time she sparred with Long Yu, she would improve a lot, and even experienced many life and death situations, so she had a deep understanding of combat. And this genius of the Mad Immortal Empire is a little weaker in combat. In the final analysis, he does not have enough combat experience. When facing Xu Chan, he failed to defend in some places, which led to a disadvantage at the beginning. Regarding Xu Chan's performance, Long Yu was also a little surprised, and as the battle continued, Xu Chan's initial advantage was infinitely magnified, and finally the genius of the Mad Immortal Empire couldn't stand it, and finally had to admit defeat. Xu Chan won and entered the quarterfinals. However, Mo Zhaitian on the other side was not so lucky. What he encountered was a strong man who also came from the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, but this strong man was stronger than the genius of the Mad Immortal Empire. Reached level 7 fit. You must know that although Ma Zhaitian is strong, his compatibility with the shadow attribute Divine Script has only reached level 6. Although he is only 1 level away from the opponent, the gap in the battle is already very large. After half an hour of fighting between the two, Mo Zhaitian was finally defeated and failed to step into the ranks of the top 8. Then came the Sunset Dance. Sunset Dance's opponent was a young genius from the 5 Emperors Alliance. Up to now, 4 of the top 16 belonged to Long Yu, 4 belonged to the 5 Emperors Alliance, 1 was Tian Xinghe, and the other 7 belonged to the 6th Emperor. Zhong Shiguo is a genius. Sunset Dance is now facing a genius from the alliance of 5 emperors. Although the source-level death script is extremely powerful, the other party comprehends the source-level ice attribute script. In this regard, it is evenly matched with the Sunset Dance. But it's a pity that Sunset Dance is a teacher of the Death Envoy, not only practicing the ancient-level supergrade martial arts, Death's Dance, but also many other ancient-level supergrade and top-grade martial arts. What's more, Xiang Wu doesn't need to use her supernatural powers very much. With these martial skills alone, she can completely suppress her opponent. There is no doubt that compared with Xu Chan and Mo Zhaitian, Xiang Wu's strength is stronger than that of Xu Chan and Mo Zhaitian. Not much, but within the time of a stick of incense, she easily defeated her opponent and advanced to the quarterfinals. Long Yu paid attention to the Battle of Tianxing again, and found that this person's strength was similar to those of the geniuses from the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, but he was slightly better, so he finally defeated a King Realm expert from the alliance of 5 emperors, and entered the top 8. In one day, the top 8 were determined. Long Yu, Xiang Wu, Xu Chan, and Tian Xinghe alone accounted for 4 of the places. Among the other 4 places, 2 were from the 5 emperors alliance, and 2 were from the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. After the quarterfinals, the battle must have become more intense, and the emotions of millions of viewers have been mobilized. This month-long competition for the strongest king has finally reached the final stage. 10,000 layers of space, quickly arranged for the 8 people to be their opponents according to the rules. Long Yu battled against the genius of Shueiyue sword sect, Yin Yenyao. Sunset Dance vs Tianxing. Xu Chan is fighting against a genius from the alliance of 5 emperors. The last genius of the 5 emperors alliance, against another one of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, a young genius of the East Gate Empire. Although it is said that the strongest king realm competition does not distinguish between ages, there is no doubt that the strongest are relatively young martial arts geniuses, so each of the top 8 is a young man. In the final analysis, it is because at the king stage, it is relatively easy to improve the realm of martial arts, as long as there are enough pills and spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the scope of the inner world can be continuously expanded. But when it comes to the Emperor realm, the situation is different. In order to break through at the Emperor realm level, in addition to a large amount of heaven and earth aura, you also need luck, understanding, etc., which is more than 100 times more difficult than breaking through in the king realm period. Therefore, the older martial arts cultivators of the king realm stagnate in the king realm because they do not have enough resources to practice. Of course, the strength of such a martial arts cultivator of the king realm cannot be compared with geniuses like the 5 emperors alliance, 6 sects, and 10 kingdoms. The first match between the quarterfinals and the semifinals was Long Yu's match against the daughter of Shueiyue sword sect, Yin Yenyao. For Shueiyue sword sect, Long Yu didn't like it very much. If he could take out his opponent with one move, then he would definitely be able to take out his opponent with one move. There wouldn't be any nonsense. Soon, the two entered the field. The battle site was a prairie with a radius of 100 miles. This was the most regular terrain, and it didn't have much impact on the battle. Long Yu soon saw Yin Yenyao. This woman was wearing white clothes, holding an ancient high-grade long sword, tied into a ponytail, and had a pretty good figure. However, Yin Yenyao obviously doesn't like Long Yu. There was disgust in the woman's eyes, and she said as soon as she saw Long Yu, "You are the murderer who killed senior brother Jing'an, Long Yu, I finally met you here." Long Yu smiled faintly, and didn't take this girl seriously. It seems that this woman had some feelings for the dead Jing'an, and I don't know if she fell in love with senior brother Jing'an. Of course, what happened to Yin Yenyao and Jing'an had nothing to do with Long Yu. When the battle started, Long Yu opened his mouth and spewed out the breath of the 9 nether dragons, and the terrifying aura of the dragon's breath immediately spread throughout the audience. Small tricks. Yin Yenyao snorted coldly, and immediately swung the long sword in her hand, condensing several sword qi and sweeping towards Jiuyou Longxi, unexpectedly wanting to head on with Jiuyou Longxi. The next moment, Yin Yenyao's figure flickered. As a sword cultivator, her movements were of course very sensitive. In an instant, she came behind Long Yu and thrust a sword towards Long Yu. The sword roared out, with 3 different divine powers. It is a mixed sword skill, with extremely terrifying lethality. However, at the next moment, Yin Yenyao's expression changed suddenly. She only felt that the sword energy released first had been shattered by the 9 nether dragon breath, and then the 9 nether dragon breath broke through the void, appeared at the place where she appeared, and enveloped him. Sword dance shield. Yin Yenyao didn't have time to dodge, so she could only use defensive supernatural powers. The sword energy danced to form a sword shield, trying to block the bombardment of Jiuyou Dragon's breath, but she was desperate the next moment. With just one face-to-face, her sword dance shield was completely smashed by the 9 nether dragon breath, and one could feel the power in the 9 nether dragon breath, which definitely surpassed ordinary innate supernatural powers. Wang Dao, you have already comprehended your innate supernatural powers into Wang Dao. Yin Yanyao's complexion changed drastically, and only then did she realize how big the gap between herself and Long Yu was. Long Yu's supernatural power had already evolved to the level of kingship. Under normal circumstances, it is only a person with a relatively high talent in the imperial realm. Something that can be comprehended. The brilliance of the king's life card flickered, and Yin Yanyao directly urged her to save her life, and at the same time conceded defeat. If it was a little longer at night, she would definitely be directly swallowed by the 9 nether dragon's breath, leaving no bones left. Even if the defensive barrier of the King's Fate card was activated, the 9 nether dragon's breath directly swallowed the entire Yin Yanyao, and the defensive barrier of the King's Fate card was corroded by 1% of its thickness. Before Yin Yanyao was teleported out, she watched the defensive barrier of the King's Fate card being corroded by the breath of the 9 nether dragons, and she was completely shocked by it. You know, the defensive barrier of the King's Life card can withstand the bombardment of the late-stage powerhouses of the Emperor's realm. One of them. This made Yin Yanyao feel ashamed. She knew that it was impossible for her to avenge senior brother Jing'en just because of her. Long Yu's strength has already far surpassed her, even to deal with her, still only needs one move. After defeating Yin Yanyao, Long Yu became one of the top 4. In the ensuing battle, Sunset Dance fought against Tian Xinghe. To be honest, Tian Xinghe didn't pay much attention to the people around Long Yu. Opportunities remain with Long Yu, and he doesn't want to meet Long Yu ahead of time. Tian Xinghe didn't think that he was definitely not Long Yu's opponent, so he didn't think highly of other people around Long Yu, especially Xiang Wu, who was just a 16 or 17-year-old girl. How powerful could she be? But when he fought with Xiang Wu, he found that he had completely underestimated this woman. Xiang Wu used all kinds of ancient super-grade and top-quality martial arts at his fingertips, and the breath of death enveloped the audience, and he completely suppressed Tian Xinghe live. Tian Xinghe used all means, and even took out the ancient super-grade martial arts that had already reached the Tianqi level, but in the end he still failed to defeat the Sunset Dance, but was continued to be beaten by the Sunset Dance. Can helplessly admit defeat. Sunset Dance is too strong. You know, she was personally taught by the Death Envoy for a year, and many skills were given to her. How difficult is it to deal with a mere Tian Xinghe? Although the old man with big ears that Tian Xinghe was apprenticed to was stronger than the 5 emperors, compared with the Death Envoy, he was still one underground and one heavenly, and there was no comparison at all. In the next battle, Xu Quan was indeed defeated. Her opponent was a genius from the 5 Emperors Alliance. It is said that this person had also stepped onto the 19th floor in the 5 Emperors illusory world before. His strength was terrifying, and his master was still the cabinet of the 5 Emperors Alliance. One of the elders. It was normal for Xu Quan to lose to this person. On the other hand, people from the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms won and became one of the final 4. The final list of the top 4, Long Yu, Sunset Dance, plus a genius of the 5 Emperors Alliance, and a genius of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. By the time of the semifinals, the situation of the entire Strongest King Realm competition is very clear. Long Yu, who can defeat everyone with one move, is definitely the most powerful contender for the championship. There has never been such a situation in the competition for the Strongest King. In the past countless competitions of the Strongest King Realm, everyone was evenly matched in the end, and it was difficult for others to guess who would be the first. Except this time, Long Yu's performance from the beginning to the end has been shocking everyone. However, there are still people who express disdain for Long Yu, because Long Yu is the direct disciple of Chidi. Can others compare with him? As Chidi's direct disciple, he still only has the cultivation base of the late King Realm, which is a shame to Chidi, Many people thought so, but still dismissed Long Yu. Of course, Long Yu himself didn't care about it. There were many people who looked down on him, but in the end, Long Yu always used his own strength to slap everyone in the face. With the final 4 remaining, Long Yu was still a little uneasy. If he and Xiang Wu met first, would he defeat Xiang Wu? Defeating Sunset Dance is certain. Long Yu has fought against Sunset Dance many times before, and Sunset Dance is not Long Yu's opponent. But if this is the case, the opportunity to go to one of the 7 forbidden places in the world of Shenwu with Tianwai Genius, you can't get Sunset Dance. Fortunately, the battle distribution will come out soon. Long Yu faced the genius of the 5 Emperors Alliance, and Xiang Wu faced the genius of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. The two did not meet in advance. In this way, Long Yu was very relieved. He and Xiang Wu would definitely be able to defeat their opponents and enter the finals. To deal with the genius of the 5 Emperors Alliance, it's not that Long Yu is arrogant, but that he has the strength. This genius of the 5 Emperors Alliance also stepped onto the 19th floor in the 5 Emperors Illusory Realm, but this is nothing more than the strength of Lan Shuyan more than a year ago, and he is just a Lan Shuyan who has not stepped into the Emperor's realm. Such an opponent, how could Long Yu fail? As for Sunset Dance, Long Yu doesn't need to worry. With the teaching of the Death Envoy, if you let Sunset Dance go to the 5 Emperors Illusory Realm, it is very likely that you can also step on the 30th floor, not losing to Long Yu back then. Level. Let her deal with a genius of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms in the late King realm. It is simply not too easy. In just 1 stick of incense time, Sunset Dance defeated his opponent and entered the finals, while Long Yu still used the 9 Nether Dragon's breath to defeat his opponent, shocking everyone again. The millions of martial arts masters in the entire 10,000 layers of space could hardly believe this scene. This Long Yu, even in the semifinals, managed to defeat his opponent with 1 move. How strong is his real strength? This Long Yu must be number 1 without a doubt. Everyone thought so, and no one doubted it. However, the fact was beyond everyone's expectations. When the finals began, Long Yu and Sunset Dance were teleported to the battlefield, and what happened next was yes, Long Yu directly activated the King's Life card. Throw in the towel. Long Yu admits defeat. In the entire 10,000 layer space, all the millions of martial arts practitioners were all dumbfounded. The well-deserved number 1 in the strongest King Realm competition, Long Yu actually conceded defeat? Is this because Xiang Wu is Long Yu's friend? But this is unscientific. Everyone knows how many rewards the strongest king will receive. Apart from a chance to greatly increase his strength, there are also training resources worth a total of 100 million divine coins. Resources are a trivial matter, but the key is the opportunity. Although most people don't know exactly what the opportunity the strongest King Realm got, but every time, the number 1 in the strongest King Realm will increase in strength after that, obviously because the number 1 in the strongest King Realm the opportunity that was rewarded. Of course, Long Yu knew that the opportunity was to go to one of the 7 forbidden places in the world of Shenwu with Tianwai Genius to enhance his inner strength, but this is not something that everyone knows. Even this kind of thing, in the alliance of 5 emperors, only the core existence knows, at least if it is an elder level at the peak of the imperial realm, no one else is qualified to get in touch with the specific situation of this matter. This does not prevent other people from valuing the title of being the number 1 in the strongest King Realm. This title alone is powerful enough for ordinary people, and it can even be accompanied by the glory of wuxiu for a lifetime, but such glory and rewards, however, Long Yu gave it up to his friend, Sunset Dance. Are Long Yu and Xiang Wu just friends? Many people began to speculate, and soon some even speculated that Xiang Wu must be Long Yu's woman. As for the specific facts, these people can't guess it. It was not until 7 days later, when the competition for the strongest emperor began, that everyone finally understood Long Yu's real plan. This guy actually wants to give up the number 1 in the strongest King Realm to his own people, and then fight for the top 10 in the strongest king realm by himself. For the top 10, other people can only think in this way. After all, no one thinks that Long Yu can become the number 1 in the strongest imperial realm. After all, it is impossible for Long Yu to step into the late stage of the imperial realm in these 7 days. A realm is a level, and there is a huge difference. How can Long Yu, who is only in the late stage of king realm, become the strongest king realm after 7 days? Everyone thinks this can only be nonsense. Therefore, they will only think that Long Yu is going for the top 10 in the strongest emperor realm. After all, the top 10 in the strongest emperor realm competition also has the chance to be the first in the strongest king realm. Of course, these are all things to come after 7 days. Now, after Long Yu conceded defeat and gave up the position of number 1 in the strongest king realm to Sunset Dance, he directly received many rewards from the 5 emperors through the 10,000 layers of space. He was the second reward, with a total of 80 million god coins worth of training resources, while Sunset Dance was the first, with a total of 120 million god coins worth of training resources. In this regard, Long Yu has a certain arrangement plan. Xiao Wu, give me all of your 120 million divine coins. I'll go to the 5 Emperors Alliance to exchange for something. Long Yu said directly to Xiang Wu. Xiang Wu agreed without hesitation. When it comes to money, Xiang Wu does not take money very seriously. Although these are cultivation resources, she does not lack ordinary cultivation resources. Since Long Yu is useful, let Long Yu take care of them up. In addition to the rewards of the 2, Xu Chan, Mo Zhaitian and others also received a lot of cultivation resource rewards, because of their high ranking. In addition to the 200 million that Long Yu and Xiang Wu got together, the others also got training resources worth 50 million god coins. The harvest can be said to be quite good. If these resources are in normal times, but it took a long time to get it. After Long Yu took over the 120 million divine coin resources from Xiang Wu, he directly urged the King's Life card, left the 10,000 layer space, and went to the 5 Emperors Alliance, preparing to exchange for 2,000 first-class divine crystals. A year ago, Long Yu swept away all the divine language crystals of the 5 Emperors Alliance, and now there must be a lot of stocks. Long Yu prepared 200 million divine language cultivation resources, and if he directly exchanged for 2,000 divine language crystals, he would even if he managed to collect 10,000 divine rune crystals, he could further repair the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and make it an ancient level top quality warrior. In this way, Long Yu's strength will be further enhanced, which is an important part of his struggle to become the number 1 in the strongest imperial realm. Everyone thinks that it is impossible for Long Yu to win the first place in the strongest imperial realm, but in Long Yu's view, nothing is impossible. You must know that he has obtained the inheritance of the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, and this inheritance definitely surpasses the entire world. Everyone else in Shenwu world. Unless he meets a genius from beyond the sky, Long Yu is absolutely invincible in the same realm, and it is not impossible to compete for the number 1 in the strongest emperor realm. However, if he wanted to participate in the competition of the strongest king realm, Long Yu had to step into the emperor realm during the 7-day rest period. The time was still quite tight, so he left directly after the competition of the strongest king realm was over. He wants to go back to the ancient Shura Palace, prepare to absorb the power of the endless level elixir, and sprint into the imperial realm. The 4 endless level pills are the reliance of Long Yu's sprint to the emperor's realm. The existence of such 4 heaven-defying pills is enough to make what everyone thinks impossible become possible. Long Yu left, but the courtyard where everyone in Tianyu Manor was in was filled with joy. In this competition of the strongest king realm, Tianyu Manor and others can be said to have won a complete victory, and the harvest is extremely rich. As the number 1 in the strongest king realm, Sunset Dance will be personally received by the 5 emperors, and has the right to choose some practice ancient martial arts. Ancient level martial arts are nothing rare for Sunset Dance, but they are definitely treasures for other people in Tianyu Manor. Of course, ancient-level martial arts are very difficult to cultivate. It is difficult to achieve it in a short period of time, but of course it is better than nothing, at least it gives some opportunities to talented martial arts. However, when Xiangwu went to meet the 5 emperors and choose some ancient martial arts, the courtyard ushered in a group of unexpected guests. In fact, after Sunset Dance won the first place, there were many guests who wanted to visit the courtyard of Tianyu Manor, but Yu Hanqin refused them all. However, for this group of people, Yu Hanqin's mouth slightly curled up, letting them in. This group of people is exactly the people of the Taiwu Empire. An old man in the late stage of Emperor Taiwu Empire brought 4 middle-aged emperor martial artists and a stretcher carried by several young people to the courtyard where Tianyu Manor was located. The person carried on the stretcher was the genius of the Taiwu Empire, Gu Feichen, who was crippled by the death assertion. The current Gu Feichen, whose whole body has been corroded by the divine script of death, has only half his life left. The Taiwu Empire consulted many experts from other forces, but they couldn't find a way to cure Gu Feichen. As a last resort, he could only be carried over. After all, the person who tied the bell was needed to untie the bell. However, the relationship between Taiwu Empire and Longyu is not very good. Seeing people from the Taiwu Empire coming with Gu Feichen, who was seriously injured and dying, everyone in the courtyard where Tianyu Manor was located laughed. In fact, Sunset Dance was completely intentional. When she dealt with other people, she didn't directly use the death assertion, but she directly used the cruelest method against Gu Feichen, the so-called super genius of the Taiwu Empire. The Taiwu Empire once sent dozens of powerful men in the imperial realm to capture Longyu. If it wasn't for Longyu's tricks, he would have been captured by them long ago, and he doesn't know what kind of torture he has suffered. It is also normal for Xiangwu to want to avenge Longyu. Now, people from the Taiwu Empire brought Gu Feichen over, and Xiangwu, Yu Hanqin and the others appeared together and came in front of each other. Where is Longyu? The elder from the Taiwu Empire was at the forefront, and he was dignified and majestic. He was obviously the leader sent by the Taiwu Empire, this time. Brother Long is not here, what's the matter? Xiangwu took a look at the white-haired old man, and said something lightly. Let him come out and talk to me. The white-haired old man saw the sunset dance at a glance, but he put on airs and didn't take the sunset dance in his eyes at all. Whatever happens, I can decide. Xiangwu chuckled. The old man obviously came to beg her to save Gu Feichen, but unexpectedly he pretended to be like this. It was extremely ridiculous. The white-haired old man frowned slightly when he heard Xiangwu say this, but he continued, although Gu Feichen is not in the forefront of the younger generation in my Taiwu Empire, his talent is not bad. Now he has fallen into such a situation. State, what can you do to save him? Even if there is, why should I save him? Xiangwu felt that the old man's words were really irritating. He obviously came to beg for help, but with such an arrogant attitude, he became more and more impatient. I, Taiwu Empire, can make a deal with you. The white-haired old man said lightly. What do you think you can give me? Sunset Dance asked. It should be easy for you to exchange 10 million divine coins for Gu Feichen's life. The white-haired old man said proudly. 10 million? What about sending the beggar? Xiangwu was surprised at once. Originally, she wanted to see what conditions the other party could offer, but she did not expect that the other party would only offer 10 million. You know, the reward for being number 1 in the strongest king realm alone is 120 million. The training resources of Wanchen coin. 300 million, please return it if you can't take it out. Xiangwu laughed and said that she really didn't like the Taiwu Empire. Since the other party wanted to make a deal, she must seize the opportunity and earn a lot of money from the other party. If the other party doesn't accept it, then she has nothing to lose, so why not do it? Upon hearing Shi Yangwu's words, the white-haired old man immediately became angry. You are a lion. 300 million, are you dreaming? You are dreaming, but I am not dreaming. Sunset Dance's expression turned cold. I'll give you 3 breathing times. If you don't decide to accept it, then please go back. 1. 2. She didn't give the other party any time to think about it. It was really a laugh. Now the initiative is clearly in her hands, but the old man of the Taiwu Empire still looks aloof, which is simply disgusting. Of course, Sunset Dance wouldn't give face to the other party, so he just started counting. When the white-haired elder heard that Sunset Dance started counting, his expression changed drastically. You ignorant boy, you don't know how powerful our Taiwu Empire is, to offend our Taiwu Empire so much. It's quite powerful. 50 emperor-level powerhouses were sent to chase and kill Brother Long, but they were all trapped in the ancient ruins. Shi Yangwu sneered, compared with the other 6 sects and 9 kingdoms, the strength of your Taiwu Empire must be much weaker now, and you still want to threaten us? Alright, 3 breaths have passed, you go back, do not send. After Sunset Dance finished speaking, she raised her hand, ready to urge the king's life card to send the opponent back. The white-haired elder really panicked now, and quickly said, 300 million, I accept it. He came here with a mission. If Gu Feichen couldn't recover, he would definitely be punished when he went back. He originally wanted to bargain with Long Yu, but he didn't expect to meet such a completely unreasonable Sunset Dancer. 300 million is actually within his acceptable range. After all, Gu Feichen is the strongest young genius in the Qing realm of the Taiwu Empire, and he will soon step into the Emperor realm. He will definitely become an Emperor realm in the future. Strong. It is absolutely worth paying 300 million divine coins to rescue a future strong man in the Imperial realm, not to mention that Gu Feichen is also a disciple of an elder of the Taiwu Empire, and his status is also very scary. Accept now? Too late. Shi Yangwu looked at the white-haired old man like an idiot, and said lightly, if you still want to save him now, I will only do it if you give me 500 million. You're crazy. When the white-haired old man heard that Sunset Dance had raised the price again, his expression became extremely ugly. 300 million, no more. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Sunset Dance said bluntly, if you don't accept my conditions, then take your people and leave. I'll count to 3. Then Sunset Dance started counting again. The white-haired old man and many people from the Taiwu Empire were all stunned. I didn't expect this girl to be so crazy, and she asked for a price of 500 million. If 300 million is acceptable, then 500 million is already a price that exceeded expectations. The numbers are up. You have to think about it, 300 million is given to you. Not only will you make a lot of money, but you can also make friends with our Taiwu Empire. The old man said in a deep voice, if you insist on asking for 500 million, not only will you not get any benefit, but you will also completely turn against our Taiwu Empire. After hearing the old man's words, Shi Yangwu was completely unmoved, and looked at him like an idiot, and then continued to count, 2. As long as the count reaches 3, she will send them all away without hesitation. Do you really think she will care about these 3 to 5 billion divine coins? She had seen before that Long Yu took ancient supergrade and top-grade pills as if they were playing, and every one of them was definitely worth more than 1 billion yuan. As for making friends with the Taiwu Empire, it's even less attractive to Xiangwu. Anyway, to her, the Taiwu Empire will be destroyed after all, so what's the use of making friends? What's more, Shi Yangwu doesn't think she has any chance of getting along with the Taiwu Empire. Seeing Xiangwu's resolute attitude, the white-haired old man's face was extremely gloomy, and he almost said through gritted teeth, 500 million is 500 million, the deal is done. If it wasn't for the tens of thousands of layers of space now, the white-haired old man was almost so angry that he wanted to do it directly, but now, he knows that doing it by himself is useless, because as long as the sunset dances his mind, she can take all of them from the Taiwu Empire. Sent out. Everyone in Tianyu Manor, behind Xiangwu, saw that Xiangwu and the old man of the Taiwu Empire offered such a price, and they were all stunned on the spot, which shocked them a lot. They have never seen such a domineering side of Xiangwu. In the past, Xiangwu was always a little girl. Although she showed a lot of martial arts talent, she was not very conspicuous after all. But now, the strength of Xiangwu has become the strongest one beside Long Yu, and her personality is much more masculine than before. She is not in the slightest in the face of the Taiwu Empire. Distressed. It was just like this that the Taiwu Empire was willing to pay a price of 500 million, which was so heartbreaking. For Xiangwu, rescuing Gufeichen was a piece of cake. She raised her hand and immediately dispelled the death aura in the opponent's body. There may be other people who can disperse it, except for the Death Envoy himself, but how could the Death Envoy save Gufeichen? With a casual wave of his hand, Sunset Dance earned an asset of 500 million divine coins. This amount of assets is an extremely huge figure for the Taiwu Empire, and it can be said to be a heavy loss. Forces such as Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion can finally rise rapidly with the help of these 500 million assets. With the assets of 500 million divine coins, if they all buy cultivation resources, it will definitely increase the cultivation speed of everyone in the entire force. Times. For Sunset Dance itself, 500 million divine coins are of little use, but for others, they are extremely valuable. While Xiangwu was negotiating with the old man of the Taiwu Empire, Long Yu had already returned to the ancient Shura Palace outside the holy city of the Five Emperors, and was about to take the 4 endless level pills. Just now he exchanged 2,000 first-class divine crystals from the Alliance of 5 Emperors, and put all his training resources worth 200 million into them, and finally got together 10,000 first-class divine crystals. A year ago, he had more than 9,000 pieces, but during his cultivation, he transformed some of them, allowing himself to fully comprehend the divine script of death and Shura, and consumed more than 1,500 coins, leaving 8,000 coins. Now with the addition of 2,000 divine rune crystals, exactly 10,000 pieces, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can be further repaired, making it an ancient level best warrior. In the world of divine martial arts, the existence of the best ancient warriors is already extremely rare. As for the ancient warriors, even if they are only low-rank warriors, it is almost impossible to appear. Anyway, it is impossible to appear in the younger generation. Even if some people have obtained ancient warriors from the ancient ruins, they will definitely be owned by the powerful emperors. In the hands of the junior, what if someone snatches it away? Sprint to the emperor's realm and restore the ancient pagoda. In the next 7 days, Long Yu will carry out these 2 things, the first of which is of course trying to sprint to the imperial realm. When entering the late stage of King Realm, Long Yu integrated the dragon spirit of 9 netherness into it, giving birth to the original power, and used the special method taught by the Death Envoy to seal tens of thousands of Ice God clan alien beasts in his inner world. In the process, the strength of his inner world became 2 or 3 times stronger. The difference between the Imperial Realm and the King Realm is that there is spirituality in the inner world of the powerful in the Imperial Realm. Only with a spiritual inner world can they start to evolve themselves, and gradually give birth to the sun, the moon and the stars. In the ancient temple of Shura, the Death Envoy condensed into a phantom, while observing Long Yu taking the endless level pill, and at the same time shielding Long Yu from the vision of heaven and earth that would appear after taking the endless level pill. The elixir of the ancient level and above will have some phenomena of heaven and earth when taking it. If there is no Death Envoy to shield it, Long Yu's secret will be discovered by others soon. But with Death Envoy, you don't need to worry about this problem. The first one, Endless Grade Super Pill. Long Yu directly activated the Nether Dragon Blade to directly absorb the Heaven and Earth aura in the Endless Grade Supergrade Pill, and under the boost of Tian Shu in training energy at the transformation level, the basic heaven and earth aura of this endless grade pill was increased by 1 times. Long Yu continuously absorbs the aura of heaven and earth in the endless level pills, and expands his inner world from a radius of 10,000 miles to a radius of 100,000 miles. For each expansion of a radius of 10,000 miles, Long Yu will absorb a part of the endless level pills, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the beginning, when it reached a radius of 20,000 miles, it only absorbed less than 1% of the spiritual energy in the endless level pills, but when it expanded to 30,000 miles, it absorbed 4% of the spiritual energy, and then it needed to absorb more and more. A lot of heaven and earth aura. When Long Yu's inner world expanded to a radius of 70,000 li, the heaven and earth aura of the entire endless level elixir, including the existence that was doubled by Tianqu's entrainment, had been completely consumed. An endless level elixir, unexpectedly, Long Yu failed to break through and step into the imperial realm. However, the reason why the endless level pills are endless level lies in the word endless. When all the aura of heaven and earth contained in it has been absorbed, more aura of heaven and earth will emerge from the pill. This is the endless level pill. You will never know this pill until the last moment. How much heaven and earth aura will the medicine provide? It depends not only on luck, but also on how long the pill has been born. Generally speaking, the longer the endless pill, the more aura it will contain. There is no doubt that the 4 endless level pills obtained by Long Yu have existed for tens of millions of years, and they must contain very terrifying spiritual energy of heaven and earth. 80,000 miles in radius. 90,000 miles. The radius is 99,000 miles. Long Yu's inner world finally expanded to 99,000 miles, which was a limit in the late stage of King Realm. Immediately after the center of his inner world, the spiritual seeds that had appeared before finally began to thrive. Just like breaking through from the supernatural realm to the King Realm requires the seeds of the world, breaking through from the King Realm to the Emperor Realm requires the birth of spirituality in the inner world, but Long Yu's inner world has long been integrated into the true dragon spirit of the 9 nethernesses, giving birth to the original source. Spiritual seeds have already been born at the time of the power. At the last moment, his inner world directly expanded to a radius of 100,000 miles, and the spiritual seeds exploded, spreading to the entire inner world. The Imperial Realm, breaking through in one fell swoop. Long Yu felt that the strength in his body had become stronger, the basic strength alone had increased by 2 times, and the strength in the inner world had also increased by at least 2 times, adding up to 4 times. Long Yu has absolute confidence. Even if he is only at the early stage of the Emperor Realm, if he participates in the strongest Emperor Realm competition, he can at least step into the top 100 range, not Yu Hanxin, Heidao, Yi Ziwei at that level. It is impossible to be Long Yu's opponent, and the top 100 is just a conservative estimate. However, if you want to deal with Yu Hanxin and Heidao at this level, Long Yu's current cultivation is definitely not enough. After all, those are geniuses, and they can leapfrog battles just like Long Yu, and their basic strength is 10 times stronger than Long Yu's. Not only that, how could it be possible to lose to Long Yu? However, Long Yu's promotion is not over yet. The first endless level elixir allowed him to break through to the early stage of the Imperial Realm, and he still had 3 endless level elixir. If all these pills are taken, what level can he be promoted to? Long Yu didn't have any confidence in his heart, because the Death Envoy had said that at the level of the Emperor, it was not safe to continuously improve the martial arts realm, as it would make his inner world not stable enough, and affect the process of stepping into the Emperor's realm. However, this does not affect Long Yushan's promotion to the peak of the early stage of the Imperial Realm, which is only 1 step away from the middle stage of the Imperial Realm. He was going to take the second endless level elixir. Like the first one, the aura of heaven and earth contained in this endless level elixir directly caused his inner world to expand at an extremely fast speed. Soon, he took the third endless grade supergrade pill. The 3 endless-grade supergrade pills provided different heaven and earth auras. The first one was the least, the second was the most, and the third was regarded as medium, but with 3 endless-level supergrade pills, Long Yu still only expanded his inner world to a radius of 990,000 miles, which is still a little short of the 1 million miles in the middle of the Imperial Realm. When he got here, Long Yu stopped his cultivation. He didn't plan to take the last endless-grade top-grade pill for the time being. He decided to obey the Death Envoy and not be too eager for success. With his current strength, it is definitely no problem to step into the top 10 of the strongest emperors. By the time he enters the top 10, more than half a month has passed. By then, Long Yu will not be considered as a breakthrough too late. After taking 3 endless supergrade pills one after another, Long Yu's cultivation improved so fast that he was not used to his current strength. As a last resort, he could only let the Death Envoy compete with him. For 3 consecutive days, Long Yu was sparring with the Death Envoy. Although he was definitely not an opponent of the Death Envoy, the Death Envoy could use the best method to make Long Yu more familiar with his own power, thus stabilizing his realm. If it weren't for the Death Envoy as a training partner, Long Yu would definitely not be able to perfectly control the power in his body. It can be seen that the existence of the Death Envoy has indeed helped Long Yu a lot in his martial arts journey. 3 days later, Long Yuduan sat in the hall of the ancient Shura Hall, and began to observe his inner world. Up to now, Long Yu's inner world has been completely formed. At this moment, his inner world has a radius of 990,000 li, forming a vast expanse of endless void, composed of large expanses of dark space. This large dark void was divided into 9 areas by Long Yu. The central area is the area that has been integrated into the true spirit of the 9 Nether Dragon. Ahead of the 9 Nether Dragon true spirit is curled up, providing the entire inner world with the source power. In the Imperial Realm competition, it must be shown to others, and this can be regarded as one of Long Yu's trump cards. There are also 7 areas, which are where the fruits of Long Yu's supernatural powers are located. The 7 supernatural powers constitute the 7 pillars of the entire inner world. Siphon, Royal Way, 3rd supernatural power 9 Nether Dragon Breath, Royal Way, 4th supernatural power Eye of Shadow, High-level supernatural power, 5th supernatural power Book of Shadows, Royal Way, 6th supernatural power 9 Nether Hunter, high-level supernatural power. The 7th supernatural power is the Path of the 9 Secluded Worlds, high-level supernatural powers. This was one of the biggest achievements that Long Yu had obtained after taking the elixir for the Sufferer in the previous year. The last area in the inner world is the area of living beings. In the area of living beings, Long Yu has set up many sealing circles, sealing a total of more than 65,000 strange beasts of the Ice God race. Every time Long Yu stimulates his inner world, he will absorb some power from these Ice God race alien beasts. If he wants to explode, he can even use these Ice God race alien beasts as sacrifices to gain more power in a short time. As for the method of sealing alien beasts in her inner world, except for Long Yu in the entire Shenwu world, probably only Sunset Dance has learned it. Even if it is Sunset Dance, there is no alien beast in her inner world to seal her. This method was taught by the Death Envoy, and it is rarely known outside the sky, because the power of alien beasts is actually different from the power of human martial arts and demon cultivators, so I want to seal them in the inner world and transform them for one's own strength. It is very difficult. If one is not careful, one's strength will conflict and one's life will be lost. Even outside the sky, this method of sealing alien beasts is extremely valuable, so Long Yu regards this as his biggest trump card. He roughly estimated that if he sacrificed all the Ice God race alien beasts in his inner world, he would increase his strength by at least 20 times in a short period of time, but after the sacrifice, the basic strength of his inner world would be increased, it will be reduced by 5 or 6 times. It is not easy to catch so many strange beasts again, so he will not use this trick until the critical moment. This is the situation in Long Yu's inner world right now. Originally, his inner world was lifeless, but since he stepped into the Emperor's realm, spiritual seeds spread to the entire inner world. The sun, moon, and stars spontaneously began to be born in this whole world, and various divine powers began to condense. This process is very long. Basically, it takes 10 years for the first star to be born in the inner world. As for the birth of a land like Xuanhuan world, it takes hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, as long as Long Yu has enough aura, he can actively condense the divine text in his inner world, and give birth to the sun, moon, and stars, but what is needed is a huge amount of aura from heaven and earth. Even Long Yu doesn't have so much aura for him to waste now. The most important thing is that the birth of the sun, the moon, and the stars in the inner world does not greatly improve his strength, and there is no need to spend a lot of thought on it. The next step is to restore the ancient Tower of Dragon Bones. After Long Yu took 3 endless elixir, he was ready to repair the ancient Tower of the Dragon Bone. He took out 10,000 first-class divine script crystals, and began to repair the ancient Tower of the Dragon Bone according to the secret method taught by the Death Envoy. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda originally belonged to the endless soldiers of the Joyo Dragon Emperor, but when the Joyo Dragon Emperor fell, this ancient tower also suffered heavy damage. If it weren't for the soul of the Death Envoy still exists, no matter how many divine crystals Long Yu got, he wouldn't be able to know how to repair the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. 10,000 divine language crystals, even for the 5 emperors themselves, is an extremely huge number, but it is impossible for ordinary people to need so many divine language crystals. If you want to fully comprehend a source-level divine text, you only need to transform 1,000 divine text crystals at most. Even with the bonus of Tianshu in training energy like Long Yu, you only need to transform 600 or 700 divine text crystals. Enough. 10,000 divine crystals, such a huge number, are usually used to strengthen some extremely magnificent buildings. For Long Yu, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is undoubtedly equivalent to a magnificent building, but he soon discovered that after repairing the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda into an ancient-level top-quality warrior, he can shrink the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and place it in the palm. This ancient pagoda, which has been accompanied by Long Yu for a long time, is finally big or small at this moment. Many times, Long Yu felt that the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was too large and it was inconvenient to use it, but it was much better now, and he even tried it. Spinning out by itself, not only is the power at least 10 times stronger than before, but the speed is also more than 10 times faster. The most important thing is that the ancient Tower of the Dragon Bone is strong enough to not be damaged by the broken dragon bone. Even now this ancient Tower of Dragon Bones can completely withstand the attacks of some ordinary emperors without suffering any damage. It took Long Yu 3 days to restore the ancient Tower of Dragon Bones. After it was done, the competition for the strongest emperor was about to begin. Long Yu left the ancient temple of Shura, quietly returned to the holy tower of the holy city of the 5 emperors, and entered the 10,000 kings' palace. Layer space, ready to participate in the strongest imperial realm competition. Long Yu, you really have broken through to the imperial realm. Seeing Long Yu, Yu Hanqin's eyes lit up immediately. How about it? Do you want to participate in the competition of the strongest emperor? Good. Long Yu nodded with a smile. If you meet a senior sister, you have to be merciful. Yu Han smiled heartily. Even if we meet in the early stage, we can choose to abstain. As for the later stage, maybe your strength has caught up with me. Do you still need me to show mercy? Yu Hanqin's words undoubtedly meant that Long Yu was definitely not her opponent based on her cultivation at the early stage of the imperial realm, and Long Yu didn't care about it. He knew that Yu Hanqin's words were correct, of course, only to a certain extent. If Long Yu uses all kinds of means, he may not be able to defeat Yu Hanqin, but it is a pity that in the competition of the strongest emperor, Long Yu will not use all his trump cards. Since you are participating in the strongest imperial realm competition, you have to be careful. there are still quite a few strong people at the Imperial realm level. Yu Hanqin finished making jokes, and then reminded Long Yu, because there is a relatively difficult hurdle to break through from the Emperor's realm to the Emperor's realm, so many powerhouses at the peak of the Emperor's realm are stuck in this realm. His strength is not inferior to those in the Emperor realm, but he has not encountered the opportunity to break through for the time being. Therefore, it is more difficult to win the top 10 of the strongest Emperor realm than the first place in the strongest King realm. Long Yu squinted his eyes. He Dao and Yi Ziwei will also participate this time. In addition, Yendi and Xingdi also have direct disciples who will participate in the strongest Emperor's realm. The competition for the strongest Emperor's realm is indeed fiercer than the strongest King's realm. More than 100 times. There are only a few strong men that Long Yu knows, and this is tantamount to a huge challenge for him. Especially when he was only at the early stage of the Imperial realm, everyone he faced was at least 10 times stronger than him in basic strength. Even if it was only the first round, it was somewhat difficult. After all, he had to go beyond the 2 martial arts realms to fight. The day before the start of the strongest Imperial realm competition, everyone began to sign up, and Long Yu chose to participate without hesitation. The news of Long Yu's participation was also spread through various channels, which immediately aroused the amazement of countless people, and every one of the kingly secret realm powerhouses who came to participate in this grand event was shocked by this. Long Yu, when he was the strongest king, he dealt with every opponent with one move, but in the end he gave the first place to his friend Xiang Wu. Now, Long Yu really signed up to participate in the competition of the strongest Imperial realm. Could it be that he really wants to step into the top 10 of the strongest Imperial realm? This difficulty can be great. The current Long Yu has only just broken through to the Imperial realm. It must be quite difficult for any martial artist in the late stage of the Imperial realm, right? There is a good show to watch. The vast majority of people are looking forward to Long Yu's competition. They hope to see an extremely exciting battle. After all, when Long Yu is in the strongest king state, it is only one move against anyone, so he is participating in the competition. What kind of performance will it have when it is the strongest emperor? No matter what, no one thinks that Long Yuning will be as smooth sailing as when he was in the strongest king realm. After all, the martial artists who participated in the strongest king realm competition are at least the middle stage of the emperor realm, and most of them are in the late stage of the emperor realm. Compared to Long Yu in the early stage of the imperial realm, the basic strength has exceeded 3 to 5 times, or even more than 10 times. Such a big gap, how to fight? Not to mention, in the competition of the strongest emperor, there must be talented practitioners who are as talented as Long Yu, such as the other 4 emperors' personal disciples, and Yu Hanqin, etc. These are all popular candidates to win the strongest imperial realm competition, and none of them will lose to Long Yu. This year's competition for the strongest imperial realm was already very intense, but now that Long Yu is added, it will obviously become more interesting. In the Shenluo Empire, when the first prince, Situ Liuli, Qian Yuexia, and others heard the news of Long Yu's competition, they were all pleasantly surprised. When they were in the strongest king realm, Wei Ming, the genius of the Shenluo Empire, died at the hands of the Sunset Dancer, which made them hate it. Now that the strongest emperor realm has begun, Long Yu unexpectedly signed up for the competition beyond his capacity. They finally had another chance to avenge the many seniors of the Shenluo Empire. For the competition of the strongest emperor, everyone in the Shenluo Empire did not have much hope, at least not like Wei Ming. For Wei Ming, they thought they could at least enter the top 10 in the strongest king realm, but they didn't expect to be killed by the sunset dance halfway, that's all. But even so, they also believed that with the strength of their contestants who could hit the top 100 of the strongest emperors, if they encountered Long Yu, they would be able to destroy him 100%. After all, Long Yu has just stepped into the imperial realm, and his basic strength is 10 times lower than ordinary martial arts. It is conceivable that the chances of winning against Long Yu at this time are extremely high. In the courtyard where the Yun Empire was located, Emperor Yun and his eldest son Yun Jinglei were overjoyed when they heard the news that Long Yu was participating, and they stood up respectively. Long Yu actually participated in the strongest imperial realm, God help me. Emperor Yun's hatred for Long Yu can be imagined. Not only the death of his third son was related to Long Yu, but even his second son was directly beheaded by Long Yu. And his eldest son, Yun Jinglei, is already at the peak of the imperial realm at this time, and has obtained a relatively good inheritance. He is bound to win the top 100 of the strongest imperial realm this time. With such strength, if he meets Long Yu, he will definitely be able to kill him. In the courtyard where Lady was watching the battle, Lady's third disciple, Ji Bai, was whispering to a handsome young man. Junior brother Ninth, if you meet that Long Yu, you must teach him a lesson. Our master betrothed the 10th junior sister to that kid. It's really annoying. Ji Bai said viciously to the handsome young man. The handsome young man quietly glanced at Yi Ziwei, the 10th junior sister not far away, with a hint of rosiness on his face, and then a stern look flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, third senior brother, junior sister, you will never be snatched away by that kid. If the boy meets him, he will be beaten to the ground with teeth. That's right, the only ones of our lineage participating in the strongest emperor realm this time are you and the 10th junior sister. If you meet Long Yu, you can only join the 10th junior sister later by defeating him, and that kid is the disciple of the Scarlet Emperor. We disciples of Lady cannot lose to him. Ji Bai's eyes were full of insidiousness. If we lose to a kid who has just stepped into the Emperor's realm, our lives will be in vain. Don't worry, third brother. There is a strange thunder in the handsome young man's eyes, and his eyes are clear. It can be seen that there is definitely a terrifying power in his eyes. It must be some kind of powerful supernatural power. In the watching courtyard where Su's medicine store is located, Su Ning'an said with great interest to the elders of Su's medicine store in front of her, I never thought that kid would actually participate in the competition of the strongest imperial realm. It seems that he is very confident in his own strength. It's a good thing for young people to have self-confidence, but it's not a good thing to be too confident. An old man in a blue robe said lightly. Master Lingzhen is right. This kid's participation in the competition for the strongest imperial realm is just to humiliate himself. Behind Su Ning'an, a white-haired swordsman smiled slightly. If I, Su Jianbai, meet him, I will definitely let him know how big the gap is between the peak of the imperial realm and the early stage of the imperial realm. Su Jianbai, who has always been a genius following Su Ning'an, at the peak of the imperial realm, also participated in the strongest imperial realm this time, and is bound to win the top 3. When the news of Long Yu's participation in the competition for the strongest emperor spread, almost everyone in the entire 10,000 layer space was excited, because it was really shocking. Especially for many forces that have enemies with Long Yu's participation is simply a godsend opportunity for them to take revenge. It is conceivable that many of Long Yu's opponents will no longer choose to abstain from him this time, but will hold their own martial arts realm and confront Long Yu directly. Even many forces that have enemies with Long Yu, if they meet Long Yu, most of them will ask for a life-and-death battle with Long Yu, that is, like Xiang Wu and Wei Ming, they will fight after throwing away the king's life card. In the entire 10,000 layer space, how many people want to take Long Yu's life? Even Long Yu himself didn't know this, the factions he had offended before were too many. But he can't be blamed for this, it's really because there are always troubles coming to him, and wherever he goes, he will meet some enemies. In fact, Long Yu has long been used to this. Compared with the 260,000 people who participated in the strongest king realm, there were only more than 50,000 people participating in the strongest king realm. It can be said that there is a huge difference, but it does not affect the excitement of the battle at all. Since the level is one step higher than the strongest king level test, the battles of the strongest king level are more interesting to watch, and the methods of the king-level powerhouses are generally more diverse, and most of them have mastered 2 or even 3 types of gods. There are even those who have mastered 4 kinds of literary power. Although it doesn't mean that the more divine powers you master, the stronger you will be, but more types of divine powers represent the same martial artist, and the strength that can be exerted is uncertain. In various situations, can produce different effects. As for Long Yu's situation, no one will believe it now. Due to the consumption of many ancient elixir, Long Yu is now compatible with all 8 attributes of the gods. Moreover, those elixirs also contain some divine powers, such as some kind of divine script of light, some divine script of fire, some divine script of elements, some divine script of ice, etc., so that Long Yu could understand these divine scripts. They also have comprehensions, but these divine writings are not at the original level, so Long Yu didn't spend much time on them. In the final analysis, Long Yu now mainly relies on the divine script of the shadow attribute, such as the divine script of Joyo, the divine script of death, and the divine script of Shura, all of which belong to the divine script of shadow. However, it fits with the 8 kinds of divine script attributes, and it meets the conditions for cultivating a special divine chain method. The Death Envoy has already taught it to Long Yu. In this competition for the strongest emperor, maybe Long Yu will use it. Amidst the discussions among martial artists in the mysterious realm of the Million Kings, the next morning, the competition for the strongest emperor finally officially started. The competition between the strongest emperor realm and the strongest king realm has the same rules. First, there will be a best-of-3 knockout match. After the number of players is reduced to a certain level, the winner will be decided in one battle until the final ranking is determined. At the beginning of the competition, any martial artist who participated in the competition of the strongest emperor all stared at his king's life card, wanting to see what kind of opponent he would be arranged by the 10,000 layers of space. Haha, I got Long Yu. In the courtyard where the Nine Suns sect was located, a middle-aged man in the late stage of the imperial realm laughed loudly, attracting the attention of other Nine Suns sect wushou around him, immediately making them happy. Xuanhuan, you're lucky. Although with your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the top 1,000 strongest emperors, but you should still be able to fight against Long Yu. That's right, Xuanhuan, you have to work hard. If you can really defeat Long Yu, it will not only avenge our Lan Shuyan's lineage, but it will also boost the momentum of our Nine Suns sect. Master K's strength is second to none in our sect. He will definitely have no problem dealing with a kid who has just stepped into the early stages of the imperial realm. Everyone in the Nine Suns sect couldn't help showing envious expressions. Xuanhuan is really lucky. He directly drew Long Yu. As long as he doesn't lose to this kid, his reputation will definitely increase. But this kid is also a bit evil. He killed Lan Shuyan in the early stage of the royal realm in the middle stage of the royal realm. Now that he has stepped into the early stage of the imperial realm, shouldn't he also have the strength to deal with the late stage of the imperial realm? Of course, Xuanhuan saw what some people were thinking, and couldn't help but sneered and said, "You guys underestimate me, Quebec. I think that in the 5 emperors illusory realm, I, K, had stepped on to the 10th place. 9th floor, is it the easygoing generation? If you can't deal with the juniors who are 2 levels lower than yourself, what face does someone have for me?" Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan and Long Yu were transported to the sky above an endless ocean. Below is the ocean, but there is a cloud above. Without any other embellishments, the whole battle scene looks extremely empty, and the positions of Long Yu and Xuanhuan were more than 50 miles apart at the beginning. Long Yu directly activated the Eye of Shadow, and found the other party's trace, and the other party did not have any concealment, and flew towards Long Yu directly. Under such circumstances, Long Yu wanted to really exercise his current combat power, so he didn't use the 5th layer of balance control to hide his figure. Playing a sneak attack now is not very interesting. The distance of more than 50 li came in a blink of an eye to the powerhouse of the imperial realm, and the two met soon over the ocean, only 200 feet away. Long Yu, you once killed my descendant of the Nine Sun sect. Today I want to seek justice for my dead descendant. Xuanhuan's righteous face, coupled with his square Chinese character face, looked righteous and awe-inspiring. The thunder and lightning attribute divine script and flame divine script rose up all over his body, instantly thundering into the sky. Nine Yang sect? Hearing this, Long Yu was unmoved. During the year of his cultivation, not only his martial arts realm and strength had improved, but his state of mind had also become calm. What's more, for him, Nine Sun sect was really not a big deal. What kind of power is it? Finally, I can play well. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, and when he raised his hand, the nine nether divine mana surged all over his body, and a black shadow appeared beside him. It was his sixth supernatural power, Nine Nether Hunter. The current Nine Nether Hunter is different from the past. The Nine Nether Hunter used by Long Yu in the past has always been only the first-level magical power of the third heaven, but now, this magical power has been comprehended to the seventh heaven. Levels of supernatural powers. Moreover, the Nine Nether Hunters are still Long Yu's last three innate supernatural powers, and their basic power exceeds the first four supernatural powers. The Nine Nether Hunters held the Shadow Scimitar in both hands, and rushed towards Xuanhuan, who was 200 meters away without thinking. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was unmoved and said with a chuckle, "This kind of method is too underestimating me. Fuck someone." Xuanhuan waved his hands, thunder light in one hand, and flame in the other hand, condensed into two spiral god chains, spun and blasted at the Nine Nether Hunter, instantly blasting the Nine Nether Hunter in half. "Look, that's all, I just waved someone's hand." The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth curled up, extremely proud. He felt that he was playing against Long Yu, who was at the early stage of Kai Huang realm, like a cat catching a mouse. But soon he stopped laughing. Because he found that even withstanding the double blow of his lightning and flame god chain, the Nine Nether Hunter was split in two, but he was not completely wiped out. What's more, the two halves of the black shadows quickly began to transform, and in just one breath, they turned into two Nine Nether Hunters. Split? Is there a mistake? Xuanhuan looked stunned, and then he gritted his teeth, and his whole body burst into thunder. "If you dare to use such a small skill to play tricks, watch me smash it to pieces." Xuanhuan is extremely confident in his own power. After all, the two divine powers of lightning and flame are extremely destructive. The next moment, the sky is filled with thunder light, each thunder light is as thick as an arm, and the purple is trembling. Among them it must contain incomparably terrifying power. The next moment, under the bombardment of countless thunder lights, the two Nine Nether Hunters were riddled with holes, but they still struggled to split into more Nine Nether Hunters. Unfortunately, the opponent's thunder light bombardment was too intense. Before it could split into shape, the group of Nine Nether Divine Rune power was smashed to pieces, and finally failed to reunite. It's still too weak. If you can condense the innate supernatural power of the Nine Nether Hunter into a kingly way, the situation will be completely different. It's a pity that after taking so many pills, it's just to condense the first three innate supernatural powers and the Book of Shadows into one. Beyond the kingly way, everything else is just at the level of high-level supernatural powers. Long Yu thought in his heart that the Nine Nether Hunters failed to continue to split, but were blasted to pieces instead, which was not beyond his expectation. After all, it was just a high-level supernatural power. That Kashenki's sky-filled thunder light is also a high-level supernatural power, and its power is extremely powerful. Naturally, it is no problem to use it to deal with the Nine Nether Hunters. But this is just a little experiment for Long Yu. He didn't expect to eliminate his opponent with a Nine Nether Hunter. This is not the competition of the strongest king realm, but the strongest king realm. In such a competition, Long Yu's cultivation has just stepped into the imperial realm, so one can imagine the pressure he faces. Therefore, at this moment, Long Yu has become the focus of all the martial arts cultivators in the secret realm of the Million Kings. His battles are watched by millions of people at the same time. Everyone is very curious, how far can Long Yu go in the competition of the strongest emperor? Everyone has different guesses about this, but no one dares to confirm Long Yu's performance, even the 5 emperors, and others can't see through Long Yu. Although it is said that Long Yu is the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, in fact, the Red Emperor has no special understanding of Long Yu. He just knows that Long Yu has his own secrets, and I am afraid that he has obtained some powerful inheritance. Looking at it now, how can the inheritance obtained by Long Yu be said to be powerful? It can be described with the word defying the sky. 7th junior brother must have no problem dealing with a mere xuanhuan. In the courtyard where the Red Emperor was, Xing said with a faint smile. That's not necessarily true. After all, he has just stepped into the early stage of the imperial realm, and he doesn't have enough control over his own power, you see. Yu Xiaoyin, who had an outstanding posture, sat lazily, and said with a lazy smile, the hunter he summoned should have the characteristics of infinite splitting. If it is used to deal with opponents of the same realm, one such hunter is enough to kill the opponent. It was completely wiped out, but now, it was directly smashed by xuanhuan, and there is still a lot of gap in the basic strength of the two sides. Even so, it can be seen that the 7th junior brother was just trying. The short swordsman Nailan Jun said with anticipation, I am becoming more and more incomprehensible to the 7th junior brother. I hope that this competition of the strongest emperor can dig out more of his abilities so that I can see him. Just how outrageous it is. No matter what, she will never be the opponent of the 6th junior sister. Yu Xiaoyin squinted her eyes. She remembered the sparring between her and Yu Hanqin not long ago. Yu Hanqin was clearly at the peak of the emperor's realm, but he was able to compete against her in the late stage of the emperor's realm, and he did not fall behind in a short time. The wind really surprised her. Yu Xiaoyin felt that if there were no accidents in the strongest imperial realm this time, the number 1 should belong to Yu Hanqin. Although she and Yu Hanqin have nothing to do with each other, both of them have the surname Yu, so she still has a lot of affection for Yu Hanqin. In the first round of the strongest emperor realm, there were more than 1,000 battles going on at the same time, but none of the battles had as many viewers as Long Yu. Everyone in the mysterious realm of the Million Kings called up Long Yu's battle screen, wanting to see how he was doing. Long Yu's opponent, xuanhuan, made a thunderous move and completely annihilated the 9 nether hunters summoned by Long Yu, and immediately many people felt that Long Yu was going to be in trouble. Judging from this method, the gap between the two sides is really too big. Could it be that Long Yu is about to lose the first battle? Although it is understandable, it is too disappointing. Many people are thinking so. And just when they were thinking this way, Long Yu finally made a new move in the arena. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. Long Yu spewed out the 9 Nether Dragon's breath, and the pitch-black dragon's breath rushed towards xuanhuan, almost blackening the entire sea and sky. This is his 3rd supernatural power, the 9 Nether Dragon's breath, and it has already surpassed the scope of the 9th heaven, and has reached the level of kingship. The kingly way, this is the means that the strong in the kingly way secret realm should have, but the vast majority of martial arts in the world of martial arts do not have such understanding and resources to improve. If only relying on the inner world to temper, even with Long Yu's talent, it would take at least 10 years to refine the innate supernatural powers from the 7th heaven to the 8th heaven. If one wants to ascend to the 9th level, or even break through to the kingly way, it will take even longer, almost doubling. Long Yu was able to cultivate the kingly way in a short period of time. It was entirely because he took the pills of the suffering person. These pills are extremely precious even if they are outside the sky. In the world of Shenwu, almost no one else has heard of them. Even the 5 emperors might not be able to obtain a pill of this level. The domineering dragon's breath spurted out, which instantly put a little pressure on the self-satisfied xuanhuan. He felt that this burst of dark energy contained extremely strong power, and even these powers could pose a threat to him. However, xuanhuan didn't take it seriously, and turned into a body of thunder and lightning in a flash, and left the place in a blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, you actually comprehended the method of kingly way, but the speed of this method is too slow. If you want to use this method to deal with me, you should wait for your next life. A stern look flashed across xuanhuan's eyes, and then he turned into lightning and rushed towards Long Yu at an extremely fast speed. The sky was full of thunder and light, covering Long Yu's entire area like a torrential rain. He finally launched an attack towards Long Yu, but Long Yu didn't care. He raised his hand directly, and a layer of death barriers condensed and directly blocked his body. All resisted. At the same time, the kingly dragon's breath that Long Yu exhaled before suddenly penetrated the void and appeared in front of xuanhuan's body. The terrifying power exploded in an instant, and the dark and thick fog completely covered the dazzling thunder light in the audience. Long Yu's attack method can penetrate the void and directly attack the opponent. It is really terrifying, and the power is too terrifying, right? It feels like the attack power of that method is not weaker than xuanhuan's thunder light at all. It's hard to imagine that this is actually a method used by a kid in the early stage of the Imperial realm. Not only that, have you noticed that xuanhuan's lightning attack was directly blocked by Long Yu, and the attack in the late stage of the Imperial realm was unable to break through Long Yu's defense? This kid is really against the sky gone. At this moment, people watching the battle immediately began to exclaim. The scene they saw must be very common in the competition of the strongest emperor, but the key point is that the person who caused this scene is just a kid who has just stepped into the early stage of the emperor. Originally, most people felt that Long Yu was likely to be suppressed and beaten by xuanhuan, but they didn't expect that there was an evenly matched situation in the field. Thunder Vulcan Chain. Where the 9 nether dragons' breath at the kingly level exploded, a thunder and fire god chain condensed by the interlacing of thunder light divine script and flame divine script rolled out, like an iron chain, rolling towards Long Yuman. xuanhuan survived the blow of 9 nether dragons' breath, but this is normal, after all, the level of martial arts between Long Yu and xuanhuan is twofold, and the basic strength is 10 times worse. This thunder and fire god chain broke through the dark and dense fog area caused by the 9 nether dragon breath, and directly killed Long Yu, who was resisting the thunder light in the sky. The death barrier on Long Yu's side directly resisted xuanhuan's lightning bombardment. When he saw the thunder and fire chain thrown towards him, he immediately had a thought, and the void divine script directly activated it. Tianqian footwork. Long Yu's void divine rune circulated within his body, and Tianquan's footwork made him dodge 100 feet away, but he found that the thunder and fire god chain changed its direction and was still attacking him. It seems that we can only go head-to-head. Long Yu is not in the least guilty of going head-to-head, but he doesn't want to expose his other methods so early. Hand of 9 Serenities. Annihilation. Long Yu finally displayed his first supernatural power, the Hand of 9 Netherness. This supernatural power, like the 9 nether dragons' breath, has also stepped into the level of kingship, and its power is extremely terrifying. A white bone arm penetrated directly from the void, stretched out its hand, and grabbed the thunder and fire god chain, and under the urging of the 9 nether divine runes, it instantly annihilated the thunder and fire divine runes within it. Destroy me. Long Yu didn't move, but the slender white bone arm that emerged from the void swept out, and directly penetrated into the center of the lightning that filled the sky, grabbed the most intense thunder, and then completely annihilated it. As this part of the most core thunder light was annihilated by the hand of Joyo, the whole field of thunder light began to dissipate. Obviously, Long Yu's hand directly destroyed the foundation of the entire thunder field. What? xuanhuan's face suddenly changed. The thunder light he cast just now, but his seventh supernatural power, the high-level supernatural power thunder domain, can turn an entire 10-mile radius into a thunder domain. Although the attack power of this domain is not strong, it is very difficult to break. Unless the other party can find the core of his entire thunder field, but even the strong emperors can rarely find the core of his thunder field. How did this kid in front of him do it? In the thunder domain, Keishankue's strength will be increased to a certain extent, but now the thunder domain has been directly destroyed by Long Yu, making him look a bit gloomy. This Long Yu looks a bit evil, it's really not easy to deal with. Keishankue then activated the Thunder Godwin again, and built a thunder domain in the field. He wanted to see if Long Yu was a thunder domain that happened to be destroyed by a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. But this time, as soon as the thunder domain appeared, Long Yu's 9 nether hands directly crushed it, completely destroying it. This kid really has a way to find out the core of my thunder field. Keishankue was sure now, and the next moment he concentrated all his strength on his fist, making his fist a gathering place for thunder and flames, the fist of thunder and fire. This punch is the lore skill that Keishankue has mastered. It is an ancient martial skill, and he has already cultivated this move to a transcendent level. Not only is the destructive power extremely terrifying, but it can also penetrate space and reach the opponent directly. Before, the fist of thunder and fire blasted out, but Long Yu squinted his eyes, and directly dodged behind Keishankue. This dodge made him condense a void vortex beside Keishankue. This is the comprehension of the void. The effect of divine text. This void vortex directly entangled Keishankue for a moment, and at the same time, the fist of thunder and fire that Keishankue used before also appeared behind Long Yu's current position, and slammed on Long Yu's back with a bang. The figure of Long Yu shattered in response to the sound, it turned out to be just a clone. After Keishankue destroyed the void vortex, he realized that Long Yu had only been hit by one clone, and his expression became extremely ugly, because he knew very well that as long as he used his thunder and fire fist, he could lock the target, even if the target invisibility, condensing avatars, etc., are also impossible to escape the pursuit of the fist of thunder and fire. But his fist of thunder and fire was empty. A punch landed on Long Yu's avatar, although it smashed Long Yu's avatar into pieces, but what's the use? What makes Keishankue feel bad the most is that he doesn't know where Long Yu's real body is now. Shadow killing technique. The next moment, countless shadows appeared around Keishankue in the field, and these shadows continuously turned into jet-black sharp blades, stabbing towards Keishankue. The endless black shadow blades made Keishankue snort coldly, "You want to hurt me just because of this? How naive." As soon as he raised his hand, a layer of defensive barrier was condensed on his surface by infinite lightning flames. This is his double supernatural power, the barrier of thunder and fire, and his defensive ability is extremely strong. But facing Long Yu, Keishankue miscalculated again. Among the countless pitch-black shadow blades, there is a nether dragon blade. This ancient top-quality warrior has always been unstoppable in Long Yu's hands, and it is the same now. All the other shadow-killing blades were blocked by Keishankue's thunder and fire barrier, but the nether dragon blade pierced directly through the thunder and fire barrier and instantly penetrated Keishankue's arm. This is because Keishankue hit a little faster, otherwise, the void dragon blade was originally aimed at his heart. If the heart is pierced, Keishankue will surely die. Feeling the pain from his arm, Keishankue was sweating coldly. He didn't expect that he was injured by a mere Long Yu. Moreover, his physical body is the strength of the physical body in the late stage of the Imperial realm. How could he be pierced through the arm so easily? That warrior has too much penetrating power. A trace of fear arose in Keishankue's heart. The void dragon blade could penetrate his arm, and it could also penetrate his heart. In other words, in front of Long Yu, his defense was useless at all. When a trace of fear was born in Ke Shankui's heart, Long Yu's offensive came again. Hand of the Netherworld, annihilate. Long Yu appeared, and when he raised his hand, 7 hands of the 9 netherness were condensed, and 7 bone arms emerged from the void, descending towards Kashenki with a bang. Each bone arm exuded a terrifying aura. This is Long Yu's method of lore preparation. Admit defeat, I admit defeat. Ke Shankue was sweating coldly, and quickly urged the king's life card to admit defeat. This method of Long Yu is really terrible. All kinds of kingly methods and all kinds of weird fighting performances made Ke Shankue more and more empty. He was afraid that he would be killed suddenly, so he quickly chose to admit defeat. He had heard that there was a genius in the Taiwu Empire, Gu Feichen, who was half dead by Long Yu's people during the competition for the strongest king. It took 500 million god coins to save it. Kashenki didn't want to be treated like that himself. As for losing this battle, he lost. He still has 2 chances to fight. If he wins the next 2 times, he can still advance. With Ke Shankue urging the king's life card, the battle came to an end, and the final result turned out to be Long Yu's victory. Before the start of the battle, half of the audience thought that Long Yu might win, but they didn't expect it to be like this. Shouldn't it be through all kinds of hardships that they finally won? But now it seems that Long Yu didn't spend much time to deal with this Ke Shankue. Although the 7 bone arms that were killed in the end were astonishing, they are definitely not Long Yu's trump card. This kid is hiding a lot deep. Long Yu's first battle is over, and there is no second battle scheduled for the time being. However, Long Yu was not idle. Instead, he clicked on the option on the king's life card and began to watch other people's battles. Besides, Long Yu also asked Yu Hanxin about the other disciples of the 5 emperors who participated in the competition of the strongest emperor, learned their respective names, and prepared to watch the battle. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one can never be imperiled in 100 battles. Of course it is impossible for Long Yu to think that he is invincible in the imperial realm. During the competition of the strongest king, Long Yu was sure that no one was his opponent, but the strongest king was a completely different level. After all, he had just entered this stage, and he was not familiar with the opponents at this stage. While watching the battles between Yu Hanxin, He Dao, Yi Ziwei, and others, Long Yu gained some basic understanding of the fighting methods of the 3 of them, but obviously, it is only the first round now. What Long Yu saw is absolutely impossible. It is the true strength of the 3 of them. If the battle between Long Yu and Ke Shankue was still tangled for a while, then Yu Hanxin and the others were completely crushed in the first round of the battle. Although there are already many opponents who choose to abstain when facing Yu Hanxin and others, there are always people who are not afraid of death and want to challenge them, not to mention that losing a game is not completely without a chance. First, let's see the strength of the strongest. It's a good choice. Long Yu also knew the direct disciples of Sage Emperor, Yen Emperor, Lei Emperor, and others. Among Lei's disciples, apart from the 10th direct disciple Yi Ziwei, there was also the 9th direct disciple, named Huang Tian, whose name was quite domineering. With a cultivation base at the peak of the imperial realm, his strength should be pretty good. But before Long Yu could wait for Huang Tian to play, his second opponent came out. Yi Ziwei. Long Yu was a little dumbfounded when he saw the information on his King's Fate card. He never thought that his second opponent in the first round would be Yi Ziwei. The last time I met Yi Ziwei was a year ago, and Long Yu hadn't seen Yi Ziwei since he came back this time. Thinking about it now, Yi Ziwei seemed to be quite interested in Long Yu a year ago. Of course, the so-called interest does not refer to the relationship between men and women, but other aspects. Long Yu is still very clear about this. Now that they met, there was absolutely no reason to refuse. Long Yu also wanted to feel Yi Ziwei's current strength first. He is very clear that this battle will definitely be a difficult one, and it is even very likely that he will lose. After all, this is only the first round, and without both sides showing their trump cards, Long Yu's chances of winning against Yi Ziwei are not high. However, if both sides use their trump cards at the same time, the situation will not be certain. Long Yu believes that his trump cards must be more powerful than Yi Ziwei. If he uses them, Yi Ziwei will not be able to resist. In any case, it's only the first round now. Long Yu can go up to test it first. Even if it doesn't work, he can admit defeat first. As long as he wins again, he can still enter the second round. Accept. Thinking about it this way, Long Yu directly chose to accept the battle, and decided to fight with Yi Ziwei first. When Long Yu accepted the battle, everyone in the courtyard of Tianyu Manor suddenly became nervous. This time, Long Yu's opponent was Yi Ziwei, the 10th personal disciple of Lei Di, who is now at the peak of the Imperial Realm. If it wasn't for participating in the strongest Imperial Realm competition, Yi Ziwei would have chosen to step into the Imperial Realm long ago, right? A year ago, when Long Yu went to carry out the detection mission, he had invited Yi Ziwei to escort him. At that time, Yi Ziwei could stand alone against more than a dozen powerful people in the early stage and even the middle stage of the Emperor Realm. Now that Yi Ziwei has practiced for another year, how will her strength improve? Long Yu's confrontation with Yi Ziwei was unexpected for everyone in Tianyu Manor, and Long Yu's acceptance of the battle was another unexpected event. Not long after Yu Hanqin had just finished her first battle, seeing this, her eyes suddenly showed interest. Long Yu, Yi Ziwei, I didn't expect the two of you to meet first, but I don't know how many tricks you will use in this round. Yu Hanqin guessed in her heart, she can be sure that this is the first round. Neither of them can use their real strength, but they can roughly see their approximate strength. Long Yu fought against Yi Ziwei. Such an arrangement was completely beyond the expectations of millions of martial arts cultivators in the mysterious realm of the King's Way. No one would have thought that these two people would meet so early. Including the 5 emperors, no one expected such a battle arrangement, but the order of the battle is randomly evolved in the 10,000 layers of space, and even the 5 emperors would not be able to participate in it, which would affect the outcome of the battle arrangement. So such a battle directly attracts the attention of all the audience, and there is no one who is not paying attention. This is the first head-to-head confrontation between the disciples of the 5 emperors, and one of the opponents is Long Yu, who just won the limelight in the strongest King Realm competition. Now, Long Yu is facing Yi Ziwei. Can he continue his undefeated record? In this regard, most people are not optimistic about Long Yu. After all, Yi Ziwei's current real strength is equivalent to the middle stage of the Emperor's realm, and can even compete with the strong in the late stage of the Emperor's realm. As for Long Yu, who has just stepped into the early stage of the Imperial realm, the gap between the two sides is really too big. It took a lot of effort for Long Yu to fight against guys like Keishan Kuei, but if this level was handed over to Yi Ziwei, he could definitely solve it with one move. This is the obvious difference in strength between Long Yu and Yi Ziwei. In the courtyard where Lei Di was watching the battle, many experts became interested. Especially Thunder Emperor's 3rd direct disciple, Ji Bai, and 9th direct disciple Huan Tantian. The two of them were extremely excited at this moment. That kid actually confronted Yi Ziwei. In such a place, Yi Ziwei was not at all. Maybe he's showing mercy, that is to say, that kid will definitely be slightly abused by Yi Zi. And Yi Ziwei's character is extremely strong, and he doesn't like men who are weaker than himself at all. Now this battle can just make Yi Ziwei realize this point, that is, Long Yu is weaker than her, so for Ji Bai and Huan Tian said, this is naturally an excellent thing. Of course, not everyone is happy to see Long Yu face Yi Ziwei. For example, those forces who want Long Yu to die, they are very clear about the identities of Yi Ziwei and Long Yu. In such an occasion, it is impossible to distinguish between life and death. I will not lose my life. What's more, for Long Yu, losing to Yi Ziwei is considered normal. Even if it is losing face, it is limited. Damn it, if I were to face that kid, I would have to fight him to the death, never ending. The eldest son of Emperor Yun Jinglei thought so. His face was extremely gloomy at this time. After all, if Long Yu was eliminated too early, he would have no chance to meet Long Yu, and he would have no chance to kill this person as his third brother and second brother. My brother took revenge. Yun Jinglei didn't want to see Long Yu get any limelight, but he also didn't want Long Yu to be eliminated like this. This kind of mood is extremely complicated, and it's not for outsiders. In the watching courtyard where the Red Emperor was, Xing Xing and Dao Jingtian stood beside Chidi respectfully, and said with some expectation, I didn't expect junior brother Long to meet his opponent so soon, and I wonder how many tricks he can survive under that Nizi's hands. Chidi smiled kindly. Long Yu is very talented, and his final performance may surprise everyone, but this is just the first round. If it were you, would you show your true strength? Of course not. Xing Xing and Dao Jingtian shook their heads, but they understood that this battle can only be regarded as a tentative battle between Long Yu and Yi Ziwei. Not advisable. Of course, this does not prevent the battle between Long Yu and Yi Ziwei from attracting the audience's attention. Although the real strength of the two cannot be seen, there is no doubt that this battle must be extremely exciting. Countless people began to bet on this battle. Most of them guessed that Yi Ziwei would win, but there were many people who guessed that Yi Ziwei would win. Even if she really won, those bettors would not win much money. Surprisingly, although many people bet on Yi Ziwei's victory, there are also many people who bet on Long Yu's victory. It seems that Long Yu's performance in the competition of the strongest king has already gained a lot of fans for Long Yu. Long Yu accepted the battle with Yi Ziwei, and was then teleported to a mountain range with a radius of hundreds of miles, surrounded by mountains and rocks. The terrain is very complicated. The most important thing is that these rocks actually contain some kind of special material. It can shield the ordinary detection magical powers for detection. This brings a lot of trouble to ordinary martial arts, because it is very easy to hide in such a terrain, and it will not be possible to tell the winner for a long time, and even give some weaker competitors an excellent chance to win with the weak. But for Long Yu, it was an exception. Now Long Yu has not only comprehended the Eye of Shadow of the seventh heaven, but also mastered the secret martial art of the fifth heaven, balanced control. With the cooperation of the two methods, Long Yu can easily perceive the changes in power within a radius of thousands of miles. After practicing balance control, Long Yu's detection principle is completely different from others, which is his great advantage in the competition of the strongest emperor. Therefore, he easily found Yi Ziwei's trail, but Yi Ziwei failed to find Long Yu, because Long Yu was hiding behind a mountain peak, which blocked Yi Ziwei's detection. Of course, Long Yu was too lazy to hide all the time. There were two reasons for him to participate in this battle. One was to feel Yi Ziwei's strength, and the other was to make Yi Ziwei and others misjudge their own strength. So there is no point in avoiding it at all. What Long Yu wants is a direct confrontation. He flew directly over the mountain range, and Yi Ziwei immediately sensed his whereabouts. The two sides quickly approached, and the distance of tens of miles was reached in a short time. I didn't expect to meet you so early. I thought I had to wait until the last few rounds. Yi Ziwei flew over from afar, and when he was still in the sky, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said to Long Yu, "Earlier or later, I believe it's all the same to you." Long Yu smiled and said, "That's true, but I'm afraid it's not the same for you." A hint of caution appeared in Yi Ziwei's eyes. "I thought you would choose to abstain, but I didn't expect you to accept it in the end. Are you not afraid that after losing to me, you will lose to someone else, thus losing the qualification to continue the competition? You seem very confident in yourself." The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up. "That's natural." Yi Ziwei smiled lightly, and then she was too lazy to talk nonsense. She wanted to fight Long Yu for a long time, but it was a pity that Long Yu went to nowhere a year ago, and couldn't find her. Now that she finally sees her again, Yi Ziwei will not give up easily this opportunity. Thunder, heaven's punishment. Yi Ziwei raised his hand, and the thunder and lightning mark on his forehead suddenly lit up, and the clouds in the sky were easily aroused, causing them to gather quickly, and the next moment, 8 horrific purple lightning bolts fell from the sky. 8 bolts of lightning blasted at Long Yu from 8 different directions, and the speed was extremely fast. Long Yu's body flickered subconsciously, and he used Tianxuan's footwork to dodge, but he suddenly discovered that the figure didn't even move, but stayed in place. It turned out to be a magic formation method. This little girl, it seems that a magic formation was set up when I was talking to me just now. Now the space around me is not closed, but if I want to leave this space, I must break through the magic formation. It's too late, so I can only resist. Long Yu's face changed slightly. He really didn't expect that Yi Ziwei would still try to use tricks when facing him, but then again, soldiers never tire of deceit. There is nothing wrong with Yi Ziwei's actions. The most important thing is that for Long Yu, it is easier to know the opponent's power display situation accurately when confronting head-to-head. Fallen Star. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, 8 fallen dark stars were instantly condensed, and then the barrier of death appeared around his body, surrounding and protecting him. If you resist, you will die if you don't admit defeat. In the distance, Yi Ziwei spoke out confidently, with a smile on his face, that was about to win. Her heavenly punishment is an extremely important part of Lady's inheritance. It is an ancient high-grade martial skill. It can be said to be the strongest martial skill in the Shenwu world, right? Not only that, but she has already cultivated this martial skill to the level of perfection, and its destructive power is extremely terrifying. If she resists it head-on, even she herself will not be able to resist, and it is very likely that she will be smashed to pieces by the heavenly punishment. Now, taking advantage of the opportunity of communicating with Long Yu, she set up a phantom array, so that Long Yu could not dodge and could only resist. In this way, unless Long Yu urges the king's life card, he will surely die. Of course, Yi Ziwei thought so, but Long Yu himself didn't think so. 8 fallen dark stars condensed and flew towards the lightning of heavenly punishment in 8 directions at the fastest speed. Under the balanced control of the 5th level of Long Yu, these 8 fallen dark stars directly rushed into the 8 heavenly punishment lightnings. In the lightning, break it! Long Yu instantly detonated the 8 fallen dark stars, and immediately saw the 8 heavens punishment lightning bolts were directly blasted, and then became half thinner than before. How can this be? Yi Ziwei's face suddenly changed. She felt that her 8 lightning strikes were blasted by Long Yu respectively, and the power was directly cut by more than half. Yi Ziwei has never heard of this kind of method, and has never seen it before. Martial skills that can weaken the opponent's martial arts? Or magical powers? Yi Ziwei didn't know, but she was not as confident as before about whether her 8 directions heaven punishment could still force Long Yu to activate the king's fate card. After all, the power of his 8 directions heaven punishment had been reduced by half. For Long Yu, this method can be easily used. Although the fallen dark star is small, the power contained in it is not small. Just one fallen dark star casts starburst, and the power erupting from it is enough to destroy any other energy structure in the attack. Just now, Long Yu was urging the starburst, allowing the energy of the fallen dark star to destroy the energy structure in the 8 lightning strikes, thus directly reducing its destructive power by more than half. Only by practicing the 5th level of balance control can one find the flaw in the opponent's attack at that moment, and then use the fallen dark star to target it. If it is someone else, even if they have practiced the fallen dark star, they will not it is possible to destroy the opponent's attack structure, thereby weakening the power of the opponent's attack. In the entire world of martial arts, only Long Yu can use this method. Immediately afterwards, the 8 lightning bolts of heavenly punishment crashed on Long Yu's death barrier. At this time, Long Yu had already fully comprehended the original level of Death Divine Script, and had already perfected the body training of the Death Realm. The defensive ability is at least 100 times stronger than it was a year ago. It took a full 2 breaths of time for the weakened 8 lightning bolts of heaven's punishment to finally destroy the barrier of death, and then landed on Long Yu's body with a crash. An extremely numb feeling spread all over his body immediately, but Long Yu's physical strength was far superior to that of ordinary people. The double weakened heavenly punishment did not cause any damage to Long Yu when the attack landed on him, but his whole body became numb instantly. Just a moment. This scene fell into Yi Ziwei's eyes, making her eyelids twitch. There is no doubt that Long Yu's response method was beyond her expectations. Originally, Yi Ziwei thought that even if this trick could not force Long Yu to use the King's Fate card, at least it would allow Long Yu to use some hidden trump cards, right? However, she found that Long Yu had easily resolved the crisis by simply using some ordinary means. As for this phantom array, the hand of the 9 netherworld, annihilate it for me. But Long Yu didn't stand still, he was still trapped in the phantom formation. If he didn't break the phantom formation, he would have to be beaten all the time and couldn't fight back. This was obviously not the result Long Yu wanted. Since it was a trial battle, Long Yu not only wanted to test out Yi Ziwei's attack ability, but also to test out Yi Ziwei's defense and body skills. The 7 bone arms protruded out of the void in an instant, and directly grabbed the key phantom formations around Long Yu, and then with a strong force, they completely annihilated the key parts of the entire phantom formation, so that the phantom array completely lost its effect. This method surprised Yi Ziwei again. If she didn't expect Long Yu to resist her heaven's punishment so easily, then what she didn't expect was that Long Yu could easily break through her phantom array just by urging his bone arm to grab it. It was as if Long Yu clearly knew where the weaknesses of her phantom array were, so she deliberately attacked those weaknesses. How did such a powerful perception come from? Undoubtedly, of course, it is the secret method of martial arts, and the 5th level of balance has been mastered. Even in Tianwei, martial art secrets can only be inherited by some big sects and powerful forces. Even the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor only knew 3 kinds of martial arts secrets before, but each of them can make wuxiu become stronger in battle. Like a duck to water. Martial arts secrets, although they cannot directly enhance the attack or defense of martial arts, they each have their own magical effects, such as balance control, which is only the 5th stage, and can already see through the weaknesses of most methods, so as to crack them in a targeted manner. The most hateful thing is that this method is quite hidden. Yi Ziwei only knows that Long Yu weakened his attack and broke his phantom array, but he doesn't know how Long Yu did it. However, I just need to know that you have such an ability, that's enough. Yi Ziwei thought about it, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Long Yu's ability is terrifying. If she is at the late stage of the Imperial Realm or at the peak of cultivation, she, Yi Ziwei, may not be Long Yu's opponent. However, Long Yu is only at the early stage of the Imperial Realm. Could it be that she, Yi Ziwei, can't deal with Long Yu who has just stepped into the Imperial Realm? Long Yu is certainly a genius who can leapfrog fights, but so is Yi Ziwei. When both sides can leapfrog fights, the level of martial arts can also determine the outcome of the battle. Immediately afterwards, the lightning mark on Yi Ziwei's forehead suddenly lit up, and a burst of thunder light surrounded her whole body. She was using it as a defensive method to prevent Long Yu from sneaking in. Yi Ziwei still knows Long Yu's fighting methods very well. Maybe Long Yu will show up behind her and make a sneak attack at any time, so she decided to keep her defensive methods all the time. Immediately afterwards, she raised her bare hand and cast out the 8 directions of punishment one after another. The lightning of the 8 punishments came down again, and the dark clouds in the sky gathered more and more as a result, turning the originally clear sky into dark clouds. It seemed that Yi Ziwei was something is brewing. Long Yu didn't give Yi Ziwei too many opportunities to use it. He dodged, and the 9 nether divine mana in his body completely exploded, instantly condensing hundreds of ancient remnants. These ancient remnants used their own methods to attack Yi Ziwei with a bang past. Hand of 9 Serenities. Phantom Spiral. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. 9 explosions of Yulong, explosion of Yutian and Huangquan. Jiuyou Tianguang. Shadow killing technique. Countless divine powers gathered together to envelop Ziwei in it, and the arena suddenly became pitch black. Under the shroud of the 9 nether sky light, outsiders couldn't see what happened inside, even Ziwei couldn't see it. I don't know how many attacks I am facing now. As for Ziwei's heavenly punishment from all directions, it was directly resisted by Long Yu using the same methods as before. His current physical body is very terrifying, even definitely stronger than Ziwei's physical body. The 8 directions heaven's punishment weakened by the fallen dark star combined with the balanced control could not hurt Long Yu one iota. Thunderball. Just when Ziwei was facing countless attacks, a sphere condensed by the Thunder Divine script appeared directly in front of Ziwei. As soon as this Thunderball appeared, it immediately produced a strong suction force, and the surrounding Jiuyou, all the light from the sky was sucked in. As for the various attack methods displayed by Long Yu's ancient afterimage, they were all sucked in by the Thunder Ball, and failed to affect Ziwei in the slightest. Not only that, the Thunder Ball has become extremely unstable after absorbing Jiuyou Tianguang and various divine powers. I am afraid that it only needs to be touched a little, and it will explode completely. The destructive power is even better than that of Lan Yufeng. Siege. The power of thunder and magnetism. A smile appeared on the corner of Ziwei's mouth, and when she raised her hand, she condensed a burst of strange divine power. As for herself, she moved away from the thunder ball that had absorbed all kinds of power at an extremely fast speed. The power of thunder and magnetism can produce such a strong suction? Long Yu's face changed slightly. At this moment, he felt a powerful force pulling him towards the place where the thunder ball was. Long Yu had no way to escape. The next moment, Long Yu's whole body was directly sucked in and bumped into the extremely unstable thunder ball. This thunder ball had absorbed the divine power of Long Yu's hundreds of attack methods before, but now it was hit by Long Yu's body and exploded immediately. Long Yu tried the 9 nether path while being sucked in, but he couldn't break the space seal and used his space power to escape. The power of thunder and magnetism is still too powerful for the current Long Yu, it's hard to resist. Only when it hit the thunderball, layers of death barriers formed. It's a pity that the thunder ball absorbed too much Long Yu's power, and with his own unstable characteristics erupting once, its destructive power actually directly destroyed Long Yu's 3-layer death barrier, and all the remaining power blasted to Long Yu physically. Unexpectedly, I have to resort to new methods. Long Yu smiled wryly, and had some understanding of Ziwei's power. The explosive power of this thunder ball was too strong. Not only did it easily destroy the 3 layers of death barriers, but its remaining power could definitely seriously injure Long Yu's body. So if Long Yu didn't want to admit defeat, he could only use other new methods. Death-ridden. With a subconscious thought of Long Yu, the endless power of the divine script of death wrapped around his whole body, and this endless death energy actually formed an extremely thick defensive barrier. The tyrannical power from the explosion of the thunder ball directly rushed into this layer of death energy. However, more than half of the countless divine powers in it were annihilated by the death energy after passing through the death energy. Death Chi haunting has such an effect, no matter what kind of powerful attack it is, it can eliminate half of the destructive power of annihilation. Then, relying on Long Yu's cultivation to reach the perfect state of body training in the death realm, his physical body successfully blocked this move, although it was extremely difficult, but at least he was able to block it. However, Long Yu still had a hard time going forward. Because when he escaped from the explosion of the thunder ball, he found that the entire sky above his head was covered with dark clouds, and the infinite purple thunder light kept flashing in the dark clouds. Long Yu's heart sank. He felt that the sky in the entire space with a radius of 100 miles had become like this, and the most terrible thing was that the sky was still pressing down. Royal Wei, Zidian Tianqiong. The corners of Ziwei's mouth curled up, and his whole body was suspended in the sky. The lightning mark on his forehead was extremely shining, and it even echoed the sky full of lightning. She actually stimulated the entire sky to burst into purple lightning, and made the entire sky to press down. Under such an attack, Long Yufeng was unstoppable and unstoppable. Sure enough, it's the kingly way. Long Yu frowned slightly. Yi Ziwei really used a kingly method, and this kingly method is so powerful, but I think it is because of the increase of the lightning mark on her forehead that it can produce such a terrifying effect. And the thunder and lightning imprint on Yi Ziwei's forehead is completely a natural thing, which can increase the power of the thunder and lightning divine script, making her display the power of the thunder and lightning divine script extremely terrifying. Even if it is kingly way, so what, let me break it. Long Yu raised his head, looked at the Xidian sky that kept pressing down. Suddenly he was full of arrogance, the momentum of his whole body suddenly changed, and the whole person flew towards the sky instead. Death, break it. Hand of the netherworld, annihilate. The strength of Long Yu's whole body exploded, and the death energy that was originally entwined around him directly escaped from his body, turned into a black mist and flew forward, and was instantly submerged in the purple electric sky. On the surface, that burst of death energy didn't seem to have any effect, but Long Yu felt that the strength of the purple lightning divine script in the sky passed by the death energy had been weakened by half. Immediately afterwards, 7 bone arms sprang out from the void, and one by one grabbed into the sky where the death energy rushed in just now. As each bone arm rushed into it, the energy of the 9 secluded worlds erupted, continuously. That part of the purple electric sky is annihilated. When the 7 bone arms disappeared into the sky, there was only a thin layer left of the continuously pressed purple sky. 9 nether dragon breath, broken. Long Yu opened his mouth, and a burst of pitch-black dragon's breath directly broke through the entire layer of the purple sky, and his whole body shot out from the gap. This scene caused an uproar for everyone who was watching the battle. This Long Yu actually possessed such terrifying power. Under various means, he broke Yi Ziwei's domineering means. Do you want to use the purple electric sky dome to continuously press down and force Long Yu to death? It is impossible, because Long Yu actually has the ability to break through these purple electric sky. What kind of power has weakened my various means? Yi Ziwei also noticed that Long Yu's methods were weird, but she was not worried when she saw Long Yu breaking through her purple electric sky. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But it doesn't matter, you think you broke through my purple electric sky, but you don't know that this is a trap I set for you. Xidian Tianqiong is not difficult to break through, but once you break through, you will face a desperate situation. At this moment, Long Yu also knew that he was fooled. After he broke through the entire layer of purple electric sky, he discovered that there was a layer of purple electric sky above this layer of purple electric sky, and the power of the next layer of purple electric sky was stronger than that of the first layer of purple electric sky. The sky is more difficult to break through. Not only that, at this moment, Long Yu was completely immersed in a world of thunder, and purple thunder and lightning rumbled in all directions. Looking around, there is nothing in the entire line of sight except for the purple thunder and lightning. Fortunately, Long Yu managed to find some of the weaker areas by virtue of his balanced control. Of course, it is impossible for every area to be equally strong. Of course, there are strong and weak areas. Long Yu was in this thunder field, just about to condense the fallen dark stars to destroy the core of the entire thunder field, but suddenly felt a familiar force controlling him. The power of thunder and magnetism. Yi Ziwei's lightning and magnetic power reappeared, and once again controlled Long Yu's whole body. At the same time, Long Yu saw the endless purple lightning around him and gathered towards him. It was different from being sucked and hit the thunder ball for the first time. This time it was the thunder and lightning that took the initiative to hit the trapped Long Yu, and the power of purple lightning condensed by Xidian Tianqiong's domineering method definitely exceeded the previous one. Thunderball. Unless you use your trump card, you won't be able to resist this trick. Long Yu's heart moved, he smiled immediately, and directly activated the King's Life card, and with a flash of light, Long Yu directly surrendered and was teleported out of the space. Killed? Yi Ziwei felt that Long Yu had surrendered, and frowned slightly. Although Long Yu's conceding was the result she had long thought of, she always felt that it was a bit early for Long Yu to concede. She hadn't resorted to the last resort. Could this Long Yu be unable to hold on? In fact, there is no problem if you think about it carefully. The kingly method of Zidian Tianqiong is enough to deal with the strong in the middle stage of the Emperor's realm, not to mention a mere dragon who has just stepped into the Emperor's realm. However, Yi Ziwei always felt that Long Yu's behavior was a bit strange this time. You are hiding very deeply. Yi Ziwei is very aware of this, but she is not afraid of Long Yu. However, no matter how deep you hide, you will not be my opponent at that time unless your martial arts realm goes to the next level. It's a pity, in the end, after the strong Emperor realm is over, I will break through to the Emperor realm, and by then, you will still not be my opponent. Yi Ziwei thought in his heart, and was then teleported out of the competition space. She was greeted by the smiling faces of the third brother Zhibai and the ninth brother Huang Tian, as well as the attention of other senior brothers and sisters. The battle between Long Yu and Yi Ziwei can be said to be the attention of the whole people. Of course, there will be many people after Yi Ziwei returns. Come up and ask. The most important thing is about Long Yu's strength. Long Yu's basic strength is not very strong, but his methods are very weird. If other people encounter him, they must be careful. Yi Ziwei said truthfully. Regarding this sentence, Zhibai and Huang Tian didn't take it seriously. What means can a mere early-stage emperor have? If I meet him, I will definitely not give him the slightest chance. Huang Tian thought of it. The battle between Long Yu and Yi Ziwei ended like this. The battle ended very quickly, and the result was the same as most people expected, that is, Long Yu surrendered to Yi Ziwei. Both are direct disciples of the five emperors, but in terms of martial arts, Long Yu is 2 levels lower than Yi Ziwei. The gap between them is quite large. Long Yu has mastered the source-level divine script, but Yi Ziwei also has it. Long Yu comprehended the methods of kingship, but Yi Ziwei also comprehended the kingly way. Apart from martial arts realm, Yi Ziwei is comparable to Long Yu in many aspects, so it is normal for this battle to have such a result. However, most people have overlooked one point, that is, soldiers, pills. In the battle between the strongest king realm and the strongest emperor realm, there is no rule against taking pills, but generally speaking, no one would take pills on such occasions, because it is just a competition anyway, unless the ranking of this competition is related to many things. For example, in the final battle of the strongest king realm, in order to compete for the first place, some people may want to take the elixir that temporarily increases their strength. In the entire strongest king realm competition, only the first place is worth fighting for. It's a pity that the decisive battle of this year's strongest king realm competition was between Long Yu and Xiang Wu. As a result, Long Yu directly conceded defeat. Naturally, no one would take any pills. It is the same in the competition of the strongest imperial realm. When it comes to the competition for the top 10 positions, some pills that temporarily increase strength will be taken by many people to obtain key victories. Therefore, it is very important for martial artists who want to hit the top 10 to prepare some pills to temporarily improve their strength before the game. Of course Yi Ziwei also has such a pill, but if he wants to compare it with Long Yu, he must be much weaker. Long Yu still has 9 ancient supergrade and topgrade pills on his body. Once he takes them, his strength will be increased by at least 5 or 6 times in a short period of time. This is an extremely terrifying effect. As for Yi Ziwei and the others, at most they could get an ancient supergrade pill like Shujie Guiwan, which would temporarily increase their strength by 3 times. In terms of elixir, Long Yu is absolutely the best for anyone else, and when it comes to the critical moment, if necessary, Long Yu will definitely not hold back. In terms of soldiers, other people consider the ancient-level soldiers to be very good, and the ancient-level top-grade soldiers are the best soldiers that most people can get. This is still priceless, extremely rare. However, Long Yu not only possesses a top-quality void dragon blade in his hands, but also a top-quality ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, which he has been hiding all along. Once the dragon skeleton pagoda is mobilized, it will definitely have an unstoppable performance. In addition to warriors and elixir, there is also the aspect of martial arts. In this aspect, Long Yu is absolutely superior to anyone else, even if it is the direct disciple of the five emperors. It is not easy to cultivate to the ancient high-grade martial arts. As for the primordial martial skills, even the five emperors themselves probably haven't seen much of them. However, Long Yu has practiced the fallen dark star of the ancient super grade, and the ancient level body training martial arts, the body training of the dead. Basically, apart from the realm of martial arts, Long Yu has to surpass other people who participated in the strongest emperor realm in every aspect, not to mention that he has also practiced the secret method of martial arts, balanced control, allowing him to control everything on the battlefield at any time, making him basically invincible. If Yi Ziwei only has the superficial strength, I can defeat her with my current martial arts realm. Even if she has reservations, as long as I step into the middle stage of the imperial realm, I can still suppress her. This is the conclusion Long Yu came to after the battle with Yi Ziwei. This allowed Long Yu to have a very intuitive concept of the top players participating in the competition. This is the role of the tentative battle, and the role of this battle is not limited to this. When Long Yu conceded defeat to Yi Ziwei, his myth of invincibility was finally broken. Many people were a little afraid of Long Yu deep in their hearts, but now most people no longer have this layer of fear in their hearts. They regained their confidence in facing Long Yu. After all, judging from the battle just now, Long Yu is not invincible. The next moment, Long Yu was assigned to a peak powerhouse from the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. Without a doubt, Long Yu accepted the battle. Ha ha ha, watch me beat Long Yu. This middle-aged man in the imperial realm from the Mad Immortal Empire, with a look of joy, directly clicked to accept the battle. Long Yu conceded defeat to Yi Ziwei, so it can be seen that this son of Long Yu will also lose, and this middle-aged man of the Mad Immortal Empire has a fighting power that exceeds that of xuanhuan of the Nine Sons sect. Long Yu seems to have spent a long time dealing with xuanhuan, so the result of this battle is obvious now, right? Go, this kid is too popular, you must suppress it. This kid just lost to Lady's direct disciple. He must have been frustrated. He may not be able to show his full strength. It should be no problem to defeat this kid with your strength. This battle must give us the face of the Mad Immortal Empire. Everyone in the Mad Immortal Empire is looking forward to this battle. The expected middle-aged man was naturally very proud. He directly accepted the battle and was teleported to the battlefield. Long Yu was teleported to the battlefield. This is a piece of prairie terrain, with a radius of 100 miles, a wide field of vision, without hindrance, and one can see things hundreds of miles away with the naked eye. Long Yu's temptation was almost over, so there was no need to waste any more time in this battle, so he directly activated the balance control, completely concealing his aura, and in addition, he also used divine concealment. In this way, Long Yu completely disappeared from the sight of other people, and it was difficult to detect Long Yu's existence no matter with the naked eye or starting with perception. When facing Yi Ziwei, Long Yu didn't use this method because he wanted to test Yi Ziwei's strength. But now, Long Yu wanted to make a quick decision. After the man at the peak of the imperial realm of the Mad Immortal Empire came in, he urged his detection powers to detect the surroundings full of confidence, but soon his expression changed. Nobody? His detection powers spread hundreds of miles away, even occupying the entire battle space, but he didn't notice the slightest breath of Long Yu, as if Long Yu hadn't been teleported to this space at all. What happened? The man from the Mad Immortal Empire frowned slightly. He knew that it was impossible for people to disappear without a reason. Even if Long Yu immediately surrendered after entering, he would still get a reminder from the king's card. After all, he was a strong man at the peak of the imperial realm, so he soon became vigilant, and guessed that Long Yu might have a very powerful means of hiding his figure. As soon as Long Yu makes a surprise attack, he will immediately counterattack and carry out his plan of beating Long Yu. However, as time went by, Long Yu never appeared, which made the man a little puzzled, but after all, he was rich in combat experience, so he did not act rashly, but was suspended in midair all the time, always on guard against Long Yu's sneak attack. If he could be invisible, he must have chosen to be invisible at this time. It would be a stalemate at most, but it's a pity that this person doesn't know how to be invisible, so he can only be suspended in midair as a target. Suddenly, a black figure emerged from before him, turning into a jet black sharp blade and stabbing directly at his chest. Well done! The man from the crazy immortal empire let out a stern shout, and his whole body exploded with the godly mantra of the crazy battle, condensing into a huge imposing palm, and slapped the black shadow in front of him. This palm was as powerful as a rainbow, and its power was astonishing. It directly smashed the black shadow into pieces. But now he found that the black shadow was just an afterimage of Long Yu, which made him immediately alert, and the brilliance flowed all over his body. Protected. This person reacted very quickly, but he didn't know that what he did was playing into Long Yu's arms. If this person chooses to run away, Long Yu may not dare to act rashly for a while, but since he dares to defend, Long Yu has countless ways to break his defense. Jiuyo Tianguang. A burst of dense and dark Jiuyo skylight spread across the entire sky in an instant, covering the sight of all the audience, and no one would know what would happen in this black and thick fog. And Long Yu's offensive started when Jiuyo Tianguang was unleashed. Death-ridden, broken. Long Yu's whole body was filled with a strong death energy, which directly covered the whole body of the man from the Mad Immortal Empire. This death energy was entangled in it, which was a method derived from his cultivation in the realm of death to reach the Desheng state. It could be used not only for defense, but also to attack. Defense can offset half of the power of other people's attacks. Attack can also eliminate half of the opponent's defense. The function is very heaven-defying. After all, it is a derivative of the ancient martial arts. Under the condition of endless death energy entanglement, the defensive ability of the Mad Warrior armor of the man from the Quanxian Empire was forcibly weakened by half, and then Long Yu's attack really started. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. The breath of the 9 nether dragons at the king level burst out one mouthful at a time. In the 9 nether skylight, the man could not use the Space Divine script to escape. One wave, no gaps at all. After 5 consecutive mouthfuls of the 9 nether dragon's breath, this person was unable to defend himself. The berserk armor all over his body was completely corroded, and the 9 nether divine runes had already eroded into his body. Infinite Imprisonment. Fallen Star, Ning. The final lore was still a move used by Long Yu. He cast Infinite Imprisonment to trap the opponent for a period of time, and then gathered as many fallen dark stars as possible to surround him, and the opponent died suddenly when he came out. It took more than 2 breaths for the man to break through the infinite confinement, but the speed at which Long Yu condensed the fallen dark stars was more than double that of a year ago. More than 700 fallen dark stars detonated in an instant, and the terrifying power directly shocked the man, because the explosive power had already made him feel life-threatening. In a hurry, this person could only urge the king's life card to sign up. If he didn't admit defeat, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die in such an explosion. Following this person's admission of defeat, many spectators were in an uproar. Long Yu won again. And still so crisp. Conceal your body first, as long as you catch an opportunity, you will not even be left with breathing room, and you will be bombarded to death. The poor man still wanted to beat Long Yu, but in the end he was beaten by Long Yu instead. When many people saw Long Yu conceding defeat to Yi Ziwei, they felt that Long Yu's strength was nothing more than that. However, this is all because of Yi Ziwei's sky-defying strength for comparison. Yi Ziwei has the ability to make Long Yu admit defeat, but the others do not have this ability. Even when facing Long Yu, most people have no ability to resist. Long Yu won 2 games, conceded 1, and stepped into the second round of the strongest emperor. Now there are more than 20,000 martial arts left in the whole competition. These are the strong players after a round of elimination. But for Long Yu, as long as he doesn't meet a strong person like Yi Ziwei, the strength of other people is no different. 3 days later, the second round started, and Long Yu was directly assigned to a peak emperor from a remote area. This person seemed to be the emperor of the dynasty in that remote area. Judging by his temperament, he knew that he had been in a high position for a long time, and his demeanor, "Don't be angry." Facing this person, Long Yu directly repeated his old tricks, using balanced control methods to completely hide himself, making it impossible for the opponent to find him, and then suddenly launched a sneak attack. A series of tactics made the opponent unable to fight back, and finally had no choice but to admit defeat. The next opponent was a middle-aged woman at the pinnacle of the imperial realm of Su's medicine, and Long Yu used the same method to directly force her to admit defeat. With Long Yu's record of 2 wins and 2 matches in the second round, everyone realized that this Long Yu is definitely not a guy to mess with. Although when facing Yi Ziwei, it seems that his strength is not so much, but that is because Yi Ziwei is too strong. Now, when facing Long Yu, other people have almost no power to fight back, which is unbelievable. However, this is the fact that a junior who has just stepped into the early stages of the imperial realm actually defeated some long-established seniors who were at the peak of the imperial realm. Successive victories made everyone pay more attention to Long Yu again. As for Long Yu, he also kept observing the battles of Yu Hanqin, He Dao, Yi Ziwei, and others, and had a deeper understanding of these strongest opponents. Yi Ziwei, when facing other opponents, she didn't show any domineering means. Zidian Tianqiong, it seems that I did put a lot of pressure on her. Long Yu squinted his eyes, and saw that Yi Ziwei had kept a lot of hands in other battles. Now, he can only judge the basic strength of these strongest opponents, but he still doesn't know what their trump card is. In contrast, other people's understanding of Long Yu is still at a basic level. What Long Yu has shown so far is only what people investigated a year ago, but the level has improved. As for what new means Long Yu acquired during this year, no one knows, only those who have fought with Long Yu vaguely feel that Long Yu is a bit strange. This person can easily crack some defensive methods, formations, and attack methods. His weakness seems to be extremely sensitive to power perception. But what is going on? It is impossible for people in the world of Shenwu to figure it out for hundreds of years. The 5th level of balance control is undoubtedly useful in battle, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth consumed by practicing this martial arts secret method is definitely enough for Long Yu to step into the late stage of the imperial realm in one fell swoop. It is conceivable how terrifying the aura of heaven and earth is needed to practice balanced control, but the effect after cultivation to the 5th level is quite good, allowing Long Yu to have an advantage in a battle that should have been evenly matched. 2 days later, the 3rd round begins. A total of 11,000 people participated in the 3rd round of the strongest imperial realm competition. Long Yu's first opponent was a talented young man from Shueiyue Sword Sect, one of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. He has set foot on the 18th floor in the fantasy world, has a remarkable record, and is not low in talent. Although this person's strength is not comparable to Yu Hanqin, Yi Ziwei, and others, but it also surpasses the ordinary martial arts at the peak of the Emperor's realm, and he definitely has the strength to fight against a strong man in the early stage of the Emperor's realm. For this person, Long Yu spent a lot of effort. When Long Yu directly hit his figure, this person also hid, but unfortunately Long Yu had balanced control, all disguises and invisibility were in vain, he easily found the other party and launched a sneak attack. However, the opponent's swordsmanship was extremely powerful. He didn't defend at the first time, but instead used offense as defense, forcing Long Yu to break away from the continuous attack state, and could only defend the opponent's swordsmanship instead. The ancient-level swordsmanship, the ancient-level longsword soldiers, coupled with the peak supernatural power of the ninth heaven, put some pressure on Long Yu's defense. Fortunately, there is a fallen dark star to cooperate with the balanced control, so that Long Yu can fight every time. Can use the smallest strength to resist the opponent's attack. In the end, Long Yu seized a flaw in the opponent's attack, and directly cast the 9 nether skylight to envelop the person again, and then a series of bombardments came, blasting him to the point where he activated the King's Life card defense, and finally surrendered. Afterwards, Long Yu met the grandson of an elder of the Five Emperors Alliance. This young man was also quite talented, especially good at the power of Space Divine Script. He was extremely flexible in fighting and avoided many Long Yu's attacks. It's a pity that Long Yu found an opportunity to use Jiuyou Tianguang to envelop him in it, and this person was completely withered, because all the powers of Space Divine Script were sealed in Jiuyou Tianguang, and the power that this person is best at was sealed. What else could he use? Fighting with Long Yu? As for dispelling the Jiuyou skylight, he can do it, but it's a pity that before he can dispel the first piece of Jiuyou skylight, Long Yu has already waved the second piece. Unless he dispels the Jiuyou skylight's speed extremely fast, otherwise it is doomed to be trapped in the Jiuyou Tianguang, facing endless attacks from Long Yu. In the end, this person also had no choice but to admit defeat. It can be seen that at this time, the opponent Long Yu is facing is not weak. Even if it is a life-and-death battle, Long Yu may not be able to kill the opponent, but is very likely to be escaped by the opponent. However, this has not yet reached the limit of Long Yu. Long Yu is going to advance 2 more rounds in the current state, and then make preparations to break through the realm. Now his inner world has a radius of 99,000 miles, as long as it is increased to 100,000 miles, he will be able to step into the middle stage of the Imperial Realm in 1 step, and the power of the transformed inner world will increase the basic strength of Long Yu's body by at least 3 times. As long as Long Yu wants to break through, he can break through at any time, it just depends on whether it is necessary. Long Yu's consecutive victories made many people's faces darken. Originally, the vast majority of people thought that Long Yu, who had just stepped into the Imperial Realm, would be eliminated soon if he came to participate in the battle of the strongest Imperial Realm. But now, Long Yu undoubtedly slapped them in the face with the facts. In the Tianqing dynasty, the eldest prince, Tianqing, was already desperate for the current Long Yu. He never thought that the strength of Long Yu had reached this level. Originally, the first prince Tianqing expected his 3rd younger brother and 2nd younger sister to kill Long Yu in the strongest king realm competition, but now he knows how ridiculous that idea is. Although his 2nd sister is one of the most powerful kings in the Tianqing dynasty, even facing the people around Long Yu, she doesn't have any power to parry, let alone face Long Yu. And as the eldest prince of the Tianqing dynasty, his own strength has reached the middle stage of the Imperial Realm, which is quite remarkable for the Tianqing dynasty. After all, he is only in his 20s. But he participated in the strongest Imperial Realm competition and was eliminated in the first round. If he were to face Long Yu, he would definitely lose miserably. I thought I let you escape, but I didn't expect to grow into this appearance now. The eldest prince, Tianqing, felt regretful in his heart. He remembered that he once led the personal guards to invade the territory of the Beishua dynasty, just to get rid of Long Yu and Xuanhuan, but unfortunately after some actions, not only did not get rid of Long Yu and Xuanhuan, but let the 2 get the trust of the people in the Snow Dance Legion. If he lost that chance to get rid of Long Yu, he would lose his chance to kill Long Yu forever. Now, even if everyone from Tianqing dynasty fights together, they may not be able to move even a single hair of Long Yu. This feeling of being unable to avenge a great hatred is extremely desperate. And now those who feel the same way as the first Prince Tianqin are not only people from the Tianqin dynasty, but also many other forces that have hatred against Long Yu. For example, the Shinra Empire. The person in charge of the Shenluo Empire now is the eldest prince in the middle stage of the imperial realm. Originally, he expected his second brother to avenge his third brother in the strongest imperial realm competition, but his second brother was eliminated in the second round. Long Yu directly passed the 3 rounds and stepped into the 4th round. Judging from Long Yu's current strength, ordinary people, not to mention those at the peak of the Emperor realm, even those at the early stage of the Emperor realm, are no longer Long Yu's opponents. It's just the span from the strongest King realm competition to the strongest Emperor realm competition, which made Long Yu so improved. When the strongest Emperor realm is over, if Long Yu improves again, even if he only improves 1 realm, he can still fight against the Emperor realm midterm powerhouse. At that level, there will be no one in the entire Shenluo Empire who can control Long Yu, not even the eldest prince in the middle stage of Emperor realm. Originally, the eldest prince of the Shenluo Empire thought that since Long Yu hadn't improved in martial arts, he still had a lot of chances to kill him, but what he didn't expect was that Long Yu's growth rate was so unnatural. In a short period of time, it has been raised to the level where it can compete with ordinary emperors at an unimaginable speed. Despair. This is the deepest feeling in the hearts of the people of the Shenluo Empire. Just as desperate as they are, there is Qin Changyue, the head of the Qin family in the holy city of the 5 emperors. Qin Changyue was shocked by Long Yu's fighting power in the strongest imperial realm. There is no doubt that the current Qin Changyue, I am afraid he is no longer Long Yu's opponent. Although Qin Changyue's cultivation was at the early stage of Emperor realm, he was not comparable to Long Yu in any other respects, and he might lose miserably against Long Yu. Thinking of the life and death battle that he and Long Yu had made after the Shenwu Emperor's meeting ended, Qin Changyue's face turned pale and ashen. As for the patriarch of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Rong, he is not yet in despair, but he is also extremely anxious. He has long been worried that Long Yu is so confident in making a life and death pact with him. It is definitely not unsure, but he didn't expect that Long Yu's growth rate was really so terrifying. Qin Changyue and Gongsun Rong were a little panicked, but Ji Haokong, one of the 18 elders of Xueyue Sword sect, still didn't pay much attention to Long Yu. After all, Ji Haokong is already a strong man in the late stage of the Emperor's realm, and in the martial arts of the late stage of the Emperor's realm, he can be regarded as a relatively strong one. A mere junior in the Emperor's realm cannot be his opponent at all. Among other things, even Yu Hanqin, He Dao, Yi Ziwei, and the others would not be able to defeat Ji Haokong now, let alone Long Yu. Therefore, Ji Haokong still didn't care much about Long Yu's rise, but his hatred for Long Yu deepened in his heart, because Long Yu eliminated a disciple of Xueyue Sword sect again, which made Ji Haokong quite unhappy. The strongest emperor, the 4th round begins, and there are still 5,500 people left at this time. There is no doubt that these 5,500 people are definitely the elite and the mainstay of the entire Shenwu world. If everyone takes it out, it will definitely cause a big storm in places like the Shenluo Empire and the Beishua dynasty. At the beginning of this round, Long Yu was finally assigned an enemy, Yun Jinglei, the son of Yun Jinglei from the Yun Empire. Yun Jinglei is not only a strong man at the peak of the imperial realm, but also has a good inheritance in the territory of the Yun Empire, and has many powerful means. The goal of the strongest imperial realm this time is to break into the top 100. Being arranged to fight Long Yu in the 4th round was exactly what this person wanted. Of course, Yun Jinglei hated Long Yu very much. The death of his third brother was related to Long Yu, and his second brother was killed by Long Yu himself. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible for Yun Jinglei to let Long Yu go. Long Yu didn't pay much attention to it, he just accepted the battle and was teleported to the battlefield. This battle is life and death, Long Yu, do you dare? As soon as Long Yu stepped into the space of the battlefield, he heard a roar from a distance. It was Yun Jinglei who directly made a provocation when he entered the field. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Originally, he was going to hide his figure and directly launch a sneak attack to defeat the opponent, but since the opponent wants to fight to the death, Long Yu naturally wants to satisfy him. Long Yu used the Eye of Shadow to check the surrounding scene. This is a mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles, and he immediately found the place where Yun Jinglei was. He flew directly towards Yun Jinglei's location, separated by hundreds of feet, laughed and said, "This battle is life and death? I don't care, but are you sure you can afford it? Long Yu." Yun Jinglei's eyes were filled with anger, and he stared at Long Yu's figure. "You tortured and killed my third and second younger brothers, and today I will avenge them, so that they can rest in peace. It's ridiculous." Long Yu smiled faintly. "Your third brother was killed by a strange beast, can I blame me? As for your second brother, when he wants to kill me, I can only stand still and let him fail. I, Long Yu, I don't take the initiative to provoke others, but if someone wants to provoke me, I will not let anyone go." These words made Yun Jinglei's blood spurt, and his anger rushed into his heart. Doesn't Long Yu mean that his second brother wanted to kill Long Yu but failed, because his second brother didn't have the ability? Stop talking nonsense, life and death are decided in this battle. Do you dare or not? If you dare, throw down the king's life card. Yun Jinglei shouted angrily. "I lost it, how about you?" Long Yu didn't care at all, raised his hand and threw the king's fate card into the dense forest in the mountains below, and soon disappeared. "Good." Yun Jinglei snarled immediately, and his whole body instantly turned into a stream of light and killed Long Yu. This person is not trustworthy at all. When Long Yu threw away the king's fate card, he did not throw away his king's life card. It is equivalent to leaving an amulet for himself. Own life. Such a shameless move immediately booed millions of spectators. It's just too shameless. How can there be such a reason for tricking Long Yu into throwing away the king's fate card, but not throwing away himself? This Cloud Empire's people are really embarrassing. However, for this kind of thing, it does not count as breaking the rules of the strongest Imperial Realm competition. Even if the 5 emperors make a move, it is impossible to intervene in the battle between the two. Space control, 10,000 layers of space, can be said to be a kind of self-consciousness, a self-consciousness that exists exclusively for arranging games, and even the 5 emperors cannot influence its decision-making. Therefore, matters on the battlefield can only be decided by both sides of the battle. Long Yu watched Yun Jinglei flying over in a stream of light, and made it clear that he wanted to kill him, so he couldn't help but sneered. He didn't hate Yun Jinglei's revenge for his younger brother at first, but now the other party's shameless behavior, without a doubt, Long Yu was disgusted. "Since you want to stay alive, that's fine, then I'll satisfy you." A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. He hadn't been angry when he participated in the competition of the strongest emperor, but now, what the other party did was really disgusting. That being the case, it is not too much for Long Yu to do anything. Facing Yun Jinglei turning into a stream of light and flying towards him, Long Yu raised his hand to condense a strong death energy around him, and urged the death energy to wrap around the stream of light. Yun Jinglei comprehended the power of the lightning attribute divine script, and the stream of light that he instantly transformed into a Bolthic lightning that rushed forward, piercing into the burst of strong death energy. Yun Jinglei didn't dare to underestimate this strange burst of death. After all, judging from the previous battles, the burst of death condensed by Long Yu Suo was a bit weird. When that bolt of lightning quickly flew into the thick death energy, it was instantly weakened by half of the death energy, and when it rushed towards Long Yu stretched out his hand and directly pinched the lightning bolt in his hand. Hand of 9 Serenities. Annihilation. Long Yu's arm suddenly projected a white bone arm, covering his arm, and with a heavy pinch, the lightning bolt was crushed and disappeared without a trace in an instant. But at the next moment, Yun Jinglei himself was covered with the power of thunder and lightning, and appeared behind Long Yu. With a lift of his hands, countless thunder and lightning powers condensed into a thunder and lightning cage, trapping Long Yu in it, and this lightning cage began to shrink continuously, and I am afraid that it will kill Long Yu in the end. But the current Long Yu doesn't have the King's Life card to save his life. If you lose, there is only one dead end. A flustered look appeared on Long Yu's face. As the thunder and lightning cage continued to shrink, Long Yu could only use the death barrier and death chi envelope to defend against the damage of the lightning cage to his body. In the end, the thunder and lightning cage shrunk to the extreme, followed by Yun Jinglei's insolent laughter. Haha, Long Yu, did you never expect that you would have today? This thunder and lightning cage is an ancient high-grade martial skill. I got it from an ancient relic. Even if you are proficient in space divinity, it is impossible to escape the control of this lightning cage. Now, you go to die for me. Indeed, this lightning cage is very powerful. As long as he is given some time to use it, there is almost no possibility for Long Yu to escape. Long Yu has tried it. Even if he uses the Path of Nine Serenity, it is impossible to escape from this lightning cage. It's just that Yun Jinglei thinks that he can kill Long Yu just because of this? The flustered look on Long Yu's face was completely faked, and when Yun Jinglei laughed wildly, two divine powers instantly condensed in Long Yu's hands. The source-level Death Divine Script, the original source-level Azura Divine Script, and the power of the two divine scripts, Long Yu, had been fully comprehended by transforming the divine script crystals in the previous year, and under the guidance of the Death Envoy, he had cultivated a second-grade divine script. Chain means. The second-grade divine chain can already be said to be a top-grade divine chain, and in the world of Shenwu, not to mention the top-grade divine chain, even the cultivation methods of the middle-grade divine chain are extremely rare. Even if it is the 5 emperors, what they comprehend at most is the 4th rank and 5th rank god chains. As for the 2nd rank god chains, I am afraid that even the 5 emperors have never seen it. 2nd grade god chain, tortured by death. The two divine powers in Long Yu's hands erupted immediately, forming a stream of black light, which instantly penetrated the thunder and lightning cage, and bombarded Yun Jinglei's body at once. Yun Jinglei's wild laughter stopped abruptly. Of course, he found himself being shot by a strange black streamer, but it seemed that the streamer had no destructive power, which made him a little surprised. Thunder and lightning cage, broken? Yun Jinglei glanced at where Long Yu was, and found that Long Yu escaped from the lightning cage along the gap made by the black streamer, and there was a playful expression in Long Yu's eyes. Impossible, how could you escape from the lightning cage? Yun Jinglei's expression changed. What is impossible? There was a mocking look on Long Yu's face. The death torture of the 2nd grade god chain had already hit Yun Jinglei, and the power of death torture had penetrated into his body. Even if Long Yu didn't do anything, Yun Jinglei would have nothing it is possible to survive. As soon as Long Yu's words came out, Yun Jinglei felt that something was wrong in his body. In his inner world, there seemed to be a ray of strange and weird power, which began to permeate everywhere, and spread out at an extremely fast speed, spreading to his whole body. Every part of his body has a very bad feeling. This feeling makes him indescribable. If he has to describe it in words, it is, every part of his body is in the state of death in process. For example, he could feel his arm dying, gradually losing consciousness. His eyes are dying, and he can't see anything. His dantian is dead, he can hardly use any power in his body. Even, the power in his body is dying, making him gradually become a disabled person. What's going on here? Is it a hallucination? Yun Jinglei didn't quite believe that Long Yu possessed such a powerful method that could instantly turn him into such a crippled state. The fear in his heart made him subconsciously activate the King's Fate card and choose to admit defeat to save his life. Long Yu didn't stop him, but watched Yun Jinglei being protected by the king's life card, and was teleported out of the space. He knew very well in his heart what would happen to the person who was hit by the chain of tormenting gods of death. The most powerful part of the god of death is that it acts on the opponent's body. Even the king's life card cannot save the opponent's life. For example, Gu Feichen, the genius of the Taiwu Empire who was eroded by the death script, even if he spent 500 million, he could only come to the sunset dance to save his life. This is an unsolvable method. Sunset dance, Long Yu will of course also do it, although the form is different, but the effect is not much different. The death torture of the second-grade god chain is quite easy to use against a defenseless martial artist at the peak of the imperial realm. Of course, if the opponent is more vigilant, it will be difficult for Long Yu's move to work, because death torture is only effective against living bodies, but it will be easily defended by divine power. It's a pity that the panic on Long Yu's face made Yun Jinglei think that he had the chance to win, and he never expected that Long Yu could perform such a terrifying move. Except for Yun Jinglei himself, all the other people who watched the battle didn't know why. No one knew what happened. The two were fighting well. Why did Yun Jinglei suddenly admit defeat? Since the king's life card was activated, it must be that Yun Jinglei felt that his life was threatened, otherwise it would be impossible to prompt the king's life card to admit defeat. After all, judging from the previous situation, there was a lot of hatred between the two, and Yun Jinglei, it is impossible to let Long Yu go easily. The only explanation is that Long Yu used some relatively concealed method to make Yun Jinglei feel that he was going to die, and no one knew what this method was. Quite a few people saw that at the critical moment, a stream of black light burst out from the thunder and lightning cage at a very high speed, directly hitting Yun Jinglei, but there was no outward performance immediately after that. In this way, wouldn't Long Yu's trick be able to kill people invisible? Many people watched this competition and became even more jealous of Long Yu. As for the despicable Yun Jinglei from the Yun Empire, few people would pay attention to what happened to him. Except for those forces that have a special hatred for Long Yu. The battle between Long Yu and Yun Jinglei was over, and both sides were teleported out, and several groups of uninvited guests were ushered in one after another in the courtyard where everyone in the Yun Empire was watching the battle. Taiwu Empire. Nine Sun Sect. Watermoon Sword Sect. These three big forces, one of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, all sent people to check Yun Jinglei's current situation, so as to infer Long Yu's method. But when they came to the Cloud Empire, they got a conclusion that surprised them: Yun Jinglei was dead. Although the king's life card protected Yun Jinglei and was sent out of the battlefield, the power of the god chain tortured by death had penetrated into his whole body. Even the king's life card couldn't protect this attack method. The strong men from the 3 major forces all took a look at Yun Jinglei's body, and only felt a strong sense of death, but they couldn't deduce Long Yu's method from it. Only those who came from the Taiwu Empire, their faces sank slightly, because they could see that this method was clearly an upgraded version of what their empire's genius, Gu Feichen, suffered. Gu Feichen was eroded by Xiang Wu's death energy, and he persisted for a long time afterwards, and even waited until the end of the strongest king state, so he went to intercede and eliminate the death energy in his body. But this Yun Jinglei, in such a short period of time, has already died beyond death. It seems that Long Yu's method is more terrifying than that of Xiangwu. Seniors, that fellow Long Yu is extremely ruthless and cruel. He must be killed, otherwise he will become a disaster for the common people. Emperor Yun's face was full of grief and indignation. He had no choice now. Although he was a strong man in the Emperor realm, he was only in the middle stage of the Emperor realm. His current strength was almost the same as that of his son Yun Jinglei. Since Yun Jinglei was killed by Long Yu, even if he took action himself, he would not be able to defeat Long Yu, but would be counter-killed by Long Yu. As a last resort, Emperor Yun could only pin his hopes on the 5 emperors' holy city, the 6 sects, and 10 kingdoms on the forces. After all, Long Yu still has enmity with the sect empire that came to investigate the situation. Emperor Yun knows this very well. Don't worry, if this child is not removed, I will feel restless. After the elders of the Taiwu Empire finished speaking to Emperor Yun, they turned and left. Long Yu, of course, must be eliminated, but this has nothing to do with Emperor Yun, and even the Taiwu Empire despises Yun Jinglei's actions. That Yun Jinglei wanted to make an agreement with Long Yu to fight to the death, but in the end he kept the king's life card, wanting to save his life. Unfortunately, what he did seemed to anger Long Yu, and he made Long Yu perform a move that he never used. He was directly murdered by the above means, and even the king's life card could not save him. Yun Jinglei is self-inflicted, no one will sympathize with him, even if the enemy's enemy is a friend. The current strength of the Yun Empire is far from the level of being friends with forces like the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, and it is even far behind. Emperor Yun himself is the strongest in the empire, and only in the middle stage of the imperial realm. Such an existence, in the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, can only be an ordinary elder of the outer sect, or a lieutenant general of the legion. The level gap between the two sides is too great. Taiwu Empire and Shueiyue Sword Sect sent people here just to see Long Yu's new method, that's all. They didn't have any sympathy for Emperor Yun at all. The battle between Long Yu and Yun Jinglei was over. Long Yu was sure that Yun Jinglei would die, so he didn't take it seriously. However, the Yun Empire, the Shenluo Empire, and the Tianqing dynasty, these three have been flying around Long Yu like flies, which made him quite impatient. It seems that after this grand event is over, it's time to go back and kick the three of them. At that time, Yu Hanqin is about to step into the emperor's realm, and it's time for the Beishua dynasty to expand. Now in the 4th round, there are still thousands of people fighting, so the chance of meeting someone you know is still very small. Next, Long Yu faced a strong man from the peak of the imperial realm from another country. This person's strength is not bad. Although he is not as good as Yun Jinglei, it is not much worse. It can be seen that those who can persist until this round are all of equal strength. Good martial art. It's a pity that this person met Long Yu, but was quickly defeated by Long Yu. Then, the whole game entered the 5th round, and there were more than 2,000 people left. At this level, Long Yu felt that the cultivation base in the early stage of the imperial realm was already a bit difficult. Opponent, he needs to display a certain killer. If this is the case, if you persist all the way to the later stage, I am afraid that all of Long Yu's trump cards will be exposed. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that there were still 2 days before the 5th round, Long Yu directly left the 10,000 layers of space, went to the ancient palace of Shura, and under the protection of the Death Envoy, took the last endless level top-grade pill. The aura of heaven and earth contained in this elixir made Long Yu a little unbearable. His inner world quickly expanded from 99,000 miles to 1,000,000 miles, allowing Long Yu to step into the realm of the Emperor. Midterm. The realm of Long Yu's martial arts has improved, and the power born in his inner world has given him a new tempering all over his body, and his basic strength has directly increased by 3 times. But the effect of the endless grade top-grade pill has only just begun. His inner world began to expand rapidly, from 1,000,000 miles, to 2,000,000 miles, to 3,000,000 miles. Even the Death Envoy was a little surprised by the effect of this elixir. The usual endless level top-grade elixir can only expand the inner world of monks in the middle of the imperial realm to a radius of 3,000,000 miles. Now the effect of this elixir is far from over. It seems that this suffering person the elixir has been stored in the wreckage of the small world for too long, and it has absorbed too much spiritual energy. The Death Envoys are all a little emotional about this. Endless grade pills are so heaven-defying. As long as it is not until the last moment, you will never know how much heaven and earth spiritual energy it contains. Moreover, the aura of heaven and earth contained in this elixir is still very pure. The effect of absorbing this aura of heaven and earth cultivation is definitely 10 times better than natural cultivation or taking other elixirs. The most important point is that Long Yu's improvement has no side effects at all. As long as he exercises a little, his realm will not be unstable. A radius of 4 million miles. 5 million miles in radius. Long Yu's inner world soared and expanded all the way. When the effects of the endless grade top grade pill ended, his inner world directly spread to a radius of 8 million miles. This is an extremely terrifying number, with a radius of tens of millions of miles. That is the level of the late stage of the Emperor's realm. Once reaching the late stage of the Emperor's realm, Long Yu can start to sprint to the Emperor's realm, preparing to become one of the strongest people in this world of martial arts. At that time, relying on Long Yu's various methods, even in the entire Xuanhuan world, he would not be able to find any opponents. Therefore, now his inner world has expanded to 8 million miles at a time, and the power of his heart has directly increased by 8 times compared to before. If it is converted into comprehensive strength, Long Yu's consumption of endless level pills this time has increased his foundation by at least 5 times. Strength, after all, the strength of the heart realm cannot be directly superimposed on the basic strength. The most important thing is the improvement of the martial arts realm, which brings the most obvious effect of improving the basic strength. However, the improvement of the power of the heart realm has another great benefit to Long Yu, that is, the effect of the original power has been enhanced. His original power was born from the fusion of the true spirit of the 9 nether dragons in his inner world. Once activated, he can easily intimidate his opponents. As for the duration of the intimidation, it has something to do with the martial arts realm of both parties. Now, the power of Long Yu's heart realm has been strengthened, and the time for the original power to deter opponents will also be strengthened. This will be one of the ultimate trump cards in the competition of the strongest emperor. Moreover, the current true spirit of the 9 nether dragons has been integrated into the inner world to become the source of power, and there is no longer the disadvantage of being able to cast it once a month as before. As long as Long Yu wants to cast it, he can cast it at any time, but if he casts it on the same person consecutively within a short period of time, the effect will be halved one by one, just like taking the same pill. This does not prevent Long Yu from listing this as one of his strongest methods. The deterrence of the 9 nether dragon true spirit is a complete and thorough deterrent. When deterred, the other party is absolutely unable to think about any problems, and cannot display any means of resistance. It can be said that once deterred, it is at the mercy of Long Yu. The improvement of the realm of martial arts and basic strength has given Long Yu more confidence. Although the opponents in the next competition of the strongest emperor will be stronger, Long Yu is not afraid at all, and it is even easier to deal with it than before. This is the importance of the realm of martial arts. Although Long Yu can leapfrog the challenge, but it is impossible to surpass too many levels. If his own martial arts realm rises, he will be truly invincible. 2 days later, Long Yu returned to the battlefield, breaking through the realm of martial arts in a short period of time, which undoubtedly surprised all the forces who paid attention to Long Yu. It's actually the middle stage of the imperial realm. How long has it been since this son stepped into the imperial realm? It's horrible. Long Yu directly entered the middle stage of the imperial realm after taking the endless grade top grade pill, and it was not far from the late stage of the imperial realm. Such a speed naturally shocked everyone. Others, even geniuses like He Dao and Yi Ziwei, do not have such a speed of improvement. Although He Dao and Yi Ziwei are less than 20 years old now, and they are at the peak of the late stage of the imperial realm, but from the early stage of the imperial realm to the late stage of the imperial realm, it took 3 full years. But now, in less than a month, Long Yu has broken through from the late stage of the king realm to the middle stage of the emperor realm, and is not far from the late stage of the emperor realm. This speed of improvement is unheard of even by the 5 emperors. What kind of adventure did this kid get? Countless people are guessing in their hearts. Of course, Long Yu knew that his return would attract so many people's attention, but he didn't care. The fifth round of the strongest imperial realm would begin, and the opponent he arranged had been seen before. Su Jianbai, the young genius of Su's medicine, has been following behind the witch Su Ning'an. For Su Jianbai, Long Yu's impression is not shallow. After all, Su Jianbai was considered an invincible powerhouse to Long Yu at that time, but now, Long Yu is not afraid of Su Jianbai at all. The two were teleported to the battle site, which was a winding cave. Both sides randomly appeared somewhere in the cave. Many people were already familiar with this terrain. The wall of this cave can be destroyed, and it can't block the detection of supernatural powers. For Wu Xiu, this cave is almost useless, but it can be used by Wu Xiu in battle. If it is used well, it may be possible to launch a beautiful ambush, and it is not impossible to turn defeat into victory. Of course, this is only possible for ordinary martial arts practitioners. If it is facing Long Yu, it is impossible, because the fifth layer of balanced control allows Long Yu to know everything around him well. At the imperial level, no one has the ability to ambush and attack Long Yu. Both sides of the battle were sent into this winding cave, and the battle began. Long Yu immediately used the Eye of Shadow, combined with the balanced control, to easily find out the situation in the entire cave, and let himself be completely hidden by the way. It is impossible to find where Long Yu is with the detection methods at the imperial level. Place. Next, it's time for Long Yu's performance. For Su Jianbai, the idea of fighting Long Yu was a long time ago, but he never thought that this day would come so soon. The first time Su Jianbai saw Long Yu was when Long Yu was in the illusory realm of the Five Emperors. At that time, Long Yu was only at the Five Dao Divine Ability realm, and the gap between him and him was simply heaven and earth. Su Jianbai felt that no matter how talented Long Yu was, it would take 3 to 5 years before he was qualified to fight against him, and he would not even be able to catch up with him in 3 to 5 years. And Long Yu, stepping into the Emperor realm in 3 to 5 years? It's just fantastic. However, Su Jianbai never expected that Long Yu would be promoted from the mystical ability secret realm to the current middle stage of the Emperor realm in just 1 year, and became his opponent in the competition of the strongest Emperor realm. Thinking of Su Ning'an's inexplicable smile to him before the war, Su Jianbai felt a little irritable. There is no doubt that Su Jianbai has a lot of thoughts about Su Ning'an. Although Su Ning'an has long been a strong person in the late stage of the Emperor realm, she is actually not much older than Su Jianbai. Su Jianbai has always had a good impression of Su Ning'an. When the news spread that the opponent was Long Yu, Su Ning'an guessed that he would not be Long Yu's opponent? It's ridiculous. No matter how powerful that Long Yu is, I, Su Jianbai, cannot possibly be his opponent. Su Jianbai thought in his heart. This person has ideas about the top 3 in the strongest imperial realm this time. After all, he is the most talented person in the younger generation of the Su family, and he has received the fullest support from Su's medicine shop. Relics, but got many precious existences from ancient relics, including warriors, pills, and martial arts. The opponents in Su Jianbai's mind were He Dao, Yi Ziwei, and Yu Hanqin, and he didn't pay much attention to Long Yu at all. Although Long Yu is a bit weird, Su Jianbai is not afraid of him. What makes Su Jianbai more apprehensive is that this Long Yu just stepped into the middle stage of the imperial realm at this time, and his strength is obviously stronger than before. In the past, Long Yu was able to defeat powerful opponents such as Ke Shankue and Yun Jinglei, so now, if Long Yu meets those previous opponents again, he may be able to deal with it with just one move. The improvement of Long Yu's strength is not good news for Su Jianbai. Although he has great confidence in himself, Su Jianbai is still very wary of Long Yu deep in his heart. He was teleported into the battlefield space, and after discovering that it was a winding cave, he frowned slightly, and tentatively used detection methods, but found that there was no trace of Long Yu within 100 miles. How can this be? Su Jianbai frowned slightly. He held the ancient longsword warrior in his hand, ready to fight at any time. At the same time, he took out an ancient mirror warrior that was also of the ancient level from his bosom. He obviously thought of Long Yu's previous fighting style, and obviously Long Yu's concealment method was very good, but Su Jianbai did not expect that even he could not perceive Long Yu's existence. As a last resort, he could only take out this ancient mirror soldier. The function of this ancient mirror soldier is deduction, which can deduce the current state of a certain target in real time. Originally, the ability to deduce is only possessed by the strong in the Imperial realm, but this ancient-level ancient mirror warrior also has the ability to deduce, and it is faster than the deduction speed of the ordinary strong in the Imperial realm. The target is tracked for a certain amount of time. After 10 breaths, a figure appeared on the ancient mirror. It was Long Yu's figure. The corners of Su Jianbai's mouth curled up slightly. "I found you." Immediately afterwards, Su Jianbai waved his long sword, broke through the cave wall, and rushed towards Long Yu's place. Long Yu's distance at this time was 30 miles away from Su Jianbai. Of course, he also noticed Su Jianbai's movements, and immediately knew that his plan to hide and sneak attack had failed. I didn't expect Su Jianbai to have such a warrior. It seems that if you go out to practice in the future, you should not be too careless. Even if you have a balanced control, you can block the naked eye and perception, but you can't block the deduction. Long Yu became vigilant, not because he was wary of Su Jianbai, but because of his previous mentality. Obviously, no matter how clever his methods are, it is impossible to escape everyone's detection. This is what Long Yu is thinking now. Before, he thought that as long as he hides and sneaks all the way until the strongest Emperor 10 will be no problem. Of course, if you are discovered, you will be discovered. It is just that Long Yu has lost the opportunity. If the other party wants to confront him, then confront him. Long Yu had a little impression of Su Jianbai, and before the start of the competition for the strongest imperial realm, there were rumors that this person was one of the martial artists who would definitely enter the top 10. Long Yu didn't expect that he would face an opponent second only to Yi Ziwei in the first battle. Fortunately, he broke through to the middle stage of the imperial realm ahead of time, otherwise this battle would have exposed a lot of things. Under Su Jianbai's destruction, the entire cave collapsed quickly, and the distance between the two sides quickly approached. Long Yu had already made preparations for the battle. Hundreds of afterimages of ancient times had all condensed, and then formed an encircling circle, staying where he was and waiting for Su Jianbai to arrive. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall of the cave not far in front of Long Yu was smashed open with great force, and then a pale sword glow rushed towards Long Yu's face. It actually recognized me directly. Long Yu was a little surprised in his heart, but he didn't flinch. He just raised his hand, and the hundreds of ancient afterimages that had been prepared in advance rushed out instantly, and greeted him with the pale sword glow. 9 Serenity Divine Glyphs, Death Divine Glyphs, Shura Divine Glyphs, the 3 Divine Glyphs erupted in an instant, fighting with that pale sword light. If it was replaced by a martial artist at the peak of the ordinary imperial realm, he would face hundreds of ancient afterimages. I am afraid that more than half of the power will be consumed directly. But Su Jianbai is obviously much stronger than ordinary peak martial artists. Pale swordsmanship, chaos. The long sword in Su Jianbai's hand danced loudly, and the ancient high-grade swordsmanship was activated instantly. Countless sword lights condensed from all directions, like a torrential rain. In just 2 breaths, it cleaned up hundreds of ancient ghosts. Long Yu, admit defeat. Su Jianbai's figure seemed to be integrated with the pale sword light. He laughed out loud, and then countless pale sword lights swept over from all directions, descending towards Long Yu's location. Is this kingly way? Long Yu felt the power of the countless pale sword lights around him, and was a little surprised at once. Unexpectedly, this Su Jianbai also comprehended the means of kingship. No wonder it is said that this person has the strength to step into the top 10 of the strongest emperors. But it's not enough to deal with Long Yu just by this. Death-ridden. Fallen star. Long Yu condensed hundreds of fallen dark stars in an instant, and flew out in all directions. Every fallen dark star spotted a pale sword light, directly aimed at the weakest point of the sword light, and exploded loudly. As a result, the power of all the surrounding pale sword lights was directly weakened by more than half, and then attacked Long Yu's body through the dead energy. The remaining power could not break through Long Yu's physical defense. Su Jianbai's face changed slightly. He originally thought that he would defeat Long Yu with the momentum of thunder, but he didn't expect that he could not defeat Long Yu with his domineering methods. Instead, he was defeated by Long Yu seemingly easily. Resisted. Where did the means of weakening the attack come from? Su Jianbai didn't underestimate Long Yu in the first place, but now he pays more attention to Long Yu. It seems that after entering the middle stage of Emperor Realm, Long Yu's strength has indeed increased greatly. For this battle between Long Yu and Su Jianbai, almost everyone is watching. In fact, from the time Long Yu signed up for the competition of the strongest emperor, everyone has locked on Long Yu. When the war starts, almost everyone will watch it. Many forces in the holy city of the five emperors knew Su Jianbai's strength very well. Seeing that Long Yu had easily resisted Su Jianbai's first wave of offensive, their faces changed immediately. Undoubtedly, these people know that Su Jianbai's strength is very good, and he is absolutely qualified to step into the top 10 list of the strongest imperial realm this time. The power of Su Jianbai's kingly means is extremely terrifying. The endless sword energy in the sky makes the opponent unavoidable, and its penetrating power is extremely strong. Ordinary martial arts in the imperial realm can't resist it at all. In the previous battles, Su Jianbai seldom used this move, but once he did, the opponent must have urged the king to surrender, but he did not expect that Long Yu could easily resist this move, directly blinded the eyes of most people. On the contrary, quite a few warriors from the royal realm secret realm from other places don't know Su Jianbai very well, and they can't see the details of this battle. They only know that Long Yu has stepped into the middle stage of the imperial realm, and his overall strength has become even more terrifying. Pale swordsmanship against the sky. Su Jianbai didn't pause at all. After the previous kingly move was resisted, he continued to raise his hand and displayed the ancient top-grade swordsmanship, and more sword energy rolled towards Long Yu. This time, the sword energy even brought there was a vortex of air flow, pulling Long Yu's whole body, making it difficult for him to escape. However, facing this move, Long Yu still did not choose to escape, but continued to resist it head-on. He did the same, using the same means as before. Countless fallen dark stars flew out continuously, bombarding the weak points of those sword chi, weakening the power of those sword chi to the greatest extent, and finally through the weakening effect of the entanglement of death chi, those sword chi there was still no way to hurt Long Yu in the slightest. It's time for me to make a move. Long Yu resisted this move, showing no mercy. The 9 nether divine mantra erupted in his body instantly, and 7 bone arms appeared in the void, grabbing Su Jianbai from different directions. The kingly way, the hand of Jiuyo. The demons are gone. Facing the 7 skeletal arms, Su Jianbai's astonishing aura did not change his face. Without any fear, a burst of light divine script was condensed from the long sword in his hand, and the audience was full of light. Kingly means. Su Jianbai's move turned out to be a kingly method driven by the divine script of light. Facing this move, the demons retreated, and the 7 bone arms were corroded to varying degrees. Jianbai held the sword and swung a pale sword aura, cutting it into pieces easily. So far, the confrontation between the two sides can be said to be a complete draw. Su Jianbai failed to hurt Long Yu, and Long Yu could not hurt Su Jianbai either. This was an unacceptable situation for Su Jianbai. In his imagination, it was impossible for Long Yu to resist his fierce attack. Field of light, divine light sword explodes. Su Jianbai swung the long sword in his hand, and the whole audience was instantly enveloped by the divine script of light. The power of the divine script of light condensed into a sword light, and shot towards Long Yu's location at high speed, and exploded directly when he was close to Long Yu. Long Yu, any chance of weakening? Countless sword chi exploded, enveloping Long Yu in the world of sword light. Death barrier. Death-ridden. Long Yu still used these two moves, his whole body turned into a jet black streamer, and flew towards the periphery along a path of the 9 nethernesses. Replace the divine runes of light in the field, and corrode all these divine runes of light. Jiuyou Tianguang, come out. Long Yu's Dantian jumped, and the 9 nether divine inscription poured out instantly, occupying the entire cave space like the Milky Way, falling into 9 heavens, and enveloping Su Jianbai. 9 nether blades. Shadow killing technique. The 2 killer moves erupted in an instant, and in the extremely dark Jiuyou sky, countless jet black sharp blades rolled towards Su Jianbai. Sword wing bodyguard. With Su Jianbai's long sword in his hand, his expression was awe-inspiring, and countless sword lights that seemed to grow wings surrounded him. None of the jet black sharp blades could get close to him, and all of them were blocked by the sword wing bodyguard. Immediately afterwards, the sword wing shield expanded instantly, forming a pair of holy snow-white sword chi wings. The pair of sword chi wings flapped suddenly, gradually blowing away the extremely stable Jiuyou Tianguang. Heavenly Sword Divine Chain. Immediately afterwards, Su Jianbai slashed down, and a 5th grade divine chain instantly broke through the void, and slashed towards the top of Long Yu's head. The destructive power of this sword is extremely terrifying. Compared with the messy attack of sword energy that filled the sky before, this heavenly sword god chain condenses all the power into one point. In terms of destructive power alone, it is much stronger than his previous kingly means. 9 nether dragon breath. Seeing this, Long Yu just opened his mouth, a jet of black dragon's breath spewed out from his mouth, directly facing the heavenly sword god chain. The 2 sides collided in mid-air, there was a terrifying explosion, and the airflow took off. As a result, the entire cave gradually collapsed. 9 Serenity Dragon Breath has now been elevated to the kingly way, and its power is astonishing. Facing Su Jianbai's 5th grade god chain, it is not inferior. The 2 sides collided and eliminated each other invisible. Both Long Yu and Su Jianbai were shocked by this collision, and each retreated 100 feet away. It seems that I can't deal with you without using some special means. Su Jianbai's eyes were burning, and the ancient high-grade long sword in his hand suddenly flashed bright and dark blue light, and then he threw the long sword out. Little bitch, restrain him, I want to set up a sword formation. There was a buzzing sound from the long sword, and it flew directly towards Long Yu. It can be seen that this ancient high-grade long sword has been born with self-awareness. In this way, Su Jianbai and this long sword have at least reached the level of compatibility with God, and a further step is the level of compatibility with Wushuang. This level, but even Long Yu and Void Dragon Blade have not reached. However, after more than a year of precipitation, there is only one chance to improve the compatibility between Long Yu and Nether Dragon Blade. Right now, maybe this is the opportunity. Long Yu didn't back down, and didn't pay attention to the sword array, Su Jianbai said. Instead, he took out the Void Dragon Blade, urged the Void Dragon Blade to penetrate the space, and moved towards the flying ancient long sword. Sprint past. At the moment when the 2 sides stabbed each other, Long Yu felt a regular rhythm coming from the Void Yulong Blad, which made his heart beat faster and faster. Long Yu found that his mind was actually attached to the Nether Dragon Blade at this moment, and he clearly felt the initial self-awareness born in the Nether Dragon Blade. At the next moment, Long Yu discovered that the self-awareness in the Nether Dragon Blade had directly sublimated, and his connection with the Nether Dragon Blade was also closer. Fit God. Long Yu felt that the penetrating effect of the Nether Dragon Blade had increased countless times, and the Nether Dragon Blade finally had a relatively complete self-awareness, and was even able to fight automatically. "Stop that sword," Long Yu ordered directly, and then saw the nether dragon blade wrestling with the ancient sword, maybe because the self-awareness of the nether dragon blade has just become complete, so it is still a little rusty about fighting, but soon, Void Yolongblad became familiar with the fighting style between himself and his opponent, and became more comfortable. Even because of his higher quality, he began to gradually suppress the ancient level long sword. As for Long Yu himself, he changed direction and flew towards Su Jianbai, not far away. "It's too late, pale sword formation." When Su Jianbai saw Long Yu Fei approaching, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and his body retreated backward. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu saw pale sword lights appearing around him one after another, forming countless layers of invisible barriers of sword lights, and some of these sword lights revolved around him, and some kept piercing him, unexpectedly instantly trapped him in this sword array. There is obviously a reason for Su Jianbai to use this pale sword formation as his trump card. Even Long Yu couldn't find the weakness of this sword array in a short while. However, Long Yu believes that every method has its own weaknesses, and now he can't find it for a while, but as long as he spends more time, he will definitely be able to destroy this pale sword array. The premise is that Long Yu can have enough time to find the weakness of this pale sword formation. It seems that there are more means to be exposed. Long Yu was a little puzzled, but he didn't want to lose to this Su Jianbai, so even if he exposed more methods, he must defeat this person. In the next moment, 5 colors suddenly appeared on Long Yu's body. It turned out to be the original level of siphoning divine power, which was displayed by Long Yu's kingly method of soul seal siphoning. Soul seal siphon. This is Long Yu's second supernatural power, and it is very effective against martial arts. In the previous year, Long Yu had raised it to the level of kingship. The soul imprint siphon that has reached the kingly level has a more comprehensive effect. It can not only absorb the enemy's soul imprint, but also absorb all the divine power around it. Siphon totem. Long Yu used the soul seal siphon, and instantly the multicolored siphon divine power condensed into a multicolored totem pole beside him. Attractive forces continued to emanate from this colorful totem pole, pulling all the divine scripts that appeared around Long Yu's body power, all absorbed into this colorful totem pole. This is the kingly form of the soul seal siphon. The appearance of the siphon totem can prevent any divine power from approaching Long Yu for a period of time, but be completely absorbed by the siphon totem. The next moment, all the attacks against Long Yu in the pale sword formation were all sucked away by the siphon totem, and this siphon totem was like a bottomless colorful vortex. No matter how much sword light from the pale sword formation it absorbed, he hovered beside Long Yu by himself. After 3 breaths, Long Yu relied on the 5th level of balance control, and saw the 5 weaknesses of this pale sword array at a glance. When Long Yu found the 5 weak points of the pale sword formation, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he gathered a series of fallen dark stars, throwing them towards the 5 weak points respectively. But now Su Jianbai looked at Long Yu in his sword array with a pale face. "This kid, what kind of divine script is that? It can absorb all the sword energy. Such a sword energy that surrounds the sky can't get close to him." Su Jianbai was stunned by the siphon totem cast by Long Yu. He had never seen such a move, or in other words, he had never seen his pale sword formation being broken by this method. The next moment, when Su Jianbai reacted, Long Yu had already thrown a series of fallen dark stars towards the 5 weak points of the pale sword formation, and all of them exploded with the thought of Long Yu's mind. The weakness of the 5 pale sword arrays was blasted, and the entire pale sword array began to disintegrate. Although it did not collapse immediately, it had already lost the effect of continuing to trap Long Yu. Long Yu's figure was surrounded by the divine script of death, and he flew towards Su Jianbai like a god of death who came out of hell. At the same time, Long Yu's siphon totem just sucked away most of the power of the entire pale sword array, and then the entire siphon totem returned to Long Yu's inner world. The entire siphon totem has been sealed up, Due to the special effect of the siphon divine script, the power of the pale sword array divine script absorbed by this totem will gradually be transformed into the divine script power designated by Long Yu, such as the 9 Serenity divine script, the Death divine script Wen, and so on. At the critical moment, as long as the siphon totem is broken, the power consumed by the dragon can be quickly replenished. This is an extremely simple and efficient means of recovery. Now Long Yu doesn't need to smash the siphon totem to restore his strength, so he directly stores the siphon totem. Just a rough estimate, the total amount of power absorbed by this siphon totem is equivalent to 1/3 of Long Yu's whole body strength, that is to say, breaking a siphon totem can replenish 1/3 of the current Long Yu's strength. 1 energy. Although this amount of energy is only equivalent to a few alien beast crystals with shadow attributes, the existence of this siphon totem is to prevent that sometimes, when Long Yu's power is exhausted and there is no supplement of alien beast crystals on his body, it strengthens Long Yu's body. Combat endurance. Seeing Long Yu flying towards him, Su Jianbai's whole body shone with light, dyed his whole body into a white light man, condensed his whole body into a huge sword, and slashed towards Long Yu. Well done! Seeing this, Long Yu laughed. The Su Jianbai actually merged with human and sword. This is definitely a good thing for Long Yu. Through balanced control, Long Yu easily saw 7 or 8 flaws in this radiant giant sword, so he instantly condensed dozens of fallen dark stars, and directly directed these dozens of fallen dark stars towards the radiant giant sword. The 7 or 8 parts of the sword were thrown over, and they exploded as they approached. Although the explosion of the fallen dark star was not very powerful, the place where the explosion was located was the flaw of the radiant giant sword. This explosion directly made the radiant giant sword stop its tendency to attack Long Yu, and instead retreated a bit. Stride. The light disappeared, the giant sword disappeared, and a figure in white clothes appeared in front of Long Yu. It was Su Jianbai. But at this time, Su Jianbai's white clothes were stained with some blood. The bloodstain was just blown out by Long Yu's fallen dark star. Su Jianbai's face was full of disbelief at this moment. He couldn't figure out why Long Yu could defeat his ultimate move with such a small amount of strength. He could see through the weakness of his move at a glance. You forced me. Su Jianbai didn't want to lose. Even if he lost, he couldn't lose in the hands of a mere Long Yu. So he finally took out an elixir prepared in advance from his bosom. This elixir is called Mingguang Shendan. After taking it, it can triple the strength of his Guangming divine script. This is equivalent to raising Su Jianbai's martial arts realm by a whole level, and his strength has skyrocketed. He believes that after taking the Mingguang divine pill, he will definitely be able to easily defeat Long Yu. The corner of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, and he was suspended in mid-air, watching Su Jianbai's aura surge after taking the elixir. He also took out a pitch-black elixir, Void Realm Ghost Pill, from his bosom. After taking the Void Realm Ghost Pill, the power of Long Yu's shadow attribute divine script will be tripled, which can be said to cancel each other out with Su Jianbai. In this way, it is equivalent to that neither party has taken the pill. Su Jianbai saw it at a glance, and immediately vomited blood with anger, explaining to him that although the light god pill is nothing, it is also very precious. For this competition of the strongest emperor, a total of 3 were prepared. Now he took one to deal with Long Yu, which already made him very heartbroken, but now, Long Yu also took a Void Realm Ghost Pill. This almost made Su Jianbai pissed off. Forget it, for you, Void Realm Ghost Pill is rare, and you took one in front of me. I'm afraid there are no more? After Su Jian got angry, he thought in his heart that he and Long Yu may not be opponents now. He can only wait until the duration of the pills of both parties ends, and then he will take another one. At that time, Long Yu will definitely not be willing to take more too much. Su Jianbai, but from Su's medicine shop, what is the most on his body? There is no doubt, of course, it is the elixir. He thought that if he wanted to compete with the pills, Long Yu would definitely not be his opponent. So, seeing Long Yu's uniform under the ghost pill of the virtual world, Su Jianbai began to retreat, preparing to temporarily avoid the edge. In this state, he was not sure of defeating Long Yu. But, how could Long Yu just let him go? I've taken all the ghost pills from the Void Realm. If I don't beat you all at once, wouldn't it be a waste of this pill? Thinking in his heart, Long Yu went straight to chase Su Jianbai. Long Yu still has a lot of pills similar to Shujie Guiwan, and the quality is higher than Shujie Guiwan, but he doesn't want to waste this pill. Therefore, taking advantage of Shujie Gamaru's 3 times increase in strength, he chased after Su Jianbai at the fastest speed. Su Jianbai is most proficient in the Divine Script of Light attribute. He is not very knowledgeable about the Divine Script of Space, but the Divine Script of Light attribute also has the effect of speeding up, making Su Jianbai disappear without a trace. But Long Yu didn't care. He raised his hand, held the Void Dragon Blade in his hand, and began to feel the power of the Void Divine text emerging from it. Originally, he had comprehended 30% of the power of the Void Divine runes, but now with the fusion with the Void Dragon Blade, he finally comprehended 60% of the Void Divine rune power, and he can use the Void Traveling method of the Void Dragon Blade. This is a real Void Travel, and its effect is similar to the picture scroll of Qian Kuan that Long Yu has seen before. After merging with the Nether Dragon Blade, Long Yu has such a heaven-defying ability, using Void Travel. Combined with the Void Divine script he has comprehended, Long Yu can instantly cross a distance of hundreds of miles. And he felt that as his cultivation base continued to improve, the space distance he could travel through in an instant would become farther and farther. As for now, the space travel distance of 100 miles is enough. After all, the entire battlefield of the strongest Emperor realm is only 100 miles in radius, that is to say, now Long Yu can instantly appear anywhere in the battlefield by relying on the Nether Dragon Blade. Combined with the Eye of Shadow and Balance Control, it can accurately detect Su Jianbai's location. Simply put, it is useless for Su Jianbai to run away now. Long Yu can catch up with just a thought. The next moment, Long Yu's figure flickered from the original place and disappeared directly. Su Jianbai was retreating towards the distance at the fastest speed, holding the ancient sword in his hand, but soon, he found that Long Yu appeared in the direction of his retreat. This discovery stunned him. Long Yu's speed is so terrifying, even if he backs away with all his strength, it can't compare to Long Yu's speed? This scene simply made Su Jianbai feel absurd. You must know that although he is not proficient in the Divine Script of Space, with the blessing of his own supernatural power, his speed is still very fast. Ordinary powerhouses who are proficient in the Divine Script of Space may not be able to catch up. But now, Long Yu appeared in front of Su Jianbai. How did he do it? Not only Su Jianbai was confused, but other spectators were equally confused. They only saw Long Yu's figure appear in front of Su Jianbai in a flash. This flash actually flashed a distance of 60 miles. Even some Emperor-level powerhouses who are proficient in space divinity are moved by this. Even the Emperor-level powerhouses can teleport up to a distance of 50 miles with their own strength, which is very good, but Long Yu can easily teleport 60 miles. It seems that there must be space-type soldiers on him. Everyone guessed like this, but no one connected it with the Void Dragon Blade in Long Yu's hand, because most of the soldiers that can move long-distance teleportation are dedicated, and it is basically impossible for soldiers of the weapon type to appear comes with this function. However, the Void Dragon Blade is completely beyond the comprehension of the people in the world of Shenwu, and it is only natural that they all guessed wrong. It's time to end. Long Yu appeared in front of Su Jianbai. With a slight glance at the corner of his mouth, his whole body was shrouded in the 9 netherness and the Divine Script of Death, and the 2 kingly ways of the 9 netherness hand and the 9 netherness dragon breath burst out. Su Jianbai wanted to dodge, but on second thought, Long Yu was catching up now, obviously much faster than him. He couldn't have been dodging all the time. Besides, wouldn't it be completely embarrassing if he kept dodging? In fact, Su Jianbai just felt that he might not be Long Yu's opponent, but he didn't think that Long Yu could win against him. Fight. As soon as Su Jianbai raised his hand, the long sword in his hand shot out loudly, and countless pale sword lights appeared again, rolling towards Long Yuman. This time, Long Yu was too lazy to hold back his hand. A siphon totem appeared beside him, directly sucking away all the opponent's attacks, leaving nothing behind, but Long Yu's 9 nether hand and 9 nether dragon breath came from Su Jianbai was hit head-on. Su Jianbai used the swordwing body protection, but faced with waves of Joyo dragon's breath, even the swordwing body protection couldn't hold on. The destructive power of the Joyo dragon's breath is really terrifying. He couldn't beat and run, but couldn't run away. Su Jianbai even took pills, but still couldn't defeat Long Yu, which made him feel a little hopeless. Losing to someone I didn't like originally, this feeling is very uncomfortable. The most important thing is that Long Yu is only in the middle stage of the Emperor's realm now. If this kid is allowed to step into the late stage of the Emperor's realm, wouldn't his strength be against the sky? When Su Jianbai thought of the person he liked, Su Ning'an seemed to be very optimistic about Long Yu, which made him very upset, but now the facts have proved that Long Yu is indeed very strong. Under Long Yu's attack after wave, Su Jianbai lost his fighting spirit. Even though he still had a trump card, who knew if Long Yu still had a trump card? This match was not a particularly critical match. Su Jianbai didn't want to go all out. Thinking of this, he directly urged the king to surrender. It doesn't matter if you lose one game, as long as you win 2 more games, you can still advance smoothly. Seeing Su Jianbai concede defeat, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was really the most difficult since he participated in the competition of the strongest emperor. Even the siphon totem was displayed. It is roughly estimated that this Su Jianbai should have the strength to step into the top 10 of the strongest emperors, and maybe he will meet again in the future. In the top 10, Long Yu must strive for it, and his goal is to be number 1. Whether it is Yu Hanxin, Heidao, or Yi Ziwei, he will find a way to win. Up to this moment, Long Yu still has several major trump cards hidden in his body, which are used to deal with these ultimate opponents. In the 5th round, Long Yuzhan won his first victory, and then he was assigned to another peak master of the 5 Emperors Alliance. This person's strength was not as good as Su Jianbai, and he was crushed by Long Yu, but within a short time, throw in the towel. Many people are already studying Long Yu's weaknesses and want to use them to defeat him, but soon everyone found out that the strength that Long Yu has shown so far does not have any weaknesses. Fight against Long Yu? Surrounded by mysterious and strange death energy, no matter attacking or defending, he can only exert half of his strength, so it is difficult to be Long Yu's opponent in a frontal conflict. Hiding with Long Yu? Long Yu can not only hide himself to the greatest extent, making it difficult for everyone to find out, but also can easily find where you are, and can also teleport to you directly. Playing tricks like magic array with Long Yu? Long Yu can see through the flaws and weaknesses of the illusion at a glance, so he can use the fallen dark star to blast and destroy the illusion. From any point of view, it is impossible to defeat Long Yu at the same level. Only by suppressing Long Yu in terms of strength can he defeat this person. Su Jianbai ended sadly, but in the next 2 matches, he still won the battle against other imperial powerhouses, and finally stepped into the 6th round. A total of 1,000 people entered the 6th round, that is to say, at this moment, the top 1,000 people in the strongest imperial realm have been decided, and everyone's goal is to be the top 100 and top 10. Especially the top 10, although many people's strength is not up to the level of the top 10 competition, but what if they are lucky and encounter weaker opponents along the way? Once in the top 10, it is an excellent opportunity to have a chance to improve the strength of the inner world. Although most people don't know what this opportunity is, they are very clear that this opportunity can make them stronger, because the top 10 in every strongest imperial realm competition in the past will become much stronger after a period of time, and soon stepped into the imperial realm. It can be seen that the opportunity that can be obtained by the top 10 of the Emperor's realm can not only improve the power of the heart, but also more likely to meet the opportunity to step into the Emperor's realm. For many Emperor's realm powerhouses, such opportunities must be striven for with all their strength of. So starting from the 6th round, the battle has become more and more fierce. Most of the powerful people in the Imperial realm are already fighting with all their strength in this round, because once they lose a game, they are likely to be eliminated. Su Jianbai was relatively relaxed. What surprised him was that Su Ning'an didn't make fun of him after he came back, but even encouraged him with a smile and asked him to continue to work hard, which warmed Su Jianbai's heart. After all, he is a member of the Su family. Su Jianbai can't improve any strength now, he can only try his best to think about how to deal with Long Yu, but he can't think of it at all, but Su Ning'an provided an idea. Long Yu's martial arts realm is one level lower than yours. If you keep fighting, maybe he won't be able to hold on before you. If you fight hard, you will definitely win, so next time you face Long Yu, we must prepare enough alien crystals. Hearing Su Ning'an's words, Su Jianbai's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. At the beginning of the 6th round, Long Yu was first assigned to a genius disciple of the 6 schools and 10 kingdoms. Of course he was a genius disciple more than 10 years ago, and now he is a middle-aged man. It is said that this person also participated in the last strongest Imperial realm competition. At that time, this person was also at the peak of the Imperial realm, but now he is still at the peak of the Imperial realm and has not broken through to the Imperial realm. One can imagine how much this person wants to achieve the chance to be among the top 10 strongest emperors. It's a pity that when this person met Long Yu, he would end up with a defeat. As soon as this person came on the field, he fought desperately, using all kinds of methods, extremely vicious. It seemed that he wanted to suppress Long Yu directly to the end without giving Long Yu any chance. It's a pity that as soon as Long Yu's siphon totem came out, he instantly freed himself up to attack. The siphon totem can be said to be an extremely terrifying super defense method. Any divine power that attacks Long Yu will be absorbed by the siphon totem. Unless the siphon totem reaches saturation. As soon as the siphon totem came out, Long Yu didn't need to worry about being attacked, and directly launched a counterattack. The Hand of Jiuyo, the Skylight of Jiuyo, and the Dragon's Breath of Jiuyo were launched at the same time. Instead, they completely suppressed the opponent and could only be passive. Defense. In this way, defeat is not far away. Long Yu's victory over this person can be said to have offended the 6 schools and 10 kingdoms again, but he didn't care, so could it be that he had to admit defeat on purpose? In the next battle, Long Yu's opponent is Huang Tantian, note, Lady's 9th direct disciple. It seems that this person is Yi Ziwei's 9th senior brother. Long Yu squinted his eyes, he didn't expect that he and Lady were so destined. First he met Yi Ziwei, and then he met Huang Tantian. This kid's name is very domineering, but he doesn't know how strong he is. Of course, no matter what the other party said, he was Lady's direct disciple. Long Yu would not underestimate him, but in this match, Long Yu must win in his heart. Because Long Yu has already lost to Yi Ziwei, of course it is impossible to lose to Huang Tantian again, otherwise wouldn't it be embarrassing for Master Chidi? Even if more whole cards are exposed, Long Yu will definitely win this battle. Both parties teleported into the arena, and neither of them abstained to change their opponents. For Long Yu, it was impossible for him to abstain unless he met someone of his own. For Huang Tian, he has been looking forward to facing Long Yu for a long time. The two came to a prairie filled with fog. This was an extremely empty prairie. There was nothing to obstruct the eyes, only the dense fog, which made it impossible for Wu Xiao to see too far away with his naked eyes. Fighting in this kind of place can only rely on perception. The two randomly appeared on the grassland, 10 miles apart, and quickly approached each other. Long Yu, although my master betrothed junior sister Yi to you, just relying on you, don't even think about getting involved with junior sister Yi. Now that I am standing here, Huang Tian, I will tell you that you are not worthy of junior sister Yi at all. An extremely arrogant voice came from the front. It was Huang Tantian. Long Yu was puzzled. He really had no idea about Yi Ziwei. What Huang Tantian said was pure nonsense to him. There's a lot of nonsense. Just fight if you want to fight. Let me see what you are capable of. Long Yu felt that he was close enough to the opponent, so he stopped his forward trend and was suspended in midair. Although he couldn't see the opponent's figure, Long Yu could clearly feel the opponent's position. All of a sudden, Long Yu felt lightning flashes all around him, and the endless fog on the grassland instantly turned into streaks of lightning, turning the entire grassland into a field of thunder and light. Long Yu, die. Following Huang Tiantian's words, the thunder and lightning in this field of thunder light rolled towards Long Yu one after another. Siphon Totem. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he directly sacrificed the Siphon Totem. To deal with this kind of large-scale attack, the Siphon Totem is the best way to deal with it. However, the next moment, he found that the Siphon Totem had not been stored in the surrounding area after absorbing the lightning. Divine power of any attribute. It's an illusion. Long Yu thought of this in an instant, and immediately activated the death barrier and death energy to defend. As expected, the next moment he felt that his body seemed to be hit by a fist, which condensed endless lightning attributes. The divine power seems to want to paralyze Long Yu's whole body. Long Yu was dragged into the illusion unknowingly, and then Huang Tantian took the opportunity to blast Long Yu's chest with a thunder fist. Fortunately, Long Yu cast the barrier of death and entanglement of death energy in time, which weakened at least half of the strength of the opponent's punch, and then relied on his body to forcibly resist the punch. Fallen Star. Enduring the severe pain in his chest, Long Yu raised his hand to condense out the fallen dark stars. In an instant, dozens of fallen dark stars spread towards the surroundings, trying to reach the weak point of the entire illusion and explode. However, Huang Tiantian seemed to have expected this long ago. Long Yu's fallen dark star had just attacked, and before it reached the scheduled location, it was intercepted by Huang Tiantian in advance and exploded. Haha, Long Yu, how does Lei Tong taste? Huang Tiantian's voice seemed to come from a very far away place. If you want to break this illusion, you must break my thunder pupils, but how can I let you attack my eyes? It turned out that the source of this illusion turned out to be Huang Tiantian's eyes. Not bad supernatural powers. But Long Yu didn't panic, instead he took the time to praise him. He has never encountered this kind of method before, but it doesn't mean that he can't deal with it. The thunder fist that Huang Tiantian just struck should be regarded as his very strong attack method, but it can only cause light damage to Long Yu. Hurt. With his incomparably powerful physical body alone, Long Yu was basically invincible. Facing the illusion of thunder pupils from Huang Tiantian, Long Yu has no way to break it for the time being. Although he can see that his weakness lies in his eyes, it is obvious that it is difficult for Long Yu to directly attack Huang Tiantian's eyes. This illusion cannot be broken. However, Long Yu would not just lose like this. After that thunder fist, Huang Tiantian launched fierce attacks on Long Yu several times in succession, even hitting the flesh. Every martial skill and supernatural power directly bombarded Long Yu's body. However, Huang Tiantian soon discovered that Long Yu's physical body was surprisingly powerful. Although his offensive was weakened to a certain extent by the entanglement of death energy and the barrier of death, but directly bombarding the body had no effect at all. How could this be possible? Huang Tiantian knew very well that even his physical strength was definitely not half as strong as Long Yu's. This discovery made Huang Tiantian extremely depressed. He thought that he could win directly by relying on Lei Tong, but he didn't expect that Long Yu was like a 10,000-year-old tortoise, and he could not be defeated by ordinary means. Either Huang Tiantian would find a way to break Long Yu's death aura, or he could only use some reserved trump cards. If the killer tricks were not available, even if Long Yu didn't dodge, he could directly rely on his body and the death aura that surrounded him. Hard resistance, it is impossible to be defeated. In that case, Tianlei Rod, kill me. Huang Tian finally took out his ancient high-grade warrior. It was a long stick wrapped with the power of the violent sky thunder divine script. It was astonishing as soon as it came out, and it swung countless shadows of the stick towards Long Yu's place. Huang Tian used the means of an ancient warrior, and it was obviously extremely difficult for Long Yu to resist this move with his body alone. However, Long Yu also immediately sensed that the opponent had used a stronger method, and knew that he had to display a stronger defense. The next moment, the power of the divine script of death emerged from his whole body, and it unexpectedly condensed into a set of pitch black. The armor tightly surrounded Long Yu's whole body. Death armor. With a movement in Long Yu's heart, the infinite power of the divine script of death condensed into an armor to protect him. This is exactly the means to reach the peak state of body training in the realm of death. Huang Tiantian's heavenly thunder rod slammed into Long Yu's armored body with infinite thunder light. Even though it was weakened by half of the death aura, it still smashed the death armor in an instant. It can be seen that the heavenly thunder rod, how powerful is the destructive power of one blow. Huang Tian actually matched the ancient high-rank warrior, Tianlei Rod, to the level of divine harmony. If it weren't for the death armor, Long Yu would definitely be dead without a place to die. However, the death armor emerged. Although it was instantly shattered, it still resisted most of the opponent's remaining strength, and in the end Long Yu did not suffer any damage from this move. The death armor is another trump card reserved by Long Yu. It is a very powerful defensive method. Now it seems that with the strength of the death armor, the entanglement of death and the strength of Long Yu's body, it is enough to ensure that Long Yu is the strongest emperor. The life in the environmental test is safe. Come again. Huang Tian was also shocked by Long Yu's defensive method, but unbelievingly waved the thunder stick again, and charged towards Long Yu with a dazzling thunder light. A layer of death armor condensed on the surface of Long Yu's body again, making him look like a warrior from hell, with a dark and eerie aura all over his body. The thunder stick fell again. Long Yu's death armor was shattered again. However, Long Yu's physical body was still not damaged at all. Then, because of Huang Tian's repeated attacks, Long Yu finally caught a little clue. Due to the effect of Huang Tian's thunder pupil illusion, Long Yu can't see and accurately feel Huang Tian's existence now, but the opponent has repeatedly attacked, but still let Long Yu rely on the secret method of balance control to determine the opponent's trajectory. After finding Huang Tian's position, Long Yu immediately launched a counterattack. Space travel. Holding the Void Yulong blade in his hand, Long Yu passed directly behind Huang Tian in a flash. Although Long Yu's consciousness was still in an illusion at this time, he precisely controlled his body's movements through balanced control. This action directly shocked Huang Tian. Before Huang Tian could react, Long Yu's successive attacks had already struck. Jiuyou Tianguang. Hand of 9 Serenities. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. Infinite Dark Star Imprisonment. Long Yu's whole body exuded a dense aura from the 9 Serenity Hell, and he used all kinds of means to cover a large space where Huang Tian was. Under the shroud of Jiuyou Tianguang, Huang Tian couldn't use the Space Divine script to escape from here. Facing Long Yu's constant attacks, he had no choice but to resist. Thunderweave Shield. A lightning shield formed by thunder and lightning appeared around Huang Tian, trying to resist Long Yu's series of attacks, but found that the power of Long Yu's attacks was no less powerful than his own heavenly thunder stick. Thunderweave Aegis. Huang Tian's thundermark shield was shattered by Jiuyou's hand. He could only grit his teeth and unleashed the strongest defense method he had hidden until now, the thundermark Aegis. In terms of defensive ability alone, the Thunderweave Aegis is definitely at least 10 times stronger than the Thunderweave Aegis, and the Thunderweave Aegis also has the ability to rebound, which can rebound 50% of the attack strength. That is to say, in order to crush the Thunderweave Aegis, at least 20 times the strength of the Thunderweave Aegis is needed. Huang Tian had great trust in the Aegis of Thunderweave, and after condensing it, he began to think why the Thunder Pupil illusion could not trap Long Yu. Looking at the way Long Yu's eyes are tightly closed, it is obvious that he is still in the illusion, but this kid can sense the surrounding situation. Could it be that the illusion has no effect on him? Huang Tian was extremely puzzled, and soon he put the doubts behind him. Because doubts were useless at this time, he watched his strongest defense method, Thunderweave Aegis, facing Long Yu. When he opened his mouth to spit out the 9 nether dragon's breath, it was as vulnerable as tofu dregs, and the 2 blows swept over and completely destroyed the Thunderweave Aegis. What kind of perverted destructive power is that? Huang Tian didn't care about thinking, and raised his hand again to condense the Thunderweave Aegis, and then the thunder light flashed all over his body, trying to disperse the Jiuyo sky light around him, and escape from this dark and dangerous place. However, Long Yu did not allow him to fulfill his wish at all. Infinite confinement, falling from the sky, followed by the hands of Jiuyo coming from all directions, pinching Huang Tian's whole body in it, and the strong Jiuyo qi began to erode Huang Tian's physical body. Huang Tian didn't just sit still, he danced vigorously with the thunder stick in his hand, and the thunder light condensed into a large grid one after another, resisting Long Yu's various attacks with difficulty, and soon finally dispersed the Jiuyo Tianguang from the audience. But in the next moment, hundreds of afterimages of Long Yu's desolate ancient times came from all directions, and at the same time condensed the Jiuyo skylight, and suddenly condensed a piece of Jiuyo skylight that was more intense and stable than before. In Jiuyo Tianguang, Long Yu's combat power has been strengthened to the maximum, and other people watching the battle outside will not know what is happening in such a dark and dense fog. Do you still want to use the Thunderlane Aegis to resist? You won't have this chance. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, he directly stimulated the original power of the inner world. This source of power is the power born from his incorporation of the true spirit of the 9 nether dragons in his inner world. Once it is activated, it must be powerful and have an extremely wide range of influence. So before that, Long Yu needs to use Jiuyo Tianguang to block everyone's sight, so as not to expose his trump card in advance. Except for Huang Tian, no one would know what method Long Yu used. Even Huang Tian himself probably didn't know what Long Yu had done in order to completely intimidate him. When Long Yu's mind moved, the power of the source roared out, and the aura of the entire venue changed instantly, as if the 9 nether divine inscription spread to the entire audience, and possessed an incomparably majestic aura. The defensive Huang Tian shocked the spot. Long Yu's original power can deter opponents of the same realm, and it can last at least 3 breaths, and it can last at least 2 breaths against Huang Tian, who is 1 stage higher than him, and these 2 breaths are definitely enough for Long Yu. He beats 9 nether dragon breath. Hand of 9 serenities. Unconsciously, Huang Tian was hit by Long Yu's 2 moves directly. The terrifying destructive power and the sealing power made Huang Tian lose his fighting ability in an instant, and his whole body was seriously injured. In this case, even if Long Yu wanted to kill Huang Tian, there would be no difficulty, but the other party was also the disciple of the Red Emperor, and the 9th direct disciple of the Lei Emperor, so Long Yu would let him die. Speaking of which, there is no enmity between the 2 parties. After 2 breaths, Huang Tian regained consciousness and woke up with a scream. He just felt his mind was blank. Now that he woke up, he suddenly found that he was seriously injured, and he couldn't accept it. He was seriously injured by a kid in the middle of the Imperial realm? How can this be? Ever since he was a child, Huang Tian has been gifted with extraordinary talents, and he has always been challenged by leapfrogging. He is the only one who has defeated opponents with a higher cultivation base than him. He has never been an opponent with a lower cultivation base than him. But now, Long Yu appeared. In front of Long Yu, Huang Tantian became a stepping stone for real geniuses just like those so-called geniuses challenged by him. Huang Tiantian seemed to see Long Yu stepping on his superior footsteps. This scene made Huang Tiantian look crazy. Don't admit defeat? Long Yu is still in the illusion at this moment. In fact, if he just wanted to break through this illusion, he could easily break through the illusion and kill Huang Tantian, but that would destroy Huang Tantian's eyes. So he didn't do anything. Now feeling that Huang Tiantian didn't intend to admit defeat, Long Yu frowned slightly. He had already shown mercy. Huang Tiantian, could it be that he wants to seek death? At this time everyone outside did not know what happened in Jiuyou Tianguang, and they all whispered to each other to guess, but no one could have imagined that the situation in the arena would be like this. Long Yu seriously injured Huang Tantian, and the 9 Nether Divine Mantra had penetrated into Huang Tantian's body, but this kid still didn't give up. If it was in the outside world, Long Yu would have directly beheaded Huang Tiantian in the first wave, but now it is the competition for the strongest emperor, and the opponent is still Lei Di's 9th direct disciple, so Long Yu is merciful and let him go. After all, the principle of the competition of the strongest imperial realm is to win or lose. Seeing that Huang Tiantian didn't seem to give up, Long Yu frowned slightly. If Huang Tiantian persisted and insisted on fighting hard, he wouldn't mind letting this person be seriously injured and dying, making him completely lose his fighting power. Long Yu really didn't guess what Huang Tantian was thinking. From Huang Tiantian's point of view, although he didn't know what method Long Yu had just used to make him lose consciousness and was seriously injured, it was obvious that Long Yu's attack could not do anything to him. Otherwise, how could he still be alive now? If it were him, he would have killed his opponent long ago. How could he talk so much nonsense? Therefore, Huang Tiantian concluded that Long Yu didn't have the strength to kill him, and the all-out attack just now only caused him not to be seriously injured. Huang Tiantian couldn't accept that he lost to someone whose martial arts realm was lower than his own, so he let out a low growl, and the lightning flashed all over his body, becoming more dazzling than before, and gradually drove away Jiuyou Tianguang. Long Yu, die. Huang Tiantian's words revealed a terrifying fighting spirit, and his whole body was covered with thunder, making him a thunder giant. When he waved his hand, casually, a bolt of lightning shot out through his body, driving away part of the Jiuyou sky light. The divine chain formed by the lightning attribute divine script should be a 4th grade divine chain, which instantly boosted Huang Tantian's combat power. Looking at it, Long Yu knew that this guy didn't want to admit defeat, so he made a decision in his heart. Since he didn't want to admit defeat, he just beat him to death. The power of the original source, the 9 nethers, are awe-inspiring. Long Yu urged the original power again, although the effect of this method against the same target would diminish, but the second time it was used, it could still shock Huang Tiantian for a breath. In just one breath, Long Yu can do many things. Hand of 9 Serenities. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. A series of king-level attacks fell on Huang Tantian again, and this time it was more violent than the last time. After defeating his whole body with the Thunder and Lightning God chain, he knocked Huang Tiantian into the air. At this moment, Huang Tiantian's whole body was entangled and shrouded by the 9 Nether Divine Runes, and the corrosive power of the 9 Nether Divine Runes directly invaded his body and began to destroy his body. In the end, Long Yu saved his hand, and did not use the 2nd grade God chain, tortured by death, and did not use other methods to deal with Huang Tantian, because it was unnecessary. Being directly bombarded by Long Yu twice in a row, Huang Tiantian's current strength is 10-1, and it is impossible to fight Long Yu again. If Huang Tiantian does not admit defeat and retreats to heal his injuries, the injuries he suffered today will even affect him to his future martial arts path. Regarding this fact, Huang Tiantian, who woke up again, finally had an accurate understanding. He no longer insisted on defeating Long Yu, but directly urged Wang Mingpai to admit defeat. He felt that he had been seriously injured, and if he didn't even recuperate well, he would definitely die if he attacked again like this. From the beginning of stepping into the martial arts until now, Huang Tiantian has never faced death directly, because he is very talented, and everyone has protected him from the real danger of death, so he has not paid much attention to it. But now, facing Long Yu, he was hit hard twice in succession, and he finally felt the breath of death. The 9 nether divine runes that eroded into his body continued to destroy his meridians, making him have to admit defeat if he didn't want to admit defeat. If he didn't admit defeat, he would definitely die. As Huang Tiantian finally conceded, Long Yu also heaved a sigh of relief. If Huang Tiantian was really killed on this stage, there might still be a lot of trouble. Long Yu is not afraid of trouble, but he is also too lazy to deliberately cause trouble for his upper body. Of course, if Huang Tiantian didn't admit defeat, Long Yu would have no choice but to do 3 things, and the third time Long Yu made a move, he would definitely beat Huang Tiantian to death. Now that the opponent has conceded defeat, that's fine. Long Yu also urged the King's Life card and chose to leave the field. Winning 2 rounds in a row in the 6th round, Long Yu got the qualification to step into the next round, and there are only 400 to 500 people who can step into the 7th round. The most critical moment of the strongest emperor will soon come. It's coming. In the courtyard where Lady was watching the battle. Lady did not appear, but many of Lady's direct disciples surrounded Huang Tiantian, who had surrendered and returned. At this moment, Huang Tiantian, how could there be any arrogance on his face? His eyes were filled with the frustration after being defeated by Long Yu, and he almost lost his fighting spirit. This Long Yu is really too hateful. He actually injured junior brother 9th, to this extent. Lady's 3rd direct disciple, Ji Bai, said with a gloomy face. That's right, this kid's attack is so ruthless, it's definitely not a good thing. Today he can deal with 9th junior brother so ruthlessly, and tomorrow he may deal with all of us so cruelly. Another Thunder Emperor disciple said in a deep voice. We must seek justice for junior brother 9th. Lady's direct disciples were of course standing on the same front, seeing their junior brother being seriously injured. All of them were filled with righteous indignation. Just now Long Yu and Huang Tiantian had the final battle, but no one could see it. After all, it was covered by Jiuyou Tianguang. They only vaguely saw Huang Tiantian cast the 4th grade god chain, and the thunder and lightning divine rune entangled him and turned into a thunder giant, but then Jiuyou Tianguang once again covered the field. Then, Huang Tiantian conceded defeat and left the stage. When he appeared in this garden, everyone was shocked, because he was seriously injured and dying. Everyone was extremely angry. Only one person frowned slightly, and that was Yi Ziwei. Yi Ziwei stood in the crowd, glanced at Huang Tiantian and said, it may not be that Long Yu was wrong. As far as I know, all Long Yu's opponents in the competition either surrendered or died. With such a character, it is of course impossible to admit defeat to mere Long Yu. Therefore, the consequence of refusing to admit defeat is to be seriously injured. If Long Yu's subordinates were not merciful, I am afraid that brother 9th has already. Nonsense. Lady's 1st direct disciple, named Wu Long, is a middle-aged burly man, extremely domineering. When he heard that Yi Ziwei actually spoke to Long Yu, he immediately became angry. Long Yu is only in the middle stage of the imperial realm. And our 9th junior brother is no less powerful than you. Since Long Yu conceded defeat to you, but beat 9th junior brother like this, he was either deliberately giving way to you, or he used some despicable means to defeat 9th junior brother. Junior brother, otherwise, why would he cover up the whole audience with dark power? At that time, the competition for the strongest imperial realm had just begun, so of course Long Yu couldn't use his full strength. Yi Ziwei still fights with reason against senior brother Wu Long, but now it's the 6th round, and in a few more rounds we will compete for the top 10 position. Of course, Long Yu can't hold back anymore. He must go all out. I still know a lot about Long Yu. This person hides very deeply. In my opinion, It is not surprising at all to defeat senior brother Jiu. Nonsense. Wulong snorted coldly and turned around. Everyone, come with me to the Red Emperor's side. This time, we must seek justice for junior brother Ninth. Regarding Wulong's proposal, the third disciple Jibai agreed most and directly agreed, and the others were also filled with righteous indignation, and they all nodded and expressed that they would go there together to question Longyu. Wulong finally looked at Yi Ziwei, 10th junior sister. If you still want to speak for Longyu when you get to the Red Emperor, then stay and take care of 9th junior brother now, don't break us. Isn't 3rd senior brother on good terms with 9th senior brother? Let 3rd senior brother stay and take care of it, or in other words, 3rd senior brother doesn't care about 9th senior brother's life or death? Yi Ziwei glanced at Jibai, and said lightly, if that's the case, the 3rd brother's behavior is too terrible. Hearing Yi Ziwei's words, Jibai's face turned pale immediately, and he said bitterly, of course I want to stay and take care of Xiaojiu, but when we get to Chitty, 10th junior sister can no longer stand by Longyu's side, otherwise where is the face of our Thunder Emperor lineage? You can rest assured. Yi Zi said with a smile. Let's go. Wulong snorted coldly, led 5 or 6 people directly to activate the King's Life card, opened the visit interface and chose to visit the Red Emperor. After Longyu returned from victory, he already knew that Lei Di would definitely not let it go, so he took the initiative to go to the place where Qi Di and others were in advance. He himself has been with Tianyu Manor and others all the time, but Chidi brought Xing Xing, Dao Jing Tian and others in the same viewing courtyard. Longyu wants to visit, of course Chidi welcomes him. Soon Longyu came to this courtyard alone, and the 2 senior brothers Yu Linfeng and Nailan Jun came directly to greet him. Fatty Yu Linfeng laughed, 7th junior brother, I didn't expect you to defeat Lady's 9th direct disciple. You are so powerful, it really opened the eyes of senior brother. Good. Nailan Jun also smiled. At first, I thought that since you surrendered to Yi Ziwei, you probably wouldn't be Huang Tantian's opponent, but I didn't expect him to be abused by you. This time I seriously injured Huang Tian. I'm afraid someone from Lady's side will come to make trouble. Longyu said bluntly, this is the purpose of his coming here, to remind Chidi and others. No one was killed. What's more, in the competition of the strongest emperor, Huang Tian was seriously injured because his skills were not as good as others. It is impossible for Lei Di to come to the door for such a trivial matter. Yu Linfeng shook his head indifferently and said, if his direct disciples come to the door, we are not vegetarians, so what is there to be afraid of? That is, are they only allowed to hurt people in the competition of the strongest emperor, and we are not allowed to do it? Nailan Jun also laughed, he didn't take Lei Di and others to his heart at all, you know, even if they couldn't bear it, there would be Qi Di behind them. Lei Di can't go out to make trouble for others, but Qi Di can of course clean up the trouble in front of his own house. While the 3 of them were chatting, Xing Xing and Dao Jing Tian suddenly came out, with a slightly solemn expression. Wulong, Lady's first direct disciple, has brought someone here. Lady's first direct disciple, Wulong's reputation is definitely not small, and even surpassed Chidi's first direct disciple in the 5 Emperors Alliance. Because Xing Xing and Dao Jing Tian often cooperate and have been exterminating the lairs of alien beasts, the members of the 5 Emperors Alliance don't know them very well. But Wulong is different. Wulong has been Lady's direct disciple for more than 100 years, and also serves as a cabinet elder in the 5 Emperors Alliance, in charge of rewards and punishments. If there is a member of the Alliance of 5 Emperors who is most afraid of seeing someone who makes a mistake, it is undoubtedly this Wulong, and as a reward and punishment for the elders, Wulong's strength is of course beyond doubt. Now, Wulong personally brought people to Chidi's side, wanting to ask Huang Tian for an explanation. Of course Chidi himself will not appear, but Xing Xing, Dao Jing Tian and Yu Xiaoying must come out for a dialogue. It just so happens that the person involved, Longyu, is here, and they can confront each other face to face. The penalty opened the space entrance of the viewing courtyard, and then saw a group of people descending from the sky under the leadership of a middle-aged, burly man, coming in front of everyone in a menacing manner. The leader, that middle-aged burly man, is Wulong, Lady's first direct disciple. Behind Wulong, there are 3 men and 3 women, all of whom are Lady's direct disciples, and Yi Ziwei is also on the list. Most conspicuously. What are you guys doing here? Xing stood at the front, stopped Wulong and the others from moving forward, and then asked calmly. Punishment, are you asking knowingly? Wulong's face was full of flesh, and he had an extremely irritable character at first glance. He snorted angrily and said, Your man, Long Yu, severely injured my 9th brother, should you come out and give an explanation? Oh? Xing smiled slightly, and asked directly, My 7th junior brother beat your 9th junior brother to serious injury, when did it happen? Punishment, do you want to cheat? Wulong's face turned pale. Just what happened just now, don't say you don't know. Just now, is that the competition for the strongest emperor? Xing waved his hand and said, There was an accident in the competition, so it's no wonder that other people are too harsh, right? If you can't beat it, you will admit defeat. If you insist on not admitting defeat, others will not allow others to beat you. Could it be that you are only allowed to win with Wulong's junior brother? You won't allow the junior brother I punished to win? Fart. Wulong snorted and shouted angrily, I suspect that Long Yu used extremely disgraceful means to seriously injure my junior brother, otherwise why bother to cover it up? Tell Long Yu to come out and confront me. Long Yu stood aside, listening to what Wulong said. He couldn't help laughing. Senior brother Wulong, you said that I used disgraceful means to hurt Huang Tian, so tell me, what means did I use? Long Yu asked straightforwardly, Pillions? Martial arts? Soldiers? Are these methods legitimate? In the 10,000 layers of space, can I still cheat? Who knows you? Wulong looked at Long Yu with a glance. His eyes were as murderous as real, and he shot directly at Long Yu. Today I'm here to ask my junior brother for an explanation. What do you want to say? Long Yu's face remained completely unchanged, and he asked directly. Go to the door and apologize to my junior brother. You made him temporarily unable to participate in the next competition. This is the competition for the strongest emperor. Wulong snorted coldly, and made a condition, so, if you can step into the top 10 of the strongest emperors, all your rewards will be given to my junior brother. As soon as this condition was made, all the disciples personally handed down by the Red Emperor present burst out laughing. This Wulong is too whimsical, right? Long Yu had a strange look on his face, thinking that Wulong was simply an idiot. Why should I give up the rewards I got from the competition to your junior brother? He lost to me in the competition because of his lack of strength. Lord Lady, I am afraid it is impossible to make such an excessive request. I am me, and my master is my master. Wulong's face darkened. Long Yu, if you don't agree to this condition, you don't want to have a good life in the future. This Wulong is completely unreasonable. Threaten me? Long Yu's face changed when he heard this, and he immediately snorted coldly, Very good, Wulong, right? If you have any tricks, just use them, and I, Long Yu, will follow them. What Long Yu is most afraid of is being threatened by others, at least in the world of Shenwu. No one can threaten him now. It's crazy. When the person behind Wulong heard what Long Yu said, he immediately sneered, I, Guyun Tian, want to see how you can be so arrogant. After the Emperor Shenwu conference is over, Long Yu, do you dare to fight me, Guyun Tian? Everyone cast their eyes over one after another, and saw that the man was a fair-skinned young man with a look of pride in his eyes. This man's name was Guyun Tian, Lady's 7th direct disciple, and a cultivation base in the middle stage of Emperor Realm. In the middle stage of the Emperor's Realm, make an appointment to fight me in the middle stage of the Emperor's Realm? Long Yu smiled brightly, Unexpectedly, Lady's direct disciple has this kind of virtue. Why, don't you dare? Yuntian sneered. Dare, of course I dare, but how can it be enough just to fight? At least, it has to be a life and death fight. Long Yu's expression turned cold. In this battle, whoever loses will die. Do you dare or not? Long Yu's words shocked the audience again. It's another battle of life and death. Yuntian is Lady's direct disciple, and he has a very strong leapfrog challenge ability, at least not weaker than Ji Haokong in the late stage of Emperor realm. Long Yu actually opened his mouth to fight for life and death again. Could this kid be so confident in himself? Confidence is a good thing, but blind confidence is a fool. Yuntian didn't think that Long Yu could beat him at all. Since Long Yu wanted to fight to the death, he couldn't wish for it. Remember, if you lose, all your rewards in the strongest Emperor realm belong to our 9th junior brother. Everyone present can be a witness. Very well, your goal has been achieved. Long Yu didn't care at all. Instead he nodded with a smile. Since you have additional conditions, then I will also add additional conditions. If you Yuntian lose, you will live and die, and you must not go back on your word. In addition, all your belongings will be exchanged. Belongs to me, Long Yu, how about it? As Lady's direct disciple, Yuntian must be very rich. Since the other party came to his door, why didn't Long Yu want it? If the other party was a disciple of the other 5 emperors, Long Yu would not have dealt with it so extremely, but the other party made it clear that they were here to play tricks, and Long Yu didn't need to give them any face. It's good, just take it. Yuntian was choked by Long Yu's words, and immediately said, it seems that you really thought you could beat me, so I agreed to you, so what's the matter? Remember today's appointment, when Emperor Shenwu will end, don't even think about it. Escape from this battle. You should not run away. Long Yu chuckled. By the way, you should know that you must be at the end of this appointment. I have 3 life and death appointments before you, and it will be your turn after fighting them. I hope you don't die in the first 3 games, then I will also take away your rewards in the strongest Emperor realm. Yuntian smiled disdainfully. Wulong nodded to Yuntian, and everyone turned around and chose to leave. Their purpose of this trip has been achieved. As long as Yuntian defeats Long Yu at that time, everything today will be recovered, and it can be regarded as a gift to Huang Tantian. Revenge. Wu Long and others left, but Yi Ziwei took a deep look at Long Yu, and smiled at Long Yu instead. This smile lasted for a short time, and then Yi Ziwei left with Wulong and the others. Long Yu didn't know what this smile represented, but it seemed that Yi Ziwei was not on the same side as the other disciples personally handed down by Lady. 7th junior brother, you are too impulsive. After Wulong and the others left, Xing and the others turned around, shook their heads at Long Yu and said that Yuntian is a powerhouse in the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, and his strength is enough to defeat ordinary peak-level powerhouses in the Emperor realm. After the Shenwu Emperor meeting, no matter how powerful you are, you still can't reach the level of defeating him, right? Brother and sister, don't worry, I know it well. Long Yu knew that everyone was doing it for his own good, so he said something with a smile. Since this is the case, I can only hope that you will have a relatively good harvest when you are in the Emperor Shenwu Guild. Xing smiled and patted Long Yu's shoulder, but he wasn't very worried. Top 10 strongest emperors, with your current strength, it should be no problem. The next focus should be on the Shenwu Emperor meeting. You should know, the Shenwu Emperor will be a group of 2, and they will go to one of the 7 forbidden places in the Shenwu world together. For some people, the Shenwu Emperor will be just a grand event to determine the 5 emperors, but for some, this is a good opportunity. There have always been people who have gotten opportunities in it, and their strength has improved rapidly. Long Yu nodded. I will take good care of it. In fact, how could he just grasp it well? For one of the 7 forbidden places, his understanding is definitely better than anyone in the Shenwu world. One of the 7 forbidden places is called the Jiuyoxian Palace, which is actually one of the 7 supernatural powers of the Joyo Dragon Emperor. Before the Joyo Dragon Emperor was alive, the Joyo Shan Palace was a means of cooperating with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. They are used to seal other creatures. Among them, in the depths of Joyo Shan Palace, there are still many ancient, strange beasts sealed up to now. If any one is released, it can overturn the entire Shenwu world. The place where the Shenwu Emperor will be held is in the main hall of Joyo Shan Palace. In the main hall, there will be a battle to sign up to challenge the 5 emperors. It is a battle between the powerful in the imperial realm, and it has nothing to do with Long Yu, but when he arrives at Joyo Shan Palace, Long Yu will definitely go deep into Joyo Shan Palace. He and Sunset Dance are looking forward to this opportunity to improve themselves. With the guidance of the Death Envoy, he and Sunset Dance will definitely gain the most from this event. Of course, Long Yu would not tell Xing them about this kind of thing, because after all, this is his biggest secret, and this secret, even for the 5 emperors, has infinite attraction. After the life and death battle with Guyun Tian was finalized, Long Yu didn't feel too much pressure. He returned to the courtyard where Tianyu Manor was located, and continued to wait for the next round of competition for the strongest emperor. At the beginning of the 7th round, there were only more than 400 people left. Long Yu was quickly assigned to an opponent, and his opponent's name caught his eyes, Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. Long Yu has been looking for the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor for a long time, but it is a pity that this person is so unpredictable that even the 5 Emperors Alliance does not know his specific movements. During the competition for the strongest emperor, Long Yu also often tried to watch the battle of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, but he never jumped out. Unexpectedly, now, the 10,000 layers of space have arranged for Long Yu to be the opponent of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. The Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor was the peak powerhouse of the Imperial Realm who had absorbed all the power of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Pool in the Heavenly Prison Thunder Pool on Tianyu Island, causing the entire Tianyu Island to be almost destroyed. Long Yu's father, Long Zitian, once broke into the Heavenly Prison Thunder Pond, but there was no news about it. Now Long Yu wanted to know his father's whereabouts, so he had to ask the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor for a clue. Thinking of this, Long Yu put everything else behind him and directly accepted the battle. The battle site was above an ocean with a radius of 100 miles, and Long Yu could see a majestic figure 20 miles away at a glance. That was the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. Lord Lei Huang, before the battle begins, this junior wants to ask you something. Long Yu yelled directly towards the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. Oh? A rather forthright voice came from where Thunder Emperor of Heaven Prison was located. Speak up if you have something to say, and you should admit defeat after you finish speaking. How confident is Lei Huang of Heavenly Prison in his own strength? Long Yu was quite surprised, but what he is most concerned about now is not this, but the news about his father Long Zitian, so he directly asked, Lord Lei Huang, have you ever been to the floating island in the remote area in the east? Tianyu Island, have you ever been to the Heavenly Prison Thunder Pond? My father broke into that Heavenly Prison Thunder Pool more than 20 years ago, and there is no news about it so far. Do you know any news about him? These words were asked a series of times, but there was no response from the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor for a long time. After a full 3 breaths, the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor asked in surprise, Are you his son? Senior has seen my father? Long Yu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He never thought that Thunder Emperor of Heaven Prison would have seen his father, so this person probably knows where his father is now. I've seen it, and that's all. The Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor seemed to want to speak out, but he was a little scrupled, and said bluntly, If you can defeat me, after the end of the strongest Emperor realm, I will personally visit the door and tell you all this, but if you are not my opponent, some things are better never known. When these words came out, Long Yu felt mixed feelings. He heard from the words of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor that his father Long Zitian must not be dead now, which is good news, but since he is not dead, why didn't he come back to find him and his mother Bei Yuyao? This shows that even if Long Zitian is not dead, the current situation is probably not very good, or he is under some restrictions. In this case, the junior will be offended. Long Yu said in a deep voice. For defeating the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, Long Yu is quite confident. After all, at the stage of the strongest emperor, Long Yu has not encountered any real opponents yet. Although the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor is a senior, Long Yu really didn't care much about his strength. However, soon, Long Yu found out that he was wrong, and it was a big mistake. The Thunder Emperor of Heaven Prison has always been very low-key, showing no signs of mountains or waters, but his strength is ridiculously strong. At least, as soon as the two sides fought each other, Long Yu could be sure that the strength of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor had absolutely surpassed that of Su Jianbai, Huang Tantian and others before, and was even no less than that shown by Yi Ziwei. Long Yu Jiuyo's dragon breath spewed out, but it was smashed to pieces by a bolt of lightning summoned by the Thunder Emperor from afar, without even producing any effect. Yes, it turned out to be a kingly method, but it's still too tender, haha. The Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor got closer, and one could see that he was a middle-aged man with a beard and a beard. He was wearing a blue robe with a mark of thunder and lightning on it. The mark of thunder and lightning was exactly the same as the one on Yi Ziwei's forehead. This made Long Yu a little surprised, and couldn't help asking, Senior, what is your relationship with Yi Ziwei? Yi Ziwei, you mean that girl disciple of Lady? Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor shook his head. I don't know her, and I have nothing to do with her, but boy, your task now is to defeat me. If you defeat me, I will tell you many things. But if you defeat it in my hands, some things will never be known. Now, let's fight. As soon as the Thunder Emperor's words fell, there was a burst of thunder in the sky, and a bolt of lightning rolled towards Long Yushi from the void. Long Yu was taken aback by this bolt of lightning, because he felt that the power of this bolt of lightning could absolutely smash his whole body into pieces, and it actually contained an extremely terrifying destructive power. The level of this destructive power even far beyond the royal means he has mastered. This is the Emperor's way, stronger than the King's way. Long Yu was shocked in his heart. He had seen the Emperor's methods before on Emperor Tianxiang. At that time, Emperor Tianxiang used the Emperor's methods and directly blasted the owner of the Shadow Pavilion into scum. But now, the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor actually knows the Imperial way, and directly uses the Imperial way to deal with Long Yu at this time. Not good. With just a movement of Long Yu's mind, the bolt of lightning had already appeared in front of him, and it came with a bang, without giving him any time to react. The next moment, Long Yu only had time to take out the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and then activated the Jiuyo sky screen to let the ancient dragon skeleton tower display its defensive methods. That bolt of lightning slammed into the top-grade ancient warrior, the ancient tower of the dragon skeleton, and then crashed into it. The infinitely small lightning exploded in all directions, knocking back the Long Yu and the ancient tower of the dragon skeleton for hundreds of feet. Long Yu was sent flying hundreds of feet away, his throat felt sweet. The other party's royal way actually wounded him to the point of vomiting blood. This was something Long Yu hadn't felt for a long time. Who said that this competition for the strongest imperial realm is all dominated by the disciples of the five emperors? The strength of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor is definitely greater than that of Yi Ziwei and Heidao. Long Yu spat out blood, and couldn't help thinking about it. The reason why he has never seen the battle of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor before is probably because his battle ended too quickly, and no one else had the chance to see his battle at all. You know, even Long Yu was almost eliminated by this person, let alone other people. There must be some secret hidden in this Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. Long Yu directly regarded this person as the strongest opponent he encountered in this competition of the strongest emperor. Even if all his cards were exhausted, he would defeat this person. Because, only by defeating the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, will he be able to know the whereabouts of his father Long Zitian and some secrets hidden in the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. Ancient tower, grow bigger. With Long Yu's order, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda in his hand instantly expanded, and Long Yu himself stepped into the inner space of the ancient tower, directly cast the dragon skeleton break, and rushed towards the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda roared out. This move was extremely destructive. Long Yu was confident that if he had used this move against Su Jianbai and Huang Tantian before, he would have crushed them to pieces. This is Long Yu's most powerful move. You must know that the dragon skeleton ancient pagoda is the best warrior of the ancient level, far surpassing all the warriors in this world of martial arts. However, Long Yu never thought that this move could directly hit the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. Although the dragon bone breaks extremely fast and can penetrate the void to reach the opponent in an instant, it still takes a little time after all. The heaven prison Thunder Emperor, most likely he could dodge this move, but Long Yu had already prepared his back move when he performed this move, so he was not afraid that the opponent would dodge. However, what shocked Long Yu was that Jail Thunder Emperor had no intention of dodging this move that day. Hey, this is a good move, it looks like it. The heavenly prison Thunder Emperor smiled heartily. Look at me, the thunder barrier of absolute beginning. As soon as he raised his hand, a layer of lightning barrier appeared in front of him, directly between him and the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. When the dragon skeleton came crashing down, this so-called absolute beginning lightning barrier directly blocked the entire dragon skeleton pagoda, making it difficult to get any closer, and the absolute beginning thunder barrier was not damaged at all. Hiding inside? The heavenly prison Thunder Emperor laughed, and suddenly squeezed one hand. The initial lightning barrier that had resisted the ancient dragon skeleton tower shrank suddenly, covering the entire ancient dragon skeleton tower. Long Yu was in the inner space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and found that the thunder and lightning divine power of the absolute beginning thunder barrier penetrated into the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and swept towards him. The strength of the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor is so terrifying. To be honest, Long Yu was completely unprepared in advance. To face such a terrifying existence, how could the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor be a simple imperial realm martial artist? It definitely has an astonishing secret, and this secret is even comparable to the inheritance of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. This further deepened Long Yu's desire to defeat this person, but it is obvious that it is very difficult to defeat the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. There is no news about this heavenly prison Thunder Emperor, but his strength is definitely the strongest. Number 1 in the competition, maybe even number 1. When facing Yi Ziwei, Long Yu's pressure was not even 1/10 of that when facing the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. Gouda, come back. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he left the inner space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, returned to the battlefield, and then shrunk the ancient dragon skeleton tower into a small tower, holding it in his hand. Immediately afterwards, 4 colorful siphon totems appeared beside Long Yu in an instant, and began to absorb the infinite lightning barriers of aboriginality that swept towards him. However, even the 4 siphon totems could not stop the tendency of the absolute beginning thunder barrier to besiege the dragon. The infinite lightning instantly filled the 4 siphon totems, and it was difficult to absorb more power. No weakness, no flaws, how is this possible? Long Yu kept using balanced control to check the weakness of the thunder barrier of absolute beginning, but soon he was shocked to find that even he couldn't find the weakness in the thunder barrier of absolute beginning. This thunder barrier of absolute beginning was in perfect form. There is no doubt that Long Yu will die. Facing the siege of the perfect absolute beginning thunder barrier, Long Yu could only use his last resort, which was the supernatural power of the Book of Shadows in the kingly realm. The Book of Shadows, which used to be an intermediate supernatural power, can allow Long Yu to pretend to be any object he has scanned at any time, and even turn it into a little dust, a burst of air. But now, the Book of Shadows that has become king is even more powerful. Not only can it be disguised as any object, it can even be disguised as any energy. For example, the lightning barrier of absolute beginning in front of me. Long Yu quickly scanned the absolute beginning thunder barrier with the Book of Shadows, and then his figure flashed, and his whole body turned into the same state as the absolute beginning thunder barrier, becoming a flashing lightning. And he himself is in the Book of Shadow space inside the lightning, urging the lightning to shoot out of the lightning barrier of absolute beginning. When the lightning incarnation of Long Yu rushed directly into the lightning barrier of absolute beginning, it didn't encounter any obstacles. Rush out. With an order from Long Yu, the lightning bolt of the avatar shot out towards the outside. In just one breath, the lightning bolt actually rushed out of the circle surrounded by the thunder barrier of absolute beginning. However, Long Yu himself was also very uncomfortable, because he found that the energy in his body was completely consumed just by pretending to be a breathing time thunder barrier. The Book of Shadows is an unsolvable method, but the consumption is really terrifying. It only takes one breath to consume all the strength of Long Yu's whole body. Oh? Seeing Long Yu escaped from the encirclement of the thunder barrier of absolute beginning, the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor's eyes lit up. Even he had never heard of such a method that Long Yu used. He was able to imitate the power of the lightning barrier in the beginning, and thus pass through the lightning barrier in the beginning. In this way, wouldn't Long Yu's method be invincible? As long as this method is used, any attack will have no effect on Long Yu. It seems that this move has cost you a lot. The heavenly prison Thunder Emperor saw Long Yu's exhausted state at a glance, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Then you have to be careful. Immediately afterwards, as soon as he raised his hand, the lightning barriers of the beginning once again condensed around Long Yu, surrounding Long Yu continuously, but now Long Yu is still nervously absorbing the energy of the alien beast crystal. It's too late to absorb the beast crystal. It seems that we can only explode the siphon totem in the body. Long Yu's heart moved, and he immediately made a decision. He had accumulated 10 siphon totems in the previous battle, and now he directly exploded 3 of them, and the overflowing energy instantly filled his whole body. Book of Shadows. Long Yu turned into a bolt of lightning again, and rushed out amidst the lightning barrier of absolute beginning. But the thunder barrier of absolute beginning couldn't trap Long Yu in this state at all. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu directly exploded the other 3 siphon totems in his body, causing the energy in his body to overflow again, and then holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, launched the means of void travel. With a flash, Long Yu quickly reached a distance of 80 miles, and then moved at the fastest speed. Ran? The heavenly prison Thunder Emperor was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Facing a strong man like him, it is normal for that kid to think about running away. Being able to run away from him, this kid is quite proud of himself. One must know that all his previous opponents of the Thunder Emperor in Heaven Prison gave up before holding on for a single breath. The power of the Thunder Barrier in the beginning is too terrifying, and no one has been able to break it yet. However, Long Yu broke the tactic of the Thunder Barrier of absolute beginning, which made the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor quite appreciate it. There were a lot of spectators in this battle. Almost all of the millions of kingly secret realm powerhouses were watching this battle, and even the 5 emperors personally observed this battle. I didn't expect this kid to be able to compete with the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor for so long. It's really not easy. In an independent space, the Holy Emperor with snow-colored long hair opened his eyes, and looked at the scene of Long Yu fighting the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor in front of him, quite surprised. That's right, but no matter what, this kid can't possibly be the opponent of the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. Lady, whose whole body was covered with lightning, smiled heartily and said, "Only the 5 emperors know what the true identity of the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor is. To be able to compete against the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor to this extent, this son is already very good, and his achievements in the future will definitely not be inferior to ours." Chidi also smiled kindly and said, "Lady, just now he severely injured your 9th direct disciple, you still think highly of him?" The Devil Emperor, who was covered by the black mist, said lightly, "Long Yu is a talent. Except for Yi Ziwei, among my direct disciples, I am afraid that none of them can compare to him. Lady was unmoved at all, and said casually, besides, my disciple lost to others in the competition of the strongest emperor, so there is nothing to complain about, it's just that he is not good at learning. You can see it, but it's a pity that your other direct disciples don't think so. The devil smiled. It doesn't matter, Long Yu's son will definitely make them remember better, which is good for them. Lady shook his head, apparently not wanting to get involved in this matter. I'm afraid no one knows, but now even the 5 emperors are paying attention to the battle between Long Yu and the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. In fact, in the eyes of the 5 emperors, the competition for the strongest emperor is nothing to watch. The only thing to watch is who can win. Into the top 10. Now, before the top 10 battles, the 5 emperors have already paid attention to it. Obviously, they attach great importance to Long Yu and Tianyu Lei Huang. Unknown. Long Yu has already laid a first-grade god chain on the spot, gossip, to suppress the sky. The 8 diagrams god chain is the strongest first-grade god chain, but it is extremely demanding on the practitioners. It requires the practitioner to comprehend a total of 8 attributes of the gods, and to reach the 5th level of compatibility with the 8 kinds of gods. Long Yu is quite familiar with the 8 diagrams suppressing heavenly god chain. He used it many times in the ancient Shura temple when he competed with the Death Envoy and Sunset Dance, so this time he only took 3 breaths to set up the 8 diagrams suppressing chain. God chain. At this time, the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor chased after him like a bolt of lightning from afar. Long Yu, admit defeat, God Thunder of Absolute Beginning. The Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor laughed loudly, raised his hand, and threw a thunder light directly at Long Yu. Long Yu used his balance control to scan this thunder light, and he knew that this thunder light would explode when it touched anything. Such a powerful body was blown to pieces. But Long Yu is not afraid. 9 Nether Dragon Breath, explode for me. Long Yu directly spewed out a mouthful of 9 Serenity Dragon's breath, and the tyrannical power directly detonated the divine thunder of absolute beginning in mid-air, and the wave of terrifying power swept away, filling the entire world with the power of the divine thunder of absolute beginning. However, Long Yu was disguised as the power of the divine thunder of the beginning, and returned to the center of the 8 trigrams town god chain that he had secretly set up. The divine lightning of absolute beginning failed to injure Long Yu in the slightest, but the Thunder Emperor of Heavenly Prison looked at him and found that Long Yu's entire strength had been exhausted again, and he could no longer use other methods. Prime Beginning Thunder Wing. 2 bolts of lightning burst out from behind the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, forming a pair of wings, and gliding towards Long Yu at a high speed. However, the Heaven Prison Thunder Emperor soon touched the boundary of the 8 diagrams town god chain. Baghuashantian, launch! Long Yu yelled, and the power of the 8 gods around him erupted instantly, forming 8 beams of light, which shot at the Thunder Emperor in the center in an instant. The 8 beams of light showed different colors, and each beam of light was attached with a certain the divine power of one attribute, and the combination of 8 kinds of power unexpectedly trapped the Thunder Emperor of Heaven Prison in it, as if locked by 8 chains. Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor finally changed his expression. It turned out to be this magic chain, this boy Long Yu, unexpectedly so unexpected. This gossip suppressing the sky is a first-grade god chain, one of the strongest god chain methods. Even though Long Yu is only in the middle stage of the Emperor realm, one level lower than his Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, but being able to use this trick of Bagua suppressing the sky means that he can be suppressed for at least 3 breaths. During these 3 breaths, the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor couldn't do anything at all, he could only watch Long Yu's attack befall him. The 8-path divine light beam not only locked the figure of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, but also locked all the power in his body. Even if he used all his power to break through the suppression of Bagua Shintian, it would take at least 3 breaths. And Long Yu, of course, will not easily let go of this time of 3 breaths. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. Dragon Skeleton Broken. First, he sprayed the 9 Nether Dragon's breath, and then Long Yu took out the ancient tower of the Dragon Bone again, and flew towards the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor, spinning and hitting it. Needless to say, the power of Dragon Skeleton Put is absolutely capable of instantly killing most Imperial Realm martial artists. Even if Yu Hanqin, Yi Ziwei, and others were hit head-on by this move, they would not have any chance of surviving. Now, the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor is being suppressed by Bagua Xintian. Will he be directly killed by Long Yu's move? Something that shocked Long Yu happened. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda spun rapidly and rolled up, and hit the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor hard, causing him to vomit blood. However, the extremely fast rotating tower top failed to penetrate the skin of the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. This heavenly prison Thunder Emperor, his physical strength is definitely more terrifying than mine. Long Yu was taken aback by this phenomenon, but he was not given much time. He had to hurry up and defeat the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor as soon as possible. The next moment, Long Bonpa attacked again. The Emperor of Heavenly Prison Lei Huang watched the ancient tower of dragon skeleton spin and fly towards him again. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The destructive power of this move was beyond the imagination of Thunder Emperor of Heavenly Prison. Can resist 3 times. Unless Long Yu can release the 4th cast, the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor will not lose. As for me, I can break the suppression of Bagua Xintian in 3 breaths, and I will never give you a 4th chance. The heavenly prison Thunder Emperor smiled heartily, and the thunder light from his whole body exploded, and he was about to break the 8 diagrams suppressing God chain. The dragon bone break was cast 3 times in a row, and each time it hit the Thunder Emperor's chest accurately, but his chest did not suffer any damage. Long Yu was extremely shocked by this terrifying physical strength, but Long Yu also felt that the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor was almost at his limit. Although this person had many methods, his martial arts realm was still only at the peak of the late Emperor realm, and he had not stepped into the Emperor realm after all. Territory. Break it. At this moment, the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor yelled loudly, and a burst of thunder exploded in an instant, completely smashing the 8 beams of light of the Bagua suppressing God chain. After spending 3 breaths, the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor finally broke the suppression of Bagua Xintian. However, just as he was about to launch a counterattack against Long Yu, suddenly there was a strange force rushing towards his face. Even if the Thunder Emperor of Heaven Prison faced this force, he would be intimidated instantly. The power of the original source, the 9 Nethers, are awe-inspiring. Just at the same time that the opponent broke through the Bagua suppressing Heavenly God chain, Long Yu followed up with a move of 9 Nether shocking, and the power of the original source was swept out, directly making the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor lose any resistance. Dragon Bone broken, break it for me. Long Yu once again urged the ancient Dragon Bone Tower. Needless to say, the power of this ancient-level top-quality soldier did not hurt the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor 3 times before, but this 4th time, Long Yu had already felt that the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor had reached the limit. But before touching the opponent, Long Yu subconsciously reduced some strength. Although it is said that the Thunder Emperor of the heavenly prison will lose without a doubt, but Long Yu does not want to hurt the Thunder Emperor of the heavenly prison. After all, this person is related to the whereabouts of his father Long Zitian, and Long Yu still wants to find out from him. Some news. Of course, with Huang Tantian's lessons learned, Long Yu will not give the heavenly prison Lei Huang a second chance. If the heavenly prison Lei Huang still does not admit defeat, Long Yu will use his final trump card. That's when he matched the Shadow Attribute Divine Text to the 9th level, and began to comprehend the cultivation of a 3rd-rank God formation. The God formation is much stronger than the God chain. Even the 3rd-rank God formation is more powerful than the 1st-rank God chain. At least 10 times. With that move, Thunder Emperor of Heaven Prison would definitely die without a place to die, but Long Yu believed that this person's strength was so terrifying, he would definitely not be a brainless idiot like Huang Tantian. The fourth time the dragon bone was broken, the top of the ancient tower of the dragon bone directly knocked the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor flying out, spurting a pool of blood from his chest, and then his whole body fell into the sea water. After 2 breaths, the deterrent effect of the 9 serenities ended, and a figure rushed out of the sea. It was the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor who was finally injured. Ha ha ha. Brat, you still have such a hand, I am convinced by the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. Heavenly prison Thunder Emperor's hearty laughter came. When the strongest emperor's realm is over, I will pay a visit and tell you everything you want to know. After saying these words, a light flashed on the Thunder Emperor of Heaven Prison, and then his figure disappeared. The king's life card reminded Long Yu that the battle had been won. In this way, the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor chose to admit defeat in the end, which made Long Yu heave a sigh of relief. He never imagined that this battle would be so difficult, and even almost exposed all his whole cards, but fortunately, the final result was gratifying, and the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor was finally injured and surrendered. However, Long Yu always had a feeling that even if he didn't stop the dragon skeleton break just now for the 4th time, he might not be able to kill the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. This heavenly prison Thunder Emperor is really too mysterious, which makes Long Yu very much looking forward to the communication with him at that time. Lei Huang conceded defeat. This result was nothing to many people. Long Yu's power was already expected by everyone, but in the eyes of the 5 emperors, it was completely unbelievable. Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor will participate in every competition for the strongest emperor, and every time he will at least reach the top 10 before admitting defeat, and with his strength, why bother to admit defeat to a junior? Emperor Yan, with flames rising all over his body, was quite puzzled by this. It seems that there is indeed something special about Long Yu. Chi Di said in a deep voice, however, we can't control this kind of thing. Don't look at us as the 5 emperors, but many things are still completely out of our control. You don't want to know what secrets are hidden in Long Yu? The Devil Emperor, hiding in the darkness, asked playfully. I don't care what you think. Anyway, this kid is my direct disciple. I will protect him until he leaves. Before that, none of you can think of him. Chitty said with a cold snort. Of course we know this. The Devil Emperor chuckled lightly. Our direct disciples, unless they fight by themselves, no one can move. When the 5 emperors gathered together, if the discussion was spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause an uproar. Just from this short conversation, it can be seen that the 5 emperors are not actually in control of the entire Shenwu world. Even the 5 emperors are afraid of some other unknown forces. This force may come from outside the sky, or from within the world of Shenwu, but there is no doubt that as long as you become the direct disciple of the 5 emperors, the alliance of 5 emperors will do its best to protect it, and even the 5 emperors themselves are not qualified to move. It is conceivable that the 5 emperors' personal disciples must have another meaning. It's a pity that in the entire Shenwu world, only the 5 emperors would know these things, and even some cabinet elders of the 5 emperors' alliance would not be able to know such secrets. The 5 emperors are the representatives selected by a certain force to rule the world of Shenwu in name. After Long Yu defeated the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor, he also defeated a genius from 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. After winning 2 games in a row, he stepped into the 8th round of the strongest emperor realm. Up to now, there are only 200 people still fighting, and after losing to Long Yu, Thunder Emperor of Heaven Hell defeated the other 2 again, and entered the 8th round as well. But at this moment, Long Yu's thoughts are not on the strongest emperor's realm at all. He knows that with his current strength, stepping into the top 10 of the strongest emperor's realm is 100% a matter. Most of what he thinks in his mind now is about the matter of the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. The identity of the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor is definitely not that simple. He can comprehend the methods of the emperor with a mere imperial cultivation, and possess such terrifying physical strength, even surpassing Long Yu. You know, Long Yu has cultivated the best body training martial arts of the ancient level, the body training of death, this martial skill, and even the body training martial arts practiced by the Death Envoy before his death. Even in the outer world, they are all second to none body training martial arts. However, it is really shocking that it is still inferior to the Thunder Emperor of Heavenly Prison. Could it be that the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor actually came from outside the sky? Such an idea came to Long Yu's mind, which made him think it was quite possible. After all, after the end of the Shenwu Emperor meeting, the first place in the Strongest King Realm and the top 10 in the Strongest King Realm will go to explore together with the geniuses outside the sky. One of the 7 forbidden places. In this way, cultivators outside the sky can come to the world of Shenwu. In other words, the possibility that the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor is a cultivator from beyond the sky definitely exists. However, Long Yu doesn't know the specifics, let alone the relationship between the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor and his father Long Zi Chen. Everything can only wait until the end of the Strongest Emperor's realm. Tell Long Yu all. Now, anyway, Long Yu's methods have been exposed, and there is no need to hide them in the next battle. No matter what opponent he encounters, Long Yu will deal with it as quickly as possible. 8 diagrams suppressing the sky, 9 nether shocking, dragon skeleton breaking. The 3 moves were used alternately. Even some geniuses at the Emperor Realm who could fight against the Emperor Realm couldn't resist even one move of Long Yu, and they all surrendered. After defeating a genius from the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, and another genius from the 5 Emperors Alliance, Long Yu finally stepped into the next round and became one of the 72 strongest in the Strongest Imperial Realm competition. At this round, a list once again appeared on the screen before everyone's eyes. When the King Realm was the strongest, many people were still victorious in the later stage, but now, in the list that appeared in front of everyone, there were only 3 complete victors left: He Dao, Yi Ziwei, and Yu Hanqin. The others, even Long Yu, conceded defeat to Yi Ziwei, but with only 1 loss, they ranked behind the 3 who won all. Everyone started to study the list. There are 3 all-winners: He Dao, Yi Ziwei, and Yu Hanqin, all of whom are direct disciples of the 5 emperors. This phenomenon is completely normal, because the strongest emperors in the past have always been in similar situations. Then there was a loss, including Long Yu, Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, and some geniuses from other forces who were expected to break into the top 10, including Su Jianbai from Su's Medicine, and a direct disciple of Saint Emperor and Yan Emperor. The Holy Emperor's direct disciple, Qi Qingxi, a girl who is about the same age as Yi Ziwei, is not as strong as Yi Ziwei, and seems to have lost to He Dao. Emperor Yan's direct disciple, Si Konghui, is a young man in his 20s. Needless to say, he is talented in martial arts, but it's a pity that he lost to Yu Hanqin. Judging from this list, the positions of the top few in the entire Strongest Imperial Realm have basically been determined, but many times there will be changes at the end, and everyone is not letting go of their bets. Many old people who have participated in many of the strongest emperors know that the Thunder Emperor of Heaven Prison is a weird person. As long as he enters the top 10, he will immediately admit defeat. He has been the strongest emperor for 3 consecutive times, that is, it has been the top 10 in the past 21 years. That's it. Among the others, the biggest variable is Long Yu. Although Long Yu has lost a battle now, it was a deliberate surrender to Yi Ziwei. Judging from the subsequent battle between Long Yu and the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, Long Yu didn't use much strength against Yi Ziwei at all. If he fought with all his strength, he might not be Yi Ziwei's opponent. Generally speaking, there are more talents in the Strongest Imperial Realm competition this time than in the previous rounds, and the variables are even greater. It is impossible to tell who will win the first place. Even if Long Yu is excluded, it is difficult to guess the strength of the other He Dao, Yi Ziwei, and Yu Hanqin. After all, the 3 have never met each other, and no one knows which of them is stronger. In the watching courtyard of Su's medicine store, Su Jianbai and Su Ningyan, seeing the opponent's name gradually appearing on Su Jianbai's King's Life card, couldn't help but change their expressions. Long Yu, it's him again. Su Ningyan pursed her lips lightly, her heart-stirring eyes were full of pity. Xiaobai, it seems that you are going to lose this time. Before, Su Ningyan thought that Su Jianbai could defeat Long Yu in terms of total strength and slowly drag him to death, but after watching the battle between Long Yu and the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, Su Ningyan knew very well that Long Yu's Su Jianbai is still too strong, almost impossible to defeat. Sister Ningyan, you underestimate me too. Su Jianbai was not happy with this, and said angrily, do you want me to abstain directly? Even if I lose this round, there are still 2 next rounds. As long as I win, I can enter the next round. Besides, I don't necessarily lost to Long Yu. You are not his opponent. Su Ningyan said with certainty. I'm still going to try. After Su Jianbai finished speaking, he clicked on the King's Fate card to accept it. Su Ningyan fell silent immediately, seeing Su Jianbai's figure being teleported away. She could only shake her head helplessly. Xiaobai was still in a bad mood and couldn't hold her breath. Long Yu was also a little surprised at this time. Unexpectedly, Su Jianbai was in the queue again. It was really a fate. When fighting Su Jianbai last time, Long Yu was restrained and dealt with it. Many methods were useless, and he had to hide until the later stage. But now, Long Yu doesn't need to hide anymore. Anyway, what should be exposed has already been exposed. Exposed. After the battle between him and the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, many people would choose to abstain when he was in line, but Su Jianbai did not abstain, which surprised Long Yu. Long Yu clicked to accept, and was quickly transported to the battle space. The battle space this time is in a mountainous terrain, with countless peaks soaring into the sky, and the texture of these mountains can shield most of the martial arts detection powers, but it does not include Long Yu. In fact, Long Yu's Eye of Shadow is also blocked here, but he has balanced control. With the help of balanced control, the Eye of Shadow can clearly detect the details of the entire space within 100 miles, and draw a vivid map in his mind. Soon, Long Yu found where Su Jianbai was, and flew through the void directly. If it is fighting in the wild, Long Yu can hide himself by relying on balanced control, and the advantage will become huge, especially in some chaotic environments. It is very easy to fish in troubled waters. Now it is in the competition, there is no need for Long Yu to hide. Anyway, he can defeat the opponent without hiding, so there is no need to do anything extra. Long Yu, how dare you take the initiative to find him? Su Jianbai suddenly felt the fluctuation of the space power behind him, and immediately became vigilant. He and Long Yu had already fought once, so of course he knew that Long Yu was not easy to deal with. But he didn't expect that Long Yu, who was fully armed, would be so difficult to deal with. He hadn't turned his head yet, when a burst of 9 Nether's shocking original power rushed over, shocking his whole body on the spot. For a full 2 breaths, Su Jianbai couldn't make any movement. His face turned pale immediately after waking up, because Long Yu was less than 10 feet behind him, looking at him leisurely. Are you sure you want to fight again? If you continue to fight like this, even if you are dying, you won't be able to react. My methods are all methods of killing people. Long Yu said with a chuckle. There is no doubt that he was merciful just now. After all, this is just a competition, and he is too lazy to kill people. Besides, the development of Tianyu Manor will have to rely on the power of various forces in the holy city of the 5 emperors. Su's medicine is undoubtedly one of them. Long Yu didn't want to make the relationship between the 2 parties too rigid. Su Jianbai broke out in cold sweat all over his body, and a burst of light rose from the soles of his feet and went straight to his forehead. How long has he been intimidated just now? A breath? 2 breaths? No matter how long it takes, Long Yu is definitely capable of killing himself. Su Jianbai didn't think that his physical body could withstand Long Yu's full attack. otherwise he wouldn't have lost the last time. At first, he thought that he could still defeat Long Yu, but now it seems that this idea is simply not ridiculous. With Long Yu's current strength, he might be able to kill himself with just a wave of his hand. I surrender. Su Jianbai gave up with great reluctance. If I knew it, I would give up directly. Su Jianbai thought in his heart, but this is good, let him truly recognize Long Yu's strength, and if he encounters him again in the future, he will not rush to attack again. This time, Long Yu easily won. In the next match, Long Yu will face a peak powerhouse from the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. This person's strength is not bad, but he is not as good as Su Jianbai, so naturally he cannot be Long Yu's opponent. After this round is over, there are a total of 35 strong players left. The rules of the next game will be changed. It is no longer a 3-game 2-win system, but one game will determine the outcome. If you lose, you will be eliminated, and everyone will no longer be able to abstain like before. No matter who the opponent is arranged, he must fight against the arranged opponent. Either be eliminated or defeat the opponent. There is no second choice. At this stage, everyone's attention is obviously on the top 10 places in the normal competition. The arrangement of the 10,000 layers of space is still very fair. In this round, the 3 martial artists who have won all the games are given a bye, and the remaining 32 are arranged to fight one-on-one, and they are divided according to strength. Let the strong confront each other in one round, so that the strong can be eliminated in advance. So this battle was very easy for Long Yu. He directly defeated a martial artist at the peak of the Imperial Realm from other regions, and stepped into the next round. The Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor also advanced easily, and young geniuses such as Su Jianbai, Si Konghui, Qi Qingxi, etc. also advanced one after another. Although Su Jianbai lost to Long Yu twice, but this person's strength is really good, and the odds of winning against others are still very high, so he still made it all the way here. Now, only He Dao, Yi Ziwei, and Yu Hanqin were left with a complete victory, plus another 16 people. In the next round, He Knife, Yi Ziwei, and Yu Hanqin will continue to have a bye, and the remaining 16 people will decide the winner. This round will be a battle for the top 10. Whoever wins will have a great chance to step into the top 10. Whoever loses will lose all previous efforts, and there is no way to get the final and most important reward. 10,000 layers of space began to arrange opponents for everyone, and soon Long Yu saw his opponent, a middle-aged woman from the Mad Immortal Empire, named Luo Manhan. This woman was quite well known in the previous battles, mainly because she practiced extremely well in the divine mantra of the charm attribute. As long as the opponent is a man, it is difficult not to be led by the nose by her. At this moment, when the news of Long Yu and Luo Manhan's confrontation spread, it immediately attracted the attention of a large number of people. Facing the divine script of the charm attribute, not only can you win with strong strength, but you also need to be extremely determined. Many male martial arts practitioners were stronger than Luo Manhan before, but they all fell under Luo Manhan's pomegranate skirt. Easily defeated by Luo Manhan. If there is anyone who has the ability to defeat Long Yu in the battle of the strongest emperor, then this Luo Manhan is definitely one of the possible characters. Let's go to war. Long Yu himself chuckled, and directly urged the king's life card, teleporting himself to the battlefield. The charm attribute divine script may have some effect on other people, but Long Yu is mostly immune to it. His willpower and willpower have long since been tempered by the death environment, and they have long been firm and impeccable. After cultivating the body in the death realm to perfection, Long Yu has gone through 35 times of death reincarnation, and his spirit has long been tempered to the point of incomparable perseverance. However, unlike Long Yu's relaxedness, the courtyard where everyone in Tianyu Manor lived was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Because Long Yu's opponent is Luo Manhan. What this woman showed in the previous battle made her known as a goblin. Although she was not young, her figure and appearance were second to none, and she was extremely attractive to any man. In Tianyu Manor, many girls felt as if they were facing a big enemy, and all their thoughts were put on this battle. What if Long Yu is hooked away by this goblin? Especially Liao Lele, Shu Chan, Lu Yuan, Sunset Dance, Feng Yusen, and so on. These girls stared intently at the field, feeling extremely nervous. Feng Xiaofei on the side looked funny, and couldn't help but said, "When you see Brother Long facing the goblin, why are you more nervous than yourself? You want to take care of it?" Feng Yusen snorted softly, but she didn't turn her head back. "Stop rambling." Liao Lele's tone was also very bad. Obviously, she was very worried that Long Yu would suffer a disadvantage when facing Luo Manhan. "Don't worry, my elder brother Long is not the kind of person who is interested in sex." Man Xian said heartily from the side, "Otherwise, he would have already attacked you." As soon as these words came out, all the girls immediately glared at them, but now that Long Yu was about to face Luo Manhan, they didn't say anything to Man Xian. After all, everyone knows that Man believes that this person has a very low EQ, so it is not surprising to say anything, and if you argue with him, you will definitely be pissed off. In the arena, the battle between Long Yu and Luo Manhan was on a prairie, with a radius of 100 miles, covered with dark clouds and thunderous. It was a rather harsh battlefield. It is said that someone was struck to death by thunder from the sky in this battlefield before, which shows how bad this scene is. But to Long Yu, the thunder that descended from the sky might not be able to break through Long Yu's physical defense, so it didn't matter to Long Yu. With a thought in his mind, the Eye of Shadow moved, and directly detected the location of his opponent, Luo Manhan, who was actually 30 miles away from him, motionless. Arranging formations? Long Yu saw through Luo Manhan's actions at a glance. Although he was 30 miles away and covered by dark clouds and lightning, Long Yu could easily see the opponent's actions with his balanced control. Long Yu was not surprised by Luo Manhan's actions, because this woman would arrange formations on the spot at the beginning of every battle before. It is said that the formations were a psychedelic formation that could trap other martial artists in it, and fascinated. Now Long Yu has comprehended the 5th level of balanced control, and his ability to decipher formations is far beyond ordinary people, so he doesn't have much fear of formations. Void travel. Long Yu directly activated the method of cooperating with the Void Dragon Blade, and his whole body instantly traveled to Luo Manhan's side. Luo Manhan was taken aback by Long Yu's sudden appearance, because it took at least 10 breaths for her to set up the formation, but now, less than 3 breaths after the battle started, Long Yu appeared in front of her. It seems that the rumors are really good. This child has a very high attainment in space divinity. Long Yu appeared behind Luo Manhan, glanced at this woman, and found that this woman was indeed enchanting and charming, with an incomparably slender figure, and a mature aura exuding from her whole body, which was extremely attractive to men. Coupled with the charm attribute divine script she has comprehended, it goes without saying that many male martial artists must have fallen into the hands of this woman. However, the charm attribute divine script is not the right way after all, it is only effective for people with weak willpower, and it is mostly ineffective against people like Long Yu. Brother Long Yu, I didn't expect you to come so fast, the slave family is not ready yet. Luo Manhan turned sideways, a flush suddenly appeared on her delicate face, she looked quite shy and cute, and before she knew it, her innate supernatural powers had been activated. If it is some men with insufficient willpower, I am afraid that they will be a little shaken in the face of such a move, thus revealing some defensive flaws. It's a pity that this move is useless against Long Yu. Long Yu didn't say a word, his mind didn't waver, and the next moment he raised his hand and used his domineering means. 7 hands of the 9 netherness protruded out of the void, and grabbed Luo Manhan's body. Domineering methods are useless when dealing with a powerhouse like the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, but they are extremely effective when dealing with other people, especially this Luo Manhan, who has always relied on the power of the charm of the gods to get to the present. This step is relatively weak in terms of absolute power. However, it was impossible for Luo Manhan to be killed by Long Yu directly. Seeing that Long Yu was not affected by her charming supernatural power, she couldn't help being a little surprised, and became more interested in Long Yu. She knew very well in her heart that only the winner of this battle would have the chance to step into the top 10 strongest emperors. Once defeated, will miss the top 10. Facing Long Yu's Jiryo's hand, Luo Manhan chose to back down. If she confronted Jiryo's hand head-on with her strength, there was absolutely no chance of surviving. However, she is not very proficient in the comprehension of space divine script. Even if she teleported 10 miles away, she still cannot escape Long Yu's pursuit. As soon as her figure appeared 10 miles away, Long Yu's figure followed closely, and at the same time, those 7 white bone arms protruding from the void followed. Nine charm. Luo Manhan's face darkened. She saw that it was not so easy to escape from Long Yu's hands. Her body flickered, and a burst of pink charm divine power instantly swept away and spread across the audience. These pink enchanting divine powers have no effect on Long Yu's charm, but they have successfully disrupted Long Yu's sight and hearing. Luo Manhan fled here as quickly as possible, and then began to set up the formation, hoping to have enough time to set up the formation. Only in this way would she have the strength to fight against Long Yu. However, she is still too naive. Although the Nine charm she fought in actual combat blocked Long Yu's perception, Long Yu relied on balanced control, but found the weakness and flaws of this move in an instant, and used the fallen dark star to blow up the weaknesses and flaws. When the flaw is attacked, the effect of Nine charm disappears instantly, and it takes only one breath before and after. Long Yu followed closely, and appeared in front of Luo Manhan. With one mouthful, the breath of the 9 nether dragon burst out, and the eerie and strange black dragon breath shot straight at Luo Manhan's body. So fast. Luo Manhan was shocked by Long Yu's speed. She has never met someone who broke through her Nine charm and only needed one breath time. Even her master, a great master of the Mad Immortal Empire, had to spend 3 breaths to get rid of the Nine charm, the effects of invasion. Her master in the Mad Immortal Empire is a superpower at the peak of the Emperor realm, and has already stood at the peak of the entire world of martial arts. However, Long Yu, a kid in the middle stage of the Imperial realm, broke through her Nine charm in just one breath, and this speed almost made her collapse. She originally thought that if she could hold Long Yu for 10 breaths, she would still have a chance to set up the killing phantom array, but now it seems that with her strength, she can't do it at all. Yu Tai Evildoer. This is the last chance to hit the top 10. If this round fails, there will be no more chances. xuanhuan, it's up to you. However, Luo Manhan did not lose hope. Instead, he took out a dreamlike elixir from his bosom, and took it directly. The magic pill, after taking it, can increase the power of the illusion array she casts by 3 times, and make her the speed at which she lays down the phantom array triples. In this way, Luo Manhan once again used some charm and control methods to suppress Long Yu. It only takes 3 breaths, and she can arrange the magic array that will kill her, thus giving her a chance to win. It's a pity that Long Yu didn't intend to give her any chance at all. As soon as he saw her take out the pill, Long Yu frowned slightly, and then cast Jiryo Tianguang, and at the same time, an absolute space domain enveloped a radius of 200 feet across the sky. This is a means derived from the divine union between Long Yu and the ancient Tower of Long Skeleton. In the wreckage of the small world of the suffering, Long Yu has already relied on this absolute space to play with many powerful people in the Imperial realm. Han's idea of shifting positions was shattered. Space Oracle? Shield. Looking for a quick getaway? With the barrier of the absolute sky domain, no one can break through the absolute sky domain from the inside unless it hits the body of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to consume enough power, or directly destroys the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. It's over. Even if Luo Manhan had taken xuanhuan, he would have no chance against Long Yu, and Long Yu didn't need to take any pills. After the Joyo skylight and Jiwekong domain were arranged, the entire pitch-black skylight completely became Long Yu's world, and countless pitch-black blades condensed loudly, attacking Luo Manhan non-stop. As for Long Yu himself, he was completely hidden in the dark sky, constantly gathering fallen dark stars and throwing them towards Luo Manhan, but they did not explode. Until a total of 1,000 fallen dark stars had accumulated, Long Yu finally had a thought and detonated the 1,000 fallen dark stars. Horrific explosions sounded, and even Jiuyo Tianguang was blown away by the explosion power of 1,000 fallen dark stars, not to mention Luo Manhan who was trapped in it. A protective light curtain of the King's Life card appeared. It was obvious that Luo Manhan had no choice but to admit defeat in the face of this outbreak. Although the power of her illusionary divine script has been tripled, her frontal combat power is still too weak, and there is nothing she can do about being suppressed by Long Yu's brute force. Long Yu heaved a sigh of relief and finally won. After winning this match, Long Yu stepped into the top 11, namely Yi Ziwei, He Dao, and Yu Hanqin, who had 2 rounds of buys, plus the other 8 players determined in the 16-player knockout round. If you want to know the final top 10 places, you need to eliminate one of them. This is definitely an extremely fierce elimination match. Every time the strongest emperor reaches this time, the remaining number of people is not fixed, so 10,000 layers of space will temporarily announce the rules at this time, and no one can change the announced rules, not even the 5 emperors. The rules announced by 10,000 layers of space will appear on everyone's King's Fate card, and everyone can see the next elimination rules. There are 11 people in total, and if one person is eliminated, the eliminated person will be the 11th. This ranking is already considered very good, but it is still a small step away from the top 10. It is this small step that determines who will lose a rare opportunity for promotion. All 11 people, the top 10, are bound to win. Soon, the rules for the top 10 elimination came out. Long Yu looked down and found that it was like this. Now there are still 11 people left. All 11 people will have to fight with everyone else. That is to say, everyone has to fight 10 times. If you win a game, you can calculate a little points, and finally arrange the ranking order according to the points obtained by each person. In other words, the 11th place will not be decided so quickly, but will be decided together with the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, etc. Standing beside Long Yu, Yu Hanqin looked at the rules and said, "So, from now on, it is considered the final. This is a qualifying match. Everyone has to fight 10 rounds. There is no doubt that every round you must do your best. As long as you lose any of them, your final ranking may drop by several places. This rule is okay, at least it's fair." Long Yu nodded. Of course he can understand what the rules say. For him, no matter what the rules are, he must win the first place anyway. In the next 10 battles, Long Yu must win all. Although the top 10 can all get the opportunity to go to the 7 forbidden areas and improve together with the geniuses outside the sky, but the other rewards for being the number 1 in the strongest emperor realm are much higher than the rewards for the 10th place. To put it simply, training resources, soldiers, pills, martial arts, etc., are all things that Tianyu Manor needs for its development now. If it can get the first place in the strongest imperial realm, the development trend of Tianyu Manor should be quite good in the future. Good. On the contrary, the development of Tianyu Manor will not be so good. Before the start of the finals, the general situation of the normal competition of the strongest imperial realm is very clear. Those who entered the top 11 are: Long Yu, the 7th direct disciple of the Red Emperor, came from the Tianyu Manor of the Beishua dynasty. He Dao, the 8th direct disciple of the Devil Emperor, is extremely talented in martial arts. Yi Ziwei, Thunder Emperor's 10th direct disciple, was born with the mark of thunder and lightning, and his control over thunder and lightning is far beyond ordinary people. Yu Hanqin, the 6th direct disciple of the Scarlet Emperor, also from the Northern Snow Dynasty, was known as a natural ice master, and his control over the ice attribute divine script was extremely terrifying. Su Jianbai, from the power of the holy city of the five emperors, the Su clan's medicine shop, a descendant of the Su clan, has superb swordsmanship. Qi Qingxi, a genius girl, became the 8th direct disciple of the Holy Emperor 3 months ago. She lost to He Dao in the previous battle, but her strength is still unfathomable and difficult to measure. Si Konghui, the 7th direct disciple of Emperor Yan, has a fiery temper and has a deep understanding of the divine script of the flame attribute, but he lost to Yu Hanqin. Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. This person has participated in the competition of the strongest emperor 3 times in a row, and each time his goal is to step into the top 10. His strength is extremely impressive and unfathomable. Apart from admitting defeat, he has never lost to anyone else. If he encounters seeded players like Yu Hanqin and Yi Ziwei in the competition, he will directly choose to admit defeat and avoid it. In addition to the above 8 people, there are 3 more. The first Taiwu Suxin is a talented girl from the Taiwu Empire. She has been able to make it all the way to the present, and her strength must be good. However, not long ago, she happened to face the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, and was directly forced by the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. Have to throw in the towel. The second Shueiyue Yage is a young man from Shueiyue sword sect. He is just a little boy, but his swordsmanship is not inferior to Su Jianbai, and he even wins. He lost to Yi Ziwei in the previous competition. The third is Ji Kailiang. This Kailiang is something that Long Yu cares more about, because the power of divine script that this person has mastered is very strange, similar to the power of deduction that can only be comprehended by the strong in the imperial realm. As for his identity, he is the president of the Five Emperors Alliance, the son of. The above 11 people in total will be in the final of the strongest imperial realm, and only one of them will be eliminated, and will not be able to become the top 10 and get the chance to compete with the geniuses outside the sky. All the battles before the finals may be just a show for these 11 people, and from now on, it will be the real battle. The previous victory or defeat will not have much reference significance in this game. For example, Long Yu once conceded defeat to Yi Ziwei, but in the finals, Long Yu will definitely go all out to deal with anyone, and it is impossible to admit defeat easily. Only with a full victory can you get the first place. Long Yu's goal is to be number 1. And just like Long Yu, there are roughly 3 of them who aim to be number 1, He Dao, Yi Ziwei, and Yu Hanqin, but they all want to be number 1 in the strongest imperial realm competition. These 3 must be Long Yu's biggest opponent. After a 2-day break, the finals began under much anticipated circumstances. 11 people will compete in the finals. There will be a total of 110 battles, and 22 battles will be played every day. Before the battle, no one knows how the battle will be arranged, so there is no way to predict and prepare in advance. It wasn't until the final scene that Long Yu and the others got the match arrangement. The first match is against Su Jianbai, the second match is against the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. Long Yu's eyes lit up. These 2 were opponents he had fought against before, and they were all arranged on the first day. I don't know if these 2 people will surprise Long Yu in the final. His idea failed. Needless to say, Su Jianbai, before going all out, he was no match for Long Yu, but now on the field, he didn't even say a word, and decisively raised his hand to surrender, which disappointed all the spectators. Doesn't this Su Jianbai mean some kind of swordsman genius? It was so unbearable that he gave up without even fighting. Fortunately, the object of his conceding defeat was Long Yu, otherwise someone would have jumped out and said there was an inside story. You must know that this is the final, and every battle is extremely precious. Once you lose one more game, there might be out of the top 10. As for the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, Long Yu was still very afraid. But obviously, since the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor conceded defeat to Long Yu before, he won't compete with Long Yu this time. His goal is just to enter the top 10, so he doesn't need to win every game, he just needs to be selective victory on it. The two conceded defeat one after another, making Long Yu unable to make a move on the first day of the finals, and the millions of viewers were all very disappointed. But fortunately, although Long Yu's side is not worth watching, the battles and other aspects are very exciting. On the first day, He Dao and Yu Hanqin faced each other directly. Both of them are one of the most popular candidates to win the championship. At this moment, when they face each other, the outcome may be related to the final championship. Although Long Yu's two opponents directly conceded defeat, in fact, not many people cared about it, and everyone's attention was focused on the battle between He Dao and Yu Hanqin. He Dao mainly comprehends the divine script of the shadow attribute, and at the same time comprehends the quite good power of the divine script of space and elemental script. The three are combined into one, and the combat power is extremely terrifying. It erupted, and the whole body erupted with devilish energy, as if the devil had descended into the world. Even Yu Hanqin was suppressed under such aura, and his strength was weakened by more than 30%. In the previous battles, He Dao's demonic energy erupted directly, suppressing his aura, and he was able to limit the opponent's strength by at least half, and then defeated the opponent with a wave of his hand. However, Yu Hanqin is not the opponents he faced before, but an opponent on the same level as him. Although Yu Hanqin was suppressed by the eruption of demonic energy, she was actually not affected much. Even as more and more ice gathered on the surface of her body, the influence of demonic energy on her became less and less. Soon, Yu Hanqin's whole body became chilly, turned into an iceberg, instantly penetrated the barrier of magic energy, and attacked the black knife. The two sides come and go, the devil energy and the cold energy collide with each other, creating waves of air vortices in the battle space, and there are endless means. Long Yu also carefully watched the battle between the two, and found that in the hands of the two, the kingly way was already one of the strongest means, but he didn't know what final trump card the two would use in the end. Long Yu can be sure that the battle between the two will never end easily. He Knife and Yu Hanqin continued to fight for half an hour without deciding the winner. At this moment, He Knife finally took out a black longsword soldier from his arms. It is the level of the ancient superclass. This is the first time that Long Yu has seen someone else's hand that surpasses the ancient high-rank soldier, and it is also the first time that most of the audience have seen it. Knife grade. On the other hand, Yu Hanqin was not to be outdone. Although she couldn't produce an ancient-level supergrade warrior, she displayed an ancient-level supergrade martial skill. Yu Hanqin turned into an iceberg, surrounded by cold air. The cold air formed a terrifying vortex around her body, absorbing all the power exerted by He Dao. This vortex of cold air was almost bottomless, causing He Dao to a lot of pressure. Compared with soldiers of the same level and martial arts, they must be slightly weaker. Of course, it depends on the comparison between the degree of compatibility between the two parties and the degree of martial arts cultivation. If it is a soldier who is fit for wushuang, compared with a martial skill that has been cultivated to the state of transformation, the power of the two is almost the same, but generally speaking, few people can match soldiers to the level of unparalleled. Many. Therefore, the value of martial arts at the same level must be higher than that of soldiers. The battle between He Dao and Yu Hanqin in the arena was staged like this. Yu Hanqin had already cultivated the ancient supergrade martial arts to the ultimate level, but the He Dao did not match wushuang with the black long sword in his hand, and even only matched Tianqi level. This is just the third level that fits with soldiers. Therefore, the two sides used their final means, and the judgment was judged. Although the Black Knife also practiced the ancient high-grade martial arts, even with the ancient-level super black longsword warrior in his hand, there was no way to suppress Yu Hanqin. Yu Hanqin was defeated steadily. The two sides fought for nearly 2 hours, and finally Yu Hanqin completely suppressed He Dao with a slight advantage, and He Dao had no choice but to admit defeat. Yu Hanqin was able to win because she gained a little advantage at the beginning of the battle, and then around this advantage, she continued to expand her advantage, and finally completely suppressed He Dao. If the two fight again, it is not certain who will win and who will lose. Whether it is He Dao or Yu Hanqin, they are not sure that they can win the opponent. Countless people watched this battle intently, until the winner was finally decided, and many people finally breathed a sigh of relief, or cursed inwardly in annoyance. You know, there must be many people betting on this kind of battle. As long as the betting is done through the King's Life card, it is very convenient. For He Dao and Yu Hanqin, the number of bets is about the same, that is to say, no matter who wins or loses, a large group of people will win money in the end, and a large number of people will lose money. Before Long Yu himself entered the field, he also asked the people from Tianyu Manor to take out some funds to bet on himself to win, but his odds were not high, and he didn't win much after betting. When I fight He Dao and the others, you all bet on me. I have a good chance of winning against them. Long Yu said this to everyone. Regarding Long Yu's words, Xu Chan, Feng Yusen, Xiang Wu, and others naturally believed them, and their eyes lit up immediately. This is a great way to make a fortune. If it is done properly, the final income will be no less than that of the strongest imperial champion rewards. Thinking of this, many people in Tianyu Manor began to look forward to Long Yu's match against those strong men. Only when Long Yu met those strong men, the odds would increase, and only then did they really start to make money. When the first day's battle ended quickly, and the biggest highlight was undoubtedly the battle between He Dao and Yu Hanqin. In the end, Yu Hanqin won. Most of the other people's battles were won and lost, but Yi Ziwei and Tianyu Leihuang won both games. After the first day's battle alone, only 5 people remained victorious. Shui Weiyage, Yu Hanqin, Yi Ziwei, and Ji Kailiang. Others, such as Qi Qingxi, disciple of Emperor Yan, Si Konghui, disciple of Emperor Yan, Su Xin of Taiwu Empire, Su Jianbai of Su's medicine, and others, all had victories and losses, and the overall situation was in chaos. No matter who will win the championship or who will be eliminated, there is still no trend to be seen. But following the battle on the second day, I'm afraid you will be able to see a lot of things after the end. For Long Yu's second day's battle, the ones who were arranged to fight were the pro-disciple of the Holy Emperor, the genius girl Qi Qingxi, and the girl Taiwu Suxin from the Taiwu Empire. Among them, Qi Qingxi set foot on the 22nd floor during the experience of the 5 Emperors' illusory realm, and thus became the disciple of the Holy Emperor. Her strength is not weak, but it is a pity that she met Long Yu, who would not give her any chance of. Taiwu Suxin was from the Taiwu Empire, and Long Yu didn't have any affection for her at all. The first thing to do was to fight Qi Qingxi, the direct disciple of the Holy Emperor. Long Yu and the genius girl were teleported into the battle space together. Long Yu first found the other party's position, and instantly appeared behind the other party by using void travel, and raised his hand to imprison him infinitely. Qi Qingxi burst out with the divine script of light, instantly breaking through the infinite shackles, but what greeted her was an incomparably dark Jiryo skylight, and endless Jiryo blades within the Jiryo skylight. What surprised Long Yu was that the power of the light attribute divine rune comprehended by this woman actually had a certain restraint effect on the Jiryo divine rune, and Jiryo Tianguang was broken by her in less than one breath. Long Yu had no choice but to use the 9 nether divine inscriptions, and directly took out the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, set up an absolute space field, and then used various kingly methods to contain the opponent, and suddenly performed the dragon skeleton break, forcing the opponent to admit defeat with one move. The timing of Long Yu's move was very ingenious. Qi Qingxi might have dodged it earlier or later, but when Qi Qingxi had just resisted Long Yu's other move of 9 nether dragon's breath kingly way, but Qi Qingxi couldn't dodge Long Bone Pa. Qi Qingxi regretted to end the game. This girl's mentality is a bit broken now. She lost a game to Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor yesterday, and now she lost a game to Long Yu. Why is this game so difficult? After all, he is also the direct disciple of the Holy Emperor. How can you be so powerless in the face of other people? Especially Long Yu's son is only in the middle stage of the Emperor's realm. This is the biggest blow to her. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu fought Taiwu Suxin. Taiwu Suxin is the same as other high-ranking members of the Taiwu Empire, wearing a white robe that represents the Taiwu Empire. It is said that this woman is a descendant of Taiwu Yuan, and Long Yu didn't intend to give the opponent a chance when she came on the stage. Void travel. The power of the source, 9 nethers shocked. The dragon skeleton is broken. In a simple 3-stroke combo, Long Yu first teleported to get close to the opponent, and then used the method of 9 nethers to deter the opponent. It took a full 2 breaths, so that Taiwu Suxin had no ability to resist at all. Afterwards, Long Yu pinpointed the timing and unleashed Dragon Skull Pa, a move that forced Taiwu Suxin to admit defeat. Another 2-game winning streak. Facing the battle between these two girls, Long Yu had almost no suspense, so the odds were not high. Even though everyone else in Tianyu Manor had bet on Long Yu, they didn't make much money. It could only be regarded as pocket money. Money. Today's other highlight is Yu Hanqin's battle with Yi Ziwei. Yesterday, Yu Hanqin fought He Dao, and finally defeated He Dao, winning one of the most difficult battles, but today's situation is different from yesterday. The innate thunder mark on Yi Ziwei's forehead fully doubled her strength. When confronting Yu Hanqin, Yi Ziwei took a pill directly to enhance the power of her lightning divine script. Although Yu Hanqin also took the elixir, she took it a moment late and was injured by Yi Ziwei's strongest move. Such a slight disadvantage was continuously enlarged in the subsequent battles. Yu Hanqin's, the disadvantages are getting bigger and bigger. And Yi Ziwei didn't give Yu Hanqin the slightest chance, and after more than an hour of fighting, Yi Ziwei won the final victory. Wu Xiao, who was watching the battle, was attracted by this wonderful battle. In this battle, everyone in Long Yu and Tianyu Manor did not place a bet, because they really don't know who will win in the end. The strength of the two sides is equal. Any accident may lead to the failure of one of them, and it may even be only a small factor. For example, Yu Hanqin fell into a disadvantage at the beginning because Yi Ziwei took the potion to improve her strength earlier than her, and cast a powerful kingly supernatural power, which injured Yu Hanqin. Although it was only a minor injury, such a small accident was enough for Yi Ziwei to completely suppress Yu Hanqin. After this battle, who will win the championship has become a hot topic among everyone. There is no doubt that Yu Hanqin defeated He Dao, but was defeated by Yi Ziwei. It seems that Yi Ziwei has the greatest possibility of winning the championship. However, Yi Ziwei is not the only one who maintains a complete victory record. In addition to Yi Ziwei, Long Yu also won a complete victory. In addition, Shueyu Yage from the Shueyu Sword sect, and Ji Kailiang from the Five Emperors Alliance firm, both of them were also complete victories. Although the current victory of these players is due to the weaker opponents they have arranged, there is no doubt that these players are still very strong in hard power, otherwise it would be impossible for them to maintain a complete victory in the finals. Of course, whether it is Shueyu Yage or Ji Kailiang, although they are still victorious up to now, neither of them can solve the battle as quickly as Long Yu. Ji Cailiang's fighting method is the most special, that is, he keeps avoiding the opponent, and then sets formation traps along the way, slowly killing the opponent. It is said that this person has comprehended the divine power of deduction, and his fighting style is very different from that of ordinary martial arts. As for Shueyu Yage, a young swordsman from Shueyu Sword sect, his swordsmanship is quite feminine, and he is good at bouncing back the opponent's strength, so he is not very aggressive, but it is very difficult to defeat him, because Shueyu Yage can the opponent's strength is completely rebounded. This special sword technique is extremely difficult. The 4 final battles of Shueyu Yage so far have all been played at a slow pace, each of which lasted several hours. It can be called one of the most boring battles. However, no one dares to underestimate the strength of xuanhuan, because this person seems to have a temperament of being strong when he encounters the strong, and everyone is looking forward to it. When xuanhuan meets yuhanqin and other top power, how will it behave? Everyone is waiting to see. There wasn't much suspense in the battle on the second day, but there were much more things to watch on the third day than before. The fight scheduled for the third day included He Dao fighting Yi Ziwei. These two people, one is the direct disciple of the Devil Emperor, and the other is the direct disciple of the Thunder Emperor, and they both went to the Five Emperors' illusory realm to practice in the same month, and finally set foot on the 28th floor together. As for which of the two is stronger and weaker, everyone has been guessing. In the past year, some people have been comparing the strength of the two. However, the two had never fought face to face, so no one knew who was stronger, He Dao or Yi Ziwei. Today, the answer to this mystery will finally be revealed. Apart from this battle, on the third day, Long Yu will face Yi Ziwei and xuanhuan. These will be two extremely explosive battles, especially Long Yu versus Yi Ziwei. Everyone has been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Ever since Long Yu conceded defeat to Yi Ziwei in the knockout round, everyone has been thinking, Long Yu, which one is stronger and weaker than Yi Ziwei's true strength? Before this battle even started, many people have already started betting. Many people think that Long Yu is stronger, but more people think that Yi Ziwei is the strongest. Yi Ziwei was born with the mark of thunder and lightning, even yuhanqin was defeated, and against the former, defeated General Long Yu, there was no way he would lose. So the final betting odds came out. The betting odds for Yi Ziwei winning was 1-1, while the betting odds for Long Yu was as high as 1-3. It can be seen that most people are more optimistic about Long Yu. But Long Yu, who was the party involved, made everyone in Tianyu Manor place their bets on him. Among them, there is the 500 million god coins that Xiang Wu earned from Taiwu Empire and others, all betting on Long Yu's victory. Once Long Yu loses, the 500 million will be for nothing. If Long Yu wins, Sunset Dance will receive 1.5 billion divine coins. Except for Sunset Dance, everyone else in Tianyu Manor also bet on Long Yu. It was a desperate gamble. In their eyes, as long as Long Yu has confidence, he can defeat anyone, so what is a mere Yi Ziwei? Not only the people from Tianyu Manor, but also the commanders of several major armies from the Beishua dynasty who are close to Long Yu, and yuhanqin himself, all bet on Long Yu. Among them, yuhanqin even bet 300 million divine coins on Long Yu, which is considered a huge fortune for yuhanqin, which shows that yuhanqin has full confidence in Long Yu. If someone asked yuhanqin who she thought would win the championship in the end, she would definitely say Long Yu, because she knew Long Yu very early, so she knew Long Yu's martial arts talent better than others. In the courtyard where the disciples of the Red Emperor were watching the battle, Xing Xing, Dao Jing Tian, Yu Shaoyin, Yu Linfeng, and Nalin Jun each bet 100 million coins on Long Yu, which was regarded as encouragement to their own people, but in this way, Long Yu's odds were lowered a lot. Fortunately, soon, Yi Ziwei's side also had a large amount of money injected, which undoubtedly came from Lady's personal disciples, and finally maintained the odds of Long Yu's victory at 1-3. The highlights of the third day's battle were not only He Dao and Yi Ziwei, Long Yu and Yi Ziwei, but also Long Yu and xuanhuan. Xuanhuan is a generation of geniuses who have risen in the Xuanhua sword sect in recent years. He has not been defeated in the competition of the strongest emperor, because his swordsmanship can be 4 or 2, rebounding all the strength of the opponent, allowing him to face any opponent. When facing the opponent, he can do a job with ease, grind the opponent to the point of almost, and then use some powerful methods to defeat the opponent. Long Yu was the first challenging opponent that xuanhuan met. Many people were still guessing who would win between Long Yu and xuanhuan. Of course, most people thought that Long Yu was stronger. All bet on Long Yu. In addition, there were quite a few bets on xuanhuan. In the end, the odds of Long Yu and xuanhuan were exactly 1-1, that is, as much as the bet won. This day is undoubtedly a critical day for Yiziwei. Although she defeated Yu Hanxin in the previous battle, and Yu Hanxin defeated He Dao again, it doesn't mean that she can win against He Dao for sure, not to mention that she has to fight Long Yu today. From the beginning to the end, Long Yu was the strongest opponent in Yiziwei's heart, not one of them. Today, she and Long Yu were finally going to decide the winner. Yiziwei was quite upset when she remembered that her master had betrothed herself to Long Yu jokingly, because she would never be interested in a man who was weaker than herself. However, if Long Yu can defeat her in today's battle, she might. What are you thinking? Yizi shook his head slightly. Martial arts people are most afraid of the relationship between men and women, and there will be many fetters in martial arts, which will make people suffer greater setbacks and difficulties on the road of martial arts. Before exhausting her potential, Yiziwei doesn't want to think about men and women, which is not much different from Long Yu's thoughts. However, both parties are not clear about this, and they have no interest. The greatest interest of the two is to defeat each other in battle. The first match on the third day of the final was Long Yu versus Yiziwei. This was one of the most attractive battles today, and it attracted the attention of all spectators right from the beginning. During the finals, there will only be 2 battles at the same time. After both battles are over, the next battle will start. It should be noted that the 2 battles of each person will not be arranged in adjacent games, to ensure that everyone fights after that there is enough rest time. The second battle between Long Yu and Yiziwei finally started. The battle site this time is in an extremely gloomy valley, with eerie and strange mist floating everywhere, making Wu Xiu feel a biting cold in it. Even Long Yu couldn't help shivering when he was teleported into this gloomy valley. That kind of coldness does not come from the external physical feeling, but directly from the human heart. The breath in the gloomy valley makes people feel the coldness from the bottom of their hearts. There is no doubt that the mist in the gloomy valley is definitely some kind of special divine power. Even Long Yu feels a little uncomfortable under the shroud of this divine power. Yiziwei is also in the same state. The terrain of this gloomy valley has basically never appeared before, so everyone knows little about this gloomy valley. In the eyes of countless people, Yiziwei trembled immediately after being teleported to this gloomy valley, and then frowned slightly. This scene was seen by many people, and their hearts skipped a beat. This terrain is very unfavorable to Yiziwei. It seems that some strength will be restricted. It's not just being restricted? Look at her, she trembled. How cold and gloomy is that valley? But this environment seems to be quite suitable for Long Yu. Isn't Long Yu comprehending the shadow attribute divine script? I think so too. You can see that Long Yu's face hasn't changed at all. It seems that the terrain of this battle is favorable to Long Yu. Many spectators who bet on Yiziwei's victory became nervous. It is conceivable that if Long Yu defeated Yiziwei in such a terrain, many people would say that Long Yu only relied on the advantage of the terrain. But in fact, Long Yu's restrictions in this gloomy valley are not much less than Yiziwei's. It's just that he habitually doesn't show it on the surface. No matter what, since the battle has started, Long Yu must go all out. Last time he deliberately conceded defeat to Yiziwei in order to hide his strength. Worrying, it will affect his martial arts path. It started. Fortunately, the detection of the Eye of Shadow combined with the balance control is still very accurate, but it seems that the space in this gloomy valley has become very viscous, and the void can only travel 30 miles at a time. Long Yu paid a little attention to the situation in the gloomy valley, and then teleported towards Yiziwei's location. At the same time, he directly relied on the balance control to hide his own power fluctuations, making it difficult for others to detect him by detecting magical powers. Long Yu guessed right, Yiziwei's supernatural detection ability did not find Long Yu's trace, but she frowned slightly, but the thunder and lightning mark on her forehead flickered directly, and the kingly method thunder field fell instantly. The next moment, within a radius of 10 miles around Yi Ziwei, a burst of purple thunder quickly condensed, turning the entire world into a field of thunder, and any creature that appeared in this field of thunder would become the target of countless lightning strikes. But Yi Ziwei himself, with the lightning mark on his forehead shining, is strolling in the field of thunder, leisurely. She is confident that once Long Yu appears in this thunder field, she will definitely be noticed. Although the thunder field cannot cause any damage to Long Yu, at least it can prevent the other party from sneaking into her side. It's a pity that he didn't know the tricks Long Yu had hidden from her before. Book of Shadows, turn into thunder. Long Yu hid his figure and came to the edge of the thunder domain. He took a look at the thunder domain, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He pretended to be a burst of thunder domain power, and he got mixed into it with ease. When Long Yu used this trick for the first time to deal with the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, because the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor used such means as the Absolute Beginning God Thunder, so if he wanted to pretend to be the Absolute Beginning God Thunder, he needed to spend one breath time. He has all the strength. But now, the level of power in the thunder domain is still far behind that of the divine thunder of Absolute Beginning. Long Yu's whole body strength is used to disguise a part of the thunder domain, which can last for a stick of incense. And for a stick of incense time, Long Yu can do many things. He quietly approached Yi Ziwei's position, seeing that the woman was unaware of his arrival, so he quietly began to use his methods. Under the concealment of balanced control, Yi Ziwei didn't notice Long Yu's movement at all. Gossip suppresses the sky, first grade God chain, suppress it for me. After 3 breaths, Long Yu suddenly yelled, and the first grade God chain Bagua Shintian appeared instantly, and 8 pillars of light with completely different eyes directly suppressed Yi Ziwei's entire body in the center. Yi Ziwei was shocked. Of course she knows that Long Yu has such a move, but she also knows that this move must take time to deploy. When dealing with the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor before, it took Long Yu at least 3 breaths to deploy this move. The tyrannical God chain. But now, how did Long Yu do it? Her whole body was surrounded by the thunder domain. Once Long Yu came to her side, she would definitely notice it, not to mention spending 3 breaths to deploy the magic chain method. However, the fact is that Long Yu not only appeared, but also completely trapped her with a first-grade God chain gossip to suppress the sky as soon as she appeared. At this moment, Yi Ziwei's body became completely immobile. If she had no other means to save her life, this battle has basically been lost. Of course, Yi Ziwei will not disappoint Long Yu. She didn't bother about why Long Yu quietly appeared beside her. She could only attribute it to the fact that Long Yu's concealment methods were too clever, and the most important thing for her now is to break through the blockade of Bagua Shintian. 3 breaths, I need 3 breaths. Yi Ziwei estimated that her strength is not much different from that of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. If the Heaven Prison Thunder Emperor can break free from the shackles of Bagua Shintian in 3 breaths, then she is similar. But, will Long Yu give her 3 breaths? I'm afraid that just 1 breath is enough to defeat her. Although Yi Ziwei's power is similar to that of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, her physical strength is absolutely impossible to be as perverted as the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. It is impossible to resist Long Yu's 3 strongest attacks. Therefore, she can only use the trump card that she has never used. This trump card, but she didn't even use it when facing Yu Hanqin. Absolute Beginning Thunder Seal, entangle him for me. Yi Ziwei just had a thought, and then saw the thunder and lightning mark on her forehead fall off on her own initiative, and then rolled towards Long Yushi, as if she had her own thoughts. The breath of soldiers. Fit with Wushuang. At least it's an endless soldier. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis emerged in Long Yu's heart. He did not expect that the lightning mark on Yi Ziwei's forehead turned out to be a soldier, and this soldier had already matched Yi Ziwei to the highest degree, reaching a matchless match. In this way, even if Yi Ziwei is trapped by Bagua Shintian, that soldier can still act alone. Once Long Yu is entangled, Long Yu's bagua, Xintian will be broken. Is this thing called the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning? Facing the lightning mark, Long Yu didn't panic. Instead, he thought of the methods used by the Thunder Emperor of Heaven prison back then, the Thunder Barrier of Absolute Beginning, the Divine Thunder of Absolute Beginning. In the beginning, what did these two words mean? Is it some kind of power stronger than divine writing? The current Long Yu doesn't know, he can only try his best to block Yi Ziwei's lightning mark, and then try to defeat Yi Ziwei. As for Tai Chu or something, he can ask the Thunder Emperor of that day for advice afterwards. In that case. A gleam flashed in Long Yu's eyes. Facing Yi Ziwei's incomparably incomparable at least endless level soldiers, the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning, he could only use all his means. Facing Yi Ziwei's final trump card, Tai Chu Lei Yin, Long Yu also used his trump card without hesitation. Third grade Divine Formation. This is a powerful magic formation taught by the Death Envoy to Long Yu in the previous year. The name of this third grade magic formation is called Jiu Yuan, and it is activated with the Shadow Attribute Divine Script. At least it needs to match the Shadow Attribute Divine Script you can only practice at the 9th level. Although it seems that it is not good to use a third-rank divine formation in the strongest Imperial Realm competition, Long Yu does not want to lose now. If the opportunity he created with great difficulty is destroyed by a Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning, if he wants to find such an opportunity too difficult. Shenzhen, Jiuyuan. The Jiuyo Divine Script, the Death Divine Script and the Shura Divine Script comprehended by Long Yu instantly condensed under his feet, forming a total of 9 cracks, 8 of which went straight in the direction of the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning, and the last crack was completely broken. It's targeting Yi Ziwei himself. Divine Formation 9 Abyss, condenses 9 shadow fissures with Shadow Attribute Divine Script, possesses the power to shatter the void, and the destructive power of each shadow fissure surpasses Long Yu's other methods by at least 10 times. 9 shadow cracks were formed instantly, and 8 of them directly met the thunder mark of Absolute Beginning, which was shining with terrifying thunder light. Jiuyuan is already Long Yu's strongest means in this divine formation, but even so, the 8 shadow cracks fused together failed to suppress the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning. The terrifying thunder flashed suddenly, and the Thunder Seal of the Beginning burst out with the most dazzling light, covering the sight of all the spectators. At this moment, no one could see what was going on in the field. As for Long Yu, who was close at hand, he couldn't stand those dazzling and terrifying thunder lights even more, so he could only close his eyes and use balanced control to detect everything that happened around him. Sure enough, it is equivalent to an endless level soldier. Long Yu felt that in the early days, Lei Yin used his own power to fight against the 8 shadow cracks in the god formation Jiuyuan, and he did not lose the wind at all. Even when he was slightly suppressed, an unimaginable force gushed out of it immediately. Directly crushed 3 of the shadow cracks. However, the outbreak of the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning obviously couldn't last for too long. After the 3 shadow cracks were shattered, the Lightning Seal of Absolute Beginning dimmed a bit, and the remaining 5 shadow cracks immediately suppressed the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning. This Yi Ziwei's final trump card was temporarily subdued by Long Yu. And the divine array displayed by the Dragon Palace, Jiuyuan, and a shadow crack are rolling towards Yi Ziwei's location, like a poisonous snake hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity, and the next moment it seems to kill Yi Ziwei. The space is devoured and torn apart. Just this shadow rift, its power definitely surpasses the super powerful killing move performed by Long Yui, the best ancient warrior, and the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Pagoda, Dragon Skeleton breaks. If this shadow crack hit Yi Ziwei directly, then she would have no ability to resist. Fortunately, at the last moment, Yi Ziwei finally broke free from the shackles of Bagua Xintian, the god chain, and raised his hand to condense a mass of thunder and magnetic force. The power of thunder and magnetism appeared, and instantly attracted all the surrounding forces that did not belong to her, including that shadow crack of course. However, Yi Ziwei is well aware of how terrifying the destructive power of this shadow rift is, and it is absolutely impossible to stop this shadow rift with the power of a massive lightning and magnetism alone. So, as soon as she raised her hand, she directly condensed the second group and the third group of lightning and magnetic power, and the three groups of lightning and magnetic power worked together to block the forward trend of the shadow crack. Don't stop, let me go. Seeing this situation at this time, Long Yu certainly couldn't give up this opportunity. After yelling, the bodies of 10,000 ice god, clan alien beasts were exploded in his inner world. All the power in their bodies was absorbed by Long Yu, and instantly transformed into the power of the shadow attribute divine script, which was amplified by him to that shadow crack. In an instant, the forward trend blocked by the shadow crack broke out again, and in a blink of an eye, it came to Yi Ziwei. Fate card. Yi Ziwei was in a trance for a while, and was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that Long Yu could burst out such terrifying power temporarily, and even three groups of lightning and magnetic power couldn't block this shadow crack. At the moment when the King's Life card was activated, Yi Ziwei felt a little bitter in her heart. She thought that with her Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning, she would have the power to fight against anyone, but she never expected that her Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning would be defeated by Long Yu's means. Block. What level of power are these 9 shadow cracks? It is actually comparable to his own Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning. Puff. The God formation, Jiuyuan's speed was so fast that even the King's Life card had no time to react. When the protective barrier of the King's Life card appeared, Yi Ziwei had already been hit in the chest by the shadow crack, and his whole body spurted out a mouthful of blood. Afterwards, she was sent out by the King's Life card, but Yi Ziwei must have been seriously injured just now, not to mention that she would not be able to participate in the next battle against the Black Knife. Even the road to martial arts would be affected. Of course, Long Yu felt that Yi Ziwei was seriously injured by him. He frowned. He really didn't have any malice towards this woman. Should he run over to save her? Long Yu possessed a lot of top-quality pills, so it was possible to save Yi Ziwei, but after all, this woman could not be regarded as one of her own, so was it worthwhile to use such precious pills to save her? Long Yu didn't make a decision yet. When he teleported back to Tianyu Manor, he was greeted by thunderous cheers and applause from a group of people. Brother Long, you are my idol. What happened just now? We didn't even see the situation clearly, so Yi Ziwei gave up. Feng Xiaofei quickly jumped up and asked in surprise. Not only did we not see it just now, I'm afraid everyone didn't see what was going on, only saw that Yi Ziwei seemed to be injured at the end. Feng Haofeng frowned slightly, as if he was a little worried. I only saw that the mark on Yi Ziwei's forehead fell down, and I felt that the mark contained infinite power. Brother Long didn't know what method he used to resist the lightning mark. Everyone chattered and surrounded Long Yu, which made Long Yu quite puzzled. In desperation, Long Yu waved his hands and said, "We won this game, but in order for us to earn more, I still have to go to the place where Lady's disciples are, and Yi Ziwei must have been seriously injured. Go and save the first one, and besides, everyone spread the news that Yi Ziwei was seriously injured, and then bet all the money on Yi Ziwei at the last moment." This is the plan Long Yu came up with after thinking for a while. Yi Ziwei was seriously injured, and the next fight with Heidao, needless to say who will win, right? However, the premise is that there is no Long Yu's intervention. Long Yu can be sure that if there is no ancient-level top-grade elixir, Yi Ziwei's injury will never be fully recovered today, and the chances of winning against Heidao are slim. Although Yi Ziwei has the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning, she was seriously injured. Under serious injury, even if he used the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning, he might show his flaws, and thus be caught by the Black Knife and defeated in one fell swoop. It's not that Long Yu can't see Heidao winning, but since there is a good way to make a lot of money right now, why not use it? Long Yuji is going beyond the sky, pursuing the ultimate in martial arts, but he can't let go of Tianyu Manor and others. The only best way is to create the best cultivation environment for them. Then this competition for the strongest imperial realm is an opportunity. After the battle just now, Sunset Dance and the others have earned at least 1.5 billion god coins. If they continue to operate well, then after the end of the strongest emperor realm competition, the total assets of Tianyu Manor will not exceed 6. There are very few powerful forces like Zhongshigua. In that way, it will be much easier for Tianyu Manor and others to develop. Therefore, Yiziwei's injury is a very good opportunity. As long as the news spreads, everyone will bet on Heidao's victory. Then at the last moment before the battle, everyone in Tianyu Manor bet on Yiziwei's victory, and the odds must be extremely high. This time, Long Yu wanted to earn a big ticket. After hearing Long Yu's words, everyone present looked at each other in blank dismay, and then all of them showed joy on their faces. It was obvious that they all understood Long Yu's thoughts, and they definitely supported it. This is related to everyone's plan to make a fortune. Of course, it is impossible for someone to leak it. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu urged the king's life card and chose to visit the courtyard where Yiziwei was. Although an ancient-grade top-quality healing pill can be sold for an unimaginable price, in the world of Shenwu, Long Yu does not intend to expose these things. He took it to Yiziwei in private. He could use the excuse that he caused the injury. Of course he could heal it, but he couldn't expose this level of medicine to others, otherwise he would definitely be targeted by many people and cause countless troubles. Trouble. People from Tianyu Manor and Beishua dynasty began to spread the news of Yiziwei's serious injury, but their words were light, so they didn't have any major impact. What really made this news spread throughout the 10,000-layer space was the news from the courtyard where Lady's personal disciples lived. Many people saw the scene of Yiziwei spurting blood before admitting defeat, so many people came to greet Yiziwei, but in fact they were looking for news, and they got a piece of news: Yiziwei was really seriously injured. The news took them by surprise. What kind of means did the two of them use in the final stage to lead to such a result? Long Yu won, Yiziwei was seriously injured and surrendered. All the martial artists who came to visit said that Long Yu didn't know the severity of his attack, and injured Yiziwei, Lady's personal disciple, which really made people angry. Many people gathered in the courtyard where Lady's direct disciples were, and each of them condemned Long Yu angrily, including naturally Lady's direct disciples who had a bad relationship with Long Yu before. Wu Long, Ji Bai, Yun Tian and others, all with angry expressions on their faces, told everyone about Long Yu's various crimes. It seemed that they wanted to make Long Yu an enemy of everyone. At this moment, their King's Fate card sent a reminder at the same time: Long Yu visits. When they received the news of Long Yu's visit, they were all taken aback for a moment. Obviously they didn't expect Long Yu to dare to come over. "This kid, what do you want to do here? Could it be that you want to show off your power to us and provoke us?" Lady's chief direct disciple, Wu Long's expression darkened, and he said rather unhappily. His ninth junior brother Huang Tadian was seriously injured by Long Yu, and he failed to enter the top 10 of the strongest emperors. Now that his 10th junior sister was seriously injured by Long Yu, it might be difficult to participate in the next battle. Wulong's first reaction was, then Long Yu must have come to show off, otherwise why did he come here? Wulong didn't think that Long Yu would come to apologize. Everyone is here now. If that kid wants to come over to show off, he will definitely become a target of public criticism. We have no reason to stop him. Let's see what he wants to come over. Lady's second direct disciple, Su Bai, a heroic woman, said to Wulong. Wulong was right when he heard it. He turned his head and took a look around. Now there are not only Lady's direct disciples in this courtyard, but also big figures from other forces, 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. If Long Yu would dare to speak out in front of so many people, provocation will definitely not end well. So, Wulong nodded and said directly, then let him come over. After agreeing, Long Yu's figure directly appeared in this courtyard, in front of hundreds of strong men from all major forces around him. The figure that appeared was only Long Yu, which undoubtedly made many people stunned for a moment. They thought that Long Yu would bring a large group of people over, but they didn't expect that there was only Long Yu. But for Long Yu, he just came here to save people. What's the use of bringing people here? Long Yu appeared in this courtyard, raised his head and glanced around, and saw many senior experts from various powers, and at this moment, the eyes of these senior experts were all focused on him. Junior Long Yu, I have met all the seniors. I came here mainly to check on Miss Yi Ziwei's injuries. I am afraid that only I can treat her injuries. Long Yu clasped his fists directly and said to the people of these forces. Seeing what Long Yu said, many senior experts from these forces changed their attitude towards Long Yu. At first, they thought Long Yu was an extremely arrogant kid, but now it seems that they still know how to behave. However, this son said that he would come to check on Yi Ziwei's injuries. Is this true or false? Fart. The burly Wulong suddenly shouted, Are you so kind? My ninth brother was also injured by you before, but I didn't see you coming to heal him. We went to seek justice for ninth brother, but you rushed back with extreme arrogance. We all know what kind of person you are, so there is no need to be hypocritical. After the meeting of Emperor Shenwu, you will fight with me for life and death. You will surely die. Do you want to intercede now? Lady's sixth direct disciple, the Yun Tian said in a cold voice, Unfortunately, I can tell you clearly, there is no way. This life and death battle is imperative, and even our master can't stop it. Listening to the two talking, Long Yu frowned slightly, and then smiled. It's ridiculous. Your ninth junior brother is called Huang Tantian, right? He was seriously injured in the strongest imperial realm competition. It's his own problem. As for now, Yi Ziwei and I are good friends. I accidentally injured her, so naturally I can't just stand by, not to mention, only I can heal her current injury. Up to now, Long Yu has emphasized twice that Yi Ziwei's injuries can only be healed by himself. But obviously, none of Wulong, the Yun Tian, Jibai, and others listened to these words. They had long believed that Long Yu must have come to make trouble. No matter what Long Yu said, they would refute it back, and let Long Yu lose face in front of many powerful seniors this time. Haha, what a joke. Now junior sister Yi is under the care of master. Do you think your healing ability can compare to our master lady? Wu Long laughed. Long Yu, no matter what your plans are, get the hell out of here now. Don't embarrass yourself here. After the meeting of Emperor Shenwu, you will see me. He never thought that it was possible for Long Yu to defeat Gu Yun Tian, who was in the middle stage of the Emperor realm, and now Gu Yun Tian could defeat the ordinary peak powerhouse of the Emperor realm, let alone after the Shenwu Emperor meeting. Against Shenglong Yu, Gu Yun Tian will win. Yeah? However, the corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he asked back, if Lord Lei Di can really heal Miss Yi Ziwei. May I ask how Huang Tantian's injury is now? As soon as this sentence came out, Wulong and others were stunned on the spot. That's right, if Lei Di's healing ability is really that good, Huang Tantian's injury must have been healed long ago, right? Then why didn't you see Huang Tian appearing here? In fact, Huang Tian is still resting and recuperating at this moment. Although the injury is no longer serious, he still can't use much strength. Although Lei Di used some means to heal Huang Tian's fatal injury, but he couldn't restore his fighting power immediately. But now Yi Ziwei's injury is worse than Huang Tantian's. Lei Di can't even heal Huang Tantian's injury. How can he cure Yi Ziwei? What, could it be that you hurt junior sister Yi, and we still have to ask you to see her? Jibai has always been unhappy with Long Yu, but he is striving to pursue Yi Ziwei. If Long Yu cures Yi Ziwei, wouldn't it be a match between the two of them? Of course, Jibai is strongly opposed to this kind of thing. For him, it is the most important thing for him to catch Yi Ziwei himself. Even if Yi Ziwei's injury needs to wait for a long time to heal, it doesn't matter. He didn't care if Long Yu was really capable of curing Yi Ziwei. Anyway, he would not agree to let Long Yu go to see Yi Ziwei. When Long Yu heard this, he immediately glanced at Jibai, and smiled. If I guess right, Jibai, what do you think about Miss Yi Ziwei, right? And Miss Yi Ziwei was betrothed to you by Lord Lady himself. Now, in order to prevent me from seeing Miss Yi Ziwei, you even ignored Miss Yi Ziwei's injuries. What is your intention? Jibai stared, and was choked by Long Yu's words, and immediately said, how do I know if you are lying? If you say you can save junior sister Yi, can you really cure junior sister Yi? When Long Yu said those words just now, many neutral seniors around cast suspicious glances at Jibai. Those gazes obviously made Jibai very uncomfortable, so he immediately refuted and explained. Do I have to lie to you? But Long Yu laughed. Now that I'm here alone, do you think I have any other purpose, besides curing Miss Yi Ziwei? Originally, many people thought that Long Yu's injury to Yi Ziwei was too much, but now that Long Yu said so, it made him look quite elegant. Getting injured in battle is a common thing. Long Yu came here to heal Yi Ziwei himself, which is obviously a good way, not to mention, it is indeed impossible for Lord Lady to heal Yi Ziwei immediately. Under such circumstances, it is obviously unreasonable for Wu Long, Feng Tian, Jibai and others to prevent Long Yu from saving Yi Ziwei, and they must have developed a prejudice against Long Yu. You know, now Yi Ziwei is being looked after by Lady and others. Even if Long Yu's intentions are wrong, it is impossible for him to succeed at all. Just as Long Yu said, other than he came to cure Yi Ziwei, there is really no need to make this trip up. Lady betrothed Yi Ziwei to Long Yu. Many people present knew about it, which also explained Long Yu's behavior. Is it not enough to come and treat my fiancé by myself? Although Taiwu Empire, Shueiyue Sword Sect, Nine Sun Sect and other forces were very displeased with Long Yu, some senior experts present couldn't find anything wrong with Long Yu's words at all. They wanted to refute Long Yu, but they couldn't start, so they kept silent. On the contrary, some other elders from the 6 sects, 10 kingdoms, and other influential families spoke up. Anyway, Lord Lady is taking care of Miss Yi, so why not let Lord Lady make up his mind? I'm going to inform Master right now. Lady's second direct disciple, Su Choubai glanced at Long Yu, then turned and left. She is considered to be the only fair person among Lady's direct disciples present, and she doesn't have too much prejudice against Long Yu. Malicious. Su Choubai's body was graceful, and he disappeared from the crowd in a flash. Obviously he went into the courtyard to inform Lady. Wulong, Feng Tian, and Jibai were a little upset. Su Choubai stood on Long Yu's side. Could he be regarded as Lady's direct disciple? At this moment, the thinking of these 3 people has been somewhat distorted. In fact, Su Choubai was just following the rules. Since Long Yu wanted to come and treat Yi Ziwei, he should inform Lady to know. But this kind of behavior was directly considered by Wu Long and the other 3 as standing on Long Yu's side and favoring Long Yu. Long Yu waited with peace of mind. As for Wu Long, Feng Tian and Jibai, they wanted to say something to attack Long Yu, but they found that nothing they could say could embarrass Long Yu, so they could only pray in their hearts, hoping that Master Zun don't agree to let Long Yu go to rescue Yi Ziwei. It's a pity that the 3 people's ideas did not come true. Soon, Su Choubai appeared, and looked at Long Yu with some surprise. Master let you in. If you have anything to say, please go directly to our master. Thank you, Senior Sister Su. Long Yu had a good impression of Su Choubai. At least he didn't target himself indiscriminately like Wu Long. After thanking him, Long Yu floated towards the interior of the courtyard. The back view made Wu Long and the other 3 feel their teeth itch. What are you proud of? After Emperor Shenwu meets, I will definitely let him know who is the real martial arts expert. Feng Tian thought viciously in his heart. Long Yu stepped into a backyard in the courtyard, and saw a tall and straight figure standing at the door of a room, waiting for him. That figure, with an aura of thunder and lightning all over his body, with black hair standing upright, is none other than Lei Di, one of the 5 emperors, Yi Ziwei's master. This man looked like a middle-aged uncle with a beard, and when he saw Long Yu, he immediately showed a bold smile. "Boy Long Yu, you are here." "Master Lei Di." Long Yu saluted from a distance, then walked over and asked, "How is Miss Yi doing now?" "Speaking of this, you are really serious, and even the emperor didn't see what you used." Lei Di stepped forward, patted Long Yu's shoulder with his big palm, and said with a smile, "At first, I thought that little girl Ziwei would win the first place this time, but I didn't expect to kill you, a dark horse." "That's because I was lucky, and got a lot of good things in some ancient ruins," Long Yu said with some embarrassment. "Some ancient ruins?" Lei Di smiled wryly when he heard the words. Even this emperor has only been to 3 ancient ruins in this life. "How old are you, and you have entered some ancient ruins?" "I have to say, this luck is really amazing." "That's great. That girl Ziwei lost to you, no loss. But if you can't cure her quickly, she might not be able to go with you to participate in the competition of talents outside the sky." Lei Di's words are easy to understand. If Long Yu can't cure Yi Ziwei immediately, then Yi Ziwei will miss the battle for several days, and there is no doubt that he will be at the bottom of the finals. If he is eliminated as the 11th place, of course he will not have the opportunity to participate in the competition of talents outside the sky with Long Yu. "Lord Lei Di, don't worry, I have my own means to cure her, but I hope you can avoid it," Long Yu said in a bit of embarrassment. He didn't intend to use any special means to save Yi Ziwei, but he just used the immemorial great elixir to save her, and Long Yu didn't want to tell anyone about the immemorial great elixir, not even Lei Di. Lei Di laughed. "No problem, it's not a problem, you young couple can go play alone, don't pay attention to me, Zihe. Come out, just let Long Yu take care of Ziwei." Following these words, a woman in a purple dress walked out of the room behind Lei Di. This woman obviously respected Lei Di very much, but Long Yu could feel that her cultivation was actually at the peak of the emperor realm. No less than the Tianxiang emperor I had seen before. "Who is this senior?" Long Yu looked at the woman and asked curiously. "This is the emperor's wife, Tong Zai, you can just call her Aunt Tong. Lei Di introduced it casually. "Hello, Aunt Tong, thank you for taking care of Miss Yi Ziwei." Long Yu hurriedly thanked him. He now of course knows that Tong Zai has been taking care of Yi Ziwei just now. He is still a little grateful for this. After all, Tong Zai is a strong man at the peak of the emperor realm, and he came to take care of an injured junior, which shows that she has a good heart. "Go and see her, you, it's still too heavy-handed, isn't this competition just a matter of winning or losing?" Tong Zai glanced at Long Yu, smiled and said, "You young couple, even if you let her do it again, so what? If you can't cure Ziwei in a short time, I'm the only one who asks." "Don't worry, Aunt Tong, within an hour, she will definitely appear in front of you intact." Long Yu is still very confident in the curative effect of the ancient level top-grade elixir. At least it is no problem to treat Yi Ziwei's current injury, and this kind of healing elixir, Long Yu took one for Feng Haofeng before, and now he still has a lot of pain in his body. "There are 23 of them. I can rest assured that." Tong Zai smiled and nodded, walked to Lei Di's side, and the two of them just watched Long Yu step into Yi Ziwei's room. Originally, the emperor just said it casually, but now it seems that the two of them are quite destined. Lei Di stroked his beard. He smiled at Tong Zai. "Speaking of which, you're not worried about the life and death fight between this kid and your own disciple?" Tong Zai still had some complaints about this, and Lei Di was too incompetent as a master. "What am I worried about?" Lei Di was very calm about this. The younger generation has grievances and grievances of the younger generation. If we as elders have to participate in everything, how can the younger generation grow up? Gu Yuntian's appointment to fight Long Yu this time was made by himself. Choice, if he loses to Long Yu, he will of course bear the consequences himself. Tong Zai nodded slightly. She knew that her man's personality had always been like this, but she never thought that he was so optimistic about Long Yu. Could this Long Yu really be able to defeat Yun Tian? Tong Zai is looking forward to it. But now, Tong Zai is more concerned about whether Long Yu can completely cure Yi Ziwei. If he can't fully recover today, at least Yi Ziwei has conceded defeat in this match against He Dao, which may affect the final result. Just when Long Yu entered the room and began to heal Yi Ziwei, the news that Yi Ziwei was seriously injured had spread throughout the 10,000 layers of space, and everyone knew the news now. Moreover, the news that came out also carried the following information: Yi Ziwei was seriously injured by Long Yu, and his combat power was greatly weakened. Even if he was able to fight, he must not be the opponent of He Dao. Under the brainwashing of countless such news, most people began to bet that He Dao would win. Because too many people bet on He Dao, Yi Ziwei's odds have reached the level of 1 to 10, and it is still increasing. Although it was later reported that Long Yu went to the courtyard of Lei Di's personal disciple to heal Yi Ziwei's wounds, but even Lei Di couldn't solve such serious injuries. How could a mere Long Yu heal Yi Ziwei so quickly? Even if he is healed enough to fight, Yi Ziwei probably won't be He Dao's opponent. What's more, there has been no news that Long Yu cured Yi Ziwei, which confirmed everyone's idea that Long Yu was just a whimsical idea. An hour later, He Dao, who had been resting in the Devil Emperor's courtyard with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He Knife lost to Yu Hanqin in the previous battle, and he must not lose this match against Yi Ziwei. If he loses, he will definitely not be able to win the first place in this competition for the strongest king. Even if he defeated Yi Ziwei, He Dao had to ask Long Yu if he wanted to win the first place, but no matter what, He Dao's belief in Yi Ziwei's victory was very strong. Of course he heard the news that Yi Ziwei had been seriously injured, but his mentality was still very cautious, and he did not take it lightly like ordinary people. Finally, when he opened his eyes, a reminder was posted on his King's Fate card that the battle between him and Yi Ziwei was finally about to begin. Start. The boy He Dao chose to start the battle with a blank face, and after a while, he felt a burst of space power transporting him to the battle scene. Yi Ziwei is ready to fight. He Dao instantly knew that Yi Ziwei had also made the choice to go to war. It seemed that the rumor that Yi Ziwei was seriously injured and unable to participate in the battle was really unreliable. At this moment, almost everyone saw the figures of the two in the battlefield space. Holding a black long knife, the boy He Dao, wearing a black robe, has an expressionless face and looks extremely cold. On the other side, Yi Ziwei, who had just conceded defeat to Long Yu, now appeared in front of everyone in good spirits, with the same confidence on his face as before, and seemed very satisfied with his state. This made many people start to wonder, didn't it mean that Yi Ziwei was seriously injured? Why does it look like it's all right now? Someone soon discovered the abnormality of the casino. The original odds of 1 to 10 changed to 1 to 7 just before the start of the battle. It seems that a large amount of money was invested in Yi Ziwei's victory just before the start of the battle. Coupled with Yi Ziwei's radiant look now, many people instantly understood that they were cheated in this betting match, and as for who cheated, does it need to be said? Of course, it is the source of the main news, Lei Di personally passed on his disciples. If they could see the betting details, they would know that the people who cheated them were all Long Yu's people. However, no one can check the details of the strongest emperor's betting, except everyone themselves. Know how other people are betting. Even the 5 emperors have no authority to know, because this is one of the rules in the 10,000 layer space, which existed as early as the formation of the 10,000 layer space. Poor Wulong, the Yun Tian, Jibai, and others were directly regarded as scammers by hundreds of thousands of kingly secret realm powerhouses, and they were directly scolded in secret. However, no one dared to come to them, after all, he is Lei Di's personal disciple. However, they were still thinking about it, and they were not completely desperate. After all, what if Yi Ziwei was pretending to be confident now, but she was still seriously injured? That way the hope of defeating He Dao is extremely slim. Once He Dao wins, they will still make some money. Therefore, at this moment, everyone is fully focused on the battle between He Dao and Yi Ziwei. But no one knew that Long Yu was watching the battle with Lei Di and Tong Zai in Lei Di's courtyard at this moment, and the three of them talked and laughed happily, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Just now, Long Yu finally fulfilled his promise and healed Yi Ziwei completely within an hour. Even at this moment, Yi Ziwei's physical strength is stronger than before the injury. Both Lei Di and Tong Zai were very pleased with Long Yu's ability, but they obviously thought that Long Yu had cured Yi Ziwei with special means, and they didn't know that there was a primordial elixir in it. If it was said that Yi Ziwei and He Dao had a 50-50 match before, now Yi Ziwei's chances of winning against He Dao have increased a lot, and even as long as Tai Chu Leiyin is activated, Yi Ziwei is sure to win. Under the eyes of all the people, the battle between He Knife and Yi Ziwei officially started, which touched the hearts of countless people. After all, this battle can not only be described as wonderful, but also related to the bets of many people, so it is particularly eye-catching. Whether it is He Dao or Yi Ziwei, their true strength and trump card have basically been used in previous battles, so this time, neither of them had any temptation to make a move. He Knife raised his hand to perform the demon knife dance, displaying an ancient high-grade martial skill, and He Knife comprehended this martial skill to a transcendent state. Already very scary. Yi Ziwei faced the opponent's magic knife and danced wildly, directly urging the power of thunder and magnetism, absorbing the power of the divine script on the opponent's magic knife, making it difficult to threaten her, and then she used kingly methods. 8 directions of heavenly punishment, 8 violent lightning bolts suddenly attacked the black knife. Black Sword exudes a burst of black energy, which is similar to the Jiuyou Tianguang cast by Long Yu, but the black energy of He Dao is purely defensive. Countless demonic energy fills the sky, forming black magic hands, and the 8 violent lightning bolts block them all. The two sides used various means to come and go, and the shadow-attributed divine runes, lightning-attributed divine runes, space-attributed divine runes, etc. spread throughout the field. If the weaker Emperor Realm martial arts stayed there, they would probably all be killed. Was affected to death. From the perspective of a spectator, it is impossible to see the specific power of the various means of both sides, but it is conceivable that the strength of these two Emperor-level powerhouses definitely exceeds the ordinary middle-stage Emperor-level powerhouses, and they can even compete with each other. The strong in the late stage of the Emperor's realm stand shoulder to shoulder. Under He Dao's continuous attack, Yi Ziwei was gradually at a disadvantage. After all, she did not use the Thunder Seal of the beginning, but He Dao held an ancient supergrade warrior in his hand, which was also very powerful. Whether it is martial arts, supernatural powers, or inner world, the power of the source, the two sides are almost the same. He Dao holds the ancient super magic knife, which will naturally suppress Yi Ziwei. However, everyone did not underestimate Yi Ziwei. Because everyone still remembers the terrifying power of the thunder and lightning mark on Yi Ziwei's forehead when he was fighting Long Yu. That thunder and lightning mark is definitely not an ordinary method. Although Yi Ziwei was defeated by Long Yu in the end, there is no doubt that Yi Ziwei's lightning mark is not weak. He Dao didn't know what the lightning mark on Yi Ziwei's forehead was, so he was extremely vigilant about it, but in the face of absolute power, vigilance was of little use. Yi Ziwei saw that he couldn't do anything about the black knife if he didn't take out the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning, so he quickly made up his mind and urged the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning to fight. This is a terrifying existence at the level of endless warriors. Long Yudu was forced to directly use the third-rank magic formation, not to mention the black knife that had exhausted its means. As soon as the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning appeared, He Dao's face immediately changed, and black energy continued to emerge from all over his body, spreading towards the surroundings, and countless dark magic hands condensed out, trying to restrain the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning. However, the thunder seal of absolute beginning was just a flash of lightning, and countless dark magic hands dispersed like clouds of smoke. The Black Knife's kingly level defensive supernatural power was useless in front of the thunder seal of absolute beginning. The demonic hand was dispelled, and Heidao immediately wanted us to avoid its edge, but the speed of the lightning seal in the beginning was extremely fast, and it flashed less than 100 feet away in front of Heidao in an instant, and the infinite thunder light completely enveloped the entire radius of 100 feet. The Black Knife was shrouded in this infinite lightning. He had no way to resist the attack of the thunder seal of absolute beginning, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. With the flashing light of the defensive barrier of the King's Life card in the field, it meant that Heidao had no choice but to admit defeat. The thunder seal of absolute beginning is really too powerful. Except for Long Yu, there is basically no one in the same realm who can defeat Yi Ziwei. What's more, as an endless soldier, the thunder seal of absolute beginning can even exert unimaginable power. Even if Long Yu defeated Yi Ziwei at that time, it just happened that the thunder seal of absolute beginning did not explode with stronger power. If the thunder seal of absolute beginning broke out at that time, it is not certain whether Long Yu could defeat Yi Ziwei. When fighting against Heidao, even if Lei Yin did not explode with stronger power, it was enough to defeat Heidao. It can be said that in the world of Shenwu, if you have this kind of means, you are basically invincible in the same realm, unless you meet an existence like Long Yu with a bigger background. As a result of the battle, Yi Ziwei defeated Heidao. In this way, the championship situation is basically clearer. Yi Ziwei only lost to Long Yu once, but defeated Yu Hanqin and Heidao, and Long Yu, until now, has still won all, and he defeated Yi Ziwei, and then faced the opponent. In the case of Yu Hanqin and Heidao, there is a great possibility of winning. When Yi Ziwei won, countless people couldn't help cursing secretly. It's just too shameless. Yi Ziwei deliberately leaked the news of his serious injury to confuse other people, so as to make a profit from it through betting. It's really despicable, and it caused every one of them to lose a lot. The millions of people present are all powerful in the secret realm of the kingly way, and each of them has at least a few 100,000 god coins. Because the odds of winning this game are relatively high, many people bet a lot on Heidao. Everyone has at least 10,000, and even more than 100,000. Who would have thought that Yi Ziwei would actually win? Even if there are only 500,000 people, if everyone bets 20,000 yuan, the betting capital of 10 billion god coins will be lost in the end. Moreover, among those who bet on the victory of the Black Knife, the average bet was more than 20,000, which meant that the amount involved in this battle was definitely more than 10 billion god coins. These divine coins are now all betting on Yi Ziwei. The biggest aspect of them is the people of Tianyu Manor. Xiangwu alone has bet 1.5 billion divine coins, all of which are betting on Yi Ziwei. On Yi Ziwei. And the odds of this battle were 1 to 7 in the end. Xiangwu alone earned 10.5 billion god coins and became a super rich man in an instant. And the rest of the people in Tianyu Manor also made a lot of money. People who didn't have much money at first, their assets increased by more than 10 times. These two battles really made them gain a lot. Those who bet on Heidao will not become poor after this battle, but their losses will not be small. The most important thing is that they can't hold back their breath. This feeling of being teased makes them very resentful. It's a pity that they will never know who designed such a pit and let them jump into it. They can only think in their hearts that Lady's direct disciples did it. However, what they don't know is that Lady's direct disciples, such as Wulong, Yuntian, and Jibai, are also regretting it at this time. Before starting the war, where did they think that Long Yu could really cure Yi Ziwei completely? Therefore, they directly bet at least 1 million divine coins on Heidao. After Yi Ziwei won this game, each of them suffered heavy losses. Even for the disciples of the 5 emperors, 1 million divine coins is not a small amount. After all, like Long Yu, after completing the detection mission for the first time, it was only a few million rewards, and the reward for the detection mission, this is the most rewarding task related to the beast's lair. For Wulong, Biyun Tian, and Jibai, 1 million divine coins is at least equivalent to the harvest of a month or two of their busy work. Now they lose directly, which makes them feel miserable. No matter what, next time you must bet on Long Yu. Many people think this way. Long Yu's next opponent is the young swordsman from Xuanhuan sword sect, Xuanhuan age, and it will start after the battle between He Dao and Yi Ziwei. For this battle, almost all those who are interested choose to bet on Long Yu, but more people dare not bet, because they find that they will lose no matter how they bet. Simple play is fine, but if they lose more, it's not worth it. Long Yu still wants to use means to earn more, but after thinking about it, now that Tianyu Manor has Sunset Dance, the 10 billion is enough, and if he earns more, it will be too much hatred, and maybe he will be killed by other people. See the signs. In that case, he would offend the powerhouses in the entire Shenwu world. Even Long Yu didn't want to achieve this level. He himself didn't care, but after Tianyu Manor, he had to develop in the Shenwu world and offended too many people, definitely not going to do any good. So in the next battle, Long Yu wanted to fully demonstrate his strength and win a complete victory. Water Moon Song of Songs. Long Yu thought about this opponent for a while. He had seen several battles of Xuanhuan age, and felt that this person was a bit evil. He did not underestimate his opponent, but was sent to the battlefield. This is an endless wasteland. There is no grass on the ground, the land is dry and cracked, and there is no life within 100 miles. Long Yu and Xuanhuan age appeared above this wasteland. Surprisingly, the initial distance between the two sides was less than 10 miles. They could easily see each other with naked eyes, and they didn't even need to use detection powers. Long Yu wanted to try Xuanhuan age's rebounding swordsmanship, so he didn't hide his figure, but directly attacked and killed the opponent. His whole body was enveloped by the power of the Death Divine Script, entangled in death energy, and the barrier of death was directly displayed. Even against Xuanhuan age, an opponent who had no pre-existing claim to win the championship, Long Yu was very cautious, and had no intention of underestimating the enemy. This is also one of the important qualities that Long Yu has been able to go all the way to the present. As he got closer, Long Yu saw Xuanhuan age. Although he was a man, his temperament was full of yin, his movements were very gentle and slow, and his sword skills were not too masculine. Simply put, this Xuanhuan age is a sissy. Take my move, 9 Nether Dragon Breath. Long Yu opened his mouth, and directly spewed out the 9 Nether Dragon's breath towards Xuanhuan age. He wanted to feel it for himself and see what was so special about this person's swordsmanship. The power of the 9 Nether Divine Runes condensed into a black dragon's breath, and rushed towards the graceful Xuanhuan age. Xuanhuan age held a slender blue long sword. When facing the black dragon's breath, a burst of blue light suddenly flashed all over his body, surrounding him. As soon as the cyan long sword in his hand moved, a series of cyan sword lights swayed out. These cyan sword lights were like a gentle palm, which actually blocked Long Yu's 9 Nether Dragon breath and slowed down his speed of attacking the opponent. And after one breath, Long Yu's 9 Nether Dragon breath seemed to be captured by the other party, and he obeyed Xuanhuan age's order, and blasted towards Long Yu in the opposite direction. Oh? Long Yu was very interested in this situation. Although he didn't know what level of martial arts or innate supernatural powers the opponent used, it was really rare for this move to completely counter the enemy's attack. One must know that Long Yu's 9 Nether Dragon breath is kingly and supernatural, and its destructive power is extremely terrifying, but it is easily defused by the opponent, even easier than He Dao and the others. There should be an upper limit for this kind of rebound martial skill or supernatural power, right? Thinking in his heart, Long Yu raised his hand to resist the bouncing 9 Nether Dragon's breath with the death energy around him, and then glanced at Xuanhuan age. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, with a rather smug look on his face. Long Yu, it doesn't look like that, just go ahead and attack, no matter what method you use, I will return it to you intact. Your rebound is really powerful, but it is absolutely impossible for you to rebound any attack. As long as the attack becomes stronger, you will be unable to deal with it. Long Yu said lightly, with a very determined expression on his face, but in fact he was not sure about this, he just wanted to say it out to test the other party. However, Xuanhuan is not the kind of person who is easy to deceive. When he heard Long Yu's words, his smiling face and eyes did not change, he just said, maybe you will find out after you try it. The power of the original source, the 9 nethers are awe-inspiring. Long Yuka has no interest in talking nonsense with the opponent, or trying to see the ultimate strength of his rebound. Since he can't detect it from the opponent's expression, he should just defeat the opponent directly. Even if the opponent can rebound any attack, when the opponent is intimidated, he will not be able to perform the rebounding sword technique. A move of 9 nethers to intimidate made Xuanhuan suddenly look stunned. He was still waiting for Long Yu to launch a more powerful attack, but he didn't expect Long Yu to come directly. Deterrence, this is the control of the mind and spirit. When a person is deterred, his mind and spirit will be in a state of fear. Unless he has soldiers who match the unparalleled level, he will not be able to respond. When Xuanhuan was intimidated by the origin of Long Yu Joyo, Long Yu immediately unleashed Dragon Skeleton Break, and the powerful attack method displayed by the best ancient warriors instantly descended on Xuanhuan. A whirlwind of dragon bones came, and the terrifying destructive power almost tore Xuanhuan apart. However, just before Long Hapo hit the opponent, Xuanhuan regained his sobriety. When he came to his senses, he immediately swung the blue long sword with countless sword chi, trying to break the dragon skeleton to resist it, and even wanted to bounce it back to Long Yu. However, he used this move too hastily, and Long Haipa is one of Long Yu's strongest methods. In addition to the third-grade god formation and Jiuyuan, Longka Pa is the strongest method in Long Yu's hands. How can Xuanhuan resist this move in a hurry? The next moment, Long Hapo slammed into Xuanhuan's chest, sending him flying. At the same time, a burst of light flashed from the protective barrier of the King's Life card. Obviously Xuanhuan directly surrendered up. If he didn't admit defeat, Long Yu's attack would definitely seriously injure him, and even kill him on the spot. Everyone remembers that when Long Yu killed Lan Shuyan a year ago, he used such a move. Although Lan Shuyan's strength at that time was far behind Xuanhuan, but now Long Yu, the strength of his body is also countless times stronger than it was a year ago. Xuanhuan conceded defeat, and Long Yu won again. After 3 days, Long Yu won all 6 games. Up to now, more than half of the entire final schedule has been completed, and Long Yu is the only one who still maintains a complete victory record. Now the overall situation is basically clear, but Long Yu and He Dao, Long Yu and Yu Hanxin are still not comparable. If Long Yu loses any of the games in the next 2 days, the position of the first place in the strongest imperial realm is still not enough. Sure. But Long Yu didn't want to give anyone else any chance. If he wants to take the first place, he will try his best to get it. Although he gave up the first place in the strongest king realm, he will not give up this opportunity to anyone else in the competition of the strongest king realm. On the 4th day of the battle, Long Yu was assigned to fight against He Dao and Si Konghui. He Dao is the direct disciple of the Demon Emperor, and Si Konghui is the direct disciple of the Yen Emperor. However, in the fantasy world of the 5 emperors, Si Konghui only stepped on the 23rd floor, which is much inferior to that of He Dao. Therefore, the overall strength of these 2 people is also quite different. In the previous battles, Si Konghui had already lost to He Dao, to Yu Hanxin, to Yi Ziwei once each, and even once to the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. This made Si Konghui feel very humiliated. No matter what he said, he was the direct disciple of Emperor Yen. He had fought 6 games in the first 3 days, but lost 4 of them, which really made him lose face. Today, when xuanhuan saw that his opponent was Long Yu, his heart suddenly felt a little cold. He had seen Long Yu fight Yin Zi Chen before, and he had also fought Yin Zi Chen himself, so he knew how terrifying Yin Zi Chen's strength was. Long Yu was able to defeat Yin Zi Chen, and even seriously injured Yin Zi Chen. How could he, xuanhuan, be his opponent? From this point of view, I can only hope that Long Yu and He Dao will be seriously injured in the battle, so that I may win. Xuanhuan felt that his chances of winning were extremely low, but he still didn't give up hope, because he absolutely didn't want to be the one eliminated among the 11. First, the battle between Long Yu and He Dao began. This time there were not many people betting as a whole, and the people in Tianyu Manor naturally all bet on Long Yu, but they found sadly that the odds of Long Yu and He Dao this time were surprisingly low, reaching 10 to 1. In other words, if you bet on Long Yu's 10 million divine coins to win, then once Long Yu wins, you can only get a reward of 1 million divine coins, which is much lower than before. However, no matter how short a mosquito's legs are, it is still meat. Everyone in Tianyu Manor bet hundreds of thousands of divine coins on Long Yu. As for the sunset dance, they bet 100 million divine coins. 1. If Long Yu loses, the 100 million will be in vain. However, Sunset Dance only won 10 billion before, so she doesn't really care about this 100 million. It's not that Xiangwu doesn't want to bet too much, but that there are only so few people participating in this bet. If she bets too much, the odds will become even lower. If Long Yu wins, she can only get so much money. Point, no difference. Long Yu and He Dao were teleported to the sky above an ocean. At this moment, this ocean space was shrouded in a violent storm. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning and thunder rumbled. It was quite suitable for Long Yu and He Dao to fight. After all, both of them comprehend the divine script of the shadow attribute, and in such a gloomy environment, they can obviously exert stronger power. Facing He Dao, Long Yu will not be so easy. After all, Yin Zi Chen will not be able to deal with this person without the thunder seal of absolute beginning. Of course, it is impossible for Long Yu to cast the divine formation Zhou Yuan as soon as he comes up. He has to try whether he can defeat He Dao with his usual means. After all, once the divine formation Zhou Yuan appears, He Dao is likely to be seriously injured. If he is not careful, he may be killed. This is not Long Yu's original intention. Long Yu and Guyun Tian had a life and death appointment, and they wanted to take the other party's life because Guyun Tian took the initiative to provoke him, but He Dao, this young man had never had any conflicts with Long Yu, so he didn't want to take the initiative to turn against the other party. Balanced control, hide. Long Yu immediately hid his figure and completely disappeared from the range of He Dao's detection ability. However, He Dao is not an ordinary person, and like Su Jianbai, he actually has a special soldier who searches for the enemy's traces. He saw a black light flash in his eyes, and countless extremely small long needles spread out towards the surroundings. During the detection by Long Yu's eye of shadow, countless dense things spread from He Dao's body in an instant, and then it seemed that he had found something. At the same time, he turned around and galloped towards Long Yu's location. Tracking needle? Long Yu quickly understood what the black knife used, the tracking needle, which is a consumable soldier in the Five Emperors Alliance that can be exchanged for alliance points, mainly used to search for traces of the enemy. Countless tracking needles flew towards Long Yu's place continuously, allowing He Dao to quickly grasp Long Yu's whereabouts, holding the ancient high-grade warrior magic knife, and swung towards Long Yu to attack and kill. He Dao's figure flashed, and he appeared not far from Long Yu, and a jet black blade light came crashing down. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, dozens of fallen dark stars condensed out one after another, and immediately blasted at the weak point of that jet-black saber glow, and directly blasted that sword glow away. Dance of the Demon Knife. He Dao was powerful and relentless, holding a magic knife, and constantly swung the blade light towards Long Yu. Every blade light had the power to destroy the world. If it directly hit Long Yu, even Long Yu's body would be injured. However, Long Yu's comprehension of the fallen dark star's trick has long been perfected, and the fallen dark stars continue to condense, easily smashing the opponent's continuous blasting blade light. After all, it is an ancient supergrade defensive martial skill. The fallen dark star cooperates with balanced control to display it. The defensive ability is so terrifying that even He Dao can't break through it with all his strength, and can't even hurt Long Yu. He Dao's complexion began to change a little. Could it be that he couldn't even solve Long Yu's usual methods? He Dao is holding an ancient supergrade warrior, and he has already matched it to the degree of divine harmony. The destructive power of the magic sword dance is very terrifying. If it is replaced by an ordinary late-stage emperor, he will be defeated by him. But Long Yu, whose cultivation was clearly in the middle stage of the emperor's realm, easily resisted the dark sword light. He Knife swung the long knife in his hand, and in an instant a huge black net fell from the sky. It turned out to be a fifth-rank god chain, trying to trap Long Yu in it. It's a pity that Long Yu once again condensed the fallen dark star, and with the balance of control, he saw through the weakness of the giant black net at a glance, through the fallen dark star, and exploded directly, blowing the giant black net to pieces. He Dao used all kinds of means, but he couldn't do anything to Long Yu. In the end, Long Yu cast Jiuyou Tianguang, covering his whole body in it. Jiuyou Tianguang, coupled with Jiuekong Domain, He Dao's actions can be said to be restricted to the greatest extent. Coupled with Long Yu's sudden source of power, Jiuyou was shocked, making He Dao sluggish on the spot. Dragon Skeleton broken. As long as Long Yu frightens his opponent now, he will directly attack the dragon bone with one move. Most people can't resist it, except for the perverted existence of the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. Of course, Black Knife is no exception. Dragon Skeleton unleashed it, and directly knocked the Black Knife into the air. Fortunately, the young man's willpower was relatively firm, and he was only shocked for less than a breath. After he reacted, he immediately urged the king's life card to protect the barrier, and finally surrendered. The strength of this Black Knife is actually not weak, but when he met Long Yu, all his strength was restrained, and there was no possibility of using it in front of Long Yu. With He Dao admitting defeat, there is basically no suspense for the champion of the entire strongest Imperial Realm competition. Long Yu's next opponents are Si Konghui, Yu Hanqin, and Ji Kailiang. Except for Yu Hanqin's strong strength, the other two are no threat to Long Yu. As for Yu Hanqin, to be honest, after Long Yu defeated Yi Ziwei and He Dao one after another, no one doubted whether Long Yu could defeat Yu Hanqin. The spectators couldn't feel the power of Long Yu's various means, so they only knew that Long Yu was very strong, but they didn't know how strong he was. But now, some people in the audience feel the most regretful and complicated. Qin Chongyue, the head of the piano family. A year ago, Qin Chongyue felt that Long Yu was only at the level of the King realm at that time, and it was tantamount to wishful thinking to challenge such a strong man of the Emperor realm. But now, Qin Chongyue saw Long Yu's terrifying fighting power with his own eyes. Even though a year has passed, Qin Chongyue is still only at the early stage of Emperor realm. With his current strength, he is sure to lose against He Dao, Yi Ziwei, and others. Even out of 100, he can't defeat one He Dao or Yi Ziwei. But both He Dao and Yi Ziwei lost to Long Yu in the competition of the strongest emperor. Such a situation filled Qin Chongyue's heart with panic. When he thought of the life-and-death battle that Long Yu had set with him after the meeting of Emperor Shenwu, he couldn't calm down. In fact, he felt a little inappropriate when he agreed to the life-and-death appointment with Long Yu, but Long Yu threw out a temptation of 100 million divine coins, which made him subconsciously agree to the life-and-death appointment. Looking at it now, where's the 100 million divine coins? Qin Chongyue has made up his mind at this moment, and after the strongest imperial realm competition is over, he will visit his daughter Qin Yashuang, ask Qin Yashuang to intercede for him, and cancel this life and death engagement. There is no doubt that Qin Changyue is scared, and wants to use his daughter to get rid of this life and death battle. It's a pity, how could Qin Yashuang speak for him? Once, Qin Yashuang wanted to help the Qin family because the other party was her father. However, Qin Changyue disappointed Qin Yashuang again and again. Qin Yashuang had long since despaired of Qin Changyue. She had long since denied this father. On the other side, the Gongsun family. At this time, Gongsun Rong watched the battle between Long Yu and He Dao come to an end, and his face turned a liver color. He knew very well in his heart that even though he is currently in the middle stage of Emperor realm, in terms of strength, he is definitely not as good as He Dao or Yi Ziwei. It's bad luck. In this way, how dare Gongsun Rong engage in a life and death engagement with Long Yu again? Why should the patriarch bother about this matter? An elder from the Gongsun family stepped forward, knowing what Gongsun Rong was worried about. He smiled and said, "Patriarch, you must have heard about it. Feng Tian will have a life and death appointment with Long Yu. At that time, that boy Long Yu will definitely die. Patriarch, you just need to pretend to be injured, and first evade the appointment with Long Yu, and wait until Long Yu and Feng Tian confront each other. Come on, wouldn't that be perfect?" Yes. When Gongsun Rong heard this, his face immediately beamed with joy. Just do this, and I will say that I am seriously injured. Is it possible that Long Yu can force me to come out and fight to the death? That's why. The elder smiled and nodded and said, secretly looking at Gongsun Rong as if he was looking at an idiot, the head of the family was frightened like this by Long Yu. After this incident, the head of the Gongsun family must be replaced. In Xuanhuan Sword Sect. As one of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, Xuanhuan Sword Sect has never conceded defeat to anyone except when facing the 5 Emperors Alliance. Before, Long Yu, on behalf of the individual, proposed a life and death challenge to Ji Haokong, the elder of Xuanhuan Sword Sect, which was of course regarded by Xuanhuan Sword Sect as a great shame and humiliation. But now, after the competition for the strongest imperial realm, no one doubted Long Yu's strength anymore. This son is qualified to fight with me, the champion of the strongest imperial realm competition. Ji Haokong is still looking forward to Long Yu's life and death appointment. Now that Long Yu is about to become the champion of the strongest imperial realm competition, defeating Long Yu under this status, Ji Haokong is not ashamed, otherwise, his dignified senior, it's really outrageous to bully a junior. Ji Haokong also came all the way from the imperial realm, and he has also participated in the competition for the strongest imperial realm, so of course he knows the gold content of the strongest imperial realm. Generally speaking, the champion of the strongest imperial realm is worthy of the ordinary late emperor realm martial arts, but the problem is that Ji Haokong is not an ordinary late emperor realm martial artist. One of the elders, Ji Haokong's strength far surpasses that of ordinary martial artists in the late stage of Emperor realm. Because of this, Ji Haokong's mood was so relaxed, he didn't pay much attention to Long Yu. But he didn't know that whether it was Long Yu or Yi Ziwei, the strength shown by these 2 people had already surpassed the ordinary martial arts in the late stage of the Emperor's realm, especially Yi Ziwei's thunder seal of the first beginning. If it broke out suddenly, it would be enough to explode instantly. Kill a strong man at the peak of the imperial realm. What a terrifying method. Yi Ziwei, who is at the emperor realm level, is already comparable to the strongest in the world of martial arts. When Yi Ziwei steps into the emperor realm, her strength is enough to become an existence at the level of the 5 emperors. Yi Ziwei, who is so tyrannical, was defeated by Long Yu. It is conceivable how powerful Long Yu's final method is, the God Array Jiu Yuan. This method is very terrifying even if it is placed outside the sky. However, it is impossible for all spectators to know this. Whether it's Yi Ziwei or Long Yu's strength, the onlookers don't really feel it, and it's really impossible to guess. This is the advantage of the competition of the strongest emperor, because the competition is completely in a different space, so although you can watch the battle situation, however, it is impossible to speculate on the exact strength of both sides in the battle. This is for the safety of the contestants. After all, no one wants to be targeted outside after using their trump card. In that case, the competition for the strongest emperor will probably become meaningless. Strong means killer? After defeating He Dao, Long Yu immediately faced off against Si Konghui. As the direct disciple of Emperor Yan, Si Konghui's strength is naturally good, but compared to the Black Knife, it is still not as good. Long Yu did not use the original power of the Nine Nethers to deter, but directly used the continuous Nine Nethers Dragon Breath, and Si Konghui fought against the power of supernatural powers, and in the end Long Yu was superior and directly suppressed Si Konghui. This Si Konghui was straightforward, knowing that his methods were definitely not as good as Long Yu's, so he proposed to confront Long Yu Gong, but in the end, he was still not Long Yu's opponent, so he had to admit defeat and leave. The last day, the 5th day. Long Yu's first match was against Yu Hanqin. However, the wonderful battle that people were expecting did not appear. After Yu Hanqin was teleported to the field, she directly conceded defeat to Long Yu. Even Long Yu was a little surprised by this, but Yu Hanqin was very free and easy, and said with a smile that she tried her best and was no match for Yi Ziwei. Since Long Yu can defeat Yi Ziwei, there must be a way to defeat Yu Hanqin. I don't want to be like Yi Ziwei, almost killed by your mistake. Yu Hanqin joked with a smile. Long Yu felt a little helpless about this. In fact, Long Yu hadn't felt Yu Hanqin's true strength yet. Although he felt that the opponent was not as good as him, it was a pity that he didn't really fight. However, Yu Hanqin didn't want to fight Long Yu, and Long Yu couldn't do anything about it. The other party had already surrendered, so they couldn't chase outside to fight, right? And Long Yu's last match was against Ji Kailiang, a young genius from the Five Emperors Alliance firm. Ji Kailiang's strength is pretty good, mainly because his methods are extremely weird. Unfortunately, facing Long Yu's balanced control, this guy's methods are useless at all. After that, Ji Kailiang didn't have any capital to fight against Long Yu, so he could only admit defeat. In the finals of the strongest imperial realm, in 5 days, everyone saw exciting battles one after another, and Long Yu became the final winner of this series of battles. All 10 victories. There is no doubt that the champion of the strongest imperial realm this time, the first place, is Long Yu. As for who will be eliminated among the 11, the result has already been decided. 6 of the 11 people who participated in the finals of the strongest imperial realm competition were the direct disciples of the 5 emperors. Except for the 2 direct disciples of the Red Emperor, the other 4 emperors had 1 disciple each. Disciples of Red Emperor Long Yu and Yu Hanqin, Lei Emperor's disciple Yi Ziwei, Yan Emperor's disciple Si Konghui, Devil Emperor's disciple He Dao, and Saint Emperor's disciple Qi Qingxi. The other 5 people, one is from Su's medicine store, Su Jianbai, one is from alliance firm, Ji Kailiang, one is from Taiwu Empire, Taiwu Suxin, one is from Shueiyue Sword Sect, Shueiyue Yage, the last one is Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. The finals lasted for 5 days, and everyone played 10 games. Among them, Long Yuchuan won the championship, Yi Ziwei won 9 and became the 2nd place, Yu Hanqin won the 3rd place with 8 wins, and He Dao won the 4th place with 7 wins. The other people have only 6 victories at most, and that is the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, this uncle. He immediately surrendered when he met Long Yu, He Dao, Yu Hanqin and Yi Ziwei, but when he faced the others, he was too quick to hide. The momentum of the ear, urging Shunlei of Absolute, beginning to force the opponent to admit defeat. Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor ranked 5th. This is positive. Judging from the countdown, 2 of them only won 2 games, Su Jianbai from Su's medicine store, and Taiwu Suxin from Taiwu Empire. As for how to choose the last one, it is very simple. Because of the 5 days of the finals, every 2 people have fought once, and Su Jianbai and Taiwu Suxin have also fought against each other. Unfortunately, Taiwu Suxin lost this battle. Gave it to Su Jianbai. Therefore, in order of ranking, Taiwu Suxin is the last one. This girl was directly eliminated and lost the opportunity to compete with the geniuses from beyond the sky. Su Jianbai caught up with the last train among the 10 quotas, which made this guy very happy, really lucky. Moreover, Long Yu won the championship in this battle. Su Jianbai lost to Long Yu twice before. It is not a shame at all. After all, Long Yu is the champion, the strongest in the entire Shenwu world at the imperial level. Su Jianbai is an imperial realm martial artist. What does it matter if he loses to Long Yu? When the result came out and Long Yu officially became the champion, countless people were excited. There is no doubt that from today onwards, Long Yu has really risen, rising in the entire Shenwu world. In particular, Long Yu became the champion of the strongest imperial realm competition, but his own cultivation is only in the middle stage of the imperial realm. If he enters the late stage of the imperial realm, or even enters the imperial realm, wouldn't there be no one who can beat him? Countless forces that are at odds with Long Yu began to worry about gains and losses. The most obvious ones are undoubtedly the people from places like Tianqing Dynasty, Shenluo Empire, and Yunyun Empire. There is almost no need to think about it. When Emperor Shenwu ends and the Beishua dynasty is promoted to an empire, it will definitely expand at that time. As for expansion direction, need I say more? At that time, whether it is the Tianqing dynasty, the Shenluo Empire, or the people of the Cloud Empire, they can only bow their heads to Yu Hanqin. This is still a relatively good result. If Long Yu and Yu Hanqin join hands to wipe out their enemies, then the vast majority of people from these forces will die because of it. At this moment, when Long Yu won the championship of the strongest imperial realm, although these 3 countries all had blood feuds with Long Yu, they had no choice but to prepare to visit Long Yu and try to resolve the enmity between the 2 sides. In order to survive, they must endure. Even if there is a blood feud, they can only endure, otherwise they will not even have the chance to take revenge. As for the forces that have made good friends with Long Yu, they are sincerely happy. For example, Longue Empire, Lin's Trading Company, etc., are all very grateful for their decision to make good friends with Long Yu. I'm afraid it won't take long for Long Yu to grow to the strongest level in the entire Shenwu world, which will affect the fate and situation of the entire Shenwu world. At that time, making friends with Long Yu will naturally get many benefits. In addition, there are also some forces that are at odds with Long Yu, and they are not worried or afraid, but feel very unhappy about it. For example, Lady's direct disciples, Taiwu Empire, Shueiyue Sword Sect, Nine Sun Sect and other forces all have enmity with Long Yu, but even if Long Yu became the strongest champion of the imperial realm, he still couldn't threaten them. What's more, in their eyes, Long Yu probably won't live long. Although the strongest champion of the imperial realm has unlimited potential, if he just dies like this, what's the use of having a high potential? At the end of the strongest imperial realm, the 5 emperors gathered together and personally awarded rewards to everyone who stepped into the top 1,000. Among them, as the champion of the strongest imperial realm, Long Yu's reward is naturally the most eye-catching. In addition to getting the legendary opportunity, he can also get training resources worth a total of 1 billion. In addition, he can also propose a reasonable reward to the 5 emperors. Require. As long as the 5 emperors can do it, they can propose it. Countless people were very curious about what request Long Yu wanted to make, so the 5 emperors invited Long Yu to the central space of the 10,000 layers space, and asked Long Yu what request he wanted to make in front of countless people. Long Yu did not refuse. He is suspended in the void of the central space of 10,000 layers of space, surrounded by the 5 strongest emperors in the entire Shenwu world, the Holy Emperor, the Kind Red Emperor, the Gloomy Devil Emperor, the Fiery Emperor Yan, and the Bold Thunder Emperor. If it were an ordinary person in this situation, he might be too nervous to speak. However, Long Yu was not at all affected by the aura of the 5 emperors. He thought for a while, and then said, I want to go to Duankong Holy Spring to observe for 7 days. When this request was made, the 5 emperors were taken aback for a moment, and then the other 4 emperors turned their attention to the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor had snow-colored long hair, and his eyes seemed to contain everything in the world. He was taken aback when he heard Long Yu's words, looking at Duankong Holy Spring. The Holy Emperor didn't know much about Duankong Holy Spring. She only knew that she could get a small bottle of Duankong Holy Spring from Duankong Holy Spring every other year. By absorbing the power from the Duankong Holy Spring, Wu Xiu will be able to match the Space Attribute Divine Script, and comprehend a trace of the original level Duankong Divine Script, but without the supporting martial arts means to perform it, even the original level Divine Script, and can't exert too much power. Now, Long Yu actually made a request to visit the Duankong Holy Spring for 7 days? Although the Holy Emperor was puzzled, she didn't think too much about it. Of course, she knew that her chief direct disciple Qi Tianming had given Long Yu a meeting gift, which was a small bottle of Duankong Holy Spring. It must be that Long Yu absorbed the power of the Duankong Holy Spring and comprehended the Duankong Divine Script at the original level, and wanted to observe it, so as to get some inspiration about the Duankong Divine Script. The Holy Emperor thought this way, and smiled sweetly. Okay, I promise you, I will take you to the place where Duankong Holy Spring is located tomorrow morning, and observe it for 7 days, but you have to remember, after 14 days, you will be Emperor Shenwu. On the day when the meeting begins, you have to choose a trustworthy friend to attend the Emperor Shenwu meeting together. Well, I won't forget. Long Yu nodded and said. The venue of the Shenwu Emperor Association is Juyuxuan Palace, one of the 7 forbidden places. This trip will definitely improve Long Yu's strength a lot, so of course he will not miss this opportunity. After receiving the guarantee from the Holy Emperor, Long Yu looked towards the void and said, Senior Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, I will wait for you at the Holy Tower tonight. What Long Yu now wants to know the most is of course the whereabouts of his father, and some secrets about the Thunder Emperor of Heaven Hell. For example, why is he so tyrannical physically? Why do you know the power of absolute beginning God Thunder? What is the relationship between Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor and Yi Ziwei? These are the things that Long Yu is eager to know. Therefore, he invited the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor in front of everyone. If he wanted to come to the Heaven Prison Thunder Emperor, he wouldn't mind this. Otherwise, Long Yu really didn't know how to ask the Heaven Prison Thunder Emperor. He doesn't know where the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor is now, but if he speaks like this, the other party will definitely be able to hear him. The cultivation resources rewarded by the champion are not small, with a total value of 1 billion, but they are nothing to Long Yu. You must know that Sunset Dance made more than 10 billion in gambling games before, and directly became a rich man. Long Yu was more concerned about the Duankong Holy Spring. You must know that the Death Envoy once said that the Duankong Holy Spring was a super soldier, presumably at least at the endless level. As long as you can reach the sealed place of Duankong Holy Spring, there is a way to take it out. If Long Yu can obtain Duankong Holy Spring, his own strength will definitely skyrocket again, and even the power of Duankong Holy Spring is definitely no less than the level of Divine Array Jiu Yuan, so Long Yu is looking forward to it, and directly proposed to the 5 emperors met this requirement. If the beautiful Holy Emperor knew that Long Yu would directly take the Duankong Holy Spring away after observing the Duankong Holy Spring, how would he feel in his heart? But when the time comes, it will be too late for the Holy Emperor to repent, not to mention, as the Holy Emperor, she should not do such a thing as repenting. Long Yu has worked so hard to become the strongest champion of the Imperial Realm, the biggest purpose is this requirement, otherwise, when Sunset Dance has already earned tens of billions of divine coins, he really is too lazy to compete for the title of champion, because it was too high profile and did not fit his character. However, for this requirement, and for the possibility of obtaining the Duankong Holy Spring, Long Yu still fought hard, and the facts proved that he should not have suffered a disadvantage. As long as you get the Holy Spring of Duankong, what does it matter if the methods shown now are exposed? At that time, Long Yu will have a new trump card, and if he uses it at a critical moment, he will definitely be able to defeat a powerful enemy in a desperate situation and save his own life. Next up is the runner-up prize. Long Yu was the first, and Yi Ziwei, who only lost one game to Long Yu, was the second. An ancient supergrade soldier collected by the Alliance of Five Emperors. Ancient supergrade warriors are extremely difficult to obtain in normal times. Even the direct disciples of the Five Emperors are not so easy to get. Only at such times will the Alliance of Five Emperors release an ancient supergrade soldier. It's a pity that Long Yu knows that this ancient supergrade soldier is undoubtedly a bit tasteless to Yi Ziwei. After all, Yi Ziwei himself has the endless level soldier of the Thunder Seal of the beginning. The reward for the third place is also similar to that of the second place, but there is one less ancient supergrade warrior, and the total value of training resources is also less. However, starting from the fourth place, the rewards are much less than before. Up to the top 10, there are only training resource rewards worth 100 million god coins, plus a legendary quota. From the 11th to the 100th place, 10 million god coins worth of training resources will be rewarded, and from the 101st to the 1000th place, 1 million god coins worth of training resources will be rewarded. The less, but for ordinary martial arts, 1 million divine coins is not a small number. After distributing the rewards, the Five Emperors gave another speech, mainly to remind the top 10 in the strongest imperial realm that they will gather in the Holy Tower Chamber in 2 months to get a chance to improve their strength. This opportunity, the Five Emperors can't say it clearly, but many people probably know that it is to go to one of the 7 forbidden places in the world of Shenwu, compete with the geniuses outside the sky, and enhance the power of the inner world. However, what happened 2 months later was meaningless to most martial arts practitioners. Perhaps some people would have forgotten it a long time ago, and what everyone is most looking forward to now is the Shenwu Emperor meeting in half a month. The Shenwu Emperor meeting is a grand meeting for the replacement of the Five Emperors, but the current Five Emperors have not been replaced for 150 years, and the Holy Emperor also stepped on the throne of the Holy Emperor 150 years ago. Just longer. For the world of Shenwu, the Shenwu Emperor meeting every 50 years is definitely the biggest event. For ordinary martial arts, what they look forward to the most is to go to Jiyuxuan Palace. 2 people form a team. Get some benefits from the formation of Jiuyoxian Palace. Everyone was looking forward to the meeting of Emperor Shenwu. As for what happened to the 10 people including Long Yu 2 months later, almost no one would pay special attention to it. The competition for the strongest imperial realm will officially end after the rewards are distributed, and everyone will be sent out of the 10,000 layers of space, and all the cards of the king's life will be taken back. However, the atmosphere in the holy city of the Five Emperors did not drop because of this. On the contrary, the discussion on the competition for the strongest emperor became more heated, because Long Yu became the champion of the competition for the strongest emperor, and he became a hot topic in the entire holy city of the Five Emperors. After returning to the Dragon Realm, Long Yu rested while waiting for the arrival of the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. Sunset Dance and other people are also resting in the Dragon Realm. The current Dragon Realm has been transformed into a pretty nice courtyard by Qin Yashuang and Zi Su, with small bridges and flowing water everywhere, and the scenery is elegant. It was as desolate as before. Qin Yashuang and Zi Su did not participate in this grand gathering of the strongest king realm and the strongest emperor realm, because the 2 girls are in retreat, and it is quite crucial for them to step into the emperor realm from the late stage of the king realm time, so it doesn't matter what the strongest king is. Anyway, with their strength, they won't get any rankings if they participate. Qin Yashuang and Zi Su are very powerful together, but if they fight alone, they are not much better than ordinary martial arts. It is a waste of time to participate in the competition of the strongest king. In the evening, the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor hadn't arrived yet, but Long Yu waited for a piece of good news from Liao Lei. At this moment, Liao Lei has already matched with the Endless Medicine Cauldron, the Kuhai Medicine Cauldron to the level of Apocalypse, that is, the third level of Fit, so it can well exert the powerful medicine refining function of the Kuhai Medicine Cauldron. Recently, she has been researching the body refining elixir of the ancient dragon elephant bone, and at this moment, she finally succeeded in refining it. Liao Lei was holding 3 elixir bottles, came over to see Long Yu, and said happily, "Long Yu, look, those ancient dragon elephant bones you gave me have been refined into elixirs by me, a total of 48 pieces, divided into 3 ranks. The ancient high-grade dragon elephant pill, the ancient super-grade dragon elephant body pill, and the ancient best dragon elephant ancient pill." Long Yu was also quite pleasantly surprised by this. After his battle with the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor, he clearly knew what physical strength meant. Although his body training in the death realm has entered the consummation state, it is still far behind the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. Now these 3 kinds of dragon elephant pills can undoubtedly help him a lot, making his the strength of the physical body has been raised to a higher level. Liao Lei's alchemy talent has always been very good. Now not only has he stepped into the secret realm of the King's Way, but also he is in harmony with the apocalypse of the Bitter Sea Medicine Cauldron. It is not a strange thing to refine ancient level elixir, but he wants to refine ancient level elixir. It's not that easy. If it was refined by ordinary people, at most it could refine the dragon elephant pill and the dragon elephant body pill. As for the ancient top-grade dragon elephant Gudan, there is no possibility of success in refining it. Liao Lei was able to refine the dragon elephant Gudan entirely because of the Kuhai Medicine Cauldron. Although they are both ancient grade pills and the ingredients are roughly the same, each of these 3 different grades of pills can be taken one by one. For Long Yu, of course, it is 3 pills each. There were a total of 6 ancient high-quality dragon elephant ancient pills, and Long Yu directly took 3 of them. There were 16 pieces of super ancient dragon elephant body pills, and Long Yu also took 3 of them. Finally, there were 26 dragon elephant pills of ancient top grade, and Long Yu also took 3 of them. For the rest of the pills, Long Yu asked Liao Lei to keep some for himself, and handed over the rest to Hongyue, who asked Hongyue to include these pills in the property of Tianyu Manor, in exchange for contribution. Of course, Liao Lei had no objection to this, and took a pill of various grades by herself, and then handed over the rest of the pills to Hongyue. Then, Sunset Dance directly donated 10 billion divine coins to Tianyu Manor, obtained countless contribution points, and then took away 2 elixirs from each. In this way, the ancient top-grade dragon elephant Gudan is gone. After all, there are only 6 pieces in total. Of course, Long Yu had guessed this long ago, but the effect of taking these body-refining pills by Xiang Wu must be better than that of other people. After all, Xiang Wu also practiced the deadly state of body training, the best ancient martial art for body training. It didn't take too long to take the pills. Long Yu immediately started taking these 9 pills. The first is the ancient high-grade pill, Longxiang pill, a total of 3 dragon elephant pills. After Long Yu took it, the strong medicinal power further tempered his body, and the 3 dragon elephant pills made his body, the physical body, is 10% stronger than before. After all, the strength of his physical body has become very terrifying after the addition of the perfect state of death, and the ancient top-grade pills don't have much effect on him. Immediately afterwards came the super ancient super pill, dragon elephant body pill. The potency of this pill was 10 times stronger than that of Longxiang pill. After taking all 3 pills, Long Yu's physical strength directly increased by 50%. The most effective one is of course the dragon elephant ancient pill. This is an ancient top-grade pill. There are 3 pills in total. After Long Yu spent half an hour taking all of them, the strength of his physical body was directly doubled. This is an extremely terrifying change. He can feel that his physical body has finally become a real copper wall and iron frame, and his defensibility has become super strong. If it is said that before taking these pills, Long Yu could not take any measures to resist the attacks of Yi Ziwei, He Dao, and others, then now, with the physical strength of Long Yu, he can already ignore the normal attacks of Yi Ziwei, He Dao, and others. Attacked. Of course, if they used kingly means, Long Yu would still have to defend himself, but as his physical strength increased sharply, it was obvious that his survivability would become more perfect. Even if the Dragon Bone Break is cast on me, the Dragon Bone Break will not be able to kill me directly. However, the Thunder Emperor of Heaven Hell endured 3 Dragon Bone Break attacks, but he was safe and sound. How strong is his physical body? How scary. Long Yu recalled the scene of the battle with the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, back then. When he was suppressed by Bagua Jintian, the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor had endured the Dragon Skeleton Break 3 times with his body, but he only suffered a slight injury. Even the current Long Yu still finds this unbelievable. Long Yu has every reason to believe that his current physical strength is not the slightest weaker than ordinary late-stage emperors or even peak powerhouses, but Lei Huang's physical strength is at least 3 times stronger than him. There is definitely some secret in this person. Of course, Long Yu was very much looking forward to this. The Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor had said at the time that he would visit Long Yu after the competition for the strongest emperor realm was over. At that time, the secrets about the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor should be answered. At the same time, you can also get news about the whereabouts of your father Long Zitian. Long Yu didn't ask people to go back to Tianyu Manor, but brought his mother Bei Yuyao here. After all, the news is still unclear. If there is no news by then, wouldn't it make Bei Yuyao even more disappointed? Therefore, Long Yu planned to tell Bei Yuyao after he knew some news. Night is approaching, twilight is coming. If the Thunder Emperor of Heaven Hell is coming, it should be almost here at this moment. Long Yu and Xiang Wu exchanged information about the changes after taking Longshan pill, while waiting for the arrival of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, but he didn't know that the Heaven Prison Thunder Emperor who was about to visit him was not long ago, but was killed by other people. People stopped. Outside the holy city of the 5 emperors, in an extremely empty mountain depression. The unshaven face of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor showed a dignified look that had never been seen before. Around him, there were several floating illusory figures. These illusory figures seemed to be talking with the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. What? Hearing what these illusory figures said, Thunder Emperor of Heaven Prison showed a wry smile on his face, and thought in his heart, "Boy Long Yu, I'm afraid I won't be able to find you, anyway. With the talent you have shown now, sooner or later to be able to get in touch with all of this. I am just waiting for your rise." No one knows what happened to the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. However, as soon as the competition for the strongest emperor was over, the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor disappeared, and no one saw him again. Long Yu, naturally he can't wait for the visit from the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. The night passed quickly. Long Yu was very disappointed, because he did not wait for the Thunder Emperor from Heavenly Prison, and according to the agreement, he had to go to Duankong Holy Spring with the Holy Emperor to observe it today. Could it be that the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor broke his promise? Or did he encounter some accident? Long Yu thought in his heart, very puzzled by this. It stands to reason that Uncle Lei Huang of Heavenly Prison looks very generous, so he should not be a dishonest person. Since he didn't come last night, it must have been an accident, or he didn't see him in front of everyone. Face invitation. No matter what, Long Yu didn't intend to wait any longer, and only told Qin Yashuang and Zi Su, who had finally broken through to the Emperor's realm, that if the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor came, he must be well received. The Emperor stayed in the Dragon Realm, waiting for Long Yu to return. Then, before the Holy Emperor came, Long Yu rushed to the ancient Shura Hall outside the holy city of the 5 emperors to meet the Death Envoy. Although the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor did not come, Long Yu was quite disappointed, but there are some things that should be the same when asked by the Death Envoy. Wait for the means. What is so special about these methods? Long Yu must ask this question clearly, because this is the only force he has so far that makes him feel threatened. Is this another power beyond the divine level? In the ancient palace of Shura, Long Yu saw the Death Envoy again, and also saw the 7 members of the Death Legion who followed the Death Envoy except for the Sunset Dancer. The cultivation base of these 7 people was the same as that of the Sunset Dancer. It's not much different if you don't go to the Sunset Dance. If the 8 of them work together to cast the seal-binding circle of the dead, they will be able to trap the ordinary strong man in the Imperial realm now. In addition, the ancient high-grade warriors in Xiyang Wu's hands, and the Lamp of Misery, can enhance the power of the magic circle, and make the dead man's seal-binding magic circle a unique means of killing. You know, these 8 people are all just martial arts in the king's realm, but they can trap the emperor's realm, so you can see the magic of this magic circle. When Long Yu was only in the late stage of the king realm, it was very difficult to deal with the strong in the emperor realm, but it was much easier to deal with the 8 people of the Sunset Dance after they were trapped. At least they could be directly crushed a strong man in the mid-emperor realm. If all 8 of them broke through to the emperor realm level, the power of the seal-binding formation of the dead would be even more terrifying. However, in a short period of time, all 8 of them were a little far away from the emperor realm, and there was no way they could step into the emperor realm so quickly. Senior Death Envoy, I have won the opportunity to observe the holy spring of Duankong, and I hope you will follow your words and teach me the secrets of breaking the seal of the holy spring of Duankong and controlling it. When Long Yu saw the Death Envoy, he straightforwardly stated his purpose. He had been with the Death Envoy for a long time, and there was no need to pay attention to etiquette. Death made the illusory figure flicker, and Jia said with a smile, I didn't expect you to get such an opportunity, Duankong Xingquan. This is an endless-level soldier. You don't pay a little bit of benefits to this envoy. Just want to get it, baby. Don't you get something for nothing? Do not worry. However, Long Yu smiled, and took out 5 divine source stones from his bosom. These 5 divine source stones were exchanged by Long Yu and Xiangwu for 1 billion divine coins from the alliance of 5 emperors. It can be regarded as a tribute to the Death Envoy. After all, the other party has taught me for so long. In fact, it can be said to be my master. Seeing the 5 divine source stones, the Death Envoy suddenly became agitated. 5, good boy, I never expected to get all of them for this envoy at once. Get it all? Senior Messenger, what is the use of this divine source stone? Isn't it to restore your own strength? Hearing this, Long Yu was a little confused. Originally, he had always thought that the Death Envoy wanted the source stones of divine scriptures to restore his strength, but now it seems that this is not the case. Otherwise, the more source stones of divine scriptures, the better. Qi's statement? Death made Jia smile. You don't need to worry about it. Anyway, what this envoy is going to do will only benefit you and not harm you. Since you have these 5 divine source stones, the manipulation and sealing methods of Duankong Holy Spring will be imparted to you. It's nothing if I give it to you. Come on, you listen to this messenger. Immediately afterwards, the Death Envoy told Long Yu the method of obtaining the Duankong Holy Spring, mainly the method of unlocking the seal, and the method of controlling the Duankong Holy Spring. Except for the Death Envoy, the entire Shenwu world others absolutely don't know these 2 methods, even those who are as strong as the 5 emperors. Long Yu's comprehension is very high. The Death Envoy doesn't need to say it a second time. Long Yu has already remembered what he said in his heart, and then, Long Yu continued to ask another question to the Death Envoy. My Lord Envoy, have you ever heard of the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning? In the beginning? The Death Envoy seemed quite surprised when he heard this. Boy, how did you hear about this thing? A friend of mine was born with a lightning mark on his forehead, which is called the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning. Long Yu explained Yi Ziwei's situation, including that she used the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning as a combat soldier during the battle, and she exploded with a power equivalent to that of an endless-level soldier. Good guy, it really is the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning. Hearing the words, the Death Envoy's eyes immediately lit up. Boy, you have to take good care of this girl. It's not so easy to come across the Lei Yin of Taichu. Do you know what the word Taichu means? Have no idea. Of course Long Yu could only shake his head, and was quite curious about it. It has to start from the beginning. The Death Envoy shook his head, as if he didn't know what to say, thought for a while, and then said, the place you are now is called the World of Divine Martial Arts. World. Perhaps you don't know yet. When you go one step further on the road of martial arts and surpass the Imperial Realm, that level is called the Secret Domination Realm. In the secret realm of the Kingly Way, the inner world has just formed, and once you step into the secret realm of dominance, the inner world will transform into a small world, and the biggest difference between the small world and the inner world is that in the small world, life can be born naturally and become a world similar to the real world. The inner world has already been born in your body, but you should know that the inner world in your body will not be able to give birth to natural life for many years, but once it transforms into a small world, it will be different. Day by day, the moon and stars, the rise and fall of the tide, and the evolution and replacement of life will all be no different from the real world. The real world is beyond the sky. In the real world, there are countless sources of divine texts, and the power of divine texts is continuously born, and the power of divine texts has already flooded the entire real world. But the power of divine texts is nothing more than artificially created power. The the origin of the world's power is called the 5 elements of the beginning. After these words, Long Yu froze on the spot. Even though the Death Envoy hadn't finished speaking, Long Yu was already shocked by what he said. The power of the divine script is just a man-made power? How can this be? When Long Yu used all kinds of divine powers, he always thought that this was the most natural power of heaven and earth, but, from the mouth of the Death Envoy, he heard a completely different theory. The divine power is only a human-created power, but the origin of the power of heaven and earth is called the 5 elements of the beginning of time. The divine power is actually created artificially. How powerful does it need to be to create the divine power? Long Yu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Xuanhuan, of course, was created by God. The Death Envoy said something lightly. Are you sure it's a god, not a particularly powerful person? Hearing this, Long Yu felt a little horrified, and couldn't help but ask back. Who knows? Death made Jia smile. Anyway, this messenger has never seen a living god. About God, the less you know now, the better. You just need to know that the 5 elements in the beginning of time are the most original power of the outer world. As for the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning, it is not an endless-level warrior, but an existence that surpasses the endless-level warrior. It is called the divine product of the early beginning outside the sky. This is the most powerful weapon that a martial artist can master. Divine product in the beginning. Long Yu heard a new term again, and was shocked again in his heart. The thunder mark of the beginning of time on Yi Ziwei's forehead was not an endless-level warrior, but an existence that surpassed the endless-level warrior. Taste. The divine grade of absolute beginning, but something that even the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor didn't get. Boy, do you think you should seize the opportunity and take down that little girl? The Death Messenger Jia said, unexpectedly, in this small world, there can be someone who possesses the divine grade of absolute beginning. Even in the outer world, this girl will be scrambled by countless forces. You have to act first. Of course, Long Yu knew what the Death Envoy meant by preemptive strikes, and obviously wanted him to turn Yi Ziwei into his own woman as soon as possible. Why, you kids still don't want to? Seeing Long Yu frowned, the Death Envoy scolded rather annoyedly. Do you know that that girl possesses the divine grade of absolute beginning, which means that her achievements in the future are likely to surpass Joyo Dragon Emperor, and even stronger than you and me? Many. If you don't seize the opportunity now, you will never have such an opportunity in the future. Only in the small world of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor will you have this kind of opportunity. If you are in the real world outside the sky, or in other small worlds, once there is a creature born with the divine grade of the beginning, it will definitely being cultivated by those big forces from an early age. It is absolutely impossible to give outsiders a chance. The Death Envoy scolded. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm thinking, can I take her Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning as my own? But Long Yu shook his head, and instead said something that completely shocked the Death Envoy, keep it for himself? For Long Yu's idea of obtaining the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning, the Death Envoy can be said to be overwhelmed with admiration, but he still thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, strictly speaking, it's not impossible, but this method is basically impossible to achieve. How? Long Yu originally just asked casually, but he didn't expect that the Death Envoy would have a solution, so he was also surprised. That is to let her take the initiative to hand over the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning to you. Only in this way can you get the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning, but the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning is absolutely everything to that girl. I want her to take the initiative to hand over the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning to you, almost impossible. The Death Envoy sighed and said. When Long Yu heard this, he was speechless immediately, and let Yi Ziwei take the initiative to hand over the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning to him? This is simply impossible, just like it is impossible for him to hand over the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to others, even the person he trusts the most. In this way, Long Yu had no choice but to let go of this thought. Are there 5 types of power in the 5 elements in the beginning? Long Yu then asked. That's right, the 5 elements in the beginning of the universe are gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and one of the manifestations of metallicity is thunder and lightning. Therefore, the god of the beginning of time is the most original thunder and lightning in this world. The Death Envoy explained, for example, when you encountered the heavenly tribulation thunder in the stage of the secret realm of heaven and man, the essence of the robbery thunder is a kind of divine power, and its power is more than 100 times weaker than the thunder of the beginning. Jiuyo Dragon Emperor, he also failed to obtain the power of the 5 elements in the early days? Long Yu asked again. That's right, the power of the 5 elements in the beginning is very rare. Unless someone like Yi Ziwei was born with the thunder mark of the beginning, otherwise he can only wait for some adventures and get it with good luck. The Death Envoy said, if you encounter the power of the 5 elements in the beginning in the future, you must not miss it. Although the possibility of this is very small, once you get the power of the 5 elements in the beginning, your strength will truly surpass ordinary people. I see. Long Yu nodded, and then he was about to turn around and say goodbye. He had just learned some information about the Duankong Holy Spring from the Death Envoy, and he knew the means of unblocking and controlling it, so of course he was going to go to the location of the Duankong Holy Spring, and the Holy Emperor should have arrived around this time. When Long Yu returned to the Holy Tower, he saw the snow-colored and long-haired Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor and a cabinet elder were waiting for Long Yu beside the teleportation circle. When Long Yu arrived, the Holy Emperor's face showed a smile. Since we are here, let's go. Duankong Holy Spring is located on the top of an extremely high mountain range, which is even hundreds of thousands of miles high from the ground of Shenwu world. Such a place, unless you are a strong emperor, you can't come at all, because in the world of Shenwu, there is a layer of flowing air barrier above the altitude of more than 10,000 miles, which will prevent everyone from breaking through. Similar to the 10,000 layer sky gang on Tianyu Island, at a height of 100,000 miles above Shenwu world, this air barrier is also called Tian Gang, but the strength of this layer of sky gang is much stronger than the Tian Gang on Tianyu Island. However, now that Long Yu and Xingdi are teleported directly through the teleportation array, there is no need to encounter this layer of Tian Gang. Long Yu just had a flash of the scene in front of him, and he and the Holy Emperor were teleported to another hall with a teleportation circle. As long as he walked out of this hall, he would be able to see the holy spring of Duankong. This hall was built on the top of this mountain by the alliance of 5 emperors. It was mainly used to observe one of the 7 forbidden places, the place where the Death Star whirls. However, the holy spring of Duankong was discovered in the void nearby. The Holy Emperor gave a brief introduction. Long Yu nodded when he heard the words, and followed the Holy Emperor to leave the hall, and then came to the sky above the entire mountain. Looking around, a sea of golden clouds under the sun was shining brightly in the morning sun. Looking up, the field of vision began to gradually become dark. At an infinite height, in an endless dark void, a huge air vortex seemed to exist there forever. It was one of the 7 forbidden places in the Xuanhuan world, the Death Star vortex flow. Each of the 7 forbidden places in the world of Xuanhuan is beyond the reach of ordinary people, especially the Death Star whirlpool. Even the 5 emperors have not even come close to it in the slightest. At the edge of the continent of Xuanhuan world, there is a sea of dead energy that surrounds the entire Xuanhuan world. The Sea of Dead Qi and the Whirlwind of the Death Star are the 2 forbidden places. In addition, there is also the place where the martial emperors' meeting is held, the Jiuyou Xian Palace, which is also a big forbidden place. There is another one, the place where Long Yu and others are in the top 10 of the strongest imperial realms, and they are about to go to in 2 months, is called Shenwuji Core, which is also one of the 7 forbidden places. With a very strong power of the inner world, it even attracts geniuses from beyond the sky to come and explore, looking for opportunities to improve in it. Following the Holy Emperor's prompt, Long Yu turned his gaze to a relatively remote corner in the sky, and saw the small air vortex she mentioned. Different from the Death Star vortex in the endless void, this small air vortex is light blue and rotates slowly. Below this air vortex, there is a stable stone platform floating on which there is a small bottle. The small bottle is already filled with a small half bottle of light blue liquid, which is the holy spring of Duankong. I saw where the holy spring of Duankong is, right in that small light blue air vortex? Long Yu asked the Holy Emperor. Xingdi's snow-colored long hair was blown by the cold wind, making her look extremely elegant. She glanced at the small air vortex, and then nodded. That's it, in such a desolate place, there is nothing else. It is worth noting. After 7 days, the Emperor will return to this place to pick you up again. During these 7 days, you should take a good look at the holy spring of Duankong and try to learn something from it. That being said, the Holy Emperor didn't have any hope for it. It's not that she hasn't observed the vortex of air flow in Duankong Holy Spring, but she couldn't get anything from it. What's more, now that Long Yu only asks for 7 days, it is even less likely to get something. Well, thank you, Lord Saint Emperor. Long Yu said respectfully to the Holy Emperor, but he was a little entangled in his heart, because he didn't know how the Holy Emperor would react if he saw him taking Duankong Holy Spring away after 7 days. Although it is not the Holy Emperor's property, but it is under the control of the Holy Emperor. If Long Yu just takes it away, will the Holy Emperor have any objections? Now it seems that Xingdi's attitude is not bad, he treats Long Yu very well, but what will happen then is not certain. Long Yu must make preparations early. After the Holy Emperor left, Long Yu began to devote himself to the research of Duankong Holy Spring. That small vortex of air flow was the powerful sealing circle cast by Emperor Jiuyou long countless years ago, sealing Duankong Xingquan, a self-aware endless soldier, here. Countless years have passed, and the self-awareness of the Duankong Holy Spring has long been wiped out by the sealing circle. Because of this, the Death Envoy urged Long Yu to come over and get the Duankong Holy Spring. Originally, after Jiuyou Dragon Emperor got the Duankong Holy Spring, he wanted to wear away his self-awareness and use it for himself, but he didn't expect that he himself fell after a short while, causing the Duankong Holy Spring to be buried in the I don't know how many years have passed. Long Yu carefully observed the air vortex for 3 days. This vortex of air flow is completely a sealing circle, and Long Yu can see the only weak point in it by virtue of his balanced control, that is, from this weak point, the holy spring of Duankong is constantly flowing out, which is connected by the Holy Emperor. In the bottle, treated as a pretty good treasure. Now, Long Yu has mastered the means to crack the sealing circle. The method taught by the Death Envoy should be no problem. After 3 days, Long Yu can confirm that the sealing circle is indeed the same as the Death Envoy said. Let's start directly. If it was someone else, even if they got the method of Long Yu, they would not be able to unlock the sealing circle. Long Yu's method of unsealing Duankong Holy Spring is based on balanced control. His power is too weak now, so he can only unseal this seal by clever means. Anyone else would have no idea where to start. But for Long Yu, it only took him less than a day to unseal Duankong Holy Spring. 1 day later, the light blue light in the entire sky exploded instantly, and the entire light blue small air vortex exploded, and the gurgling water that was sealed in it floated out. Long Yu had been prepared for a long time, pinched a seal in his hand, and gathered all the gurgling light blue flowing water in his hand. These flowing water contained extremely strong power of Duankong divine script, and when combined with each other, it actually recorded some kind of mysterious immemorial martial skill, which can exert extremely strong power of breaking the sky. Endless soldiers. Immemorial martial skill. What's more, if Long Yu fits with him to a relatively high level, he can also comprehend endless martial arts from it. Sure enough, it's an endless soldier. Feeling the light blue flowing water wrapped around his hands, Long Yu couldn't help showing joy. He had never seen a soldier in this state before, but now he saw it. Soldiers in a liquid state are obviously hard to defend against when they make a move, not to mention that the running water contains the power of Duankong divine script, which is a very aggressive space attribute divine script. Although Long Yu doesn't know how to use and display this kind of power for the time being, but once he masters it, his strength will undoubtedly be improved to a higher level. After unsealing the holy spring of Duankong, Long Yu didn't start to study this soldier right away, he just gathered it in the independent space of the nether dragon blade, and then began to think about good strategies. In 3 days, the Holy Emperor will come here. Long Yu can't guarantee whether the other party will do anything to him. But now, it is impossible for Long Yu to leave this place. After all, only the Holy Emperor can open the teleportation circle, while other places are blocked by the barrier of Tiangang, so it is impossible for Long Yu to leave this mountain anyway. The Holy Emperor of Duankong would definitely be very upset if the Holy Spring of Duankong disappeared for no reason. Long Yu thought for a while, and soon came up with a plan. 7 days after sending Long Yu to Duankong Holy Spring for observation, the Holy Emperor once again came to the top of the mountain, ready to take Long Yu away. She has some expectations for Long Yu. No one has ever been able to research anything about the Duankong Holy Spring, and to the Holy Emperor, the Duankong Holy Spring, which can only be harvested once a year, is nothing such a great thing. If Long Yu could research something, it would be considered pretty good. But when the Holy Emperor came back here, he only walked out of the mountain to take a look, and was shocked. How is this going? The air vortex of the Duankong Holy Spring that had existed for hundreds of years had disappeared. And on the floating stone platform below, Long Yu's figure was tilted and fell on top, as if something happened accidentally. The Holy Emperor quickly flew forward to check Long Yu's condition, and found that he was just unconscious. This made the Holy Emperor frown. What happened? Could it be that someone else came here and took away the Holy Spring of Duankong? It can't be someone from the world of Shenwu. So, could it be someone from outside the sky? But how could it be so coincidental, just before I took Long Yu when you come to watch? The Holy Emperor kept guessing about the possible situation in his mind, but he quickly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. If someone from outside broke in, the Holy Emperor, could not do anything, no matter what, just wait for Long Yu to wake up and ask Long Yu to know what happened. Thinking of this, the Holy Emperor stretched out his hand, hugged Long Yu's body, and the elegant figure in white robe left here after a few ups and downs, returned to the main hall on the top of the mountain, and left through the teleportation array. Inside the tower, the Holy Emperor and the Red Emperor were standing together, and behind them was an elegant courtyard, in which lay the comatose Long Yu. The Holy Emperor's snow-colored long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a master, but at this moment he was frowning slightly. On the other hand, Chitty smiled kindly. Long Yu's situation is not bad. It seems that even if someone from outside the sky makes a move, they don't have any malice towards us. They just took away the holy spring of Duankong. Long Yuding, he will wake up tomorrow, so ask him how he is doing then. That's the only way to go. It's lucky that people are fine. The Holy Emperor shook his head and said, I'll go first. When he wakes up, just send me a message. After saying this, the Holy Emperor disappeared in a flash, which shows that she is not particularly concerned about this matter, but is still a little worried about Long Yu. If Long Yu knew this, he probably wouldn't have put himself in a coma. That night, Long Yu woke up from his coma. Although he had been in a coma, he had a very clear understanding of the outside situation. Even, Long Yu clearly felt the feeling of the Holy Emperor hugging him at that time. When he woke up, he appeared in an elegantly decorated room. Just as he sat up, Chitty's voice came from outside, Long Yu, are you awake? Master. Long Yu pretended to be a little surprised, why am I here? Although it is confirmed that the Holy Emperor has no malice towards him, since Long Yu has acted, he naturally has to play a full set. Since the Holy Emperor does not intend to pursue it, it will be over if he just fools around. Master Xingdi went to the top of the mountain to look for you, but found that you were unconscious, but the holy spring of Duankong had disappeared. Did someone else show up? Chi Di walked into the room, still wearing a red robe, and asked with concern. Other people? I didn't see it. I just felt that the vortex of air flow suddenly spread out when I was observing the Duankong holy spring. A burst of blue water flowed into my body, and then I lost any consciousness. Long Yu pretended to stand up in a hurry, raised his hand, and then a cloud of blue water appeared in his hand. That's it, is this the Duankong holy spring? Chitty stared blankly at this moment, and after a full 2 breaths, he finally said, it seems that this is your chance. You actually released Duankong Holy Spring from the seal, and got this battle soldiers. Is this a soldier? Long Yu asked, pretending to be curious. It should be. After Chitty was surprised, he quickly calmed down, nodded and said with a smile, take a good rest in the next few days, and prepare to participate in the Emperor Shenwu meeting. In Jiyuxuan Palace, maybe you will get other opportunities. Yes, Master. Long Yu nodded. A crisis that Long Yu thought would arise was deftly resolved in this way, but the most important thing was that the Holy Emperor had no ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, even if he pretended to be unconscious, it would be impossible for him to get out of trouble so easily. Since there is no problem with the Holy Emperor, Long Yu will study the Duankong Holy Spring in the next few days. It is not so easy to match with Duankong Holy Spring. Long Yu did not focus on this aspect for the time being, but first began to study the ancient martial arts recorded in Duankong Holy Spring. The best martial arts at the ancient level, allure in the sky. This is still a martial skill that cooperates with the Duankong Divine Script, plus the Duankong Holy Spring, an endless level warrior. Long Yu only needs to practice it to the beginner level, and he can exert the power equivalent to a kingly method. So far, Duankong lore can be said to be the highest level of martial arts that Long Yu can practice. It is at the same level as the body training in the Dead Realm, and it is a pure offensive martial skill, with extremely terrifying destructive power. Except for the Holy Emperor and the Red Emperor, no one else knew that just before going to the Shenwu Emperor Association, Long Yu's strength had once again been greatly improved. And the most important thing is that Duankong Xinquan belongs to the endless level soldiers. Once its power is fully erupted, it is theoretically enough to kill anyone in seconds. Of course, this is only in theory. If you want to erupt with stronger power, the possibility lower. Long Yu left the holy city of the five emperors, ran directly to the ancient Shura Hall, and then went to fight the Death Envoy. It only took 3 days for Long Yu to comprehend the supreme ancient-level martial skill of Duankong lore to the beginner level, and he was able to perform it initially. This move is activated by the Duankong Divine Script, condensing the Duankong Divine Script into a saber light, which directly breaks through the void and appears in the opponent's body, destroying everything in the opponent's body. It is a true killing method. In terms of destructive power, the novice-level severing lore is similar to the space penetration of the Nether Dragon Blade, but this move is better than being able to directly attack the opponent's body. Once he learns this trick, many opponents whose physical strength is not up to the standard will not be a single-handed enemy in front of Long Yu. Even if it is an ordinary mid-stage emperor, they will be seriously injured if they suffer such a move. If they cooperate with the endless-level soldier, Duankong Holy Spring, it is very likely that they can instantly kill the late-stage emperor. If Long Yu's comprehension of Duankong's ultimate kill was more compatible with Duankong Holy Spring, the lethality of his move must be stronger. This was undoubtedly a surprise for Long Yu. However, this method is a method of killing people, and it is not suitable for use in competitions. Once Long Yu makes a move, he must ensure that he can take the opponent's life. Just before the meeting of Emperor Shenwu, Long Yu got this trick, which was like icing on the cake for him. Although he wasn't worried that Emperor Shenwu would engage in life-and-death engagements with successive people, but now that he had this means of lore, of course he felt more at ease. After all, he couldn't be sure what he could get in the Nine Nether Profound Palace, whether it would allow him to grow to the point where he could deal with Guyun Tian in the middle stage of Emperor Realm. Guyun Tian, Thunder Emperor's sixth direct disciple, although he is only in the middle stage of the Emperor Realm, but just as Yi Ziwei at the peak of the Emperor Realm can defeat ordinary martial artists in the late stage of the Emperor Realm, so Guyun Tian in the middle stage of the Emperor Realm can deal with martial artists in the late stage of the Emperor Realm. There is no more pressure. This person's strength is probably not far behind that of Emperor Tianxiang. As for Emperor Tianxiang, Long Yu knew her strength very well. She was able to compare with Emperor Tianxiang, which showed that Guyun Tian's strength was terrifying. If Long Yu didn't have some special means, she might really be defeated by Guyun Tian. After learning the lore in the air for beginners, Long Yu began to practice duels with the Death Envoy. Although the Death Envoy is a conscious body, it can condense the power of the Death Divine Script and form a Death Hunter, so that the Death Hunter and Long Yu can fight against each other. During the next 4 consecutive days of fighting, Long Yu became more and more proficient at mastering this move. As soon as he made a move, the Duankong Divine Mantra condensed the light of the sword, instantly appearing in the opponent's body, cutting the opponent into 2 pieces. Generally speaking, martial arts in the world of gods and martial arts don't pay much attention to the cultivation of the physical body. Except for the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor, Long Yu has never seen anyone with a strong physical body. Therefore, Duankong lore is almost invincible in the world of Shenwu. No matter who masters it, they can easily leapfrog and kill people. However, now Long Yu has become the champion of the strongest Emperor realm, and will soon become a strong man at the Emperor realm level. At that time, Long Yu's opponent will no longer be a martial artist from the world of gods and martial arts, but will come from outside the sky. Those geniuses who also have excellent martial arts talent, and the backstage background of those geniuses is definitely much stronger than the current Long Yu. Letting Long Yu master Duankong Holy Spring and Duankong lore at this time can be said to just make up for some of his lack of means. After all, the Death Envoy said that those geniuses outside the sky are likely to have endless soldiers. If Long Yu didn't have endless soldiers, he would be at a great disadvantage in the battle, but now, this disadvantage probably doesn't exist. It is not so easy to cultivate Duankong lore to the level of Xiaocheng. After 4 days of sparring, Long Yu left the ancient temple of Shura and returned to the Holy Tower, ready to find Xiangwu and form a team to participate in the Shenwu Emperor meeting. When Long Yu didn't see it, just after he left, the Death Envoy's condensed consciousness showed a gratified expression on his face, then he sighed deeply, and then his entire body disappeared. Since following Long Yu to the Five Emperors' holy city, the Death Envoy has never been to other places, and has been staying here. But now, he has disappeared from the ancient Shura temple, and no one knows where he went. If Long Yu saw this scene, he might think, is this related to what he said before, that he finally gathered enough divine source stones? In the 10,000 story space of the Holy Tower, millions of martial arts from the secret realm of the Royal Way gathered together. Since the end of the strongest emperor realm, within half a month, everyone has spent time in the holy city of the Five Emperors. The major forces communicated with each other, which had a very positive impact on the prosperity of martial arts in the entire Shenwu world. After all, it is the Shenwu Emperor's meeting held every 50 years. In the past, it was impossible to attract millions of people to the competition of the strongest king and the strongest king once every 7 years. This is a grand gathering of martial arts exchanges. The empires and sects from the extremely cold place in the north found the sect empire from the south, and exchanged some relatively top martial arts, pills, etc. Anyway, the other party knew that it would not have much influence on them, but their own, however, its strength can be greatly enhanced, further enhancing its dominance in nearby areas. This is a very good opportunity for any force to strengthen. Of course, the major forces will not miss this opportunity. In this grand meeting, once they fall behind others, after the Shenwu Emperor's meeting is over, they will probably be beaten when they go back. However, regardless of the situation of everyone's martial arts exchanges in the past half-month, from now on, everyone's thoughts have shifted to the Shenwu Emperor Association. The venue of the Shenwu Emperor meeting is Jiyuxuan Palace, one of the 7 forbidden places. The Jiuyoxian Palace is divided into 9 levels in total, and it can only be opened once every 50 years. Those who participate in the Shenwu Emperor meeting can not only observe the competition for the position of the 5 emperors in the first floor of the Jiuyoxian Palace, but also try to break through. If you go to a deeper level, if you are lucky, you may get a lot of opportunities, but if you are unlucky, you may die inside. This is a great event and an opportunity for the vast majority of people. According to what the Death Envoy said, since the world of Shenwu is already a small world rather than the inner world, in the Jiuyoxian Palace, which is extremely rich in Jiuyo divine scriptures, some treasures of heaven and earth will be born every 50 years, which can be used to refining pills, refining soldiers, etc. Besides these, Jiyuxuan Palace also houses many jade slips of martial arts looted by Jiuyo Dragon Emperor in the past. There is one condition for entering the Jiuyoxian Palace, that is, 2 people need to be together and sign a life and death contract at the entrance of the Jiuyoxian Palace. If you die, I will die, and if you live, I will live too. For this, no one in the Shenwu world knows why, but Long Yu learned from the mouth of the Death Envoy that Jiuyo Dragon Emperor was betrayed by others when he only had supernatural powers in his early years, even though he killed and betrayed him that time. However, it also gave birth to the innate supernatural power of Jiuyo Shangong. The Jiuyoxian Palace is just one of the 7 pillars of the world of martial arts transformed into the innate supernatural power of the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor. Back then, when the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor used it, he could trap any 2 people in the Jiuyoxian Palace, unless that the 2 of them worked together completely, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to escape from Jiuyoxian Palace. But now, countless years later, Jiuyoxian Palace has become a good place for many experts in the world of Shenwu to explore. Regarding these secrets, Long Yu certainly wouldn't talk too much about it to anyone else, otherwise wouldn't it be exposing that he had an unusual relationship with the Dragon Emperor Jiuyo? The life and death contract he chose was Sunset Dance. It's not that he doesn't trust other people, but in Jiyuxuan Palace, he has a lot of things to do, and the best partner is the disciple of the Death Envoy, Xiangwu. The others, no matter Qin Yashuang, Shuchan, Yiziwei, Yuhanxin, etc., were all inappropriate. In the 10,000-layer space, Long Yu met with everyone, and soon knew everyone's choice. Only 2 people can enter the Jiuyou Xian Palace, so everyone must be accompanied, and the partner must be someone you trust completely. Otherwise, if you enter the Jiuyou Xian Palace to explore the secrets, it is very likely that you will be trapped in it forever. Qin Yashuang, Yu, and Zi Su have been together since childhood. There must be nothing wrong with this life and death contract. Long Yu looked at Qin Yashuang and Zi Su, who were getting ready, smiled, and said, "Now that Zisu and I have entered the early stage of the Imperial Realm, we should be able to try to break into the second palace of the 9 Nether Profound Palace. It is said that if you want to break into the second palace, you must at least have the strength of the Imperial Realm. Much better than the ones in the first Nether Palace." Qin Yashuang also smiled and said, "Of course Long Yu knew about this. Jiuyou Xian Palace is divided into 9 palaces in total, namely, the first palace to the 9th palace. Among them, the first palace is suitable for martial arts exploration at the king level, and the second palace is suitable for martial arts exploration at the emperor level. Of course, the third Nether Palace is more suitable for exploring by the strong in the emperor realm." From the mouth of the Death Envoy, Long Yu learned that Wu Xiu had to stay in the Emperor's realm for a long time before stepping into the ruler's secret realm, but during this stagnation stage, his strength was also divided into strengths and weaknesses. This is why the 5 emperors are superior to other emperors in the world of Shenwu. After the late stage of Emperor realm, you will be a 1-star emperor. After the 1-star emperor, there are 2-star emperors, and so on. There are 7 levels in total. In the Emperor stage, the main method of cultivation is to condense innate supernatural powers. Starting from innate supernatural powers, to kingly supernatural powers, then to imperial supernatural powers, and finally to imperial supernatural powers. If one supernatural power achieves the Emperor's way, then he is a 1-star emperor. And if 2 supernatural powers achieve the Emperor's way, he is a 2-star emperor. Threshold. Undoubtedly, almost none of the powerful emperors that Long Yu had come into contact with before had reached the level of emperors. Even Emperor Tianxiang, one of the members of the Presbyterian Council of the 5 Emperors Alliance, had only comprehended one of the innate supernatural powers to become an emperor. Dao supernatural powers are still a long way from Emperor Dao. Long Yu didn't know why the Death Envoy told him so many things before the Shenwu Emperor meeting. In the past, the Death Envoy was always very stingy in telling him many things about cultivation, especially this kind of temporary. He has not yet reached the level. However, since the Death Envoy is willing to speak, Long Yu is of course willing to listen. This is only good for him, allowing him to learn more about the journey of martial arts. Moreover, the Death Envoy also told Long Yu that the 5 emperors in the world of Shenwu, including his master Chidi, are actually only at the level of 2-star emperors, and the head of the 5 emperors, the Holy Emperor, may have reached the level of 3-star emperors. Therefore, in the 9 Yuxian Palace, only those who have reached the level of a 1-star emperor are eligible to explore the 4th palace, and 2-star emperors are eligible to explore the 5th palace. By analogy, the 9th palace must reach the level of a 6-star emperor. Levels are eligible to step in. So far in the entire world of martial arts, the alliance of 5 emperors has only explored the 8th Nether Palace at most. Everyone thought that the 9th Nether Palace was the deepest part of the Jiuyou Xian Palace, but Long Yu learned from the mouth of the Death Envoy that in the 9 Yuxian Palace, not only these 9 levels of space, but also the last level of space, which is called Xiangong. The destination of Long Yu's trip is this mysterious palace. No matter what level of the palace it is, the things in it are definitely not comparable to the mysterious palace. And even in the mysterious palace, there are still some things that Long Yu could not have imagined are sealed up. Regarding this, the Death Envoy didn't say anything clearly, but it must be something very unusual, otherwise the death envoy wouldn't let him go to the Xian Palace, no matter what. If anyone knew that the destination of Long Yu's trip was the Xian Palace, which was located even further behind the Ninth Yu Palace, they would probably laugh their ass off, but it was obvious that Long Yu would not let anyone know his destination. In the deepest part of Jiuyou Xian Palace, there may be something that can transform Long Yu. How could Long Yu reveal this secret to anyone else? Apart from Xiang Wu, even Qin Yashuang, Xu Chan, Yu Hanqin and the others don't know this. As soon as Long Yu enters Jiuyou Xian Palace, he will act together with Xiang Wu. As for the election of the 5 emperors held in the front hall of the Jiuyou Xian Palace, Long Yu didn't have much interest in it. The position of the 5 emperors had not changed for hundreds of years, so there might not be any changes in this Shenwu Emperors Association. Of course, watching the battles of the powerful in the imperial realm is still more useful for the king realm and martial arts cultivators in the imperial realm. If Long Yu is free, he will also watch in the front hall for a period of time, but this period of time cannot be too long. After all, he has his own business to do. On Tianyu Manor, Qi Hua and Hua Meyer are in a group, Feng Yusen and Lu Yuan are in a group, Man Xian is in a group with Yeluan. In Tianyu Manor, forming a team to participate in the Shenwu Emperor meeting couldn't be easier, because most people trust each other 100%, and there will be no crisis of trust. The Shura Mansion is also in the same situation. Since Xu Chan has also stepped into the imperial realm, Xu Chan is in the same group as Yu Xuawu. Besides, Du Guojian is in the same group as Xing Wu, and Yu Qingsha is in the same group as Sihanchan. A group. Long Yu paid a little attention and found nothing special, so he inquired about the grouping of other people, such as Yu Hanqin, Yi Ziwei, and others. Everyone is obviously concerned about the grouping of these people, so the news is not difficult to inquire about. On Chidi's side, Yu Hanqin and Yu Shaoyin are together. It is worth mentioning that Yu Hanqin has successfully broken through to the Emperor realm within half a month and has become a strong man in the early stage of the Emperor realm. His strength may have exceeded the current Long Yu. But Long Yu was not worried about his trip to Jiuyou Xian Palace. After all, his understanding of Jiuyou Xian Palace was definitely far better than anyone else. If he wants to achieve his goal in Jiuyou Xian Palace, he doesn't need too strong strength. Eldest senior Xing Xing and second senior Dao Jing Tian are of course divided into one group. The two can be said to have unlimited trust, which has reached the point that even if Dao Jing Tian stabs Xing Xing immediately, Xing Xing will not feel like a knife. Sedum betrayed that degree. In addition, Yu Linfeng and Nailan Jun, a pair of live treasures, formed a group. Although the two often quarrel and talk to each other, in fact, the friendship between the two is better than anyone else. If you dare to bully one of them, the other will definitely jump out to help immediately. Then Long Yu continued to inquire about Lady's situation, mainly Yi Ziwei. After all, Yi Ziwei possessed the terrifying divine grade of absolute beginning. Long Yu paid more attention to her, and soon found out that Yi Ziwei formed a team with Su Choubai, Lady's second direct disciple. For Su Choubai, Long Yu still has some good feelings. After all, when he went to visit Lady's direct disciples, only Su Choubai was willing to convey the news to Lady for him. Long Yu also inquired about Lady's other direct disciples, the chief direct disciple Wu Long and the third direct disciple Ji Bai, the sixth direct disciple Gu Yuntian and the ninth direct disciple Huang Tadian. Among them are the seventh and eighth direct disciples. It is said that they have a good relationship with Huang Tian. They formed a group and even issued a declaration. Lesson learned. Thunder Emperor's seventh direct disciple, Zhongjian, and eighth direct disciple, Lu Feihong, are all at the early stage of Emperor realm. Needless to say, their combat effectiveness is definitely not weaker than that of Ji Haokong, one of the 18 elders of Shueiyue Sword sect. Long Yu had no fear of these two guys at all, especially in a place like Jiuyou Xian Palace. If the other party really dared to cause trouble, there would definitely be no good end. Long Yu is not very interested in other people's team formation, and has not inquired too much. Anyway, when he arrives at Jiuyoxian Palace, Long Yu will not interact with too many people, because he will soon move towards a deeper level. 9 Nether Profound Palace Sprints. As long as you reach the 4th Nether Palace, you will hardly meet anyone, because only 1-star emperors have the strength to explore the 4th Yu Palace, and among the strong emperors in the entire Shenwu world, the number of 1-star emperors will never exceed 100. After the gathering of millions of people, the 5 emperors sent people to count and found that almost all of them had found their life and death contractors, and then ordered to set off. Just in the 10,000 layer space, the 5 emperors joined forces to perform a secret technique, and the power of the divine script of space surged in the entire 10,000 layer space, enveloping everyone. All the millions of people felt a flash of white light in front of their eyes, and then they changed positions and came to an endless black void. Everyone was suspended in the void, and a dense crowd of people stared forward in shock. 9 Nether Profound Palace, here we come. Among the millions of people this time, more than half of them came to Jiuyoxian Palace for the first time. As soon as they appeared, they were shocked by Jiuyoxian Palace. A majestic palace is suspended, and outside the palace there is a huge stone tablet, which is tens of thousands of feet high and traverses the entire void, with 2 simple characters written on it, Jiuyo. The palace behind the huge stone tablet is like a hell, facing the endless dark void with a ferocious gate. Just the opened gate traverses the entire void. Everyone in front of this palace, it is as small as an ant, even worse than an ant. Such a gigantic Jiuyoxian palace turned out to be the evolution of one innate supernatural power of the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor. It seems that my 7 congenital supernatural powers are still far behind. Long Yu looked at this Jiuyoxian palace, and couldn't help thinking about it. If his cultivation can reach the level of the former 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, then in his small world, there will also be such 7 forbidden places, the 9 Nether Hand, the Siphon Totem, the 9 Nether Panlong, etc. Each innate supernatural powers will also become extremely terrifying existences. It's just that Long Yu definitely can't reach that level now, and the gap is still very large. You know, Long Yu doesn't even know what the state of the 9 Yu Dragon Emperor is, let alone reach the original level of the 9 Yu Dragon Emperor. This is the Jiuyoxian Palace. Since everyone is here, there is only one chance to leave, and that is to wait for a month, before the Emperor Shenwu will end. The Holy Emperor floated in front of everyone, raised his hand, and said loudly, if you miss the opportunity in a month and want to return to the world of Shenwu, you will have to figure out a way for yourself. Of course, you may want to. There is no other way but to be trapped here to death. Long Yu is quite clear about this, because the periphery of the Jiuyoxian Palace is surrounded by a burst of strong Jiuyo divine script power, not to mention the martial cultivators of the King's Dao secret realm, who have even reached the level of the 7-star Emperor and broke into this place. There is only one dead end in the rich 9 Serenity divine rune power. Therefore, if you want to travel to and from the 9 Nether Profound Palace, you can only pass through the teleportation circle in the 10,000 layers of space. This made Long Yu a little curious, who actually built the 10,000 layers of space, or the entire Holy Pagoda? Regarding this point, Long Yu asked the Death Envoy, but unfortunately even the Death Envoy didn't know the answer to this question, because when the Death Envoy was still alive, there was no holy tower in the world of Shenwu. The teleportation array leading to the Jiuyoxian Palace from the 10,000 layers of space can only be opened twice every 50 years, so the time for the Shenwu Emperor meeting is set to be once every 50 years. The strength of the space power contained in the 10,000 layers of space is naturally unquestionable, but even if it is so, it will take 50 years to store up the energy that leads to the Jiuyoxian Palace twice. It is conceivable that if you want to break through the Jiuyoxian, how difficult is the power of the 9 nether divine runes on the outer layer of the palace. From this, one can also imagine what level the power of the 9 Yu Dragon Emperor reached back then. Immediately afterwards, with the Sage Emperor at the head, and the other 4 emperors behind, millions of powerhouses from the mystic realm of the king's path slowly flew towards the entrance of the Jiuyou Palace. Soon, everyone passed the huge stone tablet standing in the void. From that stone tablet, waves of terrifying and gloomy mysterious power waves came out one after another, making everyone feel palpitations. Long Yu took a look at the 5 emperors who were flying at the front. Even the 5 emperors, and even the strongest sage emperor, were not in a good mood at this moment, apparently affected by the mysterious power of the steel. On the other hand, Long Yu, perhaps because he had comprehended the 9 nether divine inscriptions, didn't have any special feelings at this moment, but felt that the stone tablet was very kind. Xiao Wu, what do you think of this steel? Long Yu turned his head to the side, lowered his voice, and asked about Sunset Dance. Sunset Dance's complexion was obviously not very good. She shook her head and said, "It feels very depressing, as if that stone tablet will be suppressed at any time and drag us into hell. It seems that it is indeed a problem with the 9 nether divine text." Long Yu nodded and didn't say much. What exactly is this steel? The Death Envoy didn't tell Long Yu, and even before Long Yu came here, he didn't know there was such a stone tablet here. I'm afraid there is a problem with this steel. Long Yu thought in his heart, first of all, this stone tablet belonged to Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, and secondly, the Death Envoy didn't tell Long Yu about it. Could it be that this stone tablet was obtained from other places? Originally, wasn't this steel at the gate of Jiuyou Palace? You must know that Long Yu now knows the situation inside the entire Jiuyou Palace very well, but only this stone tablet makes him a little confused about the situation. The unexpected situation will naturally attract Long Yu's attention, and let him keep it in his heart. In the past, this habit of Long Yu would save his life. I hope this time is no exception. Following the 5 emperors, everyone quickly passed the huge stone tablet engraved with the word Jiuyou, and then gradually approached the dark gate of the huge palace. Next, all the parties who have signed the life and death contract will come here hand in hand. Counting the time, the Jiuyou Palace should be opened soon. The Holy Emperor said to everyone, and took the lead in holding the hand of a female elder of the 5 emperors' alliance, and stood above the dark gate of the giant palace. Immediately afterwards, Chidi and others also made such actions. Long Yu and Xiang Wu looked at each other, nodded to each other, then held hands and flew over the dark palace gate. This giant palace is really too big. Even if millions of people gather together, it is still not as big as the 2 dark gates of the palace. During the queuing, many people raised questions. Isn't the Jiuyou Palace already open? What will you encounter if you fly into the big door below? Isn't it the venue of the Shenwu Emperor Association, the Jiuyou Palace? Lobby? Then some people who had been here before laughed at them. What do you know? The gate below is actually just for show. The real entrance of Jiuyou Palace only appears once in 50 years. Later, as long as you enter, those who hold hands here will be directly teleported in, and will sign a life and death contract. As for those who enter through the gate below, anyway, I have never heard of anyone who can come out after entering. In this way, many martial artists who came to the Jiuyou Palace for the first time are even more in awe of this palace, and every time the Emperor Shenwu will open, such a scene will appear, making the Jiuyou Palace more and more popular in everyone's eyes. Mystery. Long Yu and Xiang Wu held hands, standing in the crowd, quite leisurely. It can be said that the 2 of them are definitely the 2 least nervous of everyone present. Because only the 2 of them know what is going on in the 9 nether profound palace. Since the opening of the Shenwu Emperor Association, in a total of thousands of years, this magnificent Jiuyou Palace probably has never welcomed a person like Long Yu, who came directly with the purpose of clearing the Jiuyou Palace. Among the crowd, Long Yu saw many old people, such as the first prince of the Shenluo Empire, Emperor Yun, Emperor Tianqin, etc., but Long Yu didn't pay much attention to these people. Now his level has completely surpassed these people. He just needs to go back and work with Yu Hanqing to expand the territory of Beishui Empire and annex these surrounding countries after the Emperor Shenwu meeting is over. While waiting for the meeting of Emperor Shenwu, there were many people who wanted to visit Longyu, such as Emperor Tianqin, Emperor Yunyun, etc. Obviously, they wanted to find a way out for themselves, but Longyu had no time to see them at all, nor did he have time to go. Listen to their crap. Qin Yashuang only received those people who have good relations with Longyu, such as Longgui Empire, Lin's commercial firm and other forces, and had a good chat. After discussing with Xiangwu, she made some future arrangements with these friendly forces. Cooperation projects, mainly the transaction of cultivation resources, are beneficial to both parties. In the extremely silent and pitch-black void, millions of people are waiting together, waiting for the opening time of Jiyuxuan Palace every 50 years. Facts have proved that the 5 emperors were very accurate in timing. Just 3 hours after everyone came here, a burst of dark light surged out from the gate of Jiyuxian Palace, instantly covering everyone in it, and a black mist condensed on the hands held by every 2 people. This black mist gave everyone an extremely mysterious feeling, and when the black mist dissipated, everyone felt a strange feeling in their hearts. For example, Long Yu and Xiang Wu clearly felt that the lives of themselves and the other party had been connected together. No matter who died among them, the other would die unconditionally. This is the so-called life and death contract. All martial arts who want to enter the Jiyuxian Palace must sign a life and death contract in this way, and there are very few martial arts who don't believe it, so they don't hold hands with their partners, and now there is no black mist on them. After a while, all the wushu who held hands flickered and disappeared almost at the same time. Those martial artists who did not hold hands are only a small number, but there are thousands of them. At this moment, they are all left outside the Jiyuxian Palace, looking at each other in blank dismay, looking at the 2 gates of the dark Jiyuxian Palace below, suddenly dumbfounded. The only way to enter Jiyuxian Palace is just a moment ago. If they missed the opportunity, there is no possibility to enter. These thousands of people immediately regretted it immensely. Some of them wanted to test what would happen if they didn't hold hands, and some of them held hands and then let go. Just when they let go, the teleportation power of Jiyuxian Palace appeared. In the center of a seemingly endless palace, millions of warriors from the secret realm of the royal way from the world of Shenwu suddenly appeared in this hall under the transmission of a black mist. The overall environment in the hall seemed a bit dark, but there was a dim faint light shining above the hall, so that everyone can easily see the overall appearance of this palace. The entire hall is square and square, but no one can see where the end of the hall is, only the sky-like ceiling above the head, which is composed of black stones and emits a dim light. The ground is also that kind of black stone. Now millions of people from Shenwu world seem to be sandwiched between 2 black stones of unknown size. This is the front hall of Jiyuxuan Palace. The Divine Martial Emperor meeting will also be held here. As the 5 emperors raised their hands in front of the crowd, in this hall, rows of light curtains rose across the sky, forming battle areas between the 2 black stones of heaven and earth. These battle areas are used to hold the Shenwu Emperor meeting. Those who want to run for the position of the 5 emperors can participate in the battle. According to a series of rules, they will finally have a duel with the 5 emperors themselves. If they defeat one of the 5 emperors, they may become the new of the 5 emperors. For this, Long Yu was not very interested. Anyway, the 5 emperors would have to wait until the end to fight in person, so he definitely wouldn't stay to watch the battles of other emperor realm powerhouses at the beginning. After entering this hall, Long Yu and Xiang Wu looked at each other, nodded to each other, and then jumped out in a certain direction, and their figures disappeared very quickly. The current destination of the 2 is the number 1 Nether Palace. The entrance is at the end of this front hall, which is a total distance of 10,000 miles from the center of the front hall, where everyone is. As soon as Long Yu and Xiang Wu moved, many other people immediately started to move as well. The direction they were going was exactly the direction Long Yu and Xiangwu were running in. After all, if you want to go to the first secluded palace, you can only go in this direction, walk. Many martial cultivators from the King Realm and Emperor Realm participated in the Xuanhuan Emperor meeting not to watch the competition for the position of the 5 emperors, but to explore the first and second palaces, hoping to find some good treasures. If you want to find better things, of course you have to start as soon as possible, otherwise the treasures that have been saved for 50 years will be taken away by others. Even some ordinary powerhouses in the Imperial Realm, cultivators who have no idea about the position of the 5 emperors, all ran towards the first palace without hesitation. Their goal is of course not the first palace, but the first palace. Sanyu Palace. In an instant, countless people rose up from the boundless ground of the black stones, and flew towards the end between the 2 black stones. More than half of the millions of people walked away in an instant. Of course, the 5 emperors had anticipated this, but of course the 5 emperors would not leave so soon. Their duty was to host the Xuanhuan Emperor Association and select practitioners who were qualified to challenge the 5 emperors. Since the front hall of the entire Jiuyoxian Palace is very spacious, even after the 600,000 or 700,000 people are dispersed, it does not appear densely packed, and there are hardly any other people in the sight of Long Yu and Xiangwu. However, trouble soon found itself at the door. Because the place where everyone is now is a place without any rules and restrictions, even if they kill other people here, no one will punish the killer. Therefore, once they left the sight of the 5 emperors, some people began to go wild. 2 old men from the Taiwu Empire in the late stage of Emperor Realm flew towards Long Yu and Xiangwu together at high speed, attacking from left to right, as if they wanted to capture them alive. Xiao Wu, let's go. Long Yu pulled up the sunset dance, and with just a thought, the void Yulong blade in his hand took the 2 of them directly through the void, and they were teleported to a distance of hundreds of miles in an instant. Teleporting 100 miles in an instant is difficult even for the powerful emperors who are proficient in the space attribute oracle, unless they have space teleportation warriors similar to the Qianquan picture scroll. Of course, the powerful old man of the Taiwu Empire from the 6 schools and 10 kingdoms naturally has a way to get this kind of space teleportation soldiers. As soon as they saw Long Yu using his means to teleport away, 2 old men in the late stage of the Taiwu Empire took out a roulette-like soldier from their arms immediately, and a dense space burst out of the roulette soldier in an instant. The divine text wrapped the 2 of them, and the next moment, they were teleported to the place Long Yu teleported to. Kill. As soon as the 2 appeared, they saw the panicked Long Yu and Xiangwu, and then all kinds of divine arts and supernatural powers came crashing down, smashing them into pieces in an instant. However, this time, the 2 of them knew that they had been tricked. The 2 figures in front of them were just afterimages of Long Yu and Xiangwu, not their real bodies. As for the real bodies of Long Yu and Xiangwu, they have already urged the void to travel again, and they have been sent to places thousands of miles away a dozen times in succession. You said it was not a problem at all. After all, he has mastered the secret method of balance control, and he has cultivated to the 5th level. Even for the 2 elders in the late stage of the Taiwu Empire, the detection range of detecting supernatural powers is only 2,000 miles, but within 2,000 miles, they can't find any traces of Long Yu and Sunset Dance. Under the influence of balanced control, Long Yu is equivalent to disappearing from everyone's perception, unless they have some special soldiers, or spend some time deducing him and Sunset Dance. Even if it is a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor Realm, it will take nearly half an hour to deduce the location of Long Yu. By the time they figure it out, Long Yu will have left the place long ago. Of course, there are many strong people in the world of Xuanhuan, and there are countless people with various means. Let's just talk about it now. When Long Yu took Xiangwu all the way through the void and traveled out of the range of 3,000 miles, suddenly Long Yu found that he had jumped directly into a space barrier with Xiangwu, and could no longer pass through. This space barrier leaves. It's a trap. Someone used a stronger space attribute oracle method to deduce in advance that the Dragon Royal Society passed by here, and even set up an ambush at this location. When they fell into the trap of space blockade, there were two Wu Xios in the early stage of Emperor Realm, a man and a woman, who appeared in front of Long Yu and Shiyang Wu. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the champion boy of our strongest emperor, who fell into our trap. The woman was extremely seductive, with butterfly patterns tattooed on her face. She glanced at Long Yu and Shiyang Wu who had fallen into the trap. She was a little surprised, but there was a burst of joy on her face. "Old dog, it seems we are going to make money." The sloppy black-clothed man called Old Dog smiled. "It's a big profit, except for the two of us. It is impossible for anyone else to come here so quickly. If that's the case, let's fight quickly. Quickly eat these two little dolls." It's Tiangu and Guidai. It is said that this man and woman are doing a lot of evil in normal times. I didn't expect that they would come here to rob when Emperor Shenwu would come. When Shiyang Wu saw the man and the woman, she frowned slightly. Although Sunset Dance is good and has won the first place in the strongest king realm, but after all, it is only at the king realm level and has not yet broken through to the emperor realm. Compared with Long Yu, Shiyang Wu's current strength is still much worse, so seeing Tiangu and Guidai, a pair of strong early-stage emperors, is still a little nervous. But Long Yu didn't think so. If he broke out with all his strength now, even a martial artist in the middle stage of the imperial realm would not be able to get any benefits from him, let alone these two guys in the early stage of the imperial realm. "Since you have delivered it to your door, don't blame me for being rude." The corners of Long Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Although he was trapped by the space-blocking circle, he didn't show the slightest worried expression. "I'll take you guys to try my new martial skill, the lure of breaking through the air." The next moment, countless pitch-black sharp blades pierced Long Yu's body and spread towards the surroundings. This is his seventh innate supernatural power, the path of the netherworld. Piercing the path of space with a pitch-black blade, this trick is now a high-level supernatural power of the seventh heaven, combined with the 10th level fit of Long Yu and the shadow attribute divine script, coupled with balanced control, let Long Yu see exposing the weakness of the entire space-blocking circle. Almost in an instant, the entire space-blocking trap was broken by Long Yu. The next moment, a stream of light blue water in Long Yu's hand instantly turned into a sharp knife, and a flash disappeared from his hand. Kill in the air. Long Yu raised his hand to perform the lure of breaking the sky, and the expression of the man Tengu in the early stage of the imperial realm not far away became extremely ugly in an instant. This person originally had an extremely wretched smile on his face, and was expecting to kill and loot Long Yu and Sunset Dance who were trapped in the trap of the space-blocking magic circle, but found that Long Yu used a strange method to break his own space blockade array. He was just about to make a move to suppress Long Yu again, but before he could mobilize the strength in his body, he felt as if a sharp blade appeared in his body, stirring the meridians, muscles, and dantian of his whole body. The first knife cut off dozens of his meridians. The second knife chopped all the ribs in his chest. In the third cut, his dantian was smashed to pieces by the mysterious blade. This man's name is Tiango, and he has plundered many other martial arts before. He has never encountered such a thing. He never imagined that Long Yu's method is so terrifying. He can break through the trap he set in an instant, and then kill him instantly. At this moment, although Tiango is not dead, his whole body has been seriously injured. The most important thing is that his dantian has been damaged, his cultivation has been destroyed, and his inner world has completely collapsed because of this. At this level, it's too late for Tengu to regret it. The seductive woman Guidai beside him didn't know what was going on, seeing that Tengu's face became extremely ugly, and blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. She knew that the situation might not be very good. Kill. The seductive girl Guidai didn't beg for mercy, but immediately cast an illusion to cover Long Yu. A large swath of black butterflies flew lightly, surrounding Long Yu and Shiyang Wu. However, Long Yu had practiced the secret method of balance control, and he could see through the reality of this phantom array at a glance. Without hesitation, Duankong Lor made another shot. The holy spring of Duankong he obtained before, this endless-level warrior, has been used quite skillfully by Long Yu, and it was easily transmitted from the body of the Tengu, and then appeared in the body of the seductive woman Gui Dai without any warning. Inside Duankong Lor, this martial skill, although Long Yu has only cultivated to the novice level, but it is almost invincible when used against martial arts in the world of martial arts who don't pay much attention to physical training. That ghost butterfly only had time to cast a trick of illusion, and his whole body cultivation base was directly crippled by Duankong Lor, and fell towards the ground together with Tengu. A man and a woman committed many evils, never expected to end up like this. Let's go. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, a stream of light blue water appeared in his palm and wrapped around his wrist. In Long Yu's eyes, there was a hint of joy. There is no doubt that the martial skill of Duankong Lor has shown its power in actual combat, which surprised him. Even if facing a martial artist in the middle stage of Emperor Realm, it is possible to destroy the opponent directly. Of course, martial arts in the middle stage of the Emperor Realm are naturally several times stronger than those in the early stage of the Emperor Realm, but they may not be able to completely resist the destruction of Duankong Lor, and they will be injured no matter what. It is nothing more than the difference in severity of the injury. If Long Yu can cultivate the air-breaking lore move to a higher level, the greater the destructive power, the stronger the lethality will be. However, even Long Yu cannot improve his martial skills in a short period of time. The illusory realm of the Five Emperors is a good place to improve, but it's a pity that everyone can only step into that place once. Now Long Yu wants to cultivate Duankong Lor to a relatively high level, and it is not easy. Since entering Jiuyoshan Palace, the first danger Long Yu encountered was easily solved by him like this. Long Yu chased Tengu and Guidai to kill them, then burned their bodies to death, and took everything they had on them as their own. The combined cultivation resources of these two people are worth tens of millions of god coins, can be said to be an absolute rich man in ordinary martial arts. Don't take things for nothing, Long Yu will not waste these things for nothing. Then, he took the sunset dance and continued to move towards the first palace. With the unlimited space travel method of the Void Dragon Blade, Long Yu is likely to become the first batch of people to step into the first palace together with the sunset dance. One of the martial artists in Yugong. No matter which secluded palace it is, those who step in first will obviously find more treasures, but of course, they will also encounter many dangers, because in these secluded palaces, after 50 years of accumulation every time, some treasures will be produced. Special life forms, these life forms will instinctively attack other life forms around them, and their strength is quite strong. In the first palace, a living body equivalent to the level of the king will be born, and in the second palace, because the aura of the 9 seclusions permeating it is more intense, a living body equivalent to the level of the emperor will be born. These life forms are basically in the shape of a black mist, but they have their own consciousness. It is not easy to defeat them. That's why Wangjing Wuxiu can't go to the second secluded palace to explore, because once encountering the black mist life form at the imperial level, Wangjing Wuxiu probably has only a dead end. And in the 9-story secluded palace of Jiuyoshan Palace, the most common treasures of heaven and earth are the pure heaven and earth aura transformed by these black mist life forms. As long as you kill the black mist life form, you can absorb the heaven and earth aura within. It is used to improve one's martial arts realm. If the strength is sufficient, the improvement speed of killing the black fog life body is definitely faster than taking pills from the outside world, and you can wipe out the black mist life body without limit, so that you can get unlimited improvement. In addition to the aura of heaven and earth contained in the body of the black mist life form, there are also some other accompanying shadow attribute medicinal materials that will grow in the corridors of the palace. These medicinal materials are excellent materials for refining elixirs. It is possible to refine supergrade pills from medicinal materials, and it is impossible to get them from the outside world, so this kind of medicinal materials can be said to be priceless treasures. No matter who collects them, they can sell them at an excellent price. Long Yu didn't care much about this kind of medicinal material. As for killing the black mist life form, he could just kill it in the first 3 layers of the palace. His most important goal was to go to each layer of the palace to find some special condensed state crystals. According to the Death Envoy, this kind of crystal is formed by the condensed power of the strong 9 nether divine runes in the 9 nether palace. The ultimate treasure in the deepest part of the entire Jiuyoxian palace. Tens of thousands of miles away, after Long Yu cast void time travel, he quickly crossed over. Just an hour after stepping into the Jiuyoxian palace, Long Yu has come to the end of the entire front hall, right in front, in the giant black space between heaven and earth. Between the stones, a pitch-black space vortex appeared, and from that space vortex, one could be directly teleported to the first nether palace. The space vortex is not very big. Compared with the front hall of the entire Jiuyoxian palace, it can even be said to be extremely small. It can only accommodate one person to step into it at the same time, and each breath can only be sent once. It means that the wuxiu who came here first must have a great advantage. If you come late, it will take a long time to go to the first nether palace just through the space vortex, and many people will even fight in front of the space vortex, just to step into the first nether palace in advance. Now when Long Yu and Xiangwu came, there was obviously no one around the space vortex, so the two easily stepped into it, and they were teleported to the first palace in a flash. After the two left, even before the two came here, other people came here. After all, although Long Yu's void travel is extremely fast, if other people have space attribute soldiers, the speed cannot be too slow. Just after Long Yu and Xiangwu stepped into the space vortex and disappeared, 2 handsome youths appeared at the entrance of the space vortex almost at the same time. Both of them were cultivated at the early stage of the Emperor's realm, and they were ladies' 2 personal heirs. Disciple. The 7th direct disciple, Zhongjian, and the 8th direct disciple, Lu Feihong, are both extremely powerful, and both possess a space attribute soldier. They came here only a moment later than Long Yu and Xiangwu. Of course, Long Yu and Xiangwu were delayed by the robbing of a man and a woman by Tengu and Guidai on the way, otherwise, the speed of arriving here would definitely be much faster. I didn't see anyone else along the way. As for Long Yu and that sunset dance, they probably haven't come here yet. Let's enter it as soon as possible and set up an ambush. When Long Yu and Sunset Dance arrive at the first palace, we will immediately take action to deal with them. Lady's 7th direct disciple Zhongjian said with a grim face. He has a very good relationship with Huang Tiantian. In the competition of the strongest emperor, Long Yu severely injured Huang Tiantian, which undoubtedly made the Zhongyan want to avenge Huang Tiantian. You think too much. On the other side, the 8th direct disciple Lu Feihong with a relatively indifferent expression shook his head. I have been deducing the movements of Long Yu and Sunset Dance, and just now, the difficulty of deduction has increased by more than 10 times in an instant. Knowing that they must have transferred the space. Most likely, they just passed through the space vortex and stepped into the first nether palace. Lu Feihong is very skilled in using the power of deduction. Although it takes a long time for him to deduce the specific position of Long Yu, it does not mean that he cannot deduce Long Yu's movement. The power of deduction, it will be easier to deduce the existence of the same layer of space. If the deduction target reaches another space, the difficulty of deduction will increase greatly. Therefore, Lu Feihong relies on this to conclude that Long Yu and Xiangwu have already stepped into the world. In the first secluded palace. Forget their speed, let's go. Ignore them when we get to the first palace, and go directly to the second palace, as long as we step into the second palace faster than them. Zhongzhi said. What are you in such a hurry for? We can have fun with them. According to that kid's personality, he will definitely not be willing to only act in the first 2 palaces, and will probably go to the 3rd palace. Lu Feihong's eyes were full of anticipation. Let's explore the first 2 palaces first, and then have fun with them when we get to the 3rd palace. Although Long Yu didn't know who was staring at him, he could be sure that someone was definitely staring at him and wanted to make trouble for him. Long Yu didn't care too much about this, because as long as he moved fast enough and was 1 level ahead of the others, even the strongest in the Emperor realm would not be able to deduce his whereabouts. Now, Long Yu and Xiang Wu appeared at the entrance of the first Yugong. According to the Death Envoy, there is only 1 main hall in the first Nether Palace, and there are 10,000 auxiliary halls around the main hall. In the side hall, and then walk towards the central main hall, you can find the space vortex leading to the 2nd palace. The appearance of each side hall is exactly the same, so for ordinary people, it is quite difficult to find the main hall of the first Nether Palace, and one has to try their luck and keep searching. But there is no need for Long Yu and Xiang Wu. They have the secret method taught by the Death Envoy, so they can easily feel the position of the Jiuyou condensed crystal. The first Nether Palace will condense a 9 Nether condensed crystal every 50 years, and it is located in the main hall. As long as you reach the main hall first, you can get that 9 Nether condensed crystal, which can be used to open the final Profound Palace. In order to open the final Profound Palace, a total of 45 9 Nether condensed crystals are needed, and the total of the 9 Nether condensed crystals in the 1st to 9th palaces is exactly 45, so one cannot be missed. After Long Yu came to the first Yugong, he took a look out and saw that the surroundings were all surrounded by walls made of black stones. There were black walls all around, up, down, front, back, left, and right. The light in the side hall was dim, and there were only such black stones. The walls glow dimly, which is very eerie. The side hall is not big, but it has a radius of more than 20 miles. Although the end can be seen at a glance, it still takes a long time to get out of the side hall without relying on the space attribute divine script. And starting from the first palace, the power of the space divine script here will be completely shielded. Here, it will not be possible to display any divine script of space attribute. Of course, it also includes Long Yugong's comprehension of 50% of the Duankong divine mantra, but this has little effect on Long Yu. Anyway, he came here not mainly for fighting, and it doesn't matter if his means are restricted. Is that the Black Mist life form? Sunset Dance suddenly spoke softly, and then rushed out not far away. The death divine script exploded, condensed into a pitch-black scythe, and directly slashed towards a cloud of black mist floating over, directly killing that mass. The black mist was cut in half. However, the Black Mist life form did not die because of this. In this regard, both Sunset Dance and Long Yu are of course well prepared. After all, the Black Mist life form is something that everyone is likely to encounter during the Emperor Shenwu meeting. There is naturally a lot of information about the Black Mist life form. It seems that only by completely annihilating them, can we destroy them and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in their bodies. Xiang Wu smiled, and the pitch-black scythe exploded in an instant, and the power of the divine script of death spread to the surroundings, directly annihilating the life form of the Black Mist. Immediately afterwards, a small stream of pure aura of heaven and earth condensed from the place where the Black Mist life body was, and was absorbed by Xiang Wu, raising her hand, causing a look of surprise on her pretty face. Just this Black Mist life body that is equivalent to the level of the king. After absorbing the pure spiritual energy, it is equivalent to taking an ancient low-grade pill. Xiang Wu was really shocked by this. Although he had expected that killing the Black Mist life form would harvest a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy, he didn't expect it to be so much. You must know that this is still the weakest Black Mist life form. It seems that if you kill the Black Mist life forms at the Emperor level, or even at the Emperor level, you can absorb as much heaven and earth spirit energy as the ancient high grade, or even the ancient level pill. Long Yu's eyes also brightened. Although he and Xiang Wu have a lot of cultivation resources, they are useless to them, because they have already taken at least 3 pills that can be taken. Taking more of the same elixir will not have much effect, but now, these black mist life forms are obviously very effective in improving their martial arts realm. In the world of Shenwu, there are also things that can achieve such an effect, and that is the special beast crystal, but even if you destroy a beast lair, you can only get no more than 5 special beast crystals, and you can imagine how precious it is. And in the 9 nether profound palaces, it is roughly estimated that there will be hundreds of thousands of black mist life forms in the first nether palace alone. Because there are a total of 10,000 auxiliary halls in the first Yugong, and in this auxiliary hall in front of Long Yu's eyes, there are at least 20 black mist life forms. Levitate over. The speed of the black mist life form is not fast, but it is not slow. The most important thing is that this kind of thing is difficult to be found. Long Yu and Sunset Dance rely on balanced control to clearly perceive the surrounding black mist life forms. The presence. As the direct disciple of the Death Envoy, Sunset Dance also practiced the secret method of balance control, but she doesn't have as much aura as Long Yu, so she has only just reached the first stage of cultivation. Even so, her perception of the surrounding forces has also been improved. More than 10 times higher than ordinary martial arts. Be careful that there is one on top of your head, kill it quickly, and go to the next floor. Killing the black mist life form on this floor is a waste of time, and there may be other people coming to make trouble, but on the next floor, there are much fewer people now. We can kill for a while longer and strive to break through a realm first. Long Yu said to Xiang Wu. Xiang Wu nodded, and the black death scythe reappeared, directly chopped the black mist life form into pieces, and then absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in it, and then she followed Long Yu, and condensed towards the 9 netherness sensed by the secret method fly in the direction of the crystal. Along the way, the two of them didn't bother to pay attention unless they encountered black mist life forms directly in front of them, otherwise they didn't bother to pay attention. As for some precious herbs, ores, etc. that they saw along the way, Long Yu reluctantly put them away. Anyway, it doesn't take much time to collect these things, and their value is not low. Long Yu can be regarded as doing it easily. This is the biggest difference between the small world and the inner world. In the Jiuyoxian Palace, so many treasures of heaven and earth can appear every 50 years, and even existences such as black mist life forms can be condensed. But in the inner world, it is impossible to have such a situation anyway. The wreckage of the small world of the sufferers that Long Yu went to before, that small world has been completely destroyed, so it has no ability to regenerate, and there is absolute silence in it. If tens of thousands of years pass, perhaps the entire wreckage of the small world of the sufferers will completely collapse and disappear completely from this world. In the first palace, Long Yu and Xiang Wu flew towards the central main hall at the fastest speed. Even so, they had to pass through at least 100 auxiliary halls before they could reach the main hall, because everyone was, when teleporting to the first nether palace, it was always in the outermost side hall. Each side hall has a radius of more than 20 miles, and at least 100 side halls add up to more than 2,000 miles. If you can use the divine script of space, this distance is nothing. But now, the entire Yugong is sealed with the divine script of space attributes, so that Wu Xiu can only fly continuously, and there are black mist life forms blocking the way, so it is more difficult to reach the next floor. Long Yu and Sunset Dance are pretty good, at least they know the direction they are going. If it is someone else, they don't know where the main hall is at all, and it will take at least 2 days to find the main hall. Even if they are lucky, it also takes half a day to find the location of the main hall. But now, Long Yu and Xiang Wu only need 3 hours to find the main hall, and they don't take the initiative to find the black mist life form to kill along the way, so the speed is faster. A total of more than 2,000 miles of straight line distance, but due to the twists and turns of the passage, The two of them traveled a total of 3,000 miles in 3 hours, killing at least 500 black mist life forms during the period. Most of them were sunset dancers. In the shot, when Xiangwu killed 300 black mist life forms, her aura finally changed, and she broke through it this time. Originally, she participated in the Shenwu Emperor meeting as the #1 in the strongest king realm, but she failed to break through to the Emperor realm level in the past half a month, and she was still in the late king realm. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 hours after stepping into the first Nether Palace, she killed enough black mist life forms and officially stepped into the Imperial realm. When the sunset dance broke through, Long Yu felt the situation in his body, and found that his inner world had expanded to more than 9 million miles. As long as the inner world can reach a radius of 10 million miles, the power of the inner world can temper him again. His physical body allowed him to step into the late stage of the Imperial realm. Long Yu is still looking forward to this, although it is not so easy to break through to the Emperor realm from the late stage of the Emperor realm, but if you reach the late stage of the Emperor realm first, the basic strength of Long Yu can be increased by at least 3 times, which is a great enhancement his combat effectiveness. So on the next journey, Sunset Dance didn't take any action. When encountering black mist life forms, Long Yu personally took action, in order to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in them, so as to try to break through. When Long Yu and Xiangwu were about to reach the main hall of the First Yu Palace, Long Yu's inner world finally reached 10 million miles, which caused his whole temperament to undergo a drastic change. His basic strength was further strengthened, and he finally stepped into the late stage of the Imperial realm. The combat power tripled. If Long Yu, who has entered the late stage of the Imperial realm, wants to deal with Yi Ziwei, it will be easier than before. However, when Long Yu and Xiangwu approached the main hall of the First Yu Palace, they found that someone else had come here first. The figure of the person is completely hidden. Those who came to the main hall of the First Yu Palace earlier than Long Yu and Xiangwu probably relied on luck. But Long Yu didn't want to take risks until he was not sure what kind of martial arts cultivation level the other party was. After all, even though Long Yu has entered the late stage of the Emperor realm, he is still a little short of fighting against martial arts at the peak of the Emperor realm or even at the Emperor level. Long Yugang sensed that there was someone in front of him, so he immediately activated the balance control to hide his and Xiangwu's figures, so as not to be discovered by the other party. The two of them disappeared and walked forward, and soon discovered that 2 groups of martial artists had come to the main hall of the First Nether Palace, a total of 4 people, all of whom were martial artists in the late stage of Emperor realm. Among them, 2 middle-aged men are human martial arts cultivators, and the other 2 young men are demon cultivators. Long Yu and Xiangwu approached quietly. The 4 of them didn't notice them at all. And soon they found out that these 4 were discussing the ownership of the 9 nether condensed crystal in the center. The 9 nether condensed crystal is a rhombus-shaped black crystal. In addition to being used to open the final mysterious palace, absorbing the power in it can also allow the cultivator to bond with the shadow attribute divine script. It is a treasure of bonding, so for ordinary martial arts is also useful. These 2 middle-aged men are elders of the Taiwu Empire, one of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. And the 2 demon cultivators are elders of another demon cultivator sect in the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. It seems that they are not related. Very good. Long Yu squinted his eyes, and said to Xiangwu. Sunset Dance's eyes lit up immediately. Do you want to separate them? First unite with human martial arts, to kill those 2 demon cultivators? You're generally right, but you're wrong about one thing. The corner of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly. I want to deal with it first, not the demon cultivator, but those 2 human martial arts cultivators. Soon Long Yu figured out the whole plan, and prepared to implement it. For him, even if the plan failed, his life would not be in danger. 4 guys beheaded. The 4 members of the Taiwu Empire and the Yaoxiu sect were arguing endlessly over the ownership of the 9 nether condensed crystals, but Long Yu's figure suddenly appeared beside him. "Everyone, I didn't expect to meet you here." As soon as Long Yu appeared, he fixed his eyes on the two middle-aged men from the Taiwu Empire, with a burst of hatred in his eyes. "The two senior demon cultivators, people from the Taiwu Empire have always been scheming. Let's work together to get rid of them. How about dropping it? As for the condensed crystal in the middle, it is of no use to me. You all know that I have long been compatible with the shadow attribute divine script." Long Yu appeared, and of course Xiang Wu was by his side. When these words came out, all four people in the arena were shocked. No one doubted the truth of what Long Yu said, because everyone knew that there was a deep hatred between Long Yu and the Taiwu Empire, and in the competition for the strongest emperor, the power displayed was definitely the divine power of the shadow attribute. The two young demon cultivators looked at each other, and they both saw a hint of cunning in each other's eyes. "We and these two guys from the Taiwu Empire are originally evenly matched, so we want to resolve it peacefully. Now that Long Yu is here, this kid is also pretty good. If we unite with him, we will definitely be able to bring these two together." The guys from the Taiwu Empire beheaded. One of the young demon cultivators used a special method to silently convey what he said to the other young demon cultivator's ears. "That's right. As for Long Yu, although his strength is very strong, it is definitely impossible to join forces with us. Let's kill the two people from the Taiwu Empire with him first, and then go back and deal with this son. In this way, we can fight against him. Kill them all." Another young demon cultivator relayed this message back. It can almost be said that the two young demon cultivators and Long Yu hit it off. Will turn against itself. Because their strength can definitely completely suppress Long Yu, and everyone knows that Long Yu and the Taiwu Empire have enmity. After all, they existed in the late stage of the Emperor realm. These two demon cultivators from the demon cultivator sect are still very strong. As long as they are controlled by Long Yu, it is completely easy for them to kill the two from the Taiwu Empire. Boy, you're right. If that's the case, let's join hands to deal with the people of the Taiwu Empire first. Later, you have to give us this condensed crystal. After one of the young demon cultivators finished speaking, he transformed himself into a cyan bobcat. With a flash of his figure, he activated the power of the flame divine script, creating a sea of flames around him, trapping the entire area. Trapped by this flame divine script in the secluded palace, where the divine script of space cannot be used, it is difficult for ordinary people to escape. The only way is to kill the guy who cast the divine script of flame. The two people from the Taiwu Empire panicked when they saw Long Yu teaming up with the two demon cultivators, but these two are not simple characters after all. They have both lived for 100 or 200 years, so how can they have no means? Long Yu, my Taiwu Empire has lost a lot in your hands, but you haven't lost anything. Why are you fighting against each other? One of the middle-aged men said in a deep voice, "Why don't we join hands and kill these two demon cultivators, and as for the condensed crystal, we'll just give it to you." As soon as these words came out, the two demon cultivators frowned slightly. They and the Taiwu Empire are equal in strength. There is no doubt that as long as Long Yu is willing to help whichever side, that side will be able to tilt the balance in the direction of victory. However, what reassured the two demon cultivators was that Long Yu directly rejected the man from the Taiwu Empire. Taiwayuan of the Taiwu Empire once threatened me, wanting to include me in the Taiwu Empire. Later, he sent dozens of emperor-level powerhouses to encircle and suppress me. If it weren't for my Long Yu's tricks, I would have fallen to thee in your hands. Life and death are unknown, and the end must be extremely miserable. Long Yu said coldly, "To your Taiwu Empire, what else can I say?" As soon as the words fell, Long Yu opened his mouth directly, and sprayed a mouthful of 9 nether dragon breath towards one of the middle-aged men from the Taiwu Empire, exuding an extremely terrifying and destructive aura. Seeing Long Yu attacking directly, the two demon cultivators did not hesitate for too long. One of them, the Flame Lynx Demon Cultivator, kept displaying flame supernatural powers, although most of them were only high-level supernatural powers of the 8th and 9th heavens. It has not become kingly supernatural powers, but because of its martial arts realm in the late Emperor stage, the power it displays is also extremely powerful. At least it is a power that Long Yu can't confront directly for the time being. Regarding this, Long Yu paid a little attention. He must understand the fighting style of these two demon cultivators, and then come up with a certain way to restrain them. Otherwise, when the two of Taiwu Empire die, Long will die next. Royal. Although Long Yu has stepped into the late stage of the Emperor's realm, there is still a lot of gap between him and the powerhouses of the late stage of the Emperor's realm. The basic strength alone is 20 to 30 times worse. It is difficult to make up for it with other conditions. Unless you grasp the weakness of these two demon cultivators and kill them with one blow, it will be difficult to kill them. You must know that the physical strength of demon cultivators is generally stronger than that of human martial arts, so it is difficult to kill them in the first place, let alone in the secluded palace. All space attribute divine scripts cannot be used, so of course Long Yu cannot use the trick of cutting through the air. The other demon cultivator, who mainly mastered the divine script of the Mad Battle attribute, turned out to be a Mad Bull demon cultivator, who turned into a body and kept on rampage, causing the two Taiwu empires to keep dodging. Once hit by this Mad Bull, the two Taiwu empires' physical bodies would definitely not be able to bear it, at least they would be seriously injured. The two people from the Taiwu Empire saw that the situation was out of control, but they also smashed the jar directly. Anyway, the two demon cultivators couldn't kill them for a while, so they took this opportunity to kill Long Yu first. As long as Long Yu is beheaded, the two of them will definitely not have the slightest disadvantage against the two demon cultivators. The two of them went up and down, and flew towards Long Yu's place. One of them was holding a long stick, and with the long stick in his hand, the wind was blowing, and shadows of sticks flew towards Long Yu. The other person held a longbow, kept dodging the demon cultivator's attacks, and at the same time suddenly shot 3 streamer arrows at Long Yu. These 3 arrows were respectively aimed at Long Yu's heart, dantian, and head, and unexpectedly, it is an arrow that will automatically track the target. Even if Long Yu changed his position, these 3 arrows still shot towards Long Yu, like maggots attached to bones, following him like a shadow, and the speed was extremely fast. Since you can't avoid it, then resist it. Long Yu tried to dodge twice, and when he found that he couldn't dodge, he felt ruthless in his heart. Dozens of fallen dark stars quickly condensed, flew towards the weak points of the 3 arrows, and then exploded. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu condensed the death energy covering his whole body, and surrounded the 3 arrows. After the death energy was weakened, the power of the 3 arrows was directly reduced by half again. Finally, the barrier of death. The 3 arrows directly penetrated Long Yu's last barrier of death and shot at Long Yu's hands and left leg, respectively. However, the 3 arrows, which were weakened layer by layer, failed to cause any damage to Long Yu. On the one hand, the strength of Long Yu's physical body has been further improved after taking the Dragon Elephant Gudon. On the other hand, the fallen dark star bombarded the arrow's weakness, and the death energy entangled in it weakened half of the attack, which greatly increased the power of the 3 arrows. Reduce. In the end, Long Yu forcibly withstood the frontal attack of these 3 arrows. You must know that these 3 arrows are the innate supernatural powers of the late-stage elder of the Taiwu Empire, and they are already high-level supernatural powers. How can this be? Seeing this, the elder of the middle-aged man from the Taiwu Empire, who shot the arrow, suddenly changed his face. He never expected that the 3 life-threatening arrows he launched against Long Yu would have no effect at all. What terrifying method did Long Yu master, to weaken his arrows, to such an extent? At this moment, Long Yu's whole body exuded the aura of the 9 nethers, the power of the original source. The 9 nethers are awe-inspiring. A burst of terrifying coercion directly shrouded the middle-aged man holding the longbow, making the elder of the Taiwu Empire directly shocked on the spot. The middle-aged man of the Taiwu Empire was intimidated by Long Yu's original power of the Nine Serenity, and he would have no ability to resist in the next breath at most. The two demon cultivators looked for the right opportunity. Among them, the flame bobcat demon cultivator stopped the other middle-aged man. As for the mad battle demon bull, he used the most tyrannical means, and directly moved towards the man who was shocked by Long Yu. People rushed past. There was hardly any need for Long Yu to do anything. The brute force of the mad battle monster bull was unquestionable. Just such a collision directly knocked the middle-aged man into the air. His internal organs were completely shattered, a large mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth, and then both of them his eyes widened, and he gradually lost his breath. 13 elders. The other middle-aged man's eyes were tearing apart when he saw this. Not only was the relationship between the dead man and him very good, but more importantly, everyone signed a life and death contract when they entered the Jiuyoxian Palace. If you live, I will live, and if you die, I will die too. However, before the remaining middle-aged man had time to react, a burst of 9 Serenity divine aura condensed from the surrounding space, instantly enveloping him in it. This is the contract of life and death. If one of them dies, the other must die. Under the rules of the life and death contract left by Emperor Juyulong, martial arts at the mere emperor level have no power to resist at all. This is the first time Long Yu has seen the life-death contract take effect. It turns out that a mass of 9 nether divine inscriptions condenses into a thick fog to cover people, and then completely erodes death. When dealing with the two guys, Tengu and Guidai, although Long Yu smashed the internal organs of Tengu first, this guy didn't die, so he couldn't see the effect of the life and death contract. Now, Long Yu finally understands the effect of the life-death contract. Even the strong in the late stage of the emperor state, under the influence of the life-death contract, can't even hold a half-breath, and are directly annihilated by corrosion. However, there is no time to express Long Yu's feelings now. Because, those two people in Taiwu Empire have been resolved, and there are still 2 demon cultivators left, Long Yu doesn't think that these 2 guys will let him go with peace of mind in this situation. The next moment, before the 2 demon cultivators came back to their senses, Long Yu's original power, Jiuyo Shocking, made another move. His target is that Mad War Monster Bull. The Mad War Monster Bull just hit and killed an old enemy of the Taiwu Empire. He was feeling very refreshed, but the sudden 9 nethers shocked him directly. On the spot. It's not that he's not vigilant, it's that he really didn't expect that a kid like Long Yu, who is so talented, would dare to attack him. You think too much, brat. The crazy war monster bull was stunned by Long Yu, but it only flashed a golden glow all over his body for a moment, and he recovered from the stunned state. His eyes were fixed on Long Yu not far away, his face flushed. You think how can the majestic demon cow be intimidated by your inferior moves? The Yaonyo clan already have a strong ability to resist blows and physical strength. Even if they are deterred, their bodies will naturally issue a warning to wake them up from the deterred state. Stinky boy, I originally wanted to give you a good way to die, but now it seems that there is no need for that. I want to crush you. The Flame Lynx demon cultivator on the other side also reacted, and rushed straight towards Long Yu. However, Long Yu had already arranged for this in advance. Gossip suppresses the sky. Long Yu just raised his hand, and 8 pillars of light of different colors directly condensed from the field, rushing towards the Flame Lynx demon cultivator, and bound him instantly. Gossip suppresses the sky. This is a 1-movement 1-rank god chain, and it is the strongest method in the god chain. Once this move is performed, even the flaming lynx in the late stage of the Emperor realm will be trapped for at least 3 breaths. Unless he has some special means against the sky, it is impossible to escape. And 3 breathing times are enough for Long Yu to deal with that Mad War Monster Bull. At the same time Long Yu launched the gossip to suppress the sky, the Mad War Monster Bull charged towards Long Yu, and the Mad War Divine script exploded violently. It seemed that he wanted to smash Long Yu into pieces. However, Long Yu certainly would not follow in the footsteps of that Taiwu Empire elder. Shenzhen, Jiu Yuan. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, 9 pitch-black cracks quietly flashed from mid-air, directly horizontally across the path of the berserk monster bull. At first, the Mad War Demon cow didn't pay much attention to it, but when he was hit by the first black crack extending out, his whole body twitched immediately, and the skin all over his body began to turn black. No, hurry, run. Crazy War Yaonyo also wanted to remind his friend, that is, the flaming lynx, but as the black cracks hit him one after another, he couldn't even say a word. Divine Formation Jiu Yuan, 3rd rank Divine Formation. This move is basically invincible in the world of Shenwu. No one else has ever seen it, let alone the 3rd rank Divine Formation, even the simplest 9th rank Divine Formation. Not only that, but there are not many people in the entire world of martial arts who are compatible with the 9th level of divine writing attributes, let alone the means of cultivating divine formations. Relying on the divine formation Jiu Yuan, Long Yu could destroy Yi Ziwei's divine grade of absolute beginning with one move, which shows the horror of this divine formation method. Of course, Yi Ziwei's thunder seal of absolute beginning is not in a complete state, or it has not been awakened, otherwise, Long Yu could not be Yi Ziwei's opponent at all. It's a pity, it's you who think too much. As soon as Long Yu made a move, he directly killed the berserk monster bull in the late stage of the Emperor's realm, making the Huayan Shankat demon cultivator, who was shocked by the gossip, suppress the sky, burst into tears, but the next moment, he was also surrounded by the power of the life and death contract shrouded, instantly wiped out. Originally, these 2 demon cultivators were going to kill Long Yu after killing the 2 people of the Taiwu Empire, but they didn't expect that Long Yu would attack them without any hesitation and kill them easily. One of them caused their fiasco today, and the consequence of the fiasco was, of course, the loss of their lives. In the struggle in Jiyuxuan Palace, generally speaking, there will be a line. After all, everyone is a relatively strong existence in the world of martial arts, and they are just competing for treasures. There is no need to fight to the death. However, Long Yu and Xiang Wu didn't want any information about themselves to be leaked out. Since the other party has murderous intentions, there is no need to let the other party go. Anyway, it is impossible for Long Yu to give up the 9 nether condensation crystals to the other party. In this case, there will be conflicts between the 2 sides sooner or later, so it is natural to act first. The corpses of the 4 people in the arena were completely annihilated by the power of the 9 nether divine runes, and then Sunset Dance's originally hidden figure appeared in the arena, taking the diamond-shaped 9 nether condensed crystals that were floating in the air into his bag. It's done, let's go. Long Yu greeted the Sunset Dance, and the 2 figures flashed past, and directly plunged into the space vortex in the mid-air in the center of the main hall. And then the 2 figures disappeared directly. The next moment, the 2 of them went to the 2nd Nether Palace, and in the 2nd Nether Palace, there are a total of 2 main halls, and there will be a 9 nether condensed crystal in each main hall. The goal of Long Yu and Xiang Wu is to get all the 2 9 nether condensed crystals in the 2nd Nether Palace, so they must find them as quickly as possible. At the moment when Long Yu and Xiang Wu set foot on the 2nd palace, the expressions of many people who were still exploring in the 1st palace changed almost at the same time. Especially Thunder Emperor's 7th direct disciple, Zhongjian, and 8th direct disciple Lu Feihong. These 2 have been deducing Long Yu's location, and then rushed all the way to Long Yu's place. But just now, they discovered that the difficulty of deducing Long Yu has increased by at least 10 times. Are they going to the 2nd Nether Palace? Zhongjian and Lu Feihong looked at each other, thinking that the kid's luck must be so good, so they went straight to the 2nd secluded palace? You must know that the paths of the 10,000 auxiliary halls in the 1st palace are intricate and completely irregular. It will definitely take a lot of time to find the main hall leading to the 2nd palace. But now, Long Yu directly stepped into the second Yugong. How could this not surprise the two of them? No, maybe he just returned to the first Nether Palace. Zhong Jian's expression darkened, and he guessed. You can't think like this, Long Yu definitely has a lot of secrets, and that is definitely the key to his smooth sailing. However, Lu Feihong analyzed extremely calmly, if he returns to the first Yugong, then I won't bother to pay attention to him. But if he really went to the second Yugong, he must have a secret, I don't believe it, his luck is really so good, and he found the main hall of the first Nether Palace so quickly. Are we still chasing? Zhong Jian asked with some hesitation. He just killed a lot of black mist life forms in the first Nether Palace, and his inner world expanded a lot, so he wanted to kill as many black mist life forms as possible. Although he really wanted to deal with Long Yu, but that must be done after his martial arts level has improved. Now that they have such an opportunity, are they going to give up such an opportunity in the process of tracking Long Yu? Of course we have to chase, not only to chase, but also to chase at the fastest speed. Lu Feihong looked at Zhong Jian, and was quite displeased with this person's performance. This guy is really elm-headed, and he can't see the opportunity in front of him at all. However, Zhong Jian couldn't tell, but Lu Feihong didn't tell him either. In Lu Feihong's eyes, Long Yu was originally just an enemy of his junior brother, but now, Long Yu was able to go to the second Yugong so quickly. Obviously he had a big secret in him. If he got this secret, he would very likely like Long Yu. He will have stronger martial arts talent and training resources. This is a fantastic opportunity. Of course Lu Feihong would not want to share such an opportunity equally with Zhong Jian, so he didn't say much, but took Zhong Jian at the fastest speed and flew towards the direction where Long Yu was deduced half an hour ago. As long as they follow Long Yu's forward trajectory, they can find Long Yu's forward route by the way, and they can also find the way to the second Yugong faster. It's just God helping me. Lu Feihong thought in his heart, with a shrewd look in his eyes. He followed Zhong Jian directly to catch up. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the main hall of the first Yugong. At this moment, there are more people who can come to the main hall of the first Yugong than before. In a short period of time, dozens of people went to the second Yugong through the space vortex. Although Long Yu and Xiang Wu could clearly perceive the location of the main hall, their martial arts realm was still not as good as the others, and their flying speed was of course slower. Some late-stage powerhouses are twice as fast as Long Yu and Xiang Wu. If you are lucky, it is completely normal to find the main hall of the first Yugong first. But in the next second Yugong, it will not be so easy for others to catch up with Long Yu. Because there are a total of 200,000 auxiliary halls in the second Yugong, which is 10 times more than that in the first Yugong. With only 10,000 auxiliary halls, it is possible to rely on luck to find the location of the main hall one step earlier than Long Yu, or second only to Long Yu, but now there are a total of 200,000 auxiliary halls. Temple, extremely difficult. Ordinary people would have to spend at least 4 or 5 days before they could find the main hall of the second Nether Palace and enter the third Nether Palace, but for Long Yu and Xiang Wu, this time was greatly shortened. The two set foot on the second Nether Palace, and all they encountered along the way were black mist life forms at the Imperial level, but neither of them dealt with these life forms, because the ultimate goal of the two was to reach the final profound palace. Therefore, the two must get all the 45-9 nether condensed crystals before everyone else, and they must not miss anyone. Beyond the more than 3,000 auxiliary halls, we are advancing at the fastest speed. In this case, Long Yu took out a fan, which was a high-grade warrior of the Great Desolation level, which was looted after the death of the elder of the Taiwu Empire, and it was an acceleration-type warrior. The giant fan waved, and a gust of wind at least doubled the speed of the two of them, and this state could last for a long time. Perhaps it was precisely because of this fan that the two elders of the Taiwu Empire found the main hall of the first Nether Palace so quickly. But now, Long Yu and Shu Chan can shield their own breath with balanced control, and the black mist life forms along the way can't detect their existence at all, causing them to be faster than before. A ray of light passed through the dim secondary halls of the second Nether Palace at high speed, and shuttled through one auxiliary hall after another. After about an hour or so, the two finally arrived at the first main hall of the second Nether Palace. There is no doubt that no one can be faster than the two. 9 nether condensed crystals were directly suspended in the center of the entire main hall. Long Yu stepped forward and put it in his arms, and immediately used secret techniques to detect the direction of another main hall. "Let's go." Long Yu greeted Shi Yanggu, then slapped the fan, accelerated the two of them, and flew towards another main hall again. But at this moment, what Long Yusua didn't know was that two people had already set foot on the second Nether Palace, and they noticed their movements through constant deduction. These two people are Thunder Emperor's 7th direct disciple Zhongjian, and 8th direct disciple Lu Feihong. Both of them are strong in the early stage of the Emperor realm. Although they have just stepped into the Emperor realm, they have already used the power of deduction with great proficiency. It only takes less than half an hour to deduce the position of Long Yu. In the constant deduction, the two of them used the thunder movement technique taught by Lady, the ancient high-grade movement technique martial skill, and approached them at a speed faster than Long Yu and Xiang Wu. When performing the thunder body technique, the speed of the two of them was actually faster than the current Long Yu and Xiang Wu. According to this progress, both of them will arrive at the other main hall of the second Nether Palace almost at the same time. The first main hall, Long Yu and Xiang Wu were quickly taken down, leaving them too late to calculate, but the second main hall, due to Zhongjian and Lu Feihong's calculations, Long Yu may not be able to get it so easily. The second secluded palace, in the second main hall. 2 hours later, the main hall welcomed its first batch of guests in 50 years, and it was Long Yu and Xiang Wu who flew straight here. Nailed it. Seeing that the 9 nether condensation crystal was still in the main hall, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would not be the fastest, and that his idea of going to the final Xian Palace would be in vain. But just when he was about to step forward to take away the 9 nether condensed crystal, a warning sign suddenly appeared in his heart, and his figure quickly dodged to the side. The next moment, a thunderbolt sword light suddenly attacked from behind, flashing across his body in an instant. Who? Long Yu frowned slightly. When he turned around, he happened to see 2 handsome young men flying over together. One of them was holding a long sword of lightning in his hand. It seemed that he was the one who cast the lightning sword light just now. Long Yu had a little impression of these two people, Lady's 7th and 8th direct disciples. Long Yu immediately became vigilant. These two guys appearing here, and directly attacking him, are definitely malicious, so the next battle is probably inevitable. However, Long Yu still had some doubts in his heart. He didn't doubt why these two people were able to catch up so quickly and found where he was, but he was very puzzled, why the other party was so close, and he hadn't felt the other party's existence yet. One must know that Long Yu has now mastered the 5th level of balance control. Could it be that these two people have some strange way to hide their aura? No matter what, Long Yu remembered this in his heart, and without waiting for the other party to express anything, he turned his head and spewed out the breath of the 9 nether dragons. At the same time, hundreds of afterimages of ancient times were condensed and spread towards the surrounding sky. One of the ancient afterimages flew straight to the Jiryo condensed crystal in the center of the main hall, trying to put that Jiryo condensed crystal away. Long Yu's action startled those two people. Lu Feihong still wanted to say something on the scene, and tried to get some secrets out of Long Yu's mouth, but he didn't expect Long Yu to do it without saying a word. Thunder body technique. With a movement of their bodies, the two of them instantly turned into a bolt of thunder, and they dodged to the side, directly dodging Long Yu's 9 nether dragon breath. Then, the two wanted to split up, one to deal with Long Yu and the other to deal with Xiang Wu. However, the direction of the jet-black nine nether dragon's breath turned and split into two, continuing to spread towards the two of them, sweeping over, exuding a strange aura. Long Yu's nine nether dragon breath is now kingly and supernatural, with the function of automatically tracking the target. How can he dodge it so easily with body skills? The next moment, the two each used a defensive move to block the mouth of the nine nether dragon's breath, but at this time Long Yu had already pocketed the nine nether condensed crystals. Xiang Wu watched Long Yu's actions from the side, and did not stand still in the field at all. Instead, his whole body condensed the divine script of death, and towards the Thunder Emperor's seventh direct disciple, Zhongjian displayed the Death Dance martial skill. This martial skill is a very confusing martial skill, and it is the strongest martial skill taught to her by the Death Envoy, the best of the ancient ranks. Even if Zhongjian's martial arts realm was 3 levels higher than the Sunset Dance, he was also bewildered by the Dance of Death at this moment. In his eyes, countless figures of the Sunset Dance appeared in his eyes, and they kept approaching around him. No matter which figure of the Sunset Dancer he wants to attack, that figure of the Sunset Dancer will disappear, and then another figure of the Sunset Dancer will appear from another place. Thunderpulse Seal, die for me. Seeing Long Yu attack directly, the 8th direct disciple Lu Feihong didn't bother to talk nonsense. He just raised his hand and blasted a thunderous light directly at Long Yu's body. Long Yu subconsciously used the divine runes of the void to dodge, but suddenly realized that the divine runes of space cannot be used in this secluded palace. During such a moment of stupefaction, the thunderous light directly hit Long Yu's body. Under the flickering of lightning, it completely sealed off all the meridians in Long Yu's body. This is a trick to control the supernatural power, and it is the kingly supernatural power mastered by Lu Feihong. After all, he is Lady's direct disciple. Even though he only has the cultivation base of the early stage of the Emperor's realm, he is much more difficult to deal with than those guys in the late stage of the Emperor's realm. For now, Long Yu doesn't want to think about how the other party saw through his real body. No matter what, he must prevent the other party from performing other killing moves during this period of time, otherwise Long Yu will definitely be in danger. The next moment, hundreds of Long Yu's ancient afterimages moved together, each condensing one after another into fallen dark stars, and surrounded Lu Feihong. Lu Feihong wanted to directly control Long Yu and force Long Yu to tell his secret. So he hesitated for a while about what method to use to deal with Long Yu, but it was just this hesitation that gave Long Yu's ancient afterimages a chance. Countless fallen dark stars rushed over, trapping Lu Feihong in it, and then exploded. A layer of thunder barrier appeared around Lu Feihong's body, blocking the damage caused by the bombardment of these fallen dark stars, but after such a delay, Long Yu was finally released from the control state of thunder sealing pulse. Long Yu, who was controlled by Lei Ting Fengmai, was unable to use any means, so it could be said that he was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, now that Long Yu is unsealed, it will not be so easy for him to fall for the opponent's trick. Balanced control, hide. God hidden. Long Yu used 2 methods at the same time. Originally, he only wanted to hide the black mist life form in the palace, so he didn't use all his strength to hide it. Maybe that's how he was discovered by the other party, but now, Long Yu used his full strength to hide himself. Whether it was Lu Feihong or Zhongjian who had just escaped from the Dance of Death, they immediately lost sight of Long Yu, as if Long Yu had completely disappeared. Death assertion. Just when Zhongjian broke free from the bewildering control of Dance of Death, Sunset Dance's next attack arrived, and Death asserted. A burst of breath of Death's divine script came, directly falling into Zhongjian's mind. Court Death. Zhongjian glared angrily, his whole body burst into lightning, and the infinite lightning flowed through his body, driving all the power of the Death divine script out of his body. After all, the martial arts realm of the two sides is too different. If you want to fight Zhongjian, the Sunset Dance is not enough. Although we can't find that Long Yu, this little girl is still there. Just grab her and see if that kid can get out. Lu Feihong's heart moved, his figure turned into a flash of lightning, and he instantly came behind the sunset dance. Long Yu had already guessed Lu Feihong's idea of sneak attacking Xiangwu. Long Yu is the opponent's main target. Once Long Yu disappears, what will the opponent do? There is no doubt that the first thing to do is to subdue the girl sunset dance. Since Long Yu could guess what the other party was thinking, of course it was impossible for the other party to succeed. Long before he wanted to completely hide his figure, he had already figured out the scene in front of him. When Lu Feihong dodged behind Xiangwu, 8 pillars of light of different colors suddenly appeared in the void, and they directly moved towards Lu Feihong, shot at where he was, and suppressed him on the spot the next moment. Gossip suppresses the sky. Long Yu had already planted the gossip to suppress the sky beside Xiangwu. This is a first-grade god chain. Even Lu Feihong, Lady's direct disciple at the early stage of the Emperor's realm, was directly trapped by it at this moment, unable to move at all. Conscious, able to see everything around, but unable to react. Those 8 beams of light were like the strongest chains in the world, holding him firmly in midair. It's over. Long Yu's voice came from the side, and then 9 pitch-black cracks suddenly appeared from the side, and then extended towards the suppressed Lu Feihong. It was the third-rank divine formation, Jiu Yuan. When Jiu Yuan made a move, 9 pitch-black cracks directly broke through the space and extended to the suppressed Lu Feihong, annihilating him without leaving even a trace. Long Yu's most important means of battle now are control means and divine formation Jiu Yuan. The destructive power of divine formation Jiu Yuan is unquestionable. Let alone the martial arts in the early stage of the Emperor realm, even the late Emperor realm can defeat one of them. Hit to kill. As for the means of control, there are many, such as the original power of 9 nether deterrents, 8 trigrams suppressing heaven, 9 nether hand, soul seal siphon, etc., can all be regarded as control means. Control it, and then kill it in one blow with the magic array Jiu Yuan. This is the whole process of Long Yu's battle. Of course, this will only be used when he is sure that he can kill the opponent. Otherwise, it is very likely to be leaked, and it will not be so easy to kill others by surprise. It's gone, especially now that the Duankong divine script cannot be used. The endless soldier of Duankong Holy Spring can be mobilized, but it is a pity that if the Duankong divine rune cannot be used, the power of the endless soldier of Duankong Holy Spring will also be exerted, so there is no need to reveal it now. As Lu Feihong's body was completely annihilated by the Jiu Yuan divine formation, Zhong Jian, who was extremely astonished on the other side, was also surrounded by a gust of Jiuyou thick fog, and then eroded away, leaving no trace. After the two died, they left a lot of cultivation resources in the field, besides pills and warriors, etc., but there is no need to use these things by yourself. After all, they are the things of Lady's personal disciples, although no one will to investigate who killed these 2 people, but to use other people's soldiers openly would be too embarrassing for Lady. Long Yu still has a good impression of Lady, and he doesn't want to have a bad relationship with him. If someone wants to kill him, of course he has to fight back, but after the counterattack kills the other party, it's fine. The things left by the other party are not worth it to Long Yu. A few money, just stay in this main hall. If other people came to this main hall and saw these cultivation resources, they might fight and let those people slowly step into the 3rd palace. Let's go, the next journey should be safer. Long Yu said to Shi Yengu, and the two set off together, entered from the space vortex in the main hall, and finally stepped into the 3rd palace, where all the black mist life forms at the Emperor level appeared. Most of the other cultivators in the world of Shenwu can only go so far, but that will be a few days later. Those who can set foot on the 3rd Yugong right now, there are only Long Yu and Xiang Wu in the entire Shenwu world. However, this is only limited to the scope of Shenwu world. What Long Yu and Xiang Wu didn't know was that when the Jiuyou Xian Palace was opened, not only the 5 emperors of the Shenwu world led the crowd, But also some mysterious figures also appeared in the Jiuyou Palace, and the speed of advancing was also very fast. The appearance of Zhongjian and Lu Feihong was just a small episode and did not have much impact on Long Yu. When Long Yu set foot on the third palace, he knew that the third palace had a total of 500,000 auxiliary halls, and there were 3 main halls in addition. The terrain was several times more complicated than that of the second palace. However, this is not a problem for Long Yu and Xiang Wu. The third palace is basically our last chance to improve. The black mist life forms here are all at the Emperor level, and Brother Long can just kill them. Sunset Dance thought for a while and said, if we reach the 4th Yugong, most of the black mist life forms in it are at the level of 1-star emperors, and we won't be able to deal with them. How about we kill some black mist life forms along the way? The others aren't as fast as us anyway. Inappropriate. But Long Yu shook his head. There are opportunities for promotion all the time, but if someone else takes the first step and takes away the 9 nether condensed crystals in one of the main halls, our trip will be in vain. You remember, we must not lose watermelon to pick sesame seeds because of small losses. Right. Xiang Wu thought for a while, and found that what Long Yu said was very reasonable, not afraid of 10,000, just in case, if someone accidentally took the 9 nether condensed crystal, wouldn't it be too sad? Besides the 11,000 auxiliary halls, there is the first main hall. Let's go there as quickly as possible and take away the 9 nether condensed crystals. After Long Yu said something, he led the sunset dance and found the giant fan soldier, directly doubling the flying speed of the 2 of them. At this time, the body skill that Long Yu can use is the Dragon Sparrow Dance. When the Space Divine script cannot be used, ordinary body skills can produce miraculous effects. It is because of the dance of the dragon and bird that the speed of Long Yu and Xiangwu is so fast now. When most people have not reached the second palace, they have already set foot on the third palace. There were basically no accidents during the trip to the third Yugong. Long Yu and Xiang Wu walked through the main halls of the 3 Yugongs as quickly as possible, and obtained 3 9 nether condensed crystals. Immediately afterwards, the 2 directly set foot on the 4th nether palace. The 4th palace, for the vast majority of martial artists in the world of martial arts, definitely belongs to the restricted area, because the black mist life forms that appear here at least have the strength equivalent to that of a 1-star emperor. Even a terrifying powerhouse like Emperor Tianxiang can only die when he comes to the 4th nether palace. It is already very difficult to deal with a black mist life form, not to mention that if he cannot be defeated quickly, there will be more black mist life forms surrounded. When the time comes, no matter what, they will not be able to escape. For Long Yu and Xiang Wu, this problem is not very big, because both of them have comprehended balanced control, especially Long Yu has cultivated to the 5th level. Even if it is a black mist life body at the level of a 1-star emperor, he couldn't find the concealed figure of Long Yu either. With Long Yu protecting Xiang Wu, she would quietly walk through the 4th palace, the 5th palace, the 6th palace, etc., without any major problems. Both Long Yu and Xiang Wu now want to obtain the 9 nether condensed crystals as quickly as possible, and then go to the deepest part to open the final mysterious palace. But when they advanced in the 4th nether palace for a period of time, they found something was wrong, because the number of black mist life forms in the main halls in the 4th nether palace was completely different. Some side halls are full of black mist life forms, at least hundreds of them, but some side halls don't even have one, as if someone first came here to clean them up. This discovery made the 2 of them a little puzzled. It stands to reason that it is impossible for other people to come to the 4th nether palace at this time, but now, the number of 1-star emperor level black mist life forms in the entire side hall is obviously much less. Contacting some of the situation Long Yu knew before, he knew that someone might have come to the 4th nether palace, but he didn't know who the other party was. We need to speed up. Fortunately we didn't stay too long in the 3rd nether palace. Xiang Wu said with admiration that she is now completely convinced of Long Yu's previous judgment. After all, who would have guessed that someone from the fourth Yugong would have made it first? In the fourth Yugong, there are a total of 4 main halls, and each main hall is separated in 4 different directions, so it will take quite a long time to travel through the 4 main halls. It is impossible to collect 45 9-nether condensed crystals in just 1 month by sensing the secret method of detecting 9 nether condensed crystals. 2 hours later, Long Yu and Xiang Wu finally arrived at the first main hall in the fourth Yugong. The first sight after coming to this main hall made the hearts of the two of them sink. In the center of the main hall, the 9 nether condensed crystals that should have been floating had disappeared. Someone came here first. Long Yu and Xiang Wu looked at each other, and they could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. Originally they were full of confidence in this trip, but now it seems that among the people who entered Jiuyoxian Palace this time, there is definitely someone who makes Long Yudu invisible existence. What should I do? I was caught first. Seeing that the plan was about to fail, Xiang Wu panicked. Don't worry, let's look for clues first, and then go to the next main hall. Long Yu's premonition is also very bad, but there is no way. Now he has to make a decision, that is to continue or give up. If he can't gather enough 9 nether condensed crystals, then even if he goes to the 9th nether palace, he still won't be able to open the entrance to the final profound palace, which means that all the previous work has been done in vain. But until the last moment, Long Yu will never give up. Now that we know that someone took the 9 nether condensation crystal first, we just need to find that person and take it back from that person. Although, the person who can take away the condensed crystals so quickly in the 4th nether palace is definitely not an existence weaker than the 1-star emperor, but maybe it is another weaker martial artist who has a very fast speed? It is still unknown who took the condensed crystal, so Long Yu must continue the plan. When Long Yu arrived at the first main hall in the 4th nether palace, the 9 nether condensed crystals in it disappeared, which gave Long Yu a bad feeling. However, he and Xiang Wu could only continue to search. The next target was the second main hall of the 4th nether palace. During the search, the two found that many side halls along the way had been emptied, so it could be seen that other people must have come to the 4th palace. That's impossible. Sunset Dance flew forward while frowning tightly. Let's not talk about the second palace. Now that we have all reached the 4th palace, how can other people be so fast? Could it be that those people have other ways to directly came to the 4th nether palace? Maybe. Long Yu said in a deep voice, Jiuxian Palace, although it is said that you can only go back from the first Yugong, but this is just what the Death Envoy said. The Death Envoy has not been here for countless years. I am afraid that the rules here changes have taken place. If the rules of the 9 nether profound palace can be changed, then only the forces outside the sky can do it, so we should be careful all the way. If it was an extraterrestrial force, they might be able to see through their hidden figures through the secret method of balance control, which would be fatal to Long Yu and Xiang Wu. One must know that the people killing in the 4th nether palace are at least at the level of a 1-star emperor. If they face Long Yu head-on, they will definitely not be opponents. If the last means of life-saving will be seen through by the other party, there is no doubt that Long Yu and Xiang Wu are definitely in danger, and no matter how many information resources the Death Envoy has, it is useless, because information is not strength after all. This place is not like the wreckage of the small world of the sufferer, who can use the handprints of the small world to play tricks on other people. In Jiuxian Palace, Long Yu and Xiangwu know a little more, and they can't exert much stronger power than outside. The two continued to move forward, and after about 2 hours, they were not far from the second main hall. At this moment, Long Yu felt a series of explosions coming from the oblique side. Obviously it was the sound of someone fighting there. Let's go and see. Long Yu took Xiang Wu and flew directly towards the direction of the blasting sound. No matter what, Long Yu wanted to know who came to the 4th palace before them. About 4 or 5 side halls were separated, and within a few breaths, Long Yu and Xiang Wu saw the scene in the middle of the battle from a distance, and there were actually 3 figures in it. It's Morong Xiuzhen. Long Yu recognized one of the figures at a glance. It was the cabinet elder from the 5 Emperors Alliance, Morong Xiuzhen. There are more than 20 elders in the cabinet of the Alliance of 5 Emperors, and Morong Xiuzhen is one of them. The fact that this person can come to the 4th palace shows that his strength has at least reached the level of a 1-star emperor. But at this moment, Morong Xiuzhen's situation is not very good, because the other 2 are attacking him together. Soon, Long Yu sensed another injured figure in the corner of the battle hall, who also seemed to be from the 5 Emperors Alliance, and should be Morong Xiuzhen's companion. As for the 2 figures fighting against Morong Xiuzhen, they are a man and a woman. The man is handsome and the woman is charming, the 2 are too young. Although a cultivator couldn't judge his age from his appearance, the other party looked to be in his 20s, and he actually possessed the strength of a 1-star emperor. This talent was definitely top-notch in the world of martial arts. However, Long Yu has been in the holy city of 5 emperors for so long, and has never seen this man and woman. Who are they? Long Yu didn't make too many guesses. After all, there are too many possibilities. The probability of guessing the truth is very small. There is no need to do useless work. He just used the balance control together with Xiang Wu, completely shielding the fluctuations of the breath of the 2 of them, and then hid watching from the sidelines. It seemed that the situation in the arena was that Morong Xiuzhen's companion had already been injured by the man and the woman, and then Morong Xiuzhen fought 1 against 2, protecting his injured companion while protecting himself. The offensive of the man and the woman was extremely fierce, and there were various divine powers of different attributes when they waved their hands. What shocked Long Yu the most was that these 2 people actually used the means of the divine formation. Although it was only a 7th grade divine formation, but the other party was able to display the divine formation. The 8th achievement came from outside the sky. People from beyond the sky, why are you in the 4th palace now? If so, would there be many 5-star emperors, 6-star emperors, etc., who have gone to the next few floors of the palace? Long Yu thought of a lot at once, and the battle situation in the field almost showed a one-sided trend. Under the continuous bombardment of the opponent's god formation and emperor's way, Morong Xiuzhen was almost irresistible, and the power in his body was consumed at an extremely fast speed. Although Morong Xiuzhen's emperor's way supernatural power was a defensive supernatural power, he couldn't last long if he continued like this. The man and the woman seemed to be molesting Morong Xiuzhen, and they didn't kill directly at all. There was a joke in their words, "Little old man, don't you hurry up and hand over the condensed crystals? How dare you live against our Zifen department? Are you impatient?" Morong Xiu really knows that there is only a dead end for being subdued now. Even if he persists, he will die sooner or later, but there is always a glimmer of hope. He snorted coldly, and said angrily, "According to the rules of the 9 Nether, Profound Palace, whoever arrives first, the treasure will belong to him? You people from the Zifen department are so violent, you really don't care about our alliance of 5 emperors, no?" Cluck. The charming woman laughed coquettishly, and released a cluster of terrifying flames, surrounding Morong Xiuzhen. "If you are burned to ashes, who will know how you died?" Morong Xiuzhen was furious, but his strength was really inferior to the opponent's combination of a man and a woman. Under the opponent's offensive, he kept retreating steadily. Zifen department? What is this thing? Long Yu thought in his heart, but at this moment, he had already decided to make a move. Undoubtedly, from the conversations of the people in the field, it can be heard that Morong Xiuzhen must have the 9 nether condensed crystals in his hands. Maybe the man and the woman also have them, so Long Yu must take action. On the other hand, Morong Xiuzhen is also a member of the Alliance of 5 Emperors. Although he inadvertently told the Taiwu Empire about Long Yu's secret, after that, he never participated in the grievances between Long Yu and the Taiwu Empire. In many ways, Long Yu has been given many aspects. Regarding Morong Xiuzhen, Long Yu can only say that he was careless in making Taiwu Yuan a friend, but this person is still very good. They are all one-star emperors. Do you really want to make a move? In case something happens, we can just. Xiangwu was shocked when she learned of Long Yu's plan. It doesn't matter, although it is a one-star emperor, it is nothing more than cultivating one of the congenital supernatural powers to the emperor's supernatural power, and the emperor's supernatural powers of these two are attacking supernatural powers. There should be no way to stop my divine formation Zhou. Long Yu explained, what's more, we have been hiding here for so long, and they haven't found us. It can be seen that the secret method of balancing control still has a confusing effect on them. Even if they don't succeed, they can hide and escape. Xiangwu nodded, but obviously she still felt that Long Yu was too risky. What if the two of them didn't do anything now, not because they didn't find themselves, but because they clearly found out, but they lured themselves to make a move as if they didn't find out? This possibility is not impossible. After all, the other party is very likely to be a force from outside the sky, and it is difficult to guess what means it has. But no matter what, Long Yu immediately made a move. He didn't rush out to confront the man and the woman, but hid in the surroundings first, and quietly began to deploy the 8 trigrams suppressing the sky, a first-grade god chain, and once he arranged it, there were 2 of them. What made Long Yu's mentality more and more stable was that when he arranged the 2 gossip-suppressing sky, the man and the woman didn't notice at all. The effect of balancing the control of this secret technique was really terrifying. Long Yu deduced the direction the man and woman were going, and directly planted the Bagua Xintian god chain in the void, and as Morong's cultivation gradually retreated, the man and woman also gradually approached the 2 Bagua Xintian god chains. Soon, the other party chased Morong Xiuzhen to the vicinity of the heavenly god chain in Bagua town. Launch. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, a total of 16 beams of light of various colors suddenly exploded from the void, and directly swept towards the man and woman, completely suppressing them. It worked. For this sudden change, Morong Xiuzhen was stunned for a moment. He had also watched Long Yu's competition in the strongest emperor realm, and of course he recognized that these 8 beams of light were a method Long Yu used to suppress his opponent for a period of time. Could it be that Long Yu is here? Or is there someone else who has mastered the same means as Long Yu? It stands to reason that it is impossible for Long Yu to come to the 4th palace, but that is Long Yu. Morong Xiu's heart moved. No matter what, someone is helping him in the dark anyway. He must seize this opportunity, otherwise today may be his death day. 2nd grade divine chain, Tianhan arrow. With a wave of Morong Xiuzhen's hand, he unleashed a 2nd grade divine chain technique, and shot straight at the young man who was trapped by Long Yu Bagua Tian. He had been tired of dealing with the opponent's offensive before, and had no chance to counterattack at all. Now that he just got the chance to counterattack, it was directly the strongest attack method. As the Tianhan arrows condensed and shot at the young man, it seemed that the whole space was filled with an infinite cold air, and the 9 nether divine runes in the space seemed to be frozen by it. This is the 2nd grade god chain displayed by a powerhouse at the level of a 1-star emperor. Long Yu saw this in his eyes, but he knew that it seemed a little bit reluctant to kill the man and the woman because he saw that, although the man and the woman were trapped by gossip suppressing the sky, there was something in their eyes. With a mocking look. Don't these 2 people care about the suppression of Bagua Xintian at all? Long Yu's heart moved. After all, he was only at the level of the emperor, and the suppressive power of using the 8 trigrams to suppress the sky was not too strong. At least for a 1-star emperor, the effect might be negligible. But Long Yu can use more methods to deal with them than this one. When Morong Xiu really made a move of the 2nd grade god chain, the Tianhan arrow swept over in an instant, and the man and woman from the Zithan department all grinned, and the purple light burst from the 2 of them in an instant, and they broke through the Bagua town in an instant. Days of blockade. What method is this? Long Yu could see clearly from the side. When the opponent's burst of purple light bloomed, the 8 beams of light that suppressed the sky were destroyed without any resistance, and then the 2 purple lights instantly blocked Morong Xiuzhen's Tianhan arrow. Collision together completely shattered. It's another kind of divine formation. This kind of aura is undoubtedly a divine formation. These 2 guys have actually cultivated this kind of divine formation that unlocks the control. This is a difficult situation. Long Yu's heart sank. He didn't know what means the other party had to be so confident, but now it seems that the other party definitely has the conditions for self-confidence. But it is impossible for Long Yu to admit defeat like this. Jiuyou Tianguang, come out for me. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, the thick fog condensed by the infinite 9 serenities divine script instantly floated away from all directions, instantly surrounding the man and woman. Contrary to his expectations, since he is currently in the 4th palace of Jiuyou Palace, the power of this move has been greatly enhanced, at least the stability of Jiuyou Tianguang has increased by more than 3 times. Because the entire hall space was already filled with quite strong 9 serenity divine rune power, and Long Yu's current move was not only extremely fast, but also much more powerful. A man and a woman shrouded in the Jiuyou Tianguang. It is difficult to disperse the Jiuyou Tianguang for a while. At this level, how can Morong Xiuzhen not know that it is indeed Long Yu who is helping him? What surprised Morong Xiuzhen was that his detection ability was completely unable to detect where Long Yu was. He was extremely surprised. That kid must have relied on this method of concealing his figure to get from the front hall to the 4th place so quickly. From Yugong, right? Now Morong Xiuzhen didn't dare to be careless. The ice divine runes were constantly emerging all over his body. The divine rune power he is best at is the ice divine rune. At this moment, the temperature in the whole hall instantly dropped to extremely cold level. If Wu Xiao still needed to breathe, he could instantly condense into ice with a breath here, which shows how low the temperature in this place is now. But for martial arts at the imperial level, the influence of temperature is almost negligible. The most important thing is that Morong Xiuzhen absorbs the cold air around him, and then uses his other imperial supernatural power. Morong Xiuzhen is now at the level of a 1-star emperor. As the cabinet elder of the 5 Emperors Alliance, his strength is definitely second to none in the entire world of martial arts. 1-star emperors have mastered one supernatural power of the Emperor's Way, but it doesn't mean that their combat effectiveness is only the supernatural power of the Emperor's realm. Morong Xiuzhen's supernatural powers of the Imperial realm are for defense, but other supernatural powers of the Imperial realm are not bad in destructive power. In an instant, countless ice arrows condensed and fell towards the light of Jiuyou sky like shooting stars. 'Cause some trouble. Long Yu was not idle either. After condensing the 9 nether skylight, he directly launched the Infinity 9 nether blade, and stabbed at the man and the woman respectively. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a black light shot out from his hand at high speed. He had used it in the strongest Imperial Realm competition before, the 2nd grade God Chain, tortured by the Death Realm. Yun Jinglei, who was dealt with by him in this way, even saved his life at that time with the King's Life card, but he died soon afterwards. Once he was tortured by the death situation, the power of the death divine script would spread in the body, and eventually the whole body will all be annihilated. Now, the torment of death made another attack, directly aiming at the charming woman from the Ziffin department. The black light was fleeting, and it easily penetrated her defense and penetrated into her body. As soon as the black light penetrated into her body, she felt something was wrong. She reacted immediately, her whole body glowed with purple light, and bursts of light attribute divine power began to flow through her whole body, and began to resist the tormenting power of death that had eroded into her body. After all, this woman is a strong 1-star emperor, and it is impossible for Long Yu to kill her like this, but this also blocks her ability to move, at least for the next 5 breaths. She cannot free her hand to do other things. You can only deal with the death torture first, otherwise, if the death torture becomes powerful, this woman will be seriously injured if she does not die. If it was a duel, Long Yu had basically won the victory by restricting the opponent's actions in this way, but unfortunately, the current situation is not due to duel. That charming woman has companions. The young man from the Ziffin department seemed to feel that the woman's condition was not good, so he dodged in front of the woman and began to protect her from being hurt by the Infinity 9 Serenity Blade and the Frost Arrow Rain. But immediately after, another black light shot out from Long Yu's hand, impacted into Jiuyou Tianguang with lightning speed, and penetrated into the young man's body. It's another death torture move. If both of the opponents were restrained by death torture, it would be easy for Long Yu to act next, but it is a pity that the same method is absolutely difficult for geniuses to work. For example, now, the young man has long been prepared, and all his thoughts are on defense. When the black light tortured by death appears, the young man directly raises his hand, and a burst of purple light explodes, knocking out the black light tortured by death. Completely crushed. It's too naive to use the same method against the two of us. The young man sneered, and the power of his whole body burst out suddenly, and a burst of purple light divine power surged towards the surroundings like waves, and even began to gradually dispel Jiuyou Tianguang. Jiuyou Tianguang, solidify. Without hesitation, Long Yu continued to mobilize the power of the Jiuyou divine script, trying to strengthen Jiuyou Tianguang. At this moment, Morong Xiuzhen's stronger attack came. He held a giant ice sword with the ice gods condensed on the giant sword, and he slashed towards the top of the charming woman's head. The charming woman was still trying her best to fight against the tortured force of death, and she couldn't free her hand at this moment, so the young man had no choice but to stop dispelling Jiuyou Tianguang and fight against the ice giant sword first. Infinite purple rays of light emerged, forming a purple shield wall, blocking Morong Xiuzhen's icy giant sword. Immediately afterwards, countless purple rays of light appeared behind Morong Xiuzhen, shining towards his whole body. Can you still fight back? Long Yu was a little surprised by this. This young man was defending against the attacks aimed at him and at the same time defending against the attacks aimed at that charming woman. At the same time he was able to launch a counterattack against Morong Xiuzhen, which shows that his strength is absolutely terrifying. This young man, even among the one-star emperors, is considered extremely high, right? Kill them and leave me alone. Morong Xiuzhen's ice divine script emerged from his whole body, forming pieces of ice armor that surrounded his whole body. This is his imperial supernatural power, the ice armor, and his defensive ability is extremely terrifying. The infinite purple light exploded when it got close to Morong Xiuzhen, and the terrifying destructive power continuously shattered the ice armor, but the repairability of the ice armor was extremely terrifying. Blowing up one piece will condense one piece immediately. In this way, it will definitely require stronger strength to break through this layer of ice armor, unless the opponent can find a flaw in the ice armor. But if the same move is used a lot, the opponent can always find a flaw. Soon, as several purple lights exploded near the ice armor, the recondensation speed of the ice armor slowed down a bit. Obviously, that the few streaks of purple light had found the weakness of the ice armor. Long Yu knew that it was not too late, since Morong Xiuzhen could only defend, so the attack could only be left to himself. What is in front of him now is a terrifying powerhouse at the level of a one-star emperor. Not only is his basic strength 10 times stronger than that of Long Yu, but he also has mastery of methods that are much stronger than Long Yu's. For example, methods such as 9 Nether Hands and 9 Nether Dragon Breath are absolutely useless against the opponent. Therefore, Long Yu could only use the last resort. When the opponent was busy dispelling Jiuyou Tianguang and dealing with Morong Xiuzhen, Long Yu directly raised his hand, and the power of Jiuyou's divine script quickly condensed in the space. A crack emerged from the void, extending towards the young man in an instant. At the same time, Long Yu began to hide fallen dark stars one after another in the surrounding sky, and together with the afterimages of the ancient times, hundreds of fallen dark stars could be produced every time he breathed, This matter, Long Yu started when he used Joyo Skylight, and now thousands of fallen dark stars have been hidden in the entire Joyo Skylight. However, Long Yu knew that this number was definitely not enough. He had to delay for some more time to increase the number of fallen dark stars. Of course, Long Yu trusts the destructive power of Shenzhen Jiuyuan, but the key is that he is too far away from the opponent's martial arts realm now. Crack it. Long Yu's worry was not superfluous, because soon, 2 of the 9 pitch-black cracks quietly extending out were directly blocked by the purple light, and they became entangled with each other, and no one could do anything about it. The remaining 7 dark cracks directly slammed into the young man's body with infinite destructive power. Long Yu believed that the power of such a third-rank god formation was more than enough to deal with the physical body of the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. What surprised Long Yu was that the young man was directly hit by the 7 pitch-black cracks, but he was not directly destroyed and annihilated. Instead, his whole body was penetrated by the 7 pitch-black cracks. Although he was injured, he did not die. This strength is too terrifying. Fortunately, I have a back move. Long Yu was inexplicably surprised. The strength of a 1-star emperor was really extraordinary, and the physical body of this young man was abnormally strong, not weaker than Long Yu's current level. Once upon a time, God Formation Jiuyuan's 3rd-grade God Formation was definitely the biggest trump card for Long Yu. But now Long Yu found that if he wanted to deal with stronger enemies, he could only condense enough fallen dark stars. Then detonate at the same time. Even the power of the god array Jiuyuan couldn't kill the young man, which shows that the guy's defense is terrifying. But in the next move, 5,000 fallen dark stars explode in succession. This guy may not be able to withstand it. What Long Yu didn't know was that when he cast the magic formation Jiuyuan, the young man couldn't help but twitch in his heart, but his face didn't change at all, which shows that his mind is extremely mature. Obviously, this young man should have recognized the divine formation Jiuyuan, so he was rather surprised, but the divine formation Jiuyuan displayed by Wu Xiu in the late stage of the Emperor realm did not pose a particularly great threat to him. Just because he recognized Jiuyuan, the divine array, he subconsciously thought that this was the strongest move of the person who made the move secretly. Since even this move couldn't help him, he was invincible. Next, it was time for him to fight back. However, he couldn't feel that in the Joyo sky light around him, countless fallen dark stars were being condensed one by one, and they filled the entire venue. The 7 pitch-black cracks in the divine formation 9 abyss extended out and landed on the young man's body. Although they pierced through the young man's body, they did not hurt his vitals. It's so naive. With cruelty in his eyes, the young man stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, as if he wanted to make a big killing. However, at the next moment, there was a terrifying explosion sound from all around him, and the fallen dark stars added up, totaling 4,000 to 5,000, detonated at the same time. 100 fallen dark stars exploded at the same time, and its power was enough to kill opponents who were in the same martial arts realm as Long Yu. Now, 5,000 fallen dark stars exploded at the same time, and its power was stronger than the explosion of 100 fallen dark stars. Hundreds of times. Even if the opponent is a 1-star emperor with terrifying physical strength, it is still difficult to resist such a terrifying explosion. The detonation of 5,000 fallen dark stars lasted for a total of 5 or 6 breaths. During this period, Long Yu paid more attention to concealing himself, and did not reveal the slightest trace of his flaws. If the other party is still alive, it will be a big deal up. When the fallen dark star exploded, Morong Xiuzhen also retreated at the fastest speed, avoiding the central range of the fallen dark star's explosion, but he was slightly affected by it and suffered a slight injury. Morong Xiuzhen was amazed at the destructive power of Long Yu's explosive move, but his expression was not very good, because even such an explosion might not be able to kill the opponent. Zifan tribe. This tribe possesses a secret method of martial arts, which can save their lives when their lives are in danger. No matter what means, it is impossible to kill them with one blow. Morong Xiu was extremely vigilant in his heart, and at this moment, a purple light suddenly flashed from above his head, and then the young man's figure descended from the sky, and a burst of purple light condensed into a sword light, cutting towards the waiting Morong Xiuzhen. I have been guarding against your sneak attack for a long time. Morong Xiuzhen let out a stern cry, and the ice gods all over his body condensed, instantly forming an ice cage, covering the figure of the young man above his head, sealing his whole body in the ice cage. Long Yu was hiding in the dark, so of course he discovered this scene immediately, but he was taken aback at first glance. He saw that the young man's body was seriously injured in the detonation of the fallen dark star just now. However, there is no bright red blood all over his body, only purple blood. What's the matter? Long Yu didn't know, so he had never heard of anyone whose blood was purple, but it could be seen that the other party was indeed seriously injured in the explosion just now, otherwise so much purple blood would not have flowed out. Morong Xiuzhen confronted the young man head-on. It was obvious that the young man was seriously injured, and his strength was less than half of his full strength, and he was directly trapped by Morong Xiuzhen's ice cage. But the next moment, the figure of that charming woman also appeared in another direction. She was also blown to the point that her whole body was dripping with purple blood, but she didn't die. Instead she launched an extremely fierce offensive towards Morong Xiuzhen. Although the young man was sealed by Morong Xiuzhen's icy cage, this charming woman got rid of Long Yu's entanglement, and also displayed a strength not weaker than the young man. Morong Xiuzhen had 1 against 2, and was originally at an absolute disadvantage, but now, after some disturbance by Long Yu, it was even a draw. The strength that comes out is extremely limited. Of course, after being injured, the two of them didn't dare to make any more excuses. They used all their strength to deal with Morong Xiuzhen, and the purple light flashed continuously with various means, easily suppressing Morong Xiuzhen again. Long Yu hid aside, constantly looking for opportunities, but he found that he had already used all the methods that could threaten the opponent, and if he tried again now, the same methods would hardly have any effect, and might expose himself. In this case, once Long Yu's existence is exposed, it will definitely be a bad news for him, and it is very likely that he will be killed by the opponent with one move. After all, the opponent is at the level of a 1-star emperor, an existence stronger than Emperor Tianxiang. Although Long Yu took the advantage of concealment and made a fool of the opponent once, the same method must not be used a second time. There is only one chance left for Long Yu, and that is to display the original power at the critical stage of the battle. 9 Nether shocked. Before, when Long Yu used Bagua to suppress the sky against the 1-star emperor, because the opponent was too strong, the effect was limited, and he couldn't even suppress it at all, and was directly released by the opponent with a burst of purple light. But 9 Serenity Shock is different. This move ignores the difference in cultivation between the two sides. As long as the original power transformed by the 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit appears, it will definitely be able to shock the opponent for at least one breath. This is Long Yu's last resort now. Only when it is used at a critical moment, this move will surely secure a decisive victory. The battle between Morong Xiuzhen and those two people was extremely fierce. The power of the purple light and the ice divine script roared all over the sky. Even the injured two people from the Zithan department were not in vain for Morong Xiuzhen. Frost Arrow Array. While Morong Xiuzhen's figure was flickering, he continuously condensed the ice divinity into arrows, and counterattacked towards the two opponents. As for the opponent's purple light attack, it was completely blocked by his ice armor. The opponent had found a flaw in his ice armor before, but now that the opponent was seriously injured, it became very difficult to break through the flaw in his ice armor. Countless ice arrows were constantly flying in the field, and the battlefield was extremely gorgeous, but as the battle progressed, Long Yu found that a man and a woman from the Zithan department seemed to be gradually approaching another person who was resting and healing in the corner. As for this point, Morong Xiuzhen didn't seem to realize it. Not good. Long Yu suddenly thought of something. Everyone in Jiuyou Xian Palace has signed a life and death contract. and Morong Xiuzhen must be no exception, so the injured old man in the corner is obviously Morong Xiuzhen's life and death contractor. If that person is killed, Morong Xiuzhen will die immediately. The power of the original source. 9 Nether Shocks. Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly used this move, and the aura of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor suddenly descended on the audience. When this move was used in the 9 Yuxian Palace, its power seemed to be much stronger than usual. A man and a woman who were approaching the healing old man in the corner were completely shocked by Long Yu's move. Immediately after, Long Yu showed his figure and shouted, "Elder Morong, kill." The next moment, Zhou Yuan of the God formation struck again, and 9 pitch black cracks quickly extended from Long Yu's hand, and instantly hit the young man's body, piercing the young man again, and purple blood sprayed out instantly. This move failed to kill that guy, but Morong Xiuzhen's next move killed him, but Morong Xiuzhen finally took out a longbow warrior made of ice from his bosom. This soldier turned out to be the best warrior of the ancient level, and it has already matched with Morong Xiuzhen to the level of divine harmony. Only one step away, Morong Xiuzhen can completely match this longbow. At this very moment, at the time of life and death, Morong Xiuzhen and this longbow finally fully matched, reached the level of matching Wuxuan, and then he pulled the bowstring, and the ice divine language bloomed instantly, condensing into a crystal clear arrow. Kill. One breath is enough to do a lot of things. When Morong Xiuzhen shot an arrow, it almost completely froze the entire space. The moment when he matched with the best ancient warrior was the strongest moment of this longbow warrior, even surpassing Long Yu's nether dragon blade. What's more, it was displayed in the hands of a 1-star emperor. One arrow pierces the throat. The ice arrow pierced through the young man's throat in an instant, causing him to sever life in a state of shock. Seeing this scene, Long Yu felt certain that it was finally over. However, Morong Xiuzhen didn't look relaxed, and reminded in a deep voice, "Be careful, boy, the people in the Zifen department have very strong vitality, and the purple blood in their bodies can heal the wounds they suffered as quickly as possible. Even if the head is cut off, it is possible to recover from the injury." What? Long Yu was shocked when he heard the words, and then saw the pierced wound in the young man's throat, which really began to heal at an extremely fast speed. 9 Nether Shocks. Without hesitation, Long Yu used the 9 Serenity Shock again, but unfortunately, the second time he cast it on the same target, the shock time would be reduced by at least half. This is only enough for Morong Xiuzhen to shoot the last arrow again. A icy arrow pierced the young man's heart again. This arrow directly exploded the other man's heart. This scene was shocking. If the other party was still alive, Long Yu couldn't think of any other way to kill the other party. Could it be that all the people in the Zifen department are invincible? This is obviously impossible. It's just that the people of the Zifen department have comprehended some kind of divine power, which makes their recovery ability extremely terrifying. But even if he guessed this, Long Yu couldn't think of any solution. His current martial arts realm is really too low.